This is an era of universal lords. The defeat on the battlefield of 10,000 clans led to various natural disasters erupting in the Huaxia nation, such as terrifying acid rain, overwhelming floods, and world-ending meteors that save Huaxia. The last batch of new lords, all aged 18, rushed to the battlefield of 10,000 clans. Yang Ming awakened the SSS-Talent Supreme Overlord at the start. Supreme Overlord automatically increases one soldier every second within the territory. Summon 5,000 warriors, gather materials such as wood and stone, and upgrade the territory. Summon 100,000 warriors, conquer various resource fields, build cities, and forge an immortal nation. Summon 1,000,000 elite troops, punch the East Japan, kick the United States, and achieve a great unified era. Years later, Yang Ming stood at the highest peak, gazing at the land of Blue Star. Yang Ming, the strongest lord of Huaxia, will unify the world. Chapter 1. Awakening the Talent Supreme Overlord. Blue Star, Huaxia Nation. A terrifying atmosphere of slaughter permeated the entire country. Huaxia has entered a state of first-level combat readiness. All entertainment facilities have been suspended, and all television media are repeatedly broadcasting a piece of red news. Dear compatriots of Huaxia, I must announce a painful message. Not long ago, on the battlefield of 10,000 clans, our country's 5th royal territory was sneakily invaded and occupied by the despicable East Japan. According to the National Fate Lord Law, a country with fewer than 5 royal territories will be wiped out within a month. In other words, if we cannot reclaim the 5th royal territory in a month, our Huaxia will completely fall. Huaxia is facing a national crisis. An hour later, a new round of the battlefield of 10,000 clans is about to begin, and our remaining 100,000 new lords will rush to the battlefield to fight for the last glimmer of hope for our country. Everyone, listen to the dragons roar and fight for Huaxia. At the same time, Jiangchuan City, Jiangchuan University, New Lord Academy. In a classroom, 70 new lords sat silently in their seats, their eyes filled with anger. Damn little days, using such despicable means to invade our royal territory. Chapter 2. Upgrading the territory. You are free to form teams of 30 to go to the forest outside to chop wood and gather materials. 50 people, go to the riverbank to collect stones. 10 people, go to cultivate farmland. 15 people, go to reinforce the fence around the territory. Send another 10 elite warriors to scout the terrain, resource fields, and power distribution around the territory. Yang Ming's thoughts were very active, allocating tasks to each soldier. Yes, Lord. The soldiers replied respectfully. The soldiers began to get busy, exploring outside and faithfully completing the tasks assigned by Yang Ming. Taking advantage of the rare free time, Yang Ming opened the exclusive chat channel of Huaxia to see what others were discussing. The chat channel was very active, with many people actively speaking. Brothers, have you all safely arrived at your own territories? I'm so unlucky. I landed on a hill, and a demon tiger with a combat power of 71 is lurking nearby, making me too afraid to go out to gather resources. What should I do? Waiting online, it's urgent. I'm unlucky too. I was transported to a desert. Even drinking water is a problem. Brothers upstairs, my territory is established by the river. Do you need water? Free delivery. Chapter 3. Attacking the Demon Wolf Den. To become a powerful lord, you must first establish a strong army, accumulate a large amount of supplies, and then expand your territory, occupying various resource fields. The higher the level of the territory, the stronger the military strength. It is said that after developing the territory to a certain stage, you can also expand towns, build cities, and establish new nations. Yang Ming recalled the survival knowledge of lords he had learned in class. At the same time, he also thought about the future development direction of his territory. That is, fight to support fighting. Yang Ming's talent is the SSS level Supreme Overlord, automatically increasing one soldier every second, so he is not afraid of fighting. Summon 5,000 warriors. Yang Ming silently thought. A flash of light. 5,000 warriors appeared in Yang Ming's territory. Greetings, Lord. The soldiers knelt before Yang Ming. Yang Ming nodded, then shouted, Chun Jian, I order you to lead 1,500 warriors to attack the Demon Wolf Den to the south of the territory. The Demon Wolf Den is a level 2 resource field, and it really won't be easy to take it down without investing some resources. Guaranteed to complete the task. Chun Jian said. Chun Jian set off with 1,500 warriors, filled with killing intent. Then, Yang Ming continued to assign tasks to others, loudly saying. Chapter 4. Tang Hungdao, Forging Blueprint. It's only the first day, and you've already taken down a level 2 wolf den? The other party immediately replied, their tone filled with shock. A level 2 quality wolf den houses at least 15 elite-level wolf monsters. Generally speaking, you need to upgrade your territory to high level to have the resources to clear a wolf den. Currently, on Blue Star, the record for the fastest capture of an elite-level resource field was set by an American, who took 7 days to attack an elite-level dwarf mine. However, Yang Ming only took 1 day, 7 times faster than that American. It's simply terrifying. Clearing a level 2 resource field, is that difficult? Yang Ming replied casually. So you're a big shot. The other party's eyes lit up, and they immediately responded, I can give you the weapon forging blueprint, but there's a condition. I want to be friends with you, how about it? This weapon forging blueprint is elite level, worth far more than 500 pounds of wolf meat. Yang Ming thought for a moment. Okay, let us add each other as friends. Sure. Friend request. Junior Lord Zhang Wei wants to add you as a friend. Yang Ming accepted the friend request. Chapter 5. Meichuan Kuzu. At this moment, Yang Ming, leading 3,000 soldiers, was approaching the territory of a nearby Japanese player. A mid-level territory? Build a level 2 training ground, a level 3 defense tower, and a level 2 blacksmith shop. Yang Ming discovered that his neighbor had developed their territory quite well. To have built such a stronghold in just 3 days, their talent must be at least B level. And it's very likely A level. Yang Ming could see right through this Japanese player's strength. At the same time, Yang Ming felt fortunate that he had come. Otherwise, with just Chun Jian and the soldiers, they might not have been able to defeat this Japanese player. The enemy was not to be underestimated. Yang Ming began to seriously consider strategies. 5 minutes later, Yang Ming calmly commanded, Chun Jian, I order you to lead 3,000 soldiers to attempt a frontal assault on the Japanese player's territory. Yes. Chun Jian replied. Chun Jian stepped to the front of the army and made a gesture to attack. Soldiers, follow me. With that, Chun Jian took the lead and charged towards the Japanese player's territory. Charge! Kill! Take down that Japanese little son. Over 3,000 soldiers charged towards the Japanese player's territory like fierce tigers unleashed. Chapter 6. Attacking the Japanese player's territory, is this the other party's trump card? Looking at the skeleton general summoned by Meichuan Kuzu, Yang Ming remained calm, not showing the slightest panic. If this was the limit of their strength, then Yang Ming unilaterally declared the battle over. Decapitation operation, commence. Holding the Tang Hungdao, Yang Ming rushed towards Meichuan Kuzu's territory at top speed. Yang Ming personally joined the battlefield. He was unstoppable, killing enemies as he charged forward, as if he were breaking through dry twigs, heading towards Meichuan Kuzu's territory. With a boost from the Tang Hungdao, Yang Ming's combat power increased by 25 points, soaring to 150 points. At this moment, due to another team's ambush from the flank, Meichuan Kuzu's territory had descended into chaos. 10 minutes later, Yang Ming reached the gates of the enemy's territory. After taking down 2 skeleton soldiers guarding the gate, Yang Ming smoothly entered the enemy's territory. Who? An intruder. Hurry, kill this intruder. As a lord who awakened an A-level talent, the samurai army under Meichuan Kuzu was also strong and quickly blocked Yang Ming. 10 samurai wielding katanas charged at Yang Ming. Ha! A bunch of ants. Yang Ming simply waved the Tang Hungdao lightly and split the 10 samurai in half. Chapter 7. Scavenging loot. When this announcement spread through the novice area of Blue Star, everyone was shocked. In Huaxia and the East Japan chat channels, discussions erupted. Wow! The newbie protection period just ended 20 minutes ago, and first blood has already been drawn? Haha! First blood belongs to us, Huaxia. Let us pop the champagne, brothers. Who knows this brother named Yang Ming? Awesome! I haven't even explored a 3-kilometer area, and someone else has taken down a territory. I was originally commanding the militia to cultivate farmland, and suddenly heard this news. It was so exciting that I kicked the cow aside and plowed 10 acres myself. The chat channel was lively, but Yang Ming didn't have time to browse because he was busy cleaning the battlefield. Although Meichuan Kuzu's territory had only been operating for 3 days, the resources were still quite abundant. Yang Ming ordered all soldiers to scavenge the loot. Report, Lord. We scavenged 300 pounds of rice from the granary. In the Eastern Wooden House, we found 103 pieces of silver, or 508 pounds of pig iron, and 50 pieces of obsidian. We found 20 iron broadswords, all of ordinary quality. Report, the soldiers counted the scavenged resources and reported them one by one to Yang Ming. Chapter 8. Tianjiao, although the number of Tianjiao was not large, they had tough skin and thick meat and possessed great strength. So even 20 soldiers together might not be able to take down one Tianjiao. Soon, over 50 soldiers had suffered casualties. Beasts, come at me, Yang Ming roared, brandishing his sword, and cleaved one Tianjiao in half. Following that, Yang Ming used the momentum to perform a roll, and the Tang Hung Dao in his hand swiftly pierced through, killing 2 more Tianjiao in one move. Yang Ming's impressive performance quickly caught the attention of the Tianjiao leader. Mu, the leader of the Sky-Horn Blue Bull, raised its head and roared angrily as it charged towards Yang Ming. Skill activated, Wild Bull Rampage. Under the impact of this immense force, over 100 warriors along the way were knocked down in disarray. Soon, the leader of the Sky-Horn Blue Bull, with a combat power of 128, rushed up to Yang Ming, its sharp horns thrusting towards his abdomen. Just in time, Yang Ming was not afraid. Instead, he was eager to give a try. Holding the Tang broadsword, Yang Ming also charged towards the Sky-Horn Blue Bull. Just as they were about to collide, Yang Ming's body skillfully dodged to the side, while his Tang broadsword thrust forcefully, directly slicing open the belly of the Sky-Horn Blue Bull. Chapter 10. The 4-star potential blacksmith. Kokorida, Yang Ming lowered his head, examining the group of dwarves kneeling on the ground. The dwarves were trembling, their faces pale with fear, continuously bowing to Yang Ming and pleading for mercy. "Oh, brave lord, please don't kill us. We are willing to be your slaves." The corners of Yang Ming's mouth slightly lifted. Dwarves are natural blacksmiths. If he could subdue them, he wouldn't have to worry about forging weapons in the future. "Get up. As long as you submit to me, I may consider sparing your lives," Yang Ming said. Upon hearing this, the dwarves showed expressions of having escaped death, got up from the ground, and bowed repeatedly to Yang Ming. "Thank you for your mercy, kind and great lord." Yang Ming scanned them and slowly said, "Among you, who can forge excellent weapons?" A slight commotion arose among the dwarves. They exchanged glances, but no one stepped forward. Seeing this, Yang Ming put on a fierce expression and threatened, "If you can't even forge excellent weapons, what use do I have for you?" As soon as he finished speaking, a weak voice came from the crowd. I can." Yang Ming's heart leaped with joy, and he looked towards the voice. A small, thin white-haired girl was trembling as she raised her hand. Chapter 11. The evil god altar. Cold sweat dripped from Yang Ming's forehead, slowly falling onto his cheeks and onto the ground. Looking at the tall guards patrolling around the altar, Yang Ming instinctively lightened his breathing. He didn't expect that within 1,000 meters of his territory, there was such a large boss hidden. He couldn't even scan the information of just one guard. It was hard to imagine how strong the boss behind this altar truly was. Taking a deep breath to stabilize his emotions, Yang Ming quietly retreated. In any case, for safety reasons, he definitely couldn't explore this evil god altar now. Just patrolling around the altar, any one of the guards put immense pressure on Yang Ming. If he didn't retreat now, how was it different from seeking death? Once he retreated to a safe distance, Yang Ming couldn't help but look back and scan the information of the massive altar. He had thought he wouldn't be able to detect anything, but to his surprise, he managed to capture quite a bit of information. Name: Evil God Altar. Quality: mythical. Description: the place where the hero Aminos died. For some mysterious reason, the once demon-slaying human hero Aminos ultimately fell into an evil god. Chapter 12. Promoting to a higher territory. The news of Yang Ming giving away goat meat soup for free quickly spread throughout the territory. Before long, a large crowd gathered, eagerly watching the chunks of meat boiling in the pot. "Mom, I'm so hungry, when can we eat?" Among the crowd, a small boy in tattered clothes tugged at a woman's hand. This little boy had just come to them today and had not eaten for 2 days prior. "Be good. Just wait a little longer. We can eat soon," the woman, although also starving, gently comforted the boy. Others were also tempted by the aroma of the goat meat soup. Is there really free food to eat? The Lord is truly too kind. We dwarves are willing to follow Lord Yang Ming forever. It was hard to believe that in this world where food was more precious than gold, the Lord was actually willing to distribute free food. "Thank you, Mother Earth, amen." As the aroma of the meat grew stronger, the refugees and dwarves became increasingly impatient, and the discussions grew louder. At this moment, Yang Ming was standing on a high platform, calculating the resources he had gathered that day. First, he had collected 10,000 units of wood and 10,000 units of stone. Chapter 13. Trade inside the Lord's mansion after a simple dinner. Yang Ming sat down at his desk and began to write the development plan for the upcoming steps on paper. Next, I should first improve the defense capabilities of the territory to avoid being attacked by wolf monsters like today. Yang Ming planned to plant guardian thorns around the territory tomorrow to strengthen the fence. The quality of the guardian thorns was excellent, and they had a certain combat capability. Also, the food issue hasn't been completely resolved. Although there's a lot of meat stored in the warehouse, it won't last long. Excellent quality meat does have a longer shelf life, but it will still spoil. Only farming can completely solve the food problem. I should check the chat channel and trading area. Maybe I can buy a large amount of food. With that, Yang Ming opened the chat channel of Huaxia. Although it was nighttime, many people were still active and speaking in the chat channel. Haha, it's been 5 days, and I've finally upgraded my territory to intermediate. Oh, you're pretty fast. As far as I know, 2/3 of the people haven't managed to level up yet. Sigh, it's unavoidable. The wood needed for leveling up is too hard to gather. I only have 25 laborers, and each laborer can only chop down 50 units of wood in a day. Chapter 14. The 6th day, the next day morning. Today marked the 6th day since Yang Ming arrived in the battlefield of all races. Ding dong. At 6 in the morning, Yang Ming, still in a state of sleep, was awakened by the mechanical voice of the system. Respected Lord Yang Ming, your territory has successfully upgraded. Yang Ming instantly woke up and jumped out of bed. He hurriedly walked out of the Lord's mansion to check the situation outside. A faint light curtain enveloped the sky above the territory. The originally 100,000 square meters of territory gradually expanded to 500,000 square meters. At the same time, several tall dormitory buildings rose up. The surrounding fence was reinforced with an extra layer. Yang Ming's Lord's mansion also became more aesthetically pleasing. Your territory has been upgraded to a high-level territory, unlocking more privileges and granting you an additional residential area, as well as 10 6-story dormitories. After successfully upgrading, Yang Ming's territory looked completely new. Check territory information, Yang Ming said eagerly. Name, Huaxia City. Lord's mansion level, high level. Ownership, Yang Ming. Location, 14 parallel universes, 404 server. 996 blue star domain, 10,086 novice area. Area, 5 million square meters. Chapter 15. Capturing red feather chickens, developing animal husbandry with cocoa lit around. There's no need to worry about weapon supply for a short time. Yang Ming left the blacksmith shop and went to the dormitory building. There are 10 dormitory buildings, each 6 stories high, capable of accommodating a large population. At this moment, many people gathered curiously, examining the 10 dormitory buildings that appeared out of nowhere. Yang Ming scanned the area and saw Chun Jian's figure, so he called out, Chun Jian, come here. Chun Jian immediately came to Yang Ming and called him Lord. Yang Ming thought for a few seconds and said, you arrange it and distribute the rooms in the dormitory building. Chun Jian pondered for a moment and tentatively asked, how should it be distributed specifically? Just let them have a place to live? Yang Ming was taken aback at this moment. He remembered that Chun Jian was a martial artist and indeed lacked the ability to handle daily affairs. For the territory to develop sustainably, it needs to recruit elites from various professions. There was no choice. Yang Ming had to personally draft a list and explain various precautions, such as accommodation information, dormitory numbers, and personnel distribution. Chun Jian took the list and went to handle the check-in for the dormitory building. Sigh, it's really tiring. It would be great to have a high IQ butler assistant. Yang Ming stretched. Chapter 16. Level 3 Resource Field. Yuling Lake after a brief rest. Yang Ming continued on with the remaining people. Perhaps today was Yang Ming's lucky day. Just a minute later, he saw a large-scale resource field. Ahead, there was a magical glow. Wow, is this a level 3 resource field? Yang Ming was surprised and stared intently ahead. A small lake emitting a faint blue glow, covering an area of about 6 by 10 meters, with many plump fish jumping on the water surface. Name, Yuling Lake. Quality, level 3, excellent. Storage capacity, unlimited. Types, dragon pattern big fish, fine. Yuzu fish, excellent. Qinglin fish, fine. Description, can continuously produce fish without being damaged. Current status, occupied. When Yang Ming scanned the information of this lake, he couldn't help but gasp. There were actually excellent level fish, and they could continuously refresh. Yang Ming's heart raced, and it was a big thrill. If he could capture this Yuling Lake, would there still be a need to worry about meat in the future? However, Yang Ming frowned. looking at the three tall and powerful figures guarding the lake nearby. Chapter 17. Fighting to the death. Boom. Boom. With wave after wave of massive impacts. The territory's gate was on the verge of collapse, even showing a small crack. Zhang Wei looked at the door that was about to be breached, and his anger reached its peak. Damn it. Do these little days only know how to use such despicable means as sneak attacks? Zhang Wei clutched his injured right arm, his eyes fierce, staring intently at the two triumphant Japanese people outside. Not long ago, Zhang Wei discovered a snake-bone fish in a cave. He went through a lot of trouble and even consumed an excellent level item to successfully capture it. But who would have thought that these two Japanese had been lurking in the shadows? Taking advantage of the moment, Zhang Wei caught the snake-bone fish to suddenly attack from behind, breaking one of Zhang Wei's arms. But Zhang Wei was not easy to deal with. He paid a great price to escape back to his territory. However, the Japanese did not intend to let Zhang Wei go, chasing him all the way and starting to attack Zhang Wei's territory without saying a word. How hateful! If it weren't for my injured right arm, how could these two Japanese force me into a corner? Zhang Wei clenched his fists, glaring angrily at the Japanese outside. Chapter 18. Snakebone fish in hand, take this knife. The extremely sharp tang broadsword twirled skillfully in Yang Ming's hands. Then, like a dragonfly touching the water, Yang Ming struck horizontally, easily cutting off the weapon in the hands of the Japanese. Who are you? Where did you come from? The Japanese were taken aback and retreated 3 steps. In just one move, these two Japanese felt Yang Ming's terrifying strength. The weapons in their hands were all fine level, originally able to cut iron like mud, but now they were effortlessly severed by Yang Ming. Looking at them, a strong sense of disgust flashed in Yang Ming's eyes as he coldly said, "Ha, you are not worthy to know my name." The contempt from Yang Ming infuriated the Japanese, and one of them said fiercely, "I admit you are strong, but both of us have awakened B-level talents. Moreover, our army has surrounded this place. With just you alone, do you think you can compete with us? Too much nonsense. Come and fight me." Yang Ming brandished his knife and strode toward the Japanese. The two Japanese exchanged glances as if they had made a pact, and in unison said, "Let's attack together and take him down." After saying that, the two Japanese suddenly changed their aura. Chapter 19. Occupying Yuling Lake in just 10 minutes. Yang Ming ran back to Yuling Lake from Zhang Wei's territory. 1,000 meters away from Yuling Lake, Yang Ming ordered the soldiers to stay in place on standby, while he explored ahead alone, in front of the Black Rock Giant Bear with a combat power of 400 points. Even if Yang Ming summoned more soldiers, they would just be sending them to their deaths. Yang Ming quietly approached to within 500 meters of Yuling Lake, hiding behind a large rock. The next second, Yang Ming took out the snake-bone fish from the system warehouse. Wow, this smell is absolutely amazing, so fragrant and enticing. As soon as he took out the snake-bone fish, Yang Ming smelled a wonderful fresh fragrance. Fresh and fragrant. Just one whiff could make someone feel euphoric and unable to resist. The snake-bone fish was not large, weighing only about 10 pounds, but its patterns were exquisite. Its flesh crystal clear, and it emitted a faint blue glow. Yang Ming couldn't imagine what a 5-star chef would create if they cooked this snake-bone fish. No wonder the Black Rock Giant Bear loved to eat excellent-level fish. The quality of this meat is probably better than 1% of the best delicacies on the Blue Star. Chapter 20. Zhang Lingfeng, Dingya of occupied Yuling Lake. Rewarded 200 points of national fortune. You have incorporated Yuling Lake into the territory of Huaxia City, and you have the right to view all fish information and corresponding capture methods. Yang Ming's eyes lit up. He could almost see the prospect of continuously catching excellent-level big fish in the future. Yang Ming shifted his gaze and scanned Yuling Lake. In the next moment, all the information about the fish was laid bare before him. Name: Dragon Pattern Big Fish. Quality: excellent. Effect: after consumption, it can directly increase battle power by 1 to 5 points, with a very low probability of comprehending a skill. Collection method: fishing. Must use dragon fruit as bait. Name: Jade Bamboo Fish. Quality: superior. Effect: after consumption, it can directly increase battle power by 20 to 50 points, with a certain probability of comprehending a skill, and a very low probability of awakening a second talent. Collection method: a magical fish that cannot be caught by ordinary means. Only a beautiful girl can fish it out with her jade feet, and the taste after cooking will differ depending on the beautiful girl's jade feet. Yang Ming. Chapter 21. Deal with the evil god 2 hours later, with the efforts of over 1,000 people. The 2,500 kilograms black rock giant bear was finally successfully transported near the evil god altar. A huge altar, burning with blue flames, stood in the middle of the ruins, exuding an ancient and evil aura. Surrounding the altar, a large number of guards patrolled back and forth. Even from over 1,000 meters away, Yang Ming could feel the terrifying sense of oppression emanating from the evil god altar. After all, any patrolling guard here was a rare-level monster. My lord, do we really need to get close to that thing? Someone in the team could not help but ask. Yang Ming waved his hand to signal. Don't be afraid. Keep moving forward. After receiving Yang Ming's order, the team continued to drag the black rock giant bear forward, getting closer to the evil god altar. When Yang Ming reached a spot 300 meters away from the altar, a terrifying scene suddenly occurred. The guards stationed near the altar all turned their heads in unison. Countless gazes directed towards Yang Ming. Even with the enhancement of the Tang Hong blade, Yang Ming's battle power had reached 150 points, but at this moment, he also felt overwhelmed. Yang Ming had no choice but to stop in place and said loudly, Chapter 22, Goblins. It was already close to evening, and Yang Ming's team was returning to their territory in an orderly manner. In the wilderness, weeds grew thick, and occasionally, one could see strange tall shadows flashing by. Report, my lord. After walking for half an hour, a soldier stationed at the front suddenly sent out a warning. Enemies spotted 500 meters ahead, a group of lewd-looking goblins. Goblins? Let's go take a look. Yang Ming frowned. He made a gesture to signal the large team behind him to follow. Following the scout's guidance, Yang Ming climbed a hill and looked towards the area 500 meters away. He saw over 100 short goblins in an open area, excitedly waving their arms. Huh, there are people? Upon closer observation, Yang Ming discovered that this group of goblins had captured a group of human girls. The girls helplessly collapsed on the ground, looking terrified at the goblin army surrounding them. Ha ha ha! The goblin leader looked at the group of voluptuous young girls and couldn't help but burst into laughter, saying, Brothers, tie these women up and let's enjoy a good feast tonight. Chapter 23. Members of the Goddess of Light Church. Doctors, nurses, and priests are valuable professions, no matter where they are. Yang Ming showed a friendly smile and said softly, No need to thank me. Helping those in need is a traditional virtue of our Huaxia people. However, I'm curious, why were you captured by goblins and brought to such a place? As the topic shifted, Anna's expression became much sadder. She sighed and explained, We originally lived in a small town 20 kilometers west, a branch of the Goddess of Light Church. However, 5 days ago, an army of over 1,000 demons invaded the town, and the town soldiers couldn't withstand it. We could only flee, leaving our home behind, and seek help at another branch of the Goddess of Light Church 30 kilometers away. Yang Ming looked Anna up and down, noticing her dirty face and gaunt appearance, clearly indicating that she hadn't eaten for a long time. He then asked, Miss Anna, given your current state, trying to reach 30 kilometers away is almost like seeking death. Anna shook her red lips, clasped her hands in front of her chest, and pleaded helplessly, We originally had 10 guards escorting us, but unfortunately, they were all brutally killed by the goblins. Great Lord, I have an unreasonable request. Can you temporarily take us in? Chapter 24. The clinic. Coquelette reached out and took the enhancement talisman. Although she didn't know what it was, her trust in Yang Ming was absolute at the moment. Rolling up her sleeves, Coquelette pressed the enhancement talisman to her wrist. In an instant, a faint blue light enveloped her. Ah, what is this? At this moment, the members of the Goddess of Light Church, standing behind Yang Ming, couldn't help but widen their eyes. Holy talisman? Is this a holy talisman? Anna was even more surprised and covered her mouth. Anna recognized this item. She was fortunate to have seen it at an auction in a major city of kingdom, and a talisman like this could sell for 5 gold coins. What does 1 gold coin mean? It could buy 2 beautiful young catgirl slaves. In this world, there are 3 types of circulating currency: gold coins, silver coins, and copper coins. Among them, 100 copper coins equal 1 silver coin, and 100 silver coins equal 1 gold coin. My lord, such a valuable item. You just gave it to her like that? Anna couldn't help but ask. Anna's heart silently screamed. This is a holy talisman, a treasure worth 5 gold coins, and you just gave it away like throwing away garbage. Yang Ming turned back to glance at her and smiled lightly. Chapter 25. The twin chefs. Yang Ming brought the twin chefs back to the Lord's mansion. Not for any other reason, but simply to test their cooking skills. A good chef can double the enhancement effect of monster meat. The 4 types of ingredients: wolf demon meat, skyhorn blue ox meat, dragon pattern big fish, and black rock giant bear meat were taken out by Yang Ming and placed on the table. How many types of ingredients can you handle? Yang Ming asked them. The 2 little chefs touched each type of ingredient, their expressions serious as they carefully assessed the quality of the meat. The elder sister Lily's was slightly older, her appearance and figure leaning towards a mature style, while the younger sister Lilia appeared cuter and petite. After handling all 4 types of ingredients, the 2 sisters simultaneously replied, "My lord, we can cook all 4 types of ingredients." "All right, then I'll leave it to you," Yang Ming said. Lilies and Lilia entered the kitchen and began preparing the dishes. While they were cooking, Yang Ming opened the chat channel to see what others were discussing. Compared to a few days ago, there were far fewer people chatting. Most were trading items or studying how to attack resource fields. "I just dropped a refined level iron armor that can increase defense by 20. Anyone interested?" Chapter 26. Enhancing strength. Just as Yang Ming was lost in thought while looking at the chat channel, he suddenly heard the voices of Lilith and Lilia by his side. "My lord, the food is ready." The 2 sisters struggled to bring 3 large plates of meat to the dining table. The enticing aroma of the meat pulled Yang Ming's attention back. For Yang Ming, this exotic beast meat was not only delicious, but could also quickly enhance his strength. What is the use of daydreaming? It's time to strengthen myself. Once I develop a king-level territory and alleviate the crisis in China, then I'll go to the battle zone and beat up those Americans and the Japanese. Yang Ming exited the chat channel and focused on the dining table. Stir-fried demon wolf meat, steamed dragon-pattern big fish, and stewed skyhorn blue beef soup. These 3 dishes were all visually appealing and aromatic. Yang Ming was hungry and didn't care about his image, directly grabbing a piece of wolf leg meat and devouring it. "Delicious," Yang Ming praised. After finishing about a pound of demon wolf meat, Yang Ming clearly felt a strange power surging within him. His strength increased from 125 points to 128 points. Generally speaking, a pound of refined level exotic beast meat can increase strength by just 1 point, which is already quite good. Chapter 27. I can go where you go in the Lord's mansion. Yang Ming had eaten his fill and was about to go to bed. But suddenly, the system sent an urgent notification. Yang Ming opened the chat page and saw that Zhang Wei had sent several messages in a row. "Boss, you need to check the chat channel quickly. There's explosive news. Someone has discovered a crystal core. A crystal core. It seems to be in our area. Maybe not far from your territory. Bro, are you there? You're not asleep, are you?" After reading the messages, Yang Ming felt a jolt and sat up straight from his bed. Crystal cores are extremely precious and rare, and one of the most crucial materials for upgrading territories. In the early stages, upgrading territories is quite easy. As long as you have a large population and collect enough stones and wood, it's doable. But later on, it's different as it involves an untradeable resource, the crystal core. Crystal cores can provide massive energy power. Without crystal cores, you cannot upgrade your territory. Crystal cores are very rare. Generally, a novice zone refreshes only a small number of crystal cores each month. This means if you can't grab a crystal core this month, you won't be able to upgrade your territory and will have to wait until next month when crystal cores refresh to snatch them again. Chapter 28. Snatching crystal cores. Yang Ming took all the refined level Tang sabers stored in the blacksmith shop. There were a total of 150 Tang sabers, all of refined quality, enough to form a powerful army. You must know that at this time, 90 of the lords are still worrying about how to obtain a refined level weapon. After leaving the blacksmith shop, Yang Ming called Chun Jian to gather the troops. In no time, all the warriors had gathered in an open space, waiting for Yang Ming to issue orders. Yang Ming casually found a large rock to stand on and scanned the crowd below. There were more than 500 warriors, each with a strength value between 25 and 35. Yang Ming's gaze was sharp as he spoke loudly. "Brothers, do you know who our enemies are on the battlefield of all races?" The crowd below was momentarily confused. Yang Ming waved his hand and continued, "It's the Japanese. All the Japanese lords are our mortal enemies. The reason I name my territory Huaxia City is to eliminate all the beasts coming from Japan. Just remember, Japan once invaded Huaxia and massacred many innocent people, sparing neither the elderly nor women and children. We must take revenge." Chapter 29. Yang Ming makes his entrance. This voice was loud and immediately attracted the attention of everyone present. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Yang Ming rode in on a tall and strong black horse. Under the sunlight, The young man was spirited and heroic, becoming the focal point of the event. In fact, Yang Ming had set out early, but he encountered several waves of beast disturbances on the way, delaying his arrival. He had tamed this black horse along the way. "Who are you?" A hawk-nosed man frowned, staring intently at Yang Ming. He felt an immense pressure emanating from Yang Ming. This pressure was like an invisible shackle, instilling an indescribable fear in the hawk-nosed man. This man's strength value is definitely above mine. He is strong. When did Huaxia produce such a powerful lord? The hawk-nosed man felt a chill down his spine. Only a significant disparity in strength values can create such invisible pressure on the opponent. In fact, before entering the battlefield of all races, Japanese spies had already infiltrated Huaxia and successfully stole information about this batch of new lords. The hawk-nosed man clearly remembered that there were no A-grade talent lords appearing in Huaxia this time. Chapter 30. Victory. The Japanese, who initially thought victory was assured, suddenly became dumbfounded upon seeing the vast army that had appeared. A military force of such scale was beyond their imagination. Today marked the 7th day of entering the battlefield of all races. Even a lord with A-grade talent could only cultivate an army of up to 500 men in 7 days. However, at this moment, the suddenly emerged army was approaching 10,000. The hawk-nosed man was so frightened that his face turned pale. He stared blankly at Yang Ming and stammered. "How could you summon so many people? Where did you find the help?" The hawk-nosed man could not believe that this was Yang Ming's army alone. He thought it was assistance Yang Ming had summoned. Yang Ming smiled casually and replied, "Is there a possibility that these warriors are all my subordinates?" "Impossible. Absolutely impossible." The hawk-nosed man immediately shook his head and rebutted. "Even if you awakened an S-grade talent, you can't cultivate such a large army in such a short time." "Is that so? Then keep your eyes wide open and see for yourself." Yang Ming revealed a meaningful smile. Chapter 31. Leaderboard. After chatting casually with Chunjianbei, Yang Ming prepared to return to his territory. There were still some crystal cores left at the production site, so before leaving, Yang Ming took the remaining crystal cores to help other Huaxia lords. Now that he had the crystal cores and the Japanese had been completely wiped out, Yang Ming had achieved his goal for this trip and saw no need to stay here wasting time any longer. "Yang Ming, let us add each other as friends. Next time we meet, I'll treat you to a drink. You saved my life, and I will always remember this favor." Chunjianbei said quickly upon learning that Yang Ming was leaving. Sure, 2 people added each other as friends. After that, Yang Ming waved his hand and left without looking back. The soldiers followed Yang Ming and left together. Seeing Yang Ming, who was as imposing as a war god, the other lords still fighting on the battlefield consciously paused their battles, made way, and watched Yang Ming leave. Amidst the pairs of odd eyes, Yang Ming left gracefully. The return journey was very smooth. They didn't encounter any large beasts blocking the way, and the time taken was cut in half compared to the journey there. An hour later, Yang Ming successfully returned to his territory. Chapter 32. The power of money in the face of the insults from the Easterners. It wasn't just Yang Ming who felt angry. Almost all the lords of Huaxia were ignited with fury. The chat channel of Huaxia was constantly refreshing with messages. Those little devils actually dare to bark openly on the world channel, insulting our country. Do they think I have no temper? This is simply too much. Who has the coordinates of the Easterners' territory? I'm going to find them and fight them right now. Damn it. If it weren't for the heavy blow Huaxia suffered a year ago, with our national strength still not recovered, would they have the guts to speak so boldly? No more chances. Who will go with me to chop them down? Everyone was furious, their faces pale. Huaxia, a great nation standing for 5,000 years, had never suffered such humiliation. As the situation approached a breaking point, some calm individuals quickly sent messages to remind everyone. Everyone calm down. These are just the provocations of the little devils. Don't fall for it. They are likely being instigated by the Americans behind the scenes, aiming to disrupt our morale. If we get angry, their goal will be achieved. Our ultimate goal is to develop a king-level territory. Only then can we turn the tide and save Huaxia. Chapter 33. Excellent weapons. In the next 10 minutes, Yang Ming conducted several transactions with others. He exchanged 850 pounds of Tianjiaoqing beef and 390 pounds of high and giant bear meat for 21 items. However, Yang Ming was not satisfied. At this moment, a lord from Huaxia caught Yang Ming's attention because she sent over information about some pretty good items. Name: greenhouse chicken coop, resource treasure, quality, excellent effect. Chickens grown in this coop without any side effects equate to 1 month in the outside world for every day. It only requires 1 month's breeding to cultivate native chickens with a growth cycle of 2.5 years. Placement requirements requires a flat area of at least 300 square meters. An excellent level resource treasure, and it's a greenhouse chicken coop? Yang Ming was immediately attracted. Yesterday, he had just captured a group of red-feathered chickens. Raising them in the greenhouse chicken coop would be perfect. Moreover, this greenhouse chicken coop was a level 3 building. As long as he found a sufficiently large piece of land to place it, Yang Ming could immediately have a level 3 building. Hello, would you like to trade? Yang Ming proactively contacted the other party. Chapter 34. Golden Spirit Fruit Forest holding the rift-breaking blade gave Yang Ming great confidence. He felt that he now had the courage to hunt excellent level beasts. If he could capture another level 3 resource field before the leaderboard was settled, then Yang Ming would have a chance to upgrade his territory to a special level. At that time, he would surely take the top spot on the leaderboard. To achieve this goal, Yang Ming sent all his scouts out to search for level 3 resource fields. Soon, after just 20 minutes, a scout returned to report. A scout came before Yang Ming and reported, "Report, Lord. 5,000 meters to the north, I discovered a level 3 resource field, but is occupied by a group of goblins." Goblins? Are they from the same group that captured Anna and the others? Yang Ming muttered to himself. Yang Ming realized that there seemed to be a goblin nest around Huaxia City. This was a potential threat that must be eliminated early. With the rift-breaking blade, Yang Ming was no longer afraid of excellent-level beasts, let alone goblins. Therefore, Yang Ming waved his hand and said, "Send my orders down, gather the soldiers, and follow me to attack the goblin nest." Chapter 35. Goblin King seeing so many goblins charging at once. Chun Jian made a quick decision and immediately led his subordinates to retreat. "Damn humans, stop right there!" The goblin priest shouted angrily. Chun Jian naturally would not surrender easily and quickly retreated with the soldiers. In this way, this group of goblins was successfully lured over by Chun Jian. Gradually, the goblins entered the archer's range. "Fire!" Yang Ming shouted at the right moment. Instantly, rows of arrows shot out towards the goblin army. Batch after batch of archers took turns shooting arrows, creating a rain of arrows that fell upon the goblins. Although the accuracy of the arrows wasn't very high, their sheer volume meant that most of the goblins were killed by the rain of arrows. "Finish off the goblins that are still alive," Yang Ming commanded. The soldiers rushed forward to deliver the finishing blows to the goblins that were not yet dead. The ground was littered with goblin corpses. Chun Jian, "Continue to lure the goblins out using the same method," Yang Ming said. "Understood," Chun Jian replied. Thus, following the exact same method, Chun Jian continued to draw the goblins out. While this method allowed them to easily eliminate the goblins were not fools. After 3 waves, they finally caught on and stopped falling for the trick. Chapter 36. Intense battle. The Goblin King didn't think much and called over a dozen of his subordinates, pulling all the women imprisoned in the cave out. The women were in rags, tortured to the point of being unrecognizable, with many scars on their bodies. "Let them come over. I want to see if they are from my tribe," Yang Ming said lightly. The Goblin King wasn't stupid either, pointing at Yang Ming. He said, "No, if you want to see them, you have to come over alone. No one else is allowed to follow, or the deal is off." Yang Ming shrugged, kicked the black horse's belly, and walked 20 meters forward with just himself and the horse. Seeing this, the Goblin King ordered 3 goblin cyclopes to escort the women to Yang Ming. "Which of these women are from your tribe?" the Goblin Cyclops asked. "All of them." Yang Ming smiled. "Huh?" The Goblin Cyclops was taken aback. Yang Ming raised his voice and reiterated, "I said, these women are all from our tribe. Can you not understand human language?" Ordinary goblins might be foolish, but the Goblin King was much smarter. He had already realized Yang Ming was trying to trick him and shouted loudly, "Quick retreat. Bring the women back. This human is trying to deceive us." Chapter 37. Upgrading the territory again 2 hours later. After a long battle, the Goblin King, exhausted, was forced back by Yang Ming and inadvertently exposed a flaw. Yang Ming shouted, gripping the handle of the rift blade, and as soon as the Goblin King revealed his weakness, he swept his blade across. Skill activated, Thunder Slash. With his strike, Yang Ming put forth all his strength. Even though the Goblin King had a combat power of 328, he could not withstand this blow and was directly severely injured. The Goblin King let out a miserable scream, spitting out a large amount of blood. Yang Ming seized the opportunity to launch a furious follow-up attack, landing blow after blow on the Goblin King. In the end, the Goblin King fell. Respected Lord Yang Ming, your army has defeated the Goblin army and won this war. Do you wish to occupy the level 3 resource field, Golden Spirit Fruit Forest? Occupy. Without a second thought, Yang Ming nodded in agreement. Occupation successful. You have gained jurisdiction over the Golden Spirit Fruit Forest. Reward: 200 national fortune points. Yang Ming was overjoyed. With this, the national fortune points of Huaxia City reached 750 points. Subsequently, Yang Ming led his men into the Golden Spirit Fruit Forest. Chapter 38. Unlocking the special shop. It was now 1955, with only 5 minutes left until the leaderboard was finalized. In the Blue Star public chat channel, many people were chatting and exchanging messages. So excited, in 5 minutes I can get the golden treasure chest reward. Big Guy 666, please carry me. So envious. I'm ranked outside of 10,000, only able to get a bronze chest as a guaranteed reward. I'm not a big guy. The real big guys are the Americans. America is indeed strong. The top 3 spots are dominated by them. Sigh, if only I could get an American green card. Hello everyone, I'm Tema from America, currently ranked 2nd. I will soon establish a union representing America and invite players to join. Those interested can message me privately. Wow, a real big shot has appeared. What are the requirements to join the union? The requirements are simple. First, you must obey. Second, cut off ties with Huaxia and join us to sanction Huaxia. Many people did not know why America led the coalition army to war with Huaxia a year ago. The reason was simple. There was evidence proving that Huaxia was secretly colluding with foreign tribes in the war zone, intending to use foreign power to unify Blue Star. Chapter 39. Celebration Feast Dam. Even if I return a Blue Star, my talent can still be used? Yang Ming was shocked. Clearly, he had severely underestimated the power of his SSS-level talent. It's simply terrifying. The controllable nuclear fusion technology that top scientists have struggled to achieve for decades can be mastered by Yang Ming with just 4 days of points. This is simply a dimensional strike. After taking a moment, Yang Ming continued to browse other items. Name: Royal Territory Upgrade Scroll. Quality: Rare. Price: 51 million points. Description: using this scroll will immediately upgrade a special territory to a royal territory. Hiss! Yang Ming couldn't help but gasp. Such a thing exists? There are 24 hours in a day, 60 minutes in an hour, so a day can accumulate a maximum of 64 million points, and a month equals 92 million points. Yang Ming roughly calculated that if he did not spend any points, he would be able to upgrade Huaxia City to a royal territory in 22 days. Should I start to relax or continue to strive? For a moment, Yang Ming didn't know how to choose. So he simply cast this question aside and continued to look at other items. Chapter 40. Shock among Huaxia's high ranks that night. Yang Ming slept exceptionally soundly. However, some people felt as if they had eaten shit, suffering from insomnia into the late night, such as the Japanese and Americans. At this time, in the Japanese chat channel, damn it, what is going on with Huaxia? Why has such a powerful person suddenly emerged? Again and again. Why won't the Huaxia people give up struggling and just die obediently? Clearly, there's still a month until Huaxia is supposed to perish. Everyone, think of a way. We must not let Huaxia develop its 5th royal territory. Should we contact the Americans? Like a year ago, use some means to swallow Yang Ming's territory. Good idea. Yes. Find a way to trace Yang Ming's territory coordinates, hand them over to the Americans, and let them send someone to kill Yang Ming. This is a good plan. Coincidentally, there are some people within Huaxia that we have turned to our side. Regardless, Yang Ming must die. We must crush all hopes of Huaxia making a comeback. That night, Yang Ming's name was placed on a must-kill list by the Japanese high-ranking officials. Blue Star, Huaxia's top-level conference room. Although it was late at night, all of Huaxia's senior officials had gathered, and even the elder was present. Chapter 41. By Shueji, Ding. Yang Ming suddenly heard a notification sound from the system indicating a private message from a friend. Currently, Yang Ming only had 2 friends, Zhang Wei and Chen Zhanbei, both of whom he had a pretty good impression of, so he opened the chat panel. A message from Zhang Wei immediately popped up. Bro, Bai Shueji said she has something important to discuss with you. Do you want to chat with her? Bai Shueji, who is that? Yang Ming asked back. The commander of our Eastern Theater, General Bai's daughter. You actually don't know? Hearing Zhang Wei say this, Yang Ming remembered that he had seen by Shueji on television before. Okay, send me her ID number, and I'll add her. Yang Ming had set his ID to private, so no one could add him as a friend, making him take the initiative. Bai Shueji coming to find him was likely at the behest of the Huaxia military's high command. After Zhang Wei sent over Bai Shueji's ID number, Yang Ming immediately added her as a friend. Once they became friends, Bai Shueji quickly sent a message. Yang Ming, you have been targeted by NATO. NATO is a military alliance led by the United States, consisting of over 30 member countries, and is the largest military organization in the world today. Chapter 42. Zhang Bin Ihanem. Plant growth spray. Quality excellent. Net content, 1,000 milliliters. Effect. 1 milliliter of spray can accelerate the growth rate of plants on 1 acre of land for a year, but it can only be used on excellent quality plants. No matter when, food is the most important resource. The farmland has already started to sow a large number of crop seeds, and this bottle of plant growth spray will come in handy. What good item? Yang Ming happily stored the plant growth spray in his warehouse. Yang Ming turned his attention to the next golden treasure chest. I hope to open a skill book. Yang Ming prayed in his heart. Although Yang Ming's combat power was very high, he lacked a powerful means of attack. It would be great if he could open a skill book. With a crisp sound, the second treasure chest slowly opened. A familiar golden light appeared and gradually faded away after a while. Inside the chest was an ancient book. Wow, he really opened a skill book? Yang Ming was shocked. He didn't expect his luck to be this good. Yang Ming eagerly picked up the skill book and scanned its information. Chapter 43. Traitor. Capturing us is to deal with Yang Ming? Upon hearing this, the others who had been thrown into the dirt pit immediately understood what Zhang Banihan meant. It turned out that they had all been captured as hostages to threaten Yang Ming in the future. Even if I die, I will never drag down Huaxia. Someone shouted angrily. In response to this impotent rage, Zhang Ben Ihan smirked and mocked. Want to die? Hee, falling into my hands. Whether you live or die is not up to you. But speaking of which, if any of you are willing to be our Eastern Japan's dogs, loyal to the Emperor, then I can generously grant you a green card. Even if Huaxia is destroyed a month later, you can immigrate to Eastern Japan and continue living. How about it? Want a green card? If you want it, kneel down and beg me. Ha ha ha. On the other side, in the evening, after fighting outside for a day, Yang Ming returned with a large haul. Today was the 12th day since Yang Ming arrived at the 10,000 Races Battlefield. Wow, the Lord is back from hunting again. As soon as Yang Ming returned to the territory, he immediately attracted many residents' attention. Chapter 44. Over 40 countries declare war on Huaxia. If the declaration of war by the United States was a bomb, then the statement from the Sun Never Sets country was adding fuel to the fire. You should know that these two countries are both permanent members of the Security Council. As soon as this news broke, the chat channel became lively again. What? The Sun Never Sets country is also going to send troops? My God, are they really going to fight? Something big is coming? You're thinking too much. This is the novice area. No matter what you say or do, it won't affect the international politics of Blue Star. Can Huaxia hold up? Ha ha, this is too enjoyable. Huaxia, you also have to face it today. But no one expected that one wave had not settled down before another rose. Following the United States and the Sun Never Sets country, a third country declared war on Huaxia. Eastern Japan declared war on Huaxia. The chat channel erupted into another uproar. However, no one expected that this was just the beginning. I represent South Korea to announce to the world. 3 days later, we will send troops to flatten all Huaxia territories. Turkey declared war. Huaxia will surely fail. We, Canada, are willing to fight alongside the United States. The Netherlands also joined this operation. We, Australia, are also willing to contribute to eliminating traitors. And us, Chapter 45, coordinates acquired. All right, I will find out their territory coordinates for you by tomorrow morning at the latest. Bai Shueji knew that time was tight, so she had to act as quickly as possible. I'll wait for you. After speaking, Yang Ming closed the chat page. The battle is going to start tomorrow, so Yang Ming decided to enhance his strength tonight. Therefore, he called Lilith and Lilia over. Lord, what do you want to eat tonight? The two sisters asked understandingly. Yang Ming took out 3 types of excellent beast meat: black rock giant bear meat, jade bamboo fish, and double-winged dragon meat. Can you cook these 3 types of meat? Yang Ming placed the meat on the table and then asked. We should be able to. Lilith stretched out her delicate hands, touched each of the 3 types of meat, and then replied, All right, let's make these today. Yang Ming said. Okay. Taking the ingredients, Lilith and Lilia turned and went to the kitchen to get busy. While they were cooking, Yang Ming sent someone to call Chun Jian and Zhang Lingfeng over. Zhang Lingfeng was originally guarding Yuling Lake, but upon hearing the order, he immediately rushed back to the territory. Lord, did you call us for something? Chun Jian and Zhang Lingfeng arrived at the Lord's mansion almost simultaneously. Chapter 46, Shock. Kill. Kill them all. Kill, 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 kill. At this moment, the warrior's anger had reached its peak, and the sound of kill echoed through the skies. Seeing that the time was ripe, Yang Ming revealed the news that over 40 countries had simultaneously declared war on Huaxia. After hearing this, the warriors became even angrier, and the murderous aura almost became tangible. Yang Ming used his voice to ask. 3 days later, the armies of over 40 allied countries, led by the United States, will be at Huaxia's doorstep. Are you going to sit and wait for death? The warriors responded in unison. Lord, please lead us to take the initiative and fight them. Yang Ming nodded and continued. Good. Sitting and waiting for death has never been our Huaxia style. Therefore, in this battle, we must take the initiative and show the world how terrifying a wakened sleeping lion can be. Fight! The warriors shouted. Seeing the warriors' morale rise, Yang Ming waved his hand and began issuing military orders. Chun Jian, step forward. Lord, I am here. Chun Jian immediately stepped forward. Yang Ming slowly said, starting today, Huaxia will establish its first legion, named the Azure Dragon Legion, and you will serve as the legion commander. Chapter 47, Huaxia's counterattack. You alone will kill all the little devils? Upon hearing this, everyone showed a look of shock, staring blankly at Yang Ming. Such a domineering statement actually came from a 17 or 18-year-old boy. This brother, may I ask what your name is? Someone asked. My name is Yang Ming. Upon hearing this, everyone was shocked and gasped in unison. Some even couldn't help but gasp 2 or 3 times. Wow, the number 1 on the leaderboard that Yang Ming is you? I always thought Yang Ming was a 30-year-old major cultivated by the military district. I didn't expect you to be only 17 or 18. Ha, great. Indeed. Heroes come from youth. Our strongest lord from Huaxia has come. We don't need to fear those little devils outside. Brother Yang Ming, lead us to kill them. As long as you can help us wipe out those little devils outside, you can ask us to do anything. Yes. I can't quell my hatred until all the little devils are killed. Please, Brother Yang Ming, help strengthen Huaxia. Everyone looked at Yang Ming earnestly, hoping he could lead them into battle. All right, I promise you. Yang Ming was moved by their spirit, but he quickly changed the subject. However, before that, you need to recover your strength. Chapter 48, Yang Ming versus. Before Yang Ming adjusted his breathing, tightly gripping the straight knife, the Liakong knife, searching for an opportunity to strike a fatal blow. Now's the time. Finally, as Zhang Ben-Ihan turned his head for a moment, Yang Ming suddenly erupted, dashing towards Zhang Ben-Ihan like lightning. Sparks flew as Yang Ming raised his hand and fiercely slashed down at Zhang Ben-Ihan. Bang! The sharp, piercing sound of metal clashing suddenly erupted. 2 men dressed in black samurai uniforms sprang out from either side, each wielding a katana to block Yang Ming's attack. At the same time, 2 more men rushed in, attacking Yang Ming's abdomen and head with their weapons. Yang Ming had no choice but to temporarily retreat, creating a safe distance. Is it you? Zhang Ben-Ihan, protected by a group of people, finally recognized Yang Ming's face. Zhang Ben-Ihan stuck out his crimson tongue, licking his cracked lips, and leered, Yang Ming, I didn't expect it to be you. Not bad, not bad, I've caught a big fish, ha! Yang Ming looked at him coldly and calmly asked, How do you know me? Zhang Ben-Ihan shrugged and mockingly laughed. Chapter 49, Massacre in just 2 minutes. Yang Ming had killed 3 people. Looking at Yang Ming, who was as fierce as the Grim Reaper, Kawashima Xulong's legs trembled uncontrollably, and he began to feel fear. However, Kawashima Xulong disguised his fear well, angrily shouting, Yang Ming, you dare to kill my countrymen? I won't let you go. I will avenge them. After saying that, Kawashima Xulong clasped his hands together and continuously changed his hand signs. Come forth, my summoned beast, the winged bone dragon. Kawashima Xulong activated his talent, Beast Mastery. The next second, a massive winged bone dragon was summoned. Oh, an exceptional grade exotic beast? Yang Ming didn't expect that Kawashima Xulong, whose combat power was only 51 points, could summon such a strong pet. Yang Ming had to take this slightly more seriously. Yang Ming die? Kawashima Shulong roared with a twisted expression. However, no one expected that the next second Kawashima Shulong actually jumped onto the wingbone dragon. The wingbone dragon soared into the sky with Kawashima Shulong. Don't worry, Zhang Ben, I will definitely avenge you. In the sky, Kawashima Shulong's figure became increasingly blurred. Yang Ming, Chapter 50, International Conference with Zhang Ben Yihan's death. His territory instantly fell, and victory had already fallen into the hands of the Huaxia Lord. Hooray! We won. Haha, this feels so good. It's been a long time since I've fought such a satisfying battle. I heard this East Asian even awakened an A-grade talent. So what? He was still taken down by us, right? After achieving victory in the war, everyone couldn't help but throw their heads back and burst into hearty laughter. Ever since a year ago, when Huaxia was sneak attacked by East Asia using despicable means and later besieged by the US-led NATO forces, it had been an extremely passive situation. A satisfying battle like today had not occurred in a long time. Thanks to the great Yang Ming, otherwise, we would still be trapped in a deep pit. Huh? Where's the great Yang Ming? Damn, where did he go? After the matter was settled, Yang Ming had already started his return journey. Yang Ming learned through various bullet comments sent in the chat channel that parts of the territories of Australia, South Korea, and the sun never sets had been conquered. This indicated that Chun Jian and Zhang Lingfeng had performed excellently in completing their tasks. Those people had just declared war on Huaxia in the chat channel yesterday, and today their territories were taken by Yang Ming. Chapter 51, Fight to the Bitter End. My lord, I have not failed in my mission. The territories of those 4 coordinates have all been destroyed, and the people have been captured. Inside the Lord's mansion, Chun Jian reported today as battle situation to Yang Ming, then pointed to the 4 bound individuals beside him and asked, "What should we do with these 4? Behead them or dismember them?" These 4 individuals were Nguyen Jiming from South Vietnam, Avril from The Sun Never Sets, Jin Jaeun from South Korea, and Jack Soa from Australia. Yesterday, these 4 represented their countries to declare war on Huaxia. Usually, these 4 countries were the most loyal dogs of the US, fond of slandering Huaxia, which is why Yang Ming sent troops to attack them. Hearing that Yang Ming wanted to kill her, Avril panicked and quickly said, "Yang Ming, you can't kill me. My aunt is the permanent secretary of The Sun Never Sets. If you kill me, it will completely worsen the relationship between our 2 countries." Yang Ming glanced at her and said lightly, "Weren't you publicly declaring war on Huaxia on the chat channel yesterday, representing The Sun Never Sets? How should we settle this account?" Avril gritted her teeth. She didn't expect that Yang Ming would dare to take the initiative, and that he would attack the lords of 5 countries at once. Chapter 52, the second SSS grade talent, Divine Possession. A dark spirit peacock summoning scroll may not determine the outcome of the war. What about 10? 20? Thus, Yang Ming decided to buy 10 at once, since it was a limited time discount. If he didn't buy it, it would be a waste. Not taking advantage of a bargain would be foolish. Warning, limited time discounted items can only be purchased once. Damn it, I got my hopes up for nothing. Yang Ming finally understood why the dark spirit peacock summoning scroll was so cheap. It turned out to be a limited purchase. At this stage, a rare-grade exotic beast could, without exaggeration, annihilate an army of 100,000. Because once combat power exceeds 500, one could awaken extraordinary power, instantly elevating combat effectiveness to a new level. In simple terms, 499 combat power and 500 combat power are like mortals and extraordinary beings. The difference is like heaven and earth. After putting the Dark Spirit Peacock summoning scroll into his warehouse, Yang Ming continued browsing the special shop to see if there were any more discounts available. After some selection, Yang Ming found 5 more practical and inexpensive items. For example, name, Fearless Horn. Quality, exceptional. Price, 170,000 points. Effect, blowing the horn can give friendly warriors a blessing buff, increasing attack power by 20, defense power by 20, and movement speed by 10, while also giving enemies a negative debuff, reducing defense power by 50. Chapter 53. NATO forces surround Huaxia City. Yang Ming stood on high ground, overlooking the entire map of Huaxia City. How is the security in the territory today? Are there any signs of residents fleeing? Yang Ming asked. Yesterday, Yang Ming had already sent people to post a notice stating that a large-scale war would break out soon. Old Carl, standing behind Yang Ming, quickly stepped forward to answer. My lord, although the residents know that many forces will attack Huaxia City today, none of them have the idea of abandoning the city and fleeing. Instead, they're actively applying to join the defense work to resist the foreign enemies. Everyone has great trust in you, my lord. Moreover, the residents have developed an extremely strong sense of identity with Huaxia City, and they have a strong desire to protect this land. Yang Ming looked down at the busy people below. Some are actively building defensive walls, some are desperately polishing weapons, and some are reinforcing fences. The soldiers were all preparing and training for battle. In short, almost every resident was contributing their part to protect Huaxia City. Old Carl continued, "My lord, we were originally homeless refugees. If it weren't for you taking us in, we would have starved to death or become food for the alien beasts long ago." Chapter 54. Do you dare to fight, America? At this moment, Yang Ming's army and the NATO alliance led by Teplang were facing each other from a distance of 200 meters. After a moment, Teplang took the initiative to break the silence. "Lord Yang Ming, are you intending to surrender by bringing so many people out of your territory?" Hee. Yang Ming scoffed coldly. Teplang could hear the sarcasm in Yang Ming's tone, but he continued to speak to himself. "Yang Ming, although you are Chinese, our president has always valued talent. As long as you're willing to surrender and join American nationality, our country is willing to offer you the highest honors. The president will personally confer a military rank upon you, making you the youngest 5-star general in American history, on par with General MacArthur. Furthermore, we can bring your family and friends to America so that they can become noble Americans like you." Upon hearing this, before Yang Ming could respond, others couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. No one expected that the American president would offer such high treatment to win over Yang Ming. That was the 5-star general rank of America. There have only been a few in history. What if I refuse? Yang Ming countered. Chapter 55. Zhang Lingfeng versus Ruan Siqiang. Zhang Lingfeng held a spear with a silver dragon phantom swirling around his body, looking imposing. "Ruan, come here, die." Accompanied by the rapid thrust of the spear, Zhang Lingfeng aimed at the vital points of Ruan Siqiang and launched a frenzied attack. "Arrogant! Do you think you can kill me? I am the strongest lord of Nanyue, and you are just a soldier of Yang Ming. Do you think you are worthy to kill me?" Ruan Siqiang charged forward, countering Zhang Lingfeng's attacks one by one. The two fought back and forth, engaged in a fierce battle. Although Zhang Lingfeng had poor talent, his combat power reached 147 points, combined with excellent weapons, making his attacks exceptionally fierce. On the other hand, Ruan Siqiang's combat power was only 124 points, but relying on his dual B-class combat talent, he did not fall behind at all. Boom! Boom! Waves of energy fluctuations erupted between the two. Even the ground cracked slightly due to the aftermath of the battle. 30 minutes later, the fight between Zhang Lingfeng and Ruan Siqiang had reached a fever pitch, and both sides were nearing their physical limits. However, in terms of perseverance, Zhang Lingfeng was still superior. After such a long battle, he remained calm and focused. Chapter 56. Chen Jian versus Hitler. At this moment, Hitler's limbs had transformed into thorny roots and vines. He let out a crazy laugh, as if he had entered a frenzied state. As more and more vines appeared, the entire battlefield seemed to turn into a vine nest. For a time, Chen Jian could only passively swing his black iron sword, continuously chopping away the surrounding vines. However, the vines seemed to possess an immortal body. No matter how many times they were cut, they could still regenerate. Seeing that Hitler had gained the upper hand from the start, the NATO members couldn't help but cheer. Good, well done. As expected of Lord Hitler, his talent is incredible. Ha! Look at that Chinese person. He doesn't even have the ability to resist. With such strength, he dares to fight us one-on-one? Ha ha! China's really trash. The mocking voices from outside the arena did not affect Chen Jian's mindset. Instead, they made him analyze the situation more calmly, since he didn't know what Hitler's talent was. Chen Jian could only rely on his own judgment. He began to analyze. First, the vine's lethality is not strong, but their growth speed is astonishing. So his talent must be related to recovery and regeneration. Chapter 57. The third round. Yang Ming takes action. Yang Ming rode a black horse and slowly entered the battlefield. Standing in the center of the battlefield, Yang Ming faced over 300,000 NATO troops. His figure appeared somewhat slender, but gave an incredibly tall impression. No way. This is only the third match, and Lord Yang Ming is personally entering the arena? You guys aren't out of capable fighters, are you? Teplang said sarcastically. Facing Teplang's mockery, Yang Ming remained unfazed and said, I just don't want to waste time. I will take you all down myself. Just you? You think you could take us all down by yourself? Ha ha, that's hilarious. A certain lord from Italy couldn't help but burst into laughter. Yang Ming glanced at him and said indifferently, "Don't believe it? Feel free to come up and arm wrestle with me." The Italian lord snorted coldly and said sarcastically, "Yang Ming, if you want to challenge me, that's fine, but you have to prove you have that strength first. How about this? You fight one of my soldiers first, and if you win, I'll fight you." After saying that, he waved his hand, and a short, skinny man ran out. This skinny man was a militia from the Italian lord, serving as cannon fodder, with a combat power of less than 8 points. Chapter 58. I Want to Fight 10. Yang Ming had never seen someone so confident. Even after Yang Ming had defeated 2 people, this Indian named Amir Khan remained extremely confident, believing he could easily defeat Yang Ming. "You awakened an A-class talent?" Yang Ming instinctively asked. "No, but I can definitely defeat you. As a Brahmin noble, I can never lose," Amir Khan said confidently. "Without an A-class talent, where does your confidence come from? Didn't you see how I took down those with double B-class talents just now? Then come on," Yang Ming said. Amir Khan, however, looked disdainful and said, "Humph, I'm stronger than you. You should come to fight me first. I can give you 3 moves. Yang Ming realized that this person was really good at showing off. He felt an impulse to directly defeat him. "Come here, I'll give you 5 moves," Yang Ming said, suppressing his anger. Amir Khan remained absolutely confident and arrogantly said, "5 moves mean nothing. I said you come over. I stand still and let you hit me once. Any movement counts as my loss." Yang Ming couldn't take it anymore. "Since you want to die, then I'll send you on your way." Yang Ming charged forward at the fastest speed and landed a punch on his chest. Chapter 59. The battle erupts. What kind of monster is this? Is this a ghost? How can there be a ghost in broad daylight? Help! A demon has crawled out from the ground. A dark, evil god projection over 30 meters tall, with a fierce face and a massive body, was enough to send chills down anyone's spine with just one glance. The terrifying aura surrounding it made everyone smell a strong scent of death. "Quick, run!" someone shouted, and the group of invaders was frightened and scattered in all directions. "Want to escape? It's not that easy," Yang Fifen sneered. Immediately, he controlled the evil god projection, and a dark hand slammed down on the invaders. Anyone touched by the dark hand instantly had their life force drained, turning into a dried corpse. With a single swing of its arm, dozens of little invader leaders dropped dead on the spot. After another swing, dozens of leaders from the Stick Nation fell to the ground. The Filipino monkeys were not spared either. Some died while others fled, but in the end, they discovered that the original entrance was blocked at some unknown time. Ultimately, this group of Japanese, South Koreans, and Filipino monkeys was sent to meet God by Yang Fifen. At the same time, on the front line. Chapter 60. Using talent. Summon Chinese gods. What's going on? Is there an earthquake? What happened? Why do I feel like a terrifying monster is about to appear? Oh no, the ground is cracking. The sudden earthquake caused everyone to panic. But the most affected were the battle pets and exotic beasts, as a surge of bloodline pressure made them restless. Wow! At that moment, a thunderous roar echoed. Even the entire sky darkened. Look, what is that? Someone suddenly noticed a giant teleportation portal appearing above Yang Ming's head. Such a massive portal appearing out of nowhere made even Temep feel a strong sense of unease. Then, under everyone's watch, a terrifying giant exotic beast made a shocking entrance. A completely black dark spirit peacock, like a demon crawling out from the abyss, spread its feathers, easily covering 100 meters of sky. Woo! The dark spirit peacock, a rare level flying exotic beast, has a combat power value of 1,000 to 1,200. At this moment, Temep was so shocked that he couldn't speak. Rare level. This is a rare level exotic beast. Chapter 61. War ends. China wins. Is this the legendary General Zhang Fei from the 3 Kingdoms? Through a mental connection, Yang Ming sensed a tall and mighty figure appearing in his mind. He wielded a long spear, seemingly capable of splitting the heavens and earth with ease. However, why did the spirit that appeared seem to be an ancient general instead of a Chinese deity? Who cares, as long as I can become stronger? Yang Ming felt his combat power continuously increasing, having now surpassed 500 points. An unprecedented powerful force surged within him. Yang Ming's one-arm strength had exceeded 10,000 pounds. "General Zhang, please lend me your strength to slay these foreign invaders who insult my China," Yang Ming said sincerely and respectfully. However, Zhang Fei's voice was filled with authority. Yang Ming immediately felt invigorated, filled with fighting spirit. Meanwhile, the humanoid beast that had absorbed the power of 20 people charged in front of Yang Ming. Ha ha ha, Yang Ming. You will die. Its speed was incredibly fast, easily covering 100 meters in a second. But even so, Yang Ming could effortlessly catch any of its movements. It was indeed strong, but Yang Ming was stronger. Chapter 62. Jiaqin Treaty. An hour later, the battlefield was cleared. After Chen Jian dealt with the war criminals from various countries, he came to Yang Ming and asked, "My lord, we have captured 632 lords and their 80,000 troops. How should we handle them?" "Very simple. First sign the treaty, then demand compensation," Yang Ming said with a meaningful smile. "This time, we must make the United States, Japan, South Korea, and other countries pay heavily. What if they are unwilling to cooperate?" Chen Jian asked. "Then execute them," Yang Ming replied calmly. "Having fallen to this extent, if they still refuse to cooperate, such ungrateful people are a waste of air and rice." In the Lord's mansion, Yang Ming sat at the head of the conference table, waiting for the show to start. Soon, the soldiers escorted the representatives of various countries' lords inside. "My lord, the representative from the Sun Never Sets Kingdom has been escorted in." "My lord, the representative from France has arrived." "The representative from Germany is present." "The representative from the Austro-Hungarian Empire has taken their seat." "The representative from Japan." At this time, at the conference table, Yang Ming sat in the main seat, while the representatives from other countries sat in the remaining positions. Chapter 63. May every Chinese be like a dragon. As Yang Ming discussed the details of reparations with the representatives of the defeated countries, the chat channel on Blue Star was also buzzing with intense discussions. After all, a day ago, the United States announced with fanfare that they were mobilizing NATO forces to attack China. Such a large-scale battle instantly attracted global attention. What's happening? Does anyone know how the war between the United States and China is going? Which brave warrior can go to the front line and report back on the situation? Are you crazy? The United States is leading over 40 countries in a battle, and you still dare to go to the front line to watch? Do you want to die? Do you even need to think? China is definitely doomed. It's just that one person named Yang Ming has the strength. How can he withstand the hundreds of thousands of American troops? I estimate that soon the United States will announce that the Lord of China has been annihilated. Yeah, just wait for the good show. Just as the onlookers were chatting excitedly, Temup's ID and avatar suddenly appeared in the chat channel. At the same time, Temup started a live broadcast projection. "Hello, words of various countries. I am Temup from the United States, and I am here to announce something." Chapter 64. Dawn Chat Group. Everyone like a dragon? Princess Snow White was shocked by these 4 words, leaving her somewhat dazed. Will such a prosperous era really come? At this moment, the well-read Princess Snow White suddenly recalled an ancient saying, "To turn the tide when it has already collapsed, to support the building about to fall." Throughout the 5,000 years of history of Huaxia, whenever the Chinese nation faced the catastrophe of national demise, a peerless hero would always emerge to turn the tide and reverse history. For example, Zhang Jujing, Yu Fei, Guozi, Yu Qian, Zhuge Liang, and Mr. Yang Ming. Could he be the next savior of Huaxia? Bai Xueji looked at the man in front of her with a puzzled expression. Yang Ming rubbed his nose and said to Bai Xueji, "Actually, my idea is very simple. It's better for all Huaxia citizens to be like dragons than for just one person to become a dragon. Anyway, I have plenty of resources that I can't use up, so rather than waste them, I might as well cultivate a few patriotic heroes." Yang Ming wasn't very familiar with the other Huaxia lords, so he called Bai Xueji to recommend a few outstanding candidates. Patriotism, high talent, great potential, responsibility, and loyalty are all essential conditions. Otherwise, if I cultivate a white-eyed wolf, that would be a disaster, right? Chapter 65. Awards and rewards. 10 consecutive announcements across the server directly set off a frenzy among the new lords of the Blue Star. Word is out. Am I seeing things? Huaxia is on a roll. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Huaxia was clearly at the end of its rope, being pressured by the United States in the war zone. How did it suddenly become so strong? It's hard to believe that the top 10 rankings are dominated by Huaxia. Damn it, it's 7 p.m. now, and there's only 1 hour left until the ranking settles. I was clearly in 9th place, but now I've suddenly dropped to 19th. It hurts. So painful. I estimate that the battlefield of all races will be dominated by Huaxia in the future. Is it still too late for me to ask my family to immigrate to Huaxia? You're thinking too much. The Huaxia green card is the hardest to obtain, even harder than immigrating to the U.S. Whoa, I'm so envious of the Huaxia people. I also want to cling to the thigh of the great Yang Ming. Aren't you a girl? If you find a Huaxia man to marry, you can get a green card, right? Wow, great idea. Whoa, I'm an 18-year-old lowly from Beishiong country. 161 centimeters tall, F cup, and I look quite pretty. I've never charged my battery. Are there any Huaxia boys willing to marry me? I can send photos and even do video verification. Chapter 66. Eating fish after Anna went down. Yang Ming called out the name of the second person, commander of the Qinglong Legion. Chun Jian, please come up. When Chun Jian heard his name, although he was prepared, the usually steady him still felt a ripple in his heart. My lord, I'm here. Chun Jian walked up to the podium. Yang Ming patted his shoulder and smiled with satisfaction. Chun Jian, you've been with me since day one, making significant contributions to Huaxia City, winning battle after battle. Speak up. What do you want? Chun Jian furrowed his brows, seemingly struggling with something. Finally, he suddenly half-kneeled on the ground and requested, My lord, I have an unusual request. Yang Ming said, Feel free to bring it up. After hesitating several times, he finally said, My lord, you gave me my name, but I want to change my surname to yours. Ah, Yang Jian? Yang Ming blurted out instinctively. Yes. He nodded vigorously, excited. All right then. You can change your name to Yang Jian from now on. Yang Ming agreed without much thought. After all, it's just a surname. Thank you, my lord. Yang Jian said excitedly. Yang Ming patted his shoulder again, encouraging him. Chapter 67. Major changes in the international situation of Blue Star the next day, in the morning. Today marks the 15th day since Yang Ming arrived at the battlefield of all races. The sun had just risen, and Yang Ming woke up and got out of bed with discipline. He had just stretched when he heard the system's prompt sound. Dear Lord Yang Ming, the rewards from yesterday's ranking settlement have been issued. Since you did not log in to receive them, they have now been sent to your warehouse. Your ranking remains first, and you have received rewards, 2 golden treasure chests. Yang Ming then remembered that the ranking list settles rewards every 7 days. And yesterday was the second settlement. He had forgotten because he was busy holding a celebration banquet last night. He decided to open the treasure chest tonight. Today's goal is to complete the task at the evil god altar. After washing up, Yang Ming opened the door. A glance confirmed that a familiar red-haired figure was standing at the door. Good morning, my lord. Lilith greeted Yang Ming with a bow. Yang Ming felt a bit helpless. He had told Lilith and Lilia many times not to wake up so early, but the two sisters were very stubborn, insisting on preparing breakfast before Yang Ming woke up and delivering it to the door. Today's breakfast featured a change in taste, with Lilith preparing cheese, toast, pizza, milk, and a bowl of steaming century egg and lean meat porridge. Chapter 68. The second transaction with the evil sheep priest, Ding. You have killed an elite-level beast, bloodthirsty, 3-headed dog. You have killed 2 elite-level beasts, giant-build fire flamingo, and successfully occupied a level 3 resource field, colorful mine, earning 200 points of national fortune. Dear Lord Yang Ming, you have collected 15 elite-level beasts. Please head to the evil god altar to complete the related task as soon as possible. After hunting in the wild for 5 hours with the Qinglong Legion, Yang Ming finally successfully completed the task. Carrying the corpses of 15 elite-level beasts, Yang Ming headed to the evil god altar. Following the route marked on the map he had drawn earlier, Yang Ming arrived at a location 10,000 meters east of Huaxia City. The evil god altar was right here. A series of blue floor stones were laid beneath his feet, forming a path leading to the evil god altar. Walking along the blue stone path soon, a massive altar engulfed in blue flames appeared before Yang Ming's eyes. Above the altar was a strange black statue, and the altar was used to worship this statue. Stop! Yang Ming raised his hand to signal. Upon hearing this, the Qinglong Legion immediately halted their advance. Yang Ming commanded, Send out 100 people to transport the beast corpses. The rest stay on standby. Do not approach the evil god altar. Chapter 69. S-level special task. Speaking of future directions, once Yang Ming's territory reaches the king level, the novice area will merge into the battle zone, and S3 will start, entering the National War Chapter. The goal is to unify Blue Star and then sink the island nation. Seeing Yang Ming frowning in deep thought, the evil sheep priest feared he might be unwilling to trade with him, and quickly said, Lord Yang Ming, I can transfer the authority to control Yang Fifan's life and death to you, and also provide you with a free piece of information. But the premise is that you must sacrifice 2 rare-level beasts in the future. What do you think? To win over Yang Ming, the evil sheep priest racked his brain. Because of the curse, the evil sheep priest could not leave the evil god altar and could only wait for a fated person to come and offer a sacrifice. However, almost all beings would be frightened upon seeing the evil god altar, instinctively keeping their distance. For 5 years, Yang Ming was the first to dare to approach the evil god altar and voluntarily offer sacrifices. The evil sheep priest must keep Yang Ming no matter what, especially since forging blueprints and rare-grade weapons are of little use to the evil spirits. Okay, Yang Ming nodded and said softly, I want to know where the blue crystal core is produced. The blue crystal core is the most critical material for upgrading a king-level territory. Chapter 70 Goddess of Love. Aphrodite, young Aphrodite, hid alone in the dark cellar, covering her mouth and trembling all over. She watched helplessly as her mother opened the door to the house. As soon as the door opened, 2 bandits rushed in and instantly subdued the woman. Stupid woman. Took so long to open the door. Do you want to die? One bandit slapped the woman's face. Please don't kill me. I'll give you all the money and food. The woman pleaded helplessly. The 2 bandits let out lewd laughter and said sinisterly, You know how to be sensible. But we want your money and food, and we also want to have a good taste of your body. The woman was scared to tears, constantly begging, Please, don't bully me, let me go. The bandits' eyes flashed with lust as they lewdly laughed. We are bandits. If we don't bully women, can we still be called bandits? Ha ha ha. Cry louder. The louder you cry, the more excited we get. Ha ha. After saying that, the bandits began to tear at the woman's clothes. At that moment, Aphrodite, hiding in the cellar, saw her mother being bullied and rushed out without a second thought. Chapter 71 Divine Attributes panel. Under the temptation of food, the villagers wholeheartedly believed Yang Ming's words. In the Myriad-Races Battlefield, it is completely normal for people to starve to death. Whoever gives them food becomes their rebirth parents. To upgrade to a king-level territory, at least 5,000 population is needed. These villagers perfectly supplemented the population of Huaxia City. Moreover, to develop and expand Huaxia City, more life profession residents are needed, such as blacksmiths, cooks, priests, and brewers. The higher the quality of life profession residents, the greater the benefits they bring to the territory. For example, a rare-grade priest can heal all diseases, cancers, uremia, rabies, leukemia, amyotrophic lateral sclerosis, and other diseases can be easily cured, and they can even bring the dead back to life. Another example, an excellent chef can cook a dish using exotic beast meat, enabling an ordinary person to easily run 100 meters in 4 seconds. At this moment, the village elder approached Yang Ming with a respectful expression and asked, Lord, there are still many people hiding in the cellar and the house, afraid to come out. Can you wait a bit longer while I call them out? Chapter 72 Citywide Blessing. Buff Aphrodite was carefully feeding her mother golden spirit fruit flesh while Yang Ming watched beside her. It was the first time Yang Ming had seen a living god with his own eyes. So gods do exist, Yang Ming thought. Actually, 10 years ago, when the National Luck Lord system began to bind to Blue Star, scientists proposed the idea of theism. The National Luck Lord system can bind all civilizations in the universe together. Scientists speculated that this ability to merge the virtual and the real can only be achieved by gods or creators. But that was merely speculation, as until today, only Yang Ming had seen a real god. It's over. Now Einstein's coffin board really can't be pressed down. God really does play dice. If that's the case, the Nordic gods, ancient Greek gods, Shiva from India, and the gods of Huaxia, as well as Amaterasu from the East Japan, may all appear in the future. Yang Ming frowned. If there really are gods in the world, then if he plans to destroy the East Japan Islands in the future, wouldn't he be obstructed by some unknown power? However, upon careful consideration, if gods descend into reality, they would definitely face significant restrictions. Chapter 73 Land Reform. The next day, in the morning. Today marked the 16th day since Yang Ming arrived at the Myriad-Races Battlefield. Perhaps due to Aphrodite's blessing buff, Yang Ming slept particularly well last night. After getting up, Yang Ming quickly washed up and shouted towards the door. Lilith, come in. Without a doubt, one of the 2 sisters must have gotten up early at around 5 to prepare breakfast and was waiting for Yang Ming at the door. Okay, Lord. 3 different girl voices sounded outside the door. Yang Ming instinctively looked toward the door. Lilith, dressed in a red dress, Lilia in a light blue long dress, and Anna in a white priest's robe, all walked in together. "Lord, your breakfast." Lilith placed the steaming breakfast on the table. Yang Ming sat down at the table, took a bite of a sugar-free Chinese bun, and asked them, "Why did you all come together?" Anna opened her mouth, but hesitated. In the end, Lilia proactively said for her, "Lord, Sister Anna said she has something she wants to discuss with you." "What is it?" "Go ahead. If you have any requests, just say them." Yang Ming said, Chapter 74 new policy actually, to get water, drilling a well is the most convenient. However, the water drawn directly from underground is just ordinary fresh water, far inferior to freshwater-type resource treasures. After searching the trading area, Yang Ming found an excellent grade resource treasure, the Spirit Spring. Name, Spirit Spring Resource Treasure, quality, excellent grade. Description, placed on empty ground, it can spout an inexhaustible spring water, providing 1,000 tons of water per day. Attributes, the Spirit Spring water contains a trace of rare energy. If one persists in drinking the Spirit Spring water daily for 20 days, it can increase personal combat power by 2 points, with a maximum of 10 points. After some bargaining, Yang Ming purchased an excellent grade Spirit Spring and 3 fine grade spring waters. Resource treasures can be generated just by finding a piece of empty land and placing them down, very convenient. Yang Ming pondered for a moment and said, "The excellent grade Spirit Spring will be placed at the junction of the dormitory area and the residential area, while the 3 fine grade spring waters will be placed in the dormitory building, the residential area, and the villa area, respectively. If the residential area is subdivided, it can be divided into 3 areas: dormitory area, residential area, and villa area. The dormitory area currently has 15 dormitory buildings, where everyone can stay for free. But the premise is that they must have work. If they do not work within 3 days, they will be expelled from the dormitory to sleep on the street." Chapter 75 The Role of Luck Value, Zhou Ming Rui, show me the design blueprint of the commercial area. Yang Ming said, "The commercial area is the most important part of a city's spatial structure and must be carefully designed. Lord, please take a look." Zhou Ming Rui handed the design drawing to Yang Ming. Yang Ming took it and carefully browsed through it. Actually, the commercial area is mainly divided into 3 large parts: places to buy things, places to sell things, and places to eat things. After watching, Yang Ming expressed his opinion. The scope of the food street should be expanded a bit more, adding more cheap and delicious shops, such as the 2 meat and 1 vegetable fast food restaurant for 7 copper coins, the snail noodle shop for 5 copper coins, as well as Lanzhou ramen, fried rice, fried noodles, and various specialty restaurants. "All right, as you wish." Zhou Ming Rui wrote it all down in his notebook. Yang Ming continued, "Also, it's important to have taverns, so we should open a few more shops selling alcohol. No need to think too much. Once the commercial area is completed and opened, the tavern business will definitely be the hottest." Zhou Ming Rui noted everything down. With Yang Ming's modifications, a commercial area design that best fits Huaxia City took shape. Finally, Yang Ming asked Zhou Ming Rui, Chapter 76, Summoning Dianwei what? Level 4 Resource Field? Even someone as composed as Yang Ming was momentarily stunned. Wow, to stumble upon something so rare without any effort? "Let us go. Take me to see it," Yang Ming decisively said. Under the guidance of a scout, Yang Ming walked over 1,000 meters. Ahead appeared a lake, connected to a river, with trees growing along the riverbank. By the shore, under the shade of the trees, a huge ferocious tiger was licking its wounds. Rare level exotic beast, Kanglan tiger? Yang Ming gasped. This was the first time he had seen a living rare level exotic beast in the wild. With a thought, Yang Ming scanned all its information. Name, Kanglan tiger. Quality, rare level. Combat power, 631. Injured state, combat power, significantly reduced. Extraordinary. Blood-sucking. Talent, Tiger King Berserk transformation. A level, gains a trace of demon god power. Mutated into a demon tiger. Skill 1, Kanglan Fury Kill, B level. Unleashes an energy shockwave from its mouth. Limited range of 1,000 meters. Skill 2, Wings of the Tiger, C level. Grows a pair of wings. Gains flight ability. Skill 3, Thunder Tiger Soul, A level. True form of Kanglan Tiger. Releases a roar, inflicting large area thunder damage. Can condense various attack forms using lightning. Chapter 77 Server Announcement Human. You have successfully caught my attention. The Kanglan tiger's body was enormous, standing at least 7 to 8 meters tall. Its blood-red tiger eyes stared intensely at Yang Ming. Boom! The Kanglan tiger raised a giant paw and slammed it down on Yang Ming with great force, creating a nearly 3-meter deep pit in the ground. Yang Ming, relying on his agile movements, dodged left and right, constantly evading the Kanglan tiger's attacks, while looking for opportunities to counterattack. Human, are you just a bug? Can you only run? The Kanglan tiger was furious. Although Yang Ming's attacks didn't hurt it, they made it feel particularly irritable. Roar! The Kanglan tiger let out an angry roar, and then a large area of lightning surged around its body. This move was very similar to Yang Ming's Thunder Flash. But the Kanglan tiger was even better, as it could freely condense lightning into various attack forms. Human, I wonder where else you can hide. In an instant, lightning gathered all around, forming a Thunder Tiger Soul that charged wildly towards Yang Ming. Even someone as strong as Yang Ming found it difficult to cope for a moment. Is even a rare-level exotic beast in an injured state this tricky? Yang Ming retreated while fighting. Chapter 78, Kanglan Tiger Babies. Yang Ming had no idea how much commotion the 2 previous server announcements had caused in the world. His attention was completely captivated by the corpse of the Kanglan tiger. My goodness, such a big ferocious tiger must weigh at least 10 tons. How much is it worth? Yang Ming's eyes were filled with excitement. After the excitement, Yang Ming instinctively scanned the information of the Kanglan tiger's meat. Name, Kanglan tiger meat. Quality, rare level. Description, eating it can increase combat power by 50 to 100 points. Characteristics, certain to awaken a new talent above sea level, with a certain probability of gaining lightning-type extraordinary abilities. Wow, it can increase so much combat power? Yang Ming was moved. In the 10,000 Races Battlefield, consuming exotic beast meat is one of the best ways to become stronger. Of course, how much combat power can be increased varies from person to person. Some people eat a pound of exotic beast meat and can only gain 1 or 2 points of combat power, while others may need to eat dozens of pounds to gain just a little. Everyone come over here. Yang Ming shouted to the White Tiger Legion soldiers waiting outside. Soon, Zhang Lingfeng brought everyone over. Zhang Lingfeng figure out a way to bind the Kanglan tiger's corpse and transport it back to the territory later. Chapter 79, The Silly Sisters in the Residential Area near the villa. Yang Ming was holding 4 Kanglan tiger babies and arrived at Aphrodite's villa. Knock, knock, knock. Yang Ming politely knocked on the door. Before long, the door to the villa opened and a cute little blonde head peeked out. When Aphrodite saw Yang Ming, she immediately became flustered, quickly pushing the door open and saying, "Ah, my lord, what brings you here? Please come in." Aphrodite was wearing a white little dress. Her oval face and clean, amber-like big eyes were especially beautiful, and her long golden hair fell to her waist. Even without makeup, she was already incredibly stunning after washing up. The goddess of love and beauty, hailed as the most beautiful goddess of ancient Greece, Aphrodite's beauty was naturally unmatched. Are you getting used to living here? Yang Ming entered the villa, casually glanced around, and then sat on the sofa. Aphrodite stood in front of Yang Ming, nervously clutching the hem of her dress, and said, I've never slept on such a comfortable bed before. Thank you very much for taking in me and my mother, my lord. Yang Ming placed the 4 Kanglan tiger babies on the ground. The tiger babies had just been born and had not opened their eyes yet. They couldn't stand up and could only lie on the ground, constantly mewing. Chapter 80, The Last 2 Conditions for the King-level territory the next day, morning. Today marked the 17th day since Yang Ming arrived at the 10,000 Races Battlefield. As the sun just rose, Yang Ming got out of bed and washed up. After finishing the breakfast that Lilith had carefully prepared, Yang Ming went to the training grounds. In the spacious training grounds, many soldiers were actively training. Ha, 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 hey ha, hey ha, hey ha. 121, march in step. While training, the soldiers shouted slogans that grew louder one after another. In recent days, Huaxia City had been frantically occupying resource fields, and the military strength had become insufficient. It was time to summon more soldiers. After all, there is plenty of food now, so we can afford it. Just as Yang Ming was about to summon new soldiers, Yang Jian suddenly walked over. My lord, I have an unreasonable request, Yang Jian said proactively. Go ahead. Yang Ming looked at him with a serious expression. Yang Jian requested, my lord, I would like to lead the Azure Dragon Legion out of the city to hunt, occupy resource fields, and seek more opportunities for actual combat. Yang Ming scanned his information. Name, Yang Jian. Combat power, 196. Potential, 4 stars. Loyalty 100. Talent 1 breath B grade. Can inspire all soldiers under his command for 2 minutes. Increasing attack power by 30, defense by 30, and movement speed by 20. Can also inspire himself. Becoming stronger when facing strong opponents for 10 minutes. Chapter 81. Star Spirit Forest. A day quickly passed. Today was the 18th day since Yang Ming arrived at the battlefield of 10,000 races. 3 days ago, Yang Ming learned from the evil sheep priest that the coordinates 758, 2569 would refresh the blue crystal core today. Due to the long distance, he needed to use a teleportation scroll, so Yang Ming decided to go alone. Anyway, with Yang Ming's current strength, even if he encountered a rare level beast, he could retreat unscathed. After having breakfast, Yang Ming habitually patrolled around Huaxia City and then prepared to set off. Yang Ming took out the teleportation scroll. Would you like to use the teleportation scroll? If so, please set the destination coordinates with a maximum distance of 30 kilometers. Yang Ming immediately input the coordinates 758, 2569. Then a dazzling light flashed. A sense of dizziness spread through his brain, and when Yang Ming came to his senses, he found himself teleported to a place 25 kilometers away. The price of the teleportation scroll was quite high. This 30-kilometer range scroll cost him 20 pounds of excellent grade beast meat last night to exchange for. Phew, so hot. When the white light dissipated, Yang Ming opened his eyes again and found himself standing on an altar engulfed in flames. Chapter 82. Demon. Due to the pollution in the Star Spirit Forest, we cannot enter, nor can we continue to worship the nature goddess, and thus the nature goddess cannot protect us, the elf chief said tearfully, explaining the entire situation. In the dangerous battlefield of 10,000 races, without protection, the fragile elven maidens would surely not survive. Yang Ming nodded and said, "Oh, I understand. As long as I solve the pollution problem in the Star Spirit Forest, I can help you through this crisis, right?" "Yes, brave sir," the elf chief nodded. Yang Ming was always decisive in his actions, so he urged, "In that case, tell me which direction the Star Spirit Forest is in. I will go deal with this matter now." Yang Ming had a feeling that the blue crystal core was likely related to this issue, so he wanted to complete the task quickly. The elf chief asked with concern, "Brave sir, you traveled a long distance. Won't you take a rest?" "No need. Just tell me the location." Yang Ming shook his head. If it was an excellent grade beast that polluted the Star Spirit Forest, Yang Ming would just slash it down. But if it was a rare grade beast causing trouble, then Yang Ming would immediately turn around and run without hesitation, saying goodbye. Chapter 83. External aid. More than 100 excellent grade demons and 3 excellent grade demon leaders. Yang Ming carefully observed and found that this group of demons was not very strong. Of course, this was from Yang Ming's perspective. For the other 99 of new lords, encountering this group of demon armies would basically mean sending themselves to death. To be safe, Yang Ming also scanned some information about the demon stronghold. Name: Demon Territory. Lord's Mansion Level: Special. Ownership: Jack. Area: 3 million square meters. Population: 120. 000 demons. Buildings: 1 level 3 building, 10 level 2 buildings. Not much of a threat. Seeing this, Yang Ming finally felt relieved. Although it was a special territory, the demons clearly had low intelligence and couldn't even manage basic construction. While the high combat power of the demon army was scarce, the number of troops was still quite large. To avoid being exhausted in the upcoming fight, Yang Ming decided to seek external aid. Thus, Yang Ming opened the chat system and entered the Dawn chat group. Including Yang Ming, there were currently 11 people in the group. At this moment, someone was speaking in the group. "Brothers, how is your development going?" Chapter 84. Slaying 3 excellent grade demons on the other side. Snow White Princess was also quick to act. She took out an ice and snow bow. Drawing the bow and knocking an arrow, Snow White Princess aimed at the most densely populated area of the demon territory. Whoosh! The arrow shot out, carrying a powerful gust of wind, transforming into a flurry of ice and snow, rapidly flying towards the demons. When the arrow entered the demon territory, it instantly split into over 100 arrow feathers. Oh, whoa! Hit by the arrow, the demons let out cries of pain. Among them, an excellent grade demon was struck in the head, its brain matter bursting out. The sudden attack startled the demons, and they looked around warily, searching for the enemy. But Huang Lu didn't want to give them a chance at all, and immediately issued another command to the elf Nico. Sister Nico, don't stop. Continue to unleash magical attacks. Understood, the elf Nico replied. After speaking, the elf Nico waved her staff again, chanting incantations, and unleashed a large-scale fire magic. Fireballs were hurled towards the demon territory. While the demons are in chaos, shall we go too? I personally prefer to take the initiative at this moment, Chen Zhanbei suggested. Okay, the others nodded. Chapter 85. Blood Coffin. After taking down 3 excellent grade demons, Yang Ming headed straight for the Lord's Mansion of the demon territory. Next, as long as Yang Ming eliminated the Lord of this territory, everything would be over. With Zhang Wei, Snow White Princess, Chen Zhanbei, and others helping to clear the minions, Yang Ming easily reached the Lord's Mansion. Looking up, the Lord's Mansion of the demon territory was shrouded in a thick black mist. This atmosphere seemed to hide a big boss inside. Boom! Yang Ming didn't care what kind of monsters were inside. He raised his hand and struck with a blade. The powerful blade light instantly shattered the door of the Lord's Mansion. As the door broke, a strong smell of blood rushed towards him. Yang Ming finally saw the interior of the demon territory's Lord's Mansion. Countless skulls were scattered across the floor, bones piled up to form an altar, and above the altar was a blood-red coffin. Surrounding the coffin were several blood pools filled with fresh blood, which, through some means, were continuously feeding blood into the coffin. It is precisely because of the continuous input of blood that the coffin can maintain its blood-red color. Is this some kind of resurrection ritual for sacrifice? Yang Ming discovered that the layout here is quite similar to that of the altar of the evil god. Chapter 86. Blue Crystal Core Acquired Thing. You have completed the task and become a master of the Demon Lord Jack, automatically signing the Master Servant Contract. Master Servant Contract. Party A can unconditionally command Party B, and Party B's loyalty to Party A remains at 100 forever. If Party A dies, Party B will die as well. Party A, Yang Ming. Party B, Jack, Vera. The sound from the coffin board surprised Jack, and he quickly rushed over. Sister, are you awake? I finally revived you. Jack opened the coffin board and looked at his younger sister, Vera, lying inside. Unable to hold back his tears, Vera, lying in the coffin, slowly opened her eyes. When she saw Jack, who was crying, she was filled with confusion and asked, Brother, where is this? I remember I was dead. What's going on? Why am I lying in a coffin? Sister, let me explain slowly. Yang Ming touched his nose, turned around, and left, not wanting to disturb the reunion of the siblings and leaving them their private space. Yang Ming walked out of the Lord's Mansion. At this time, fierce battles were still ongoing outside. Zhang Wei, Chen Yihan, Bai Xueji, Meng Tian, and others were engaged in a fierce fight with the demon army. Chapter 87. Starting to upgrade to a king-level territory, Jack, dismantling the Lord's Mansion was equivalent to destroying the demon territory. This way, the pollution problem of the Star Spirit Forest could be resolved. At the moment, the Lord's Mansion of the demon territory collapsed. The system's prompt voice also sounded. Dear Lord Yang Ming, congratulations on completing the B-level task, the guidance of the nature goddess. Task reward, your territory, Huaxia City, has established diplomatic relations with the Star Spirit Forest, and the current relationship is friendly. You can now freely enter and exit the Star Spirit Forest. If you encounter danger, you can teleport into the Star Spirit Forest at any time. The nature goddess will protect you. So, does that mean the Star Spirit Forest and the altar of the evil god are both territories of deities? Establishing a cooperative relationship with a deity must be a gain. Now that all tasks were completed, Yang Ming planned to return to Huaxia City. However, before that, he called Jack over. Sir, do you have any orders? Jack approached Yang Ming respectfully and asked. Yang Ming said to Jack, you take your demon army and head northwest. Once you get near Huaxia City, I will send someone to meet you. Although Jack's personal strength was weak, the demon army he commanded was quite strong and very suitable for guarding resource fields in the wild. Chapter 88. The Banquet. After inspecting the commercial district streets, Yang Ming did not find any bad places, so he returned to the Lord's Mansion. He called Lilith and Lilia over. After spending some time together, Lilia had come to regard Yang Ming as a half-brother and bounced over to him, asking, Lord, did you call us over because you are hungry? No. Yang Ming shook his head and then said to her, Tonight, I want to hold a banquet, so I may have to trouble you to prepare a few more delicious dishes. He planned to hold a banquet since he would be upgrading to a king-level territory the next day. A banquet? Do we need to cook very high-level ingredients? Lilith asked. Well, do you have confidence in cooking the essence of the Kanglen tiger? Yang Ming asked the two of them. The essence of the Kanglan tiger is of rare quality, and its value need not be elaborated on. Upon hearing this, Lilith showed a troubled expression. Lord, we've never even touched rare-level beast meat. Can you really trust us to cook it? Lilia also asked with concern. Yang Ming rubbed Lilia's little head and smiled. Chapter 89. King-level territory activated. Although it was nighttime, Yang Ming's lord's mansion was still brightly lit. The long dining table was filled with exquisite delicacies and various fine wines. Of course, there were also singers performing and dancers swaying nearby. Cocolet blinked her big eyes, staring at the dessert made of cream, candy, and meat floss in front of her, drooling until she couldn't help but pick up the plate and take a big bite. Due to eating too eagerly, Cocolet's face was smeared with a lot of cream. In contrast, Anna's method of eating was much more elegant. She used a fork and knife, cutting a small piece of Kanglan tiger's essence like a noble princess before putting it in her mouth. Zhang Lingfeng was obviously a meat lover, enjoying braised pork, roasted meat, dompa pork, and fried chicken with great delight. Of course, the most out of place was Yang Fifen, who was focused on drinking alone, trying all kinds of alcohol, white wine, yellow wine, red wine cocktails. When the banquet was halfway through, Yang Ming cleared his throat and then raised his wine glass. Hearing the sound, everyone immediately turned their attention to Yang Ming. Yang Ming raised his glass and slowly began to speak. Chapter 90. Reality World. Huaxia Crisis resolved in the real world. Blue Star, Huaxia Country. A thick layer of gray haze enveloped the sky above the imperial capital, lingering without dispersing. To protect their health, everyone going out had to wear masks. At the same time, the street broadcast continuously announced the news. Dear residents, due to our country's defeat in the 10,000 Races Battlefield, air pollution has reached 50 nationwide, and smog covers the entire country. Please remember to wear masks when going out. At the same time, the national fortune value from the 10,000 Races Battlefield will constantly feed back to the real world. Currently, 30 of our citizens are in good health. Water resources are 10 polluted. The probability of infectious diseases occurring is 50, and the probability of natural disasters is 25. Please pay attention to safety and try to minimize going out. In case of emergencies, please call for help promptly. The pedestrians on the street seemed very busy. Although the broadcast was constantly reminding them, everyone had become numb. Occasionally, one or two pedestrians would faint on the ground due to various pollutants and diseases, and then be taken away by ambulances. Hospitals across the country were daily receiving various patients. Doctor, please save my baby. He's only 3 years old and has been put in the ICU because of the smog. Chapter 91. Yang Ming shocked by extraterrestrial civilizations on this day. When Yang Ming's territory successfully upgraded to a king-level territory, the 10,000 Races Battlefield erupted in excitement. At the same time, in the real world, the international situation on Blue Star once again triggered great turmoil. Not only that, but in the distant interstellar space, thousands of extraterrestrial civilizations within the range of the Orion arm of the Milky Way became aware of the name Yang Ming. The two characters Yang Ming attracted the attention of many extraterrestrial civilizations. Proxima Centauri b in the Centauri system. This is a star system composed of 4 stars, with a harsh environment ruled by a group of strange-looking life forms known as the four-bodied people. Today, they learned that Yang Ming from the blue planet has broken the record in the Orion arm of the Milky Way. Unexpectedly, just 422 light-years away, there's a solar star system rich in resources. How incredible! The solar system has only 1 star and a beautiful environment. It's simply paradise. Why? We, the four-bodied people, have evolved to a level 20 civilization in the universe. Yet we still have to live on a planet as harsh as hell. They, the blue planet, are only a level 7 civilization, yet they can enjoy such a favorable living environment. Chapter 92. The opening of the business district of Huaxia City. What? They actually paid the salary in advance? That's amazing. With my salary, I could buy a new piece of clothing. The Lord is so good to us. Not only is there a salary, but there are bonuses too. Wow, this place is simply paradise. To be able to get the bonus, I must work hard in the future. When Yang Ming announced the early salary payment, everyone was so excited they could hardly contain themselves. After all, for every worker, the happiest moment each month is salary day. Yang Ming cleared his throat and spoke again. All right, everyone has a day off today, but salaries will still be paid. From now on, you can go to the finance department to collect your salaries. Also, The business district is officially open today. After collecting your salaries, you can go to the business district to buy what you want with good quality at low prices. Buying is earning. For everyone's understanding, let us modify the currency system of the 10,000 Races Battlefield. 1 copper coin is equivalent to 1 yuan in the real world, and 1 silver coin is equivalent to 100 yuan. The previous salaries of the cleaners have been adjusted to 4,500 copper coins per month. Chapter 93. The steam engine after Huaxia City upgraded to a king-level territory. Almost every place underwent subtle changes. For example, the farmland changed from ordinary soil to fertile blackland. Wooden houses transformed into reinforced concrete buildings. Dirt roads turned into cement roads. 2-meter-high fences became giant city walls 10 meters tall, and more. Yang Ming first strolled around the business district, then spent a long time observing other areas. After half a day, Yang Ming had completed a thorough inspection of Huaxia City. Well, the current Huaxia City can be said to be a top city before entering the electrical era. Yang Ming reached this conclusion. Compared to before, Huaxia City has indeed made significant progress, but it is still far from the ideal country Yang Ming envisions. Not to mention the electrical era. Even the steam era has yet to be reached. While thinking, a bold idea suddenly emerged in Yang Ming's mind. Should I try to create a steam engine first? Once this thought appeared in Yang Ming's mind, it immediately became unshakable. He learned in middle school history that the invention, improvement, and application of the steam engine marked humanity's entry into the steam age. Although the 10,000 Races Battlefield is a world where strength is paramount and everyone pursues extraordinary power, conducting an industrial revolution in the 10,000 Races Battlefield is also feasible. Chapter 94. The Studious Cocolit Wow, a rare level weapon? Upon seeing the Demon Slayer blade for the first time, Cocolit's big eyes immediately lit up. It was as if a dying person lost in the desert for 3 days suddenly spotted an oasis. Cocolit couldn't wait to take the Demon Slayer blade, and after a moment of touching it, a look of heartache appeared on her face. What a pity, such a fine rare level weapon is so severely damaged. Cocolit sighed, feeling very pained about it. Yang Ming looked at Cocolit with slight anticipation and asked, "Cocol, can you fix it?" Cocolit examined the Demon Slayer blade from top to bottom, and after pondering for a moment, she replied to Yang Ming, "My lord, I only have a 60% chance of being able to fix it." Upon hearing this, Yang Ming couldn't help but feel overjoyed. Well, just approach the repair with a normal mindset. Even if it breaks, it's okay. "All right, my lord." While chatting, Yang Ming suddenly heard a system prompt indicating that someone had sent over several items. It was likely the steam blueprints drawn by Zhang Wei had arrived. Yang Ming took a look and found that it was indeed the case, including several blueprints, the steam engine among them. Chapter 95. Thunder Tyrant /Start. After having lunch, Yang Ming planned to open all the treasure chests in his inventory. Due to being busy upgrading to a king-level territory these past few days, Yang Ming had no time to organize his inventory, resulting in a large backlog of treasure chests. As for the development of technology, that would be left to Cocolit, Zhou Rui, and others to research. Yang Ming's main task was to become stronger. Yang Ming decided to set a small goal, to break through 500 combat power before the novice area merged with the combat area. With 500 points of combat power, he would be able to break the shackles within his body and awaken extraordinary power. An extraordinary being is also known as the pinnacle of the human domain. Only by awakening the extraordinary could Yang Ming compete with the big shots in the combat area. Bang, bang, bang. More than 20 golden treasure chests were taken out by Yang Ming, landing on the floor with a sound. Before opening the treasure chests, Yang Ming specially checked his attributes to see if that 50 points of luck were still there. 50 points of luck is equivalent to half an S-level talent. Fortunately, the luck buff bestowed by Aphrodite was still active, so he could confidently open the treasure chests. Yang Ming smiled and reached out to open the first golden treasure chest. Chapter 96. Thunder Emperor's Remnant Armor. After a series of operations, all the golden treasure chests had been opened. Next, it was time to open the diamond treasure chests. What if I still can't get the defensive type skill book I want? Yang Ming checked and found that there were 4 diamond treasure chests in the warehouse. To be honest, Yang Ming was a bit hesitant to open them. If he still didn't get what he wanted, he estimated he would be so angry he might spit blood. By the way, would my luck be better if Aphrodite was by my side when I opened the treasure chests? Suddenly, a flash of inspiration struck Yang Ming's mind. It's better to act than to think. So Yang Ming immediately tidied up the diamond treasure chests and went to the residential area to find Aphrodite, goddess of love. Please help me open the treasure chests. This was not the first time he sought Aphrodite. Yang Ming quickly made his way to her villa. A villa covering an area of 100 square meters, with a 2-story small Western-style house attached. Knock, knock, knock. Yang Ming knocked on the door. Through the peephole, Aphrodite saw that it was Yang Ming and immediately opened the door. She greeted Yang Ming with a bow and asked nervously, "My lord, what brings you here? Please, come in." Yang Ming walked into the villa and casually answered her question. Chapter 97 Yang Ming's combat power broke 460. After diligently studying for a day and a night, Yang Ming finally stepped out of the Lord's mansion. He took a big stretch to loosen his muscles. "Good morning, my lord," Lilith said as usual, waiting at the door of the Lord's mansion for Yang Ming to wake up. Yang Ming looked at Lilith and said, "Lilith, I'm really hungry right now. Please call Lilia over. Let's cook together. I want to eat 2 types of excellent level exotic beast meat this morning, at least 80 pounds of each." Lilith nodded and gently said, "Okay, my lord, but for your health, I think it's necessary to add a few more vegetables." "All right, you handle it," Yang Ming replied. "Okay, my lord, please wait a moment." Yang Ming rubbed his sore shoulders and decided to take a shower before the meal was ready. For some reason, after learning the A-level skill, Thunder Emperor's Remnant Armor, Yang Ming felt particularly hungry. Fortunately, he could fill his stomach with excellent level exotic beast meat, while also increasing his combat power. Each quality of exotic beast meat can be consumed up to 5 types to increase combat power. Once consumed more than 5 types, no matter how much more is eaten, it will not increase combat power anymore. Chapter 98 Summoning 250. 000 Warriors. Yang Ming rubbed his neck, and then continued to reply to Bai Shueji's message. "So what? What about the big fish? Have the 2 bride members of the high-level Huaxia been caught yet? If it weren't for Yang Ming's strong rise, Huaxia would surely be in grave danger in 10 days. This has also led many people who fear death to prepare their escape routes, wanting to sell out their country for glory, wanting to be traitors. The 2 bride members of the Huaxia high level are just like that." Bai Shueji replied, "Yes, they have been caught. Their authority is quite significant, definitely 2 big fish. Your intelligence is really timely." Yang Ming smiled and typed back, "Then I can rest easy. Is there anything else?" Bai Shueji shook her head. "No. I came to find you just to tell you about Jeep Woodwan's fate. I heard you have a grudge against him." Yang Ming shrugged and replied, "It's nothing serious. A bit of friction between classmates is normal. I just can't tolerate traitors. Since there's nothing else, I'll get back to work. Goodbye." "Okay, I won't disturb you. Bye." After closing the friend chat page, Yang Ming stood up and left the Lord's mansion. He hadn't gone outside for 2 days, and he felt it was time to continue his adventure. Chapter 99 The First Industrial Revolution. Wow, it worked. The moment a complete steam engine was born from Kikolight's hands, her face beamed with shock and joy. The first steam engine in Huaxia City was thus born. This meant that the first industrial revolution was about to begin. The main raw materials for manufacturing steam engines are nothing more than coal and iron. There are plenty of these materials in the mines. With the first experience, making steam engines will be much simpler in the future. It won't be long before Huaxia City will be swept up in a grand industrial revolution. Clap, clap, clap. Yang Ming, who had been standing at the door watching, couldn't help but clap his hands and cheer for her when he saw Kikolight successfully create the steam engine. Kikolight wiped the sweat from her forehead and, upon noticing Yang Ming's arrival, walked over and bowed. "Welcome, my lord." Yang Ming patted her little head and said with a satisfied expression, "Well done. You managed to create the steam engine." Kikolight smiled shyly and said, "Thanks to the books you gave me, my lord, I now have a certain understanding of physics, so I could create it so quickly." Yang Ming was taken aback and instinctively asked, Chapter 100 Beginning to comprehend extraordinary power. Now, Yang Ming's combat power was 499 points. Just 1 point away from breaking through 500 points and becoming an extraordinary being. Extraordinary beings are also known as the pinnacle of the human realm. The limit of what the human body can reach is confined to this. Once he breaks through 500 points, he can unlock the first genetic lock in his body and officially embark on the path of extraordinary evolution. What lies at the end of the evolutionary path, naturally, is becoming a god. Unable to think of how to break through 500 points of combat power, Yang Ming had no choice but to open the chat page and ask Bai Shueji. Bai Shueji, the daughter of a military bigwig, certainly knows more about this than Yang Ming. By Shueji, how can I break through my combat power from 499 points to 500 points? Bai Shueji was not online, seemingly busy. After about 15 minutes, Bai Shueji hurriedly replied to Yang Ming's message. Wait, Yang Ming, your combat power is already 499 points? Bai Shueji was extremely shocked, because her current combat power was only 185 points. As the daughter of a military bigwig, Bai Shueji has access to unique resources, intelligence, and technology. But even so, her current combat power was only 185 points. Chapter 101 Pinnacle of the Human Realm Boom. A massive thunderbolt, like a waterfall from the heavens, ruthlessly poured down on Yang Ming. Yang Ming stood firm in the void beneath the sky, hardening his body against the heavenly thunder. His body shimmered with endless radiance, looking like a war god. The commotion in the sky quickly drew the attention of the residents of Huaxia City. Why did it suddenly thunder during the day? Hey, look, what is that? There's a person flying in the sky. More and more residents stopped what they were doing and looked up at the sky. Is that the Lord? My God, the Lord actually flew up into the sky. That's amazing. Is the Lord undergoing a thunder tribulation? I feel like I've crossed into a novel world. The Lord is an extraordinary being. How could he not be impressive? Great. With the Lord so strong, Huaxia City is absolutely safe. Long live the Lord. The cheers from a city below did not distract Yang Ming. Guided by the heavenly thunder, Yang Ming actively exposed his body to the lightning, starting to continuously attempt to comprehend extraordinary power. Now, it was the 562nd Thunderbolt. Chapter 102 Learn from me, become me, surpass me. It worked. The Lord succeeded. When Yang Fifan saw Yang Ming enveloped in golden thunder, he realized that Yang Ming had crossed that threshold. Upon learning of Yang Ming's success, all the onlookers were overjoyed to tears. Great, the Lord succeeded. My Lord, you are my deity. My Lord, we are willing to forever be your most loyal subjects. Long live my Lord. The residents were extremely excited and even couldn't help but kneel in public, constantly bowing their heads towards Yang Ming in the sky. At this moment, Yang Ming stood on the void, surrounded by golden thunder, looking like a celestial being descending to the mortal realm, prompting the residents to worship him and kneel. After adjusting his state, Yang Ming slowly descended. Without the guidance of the heavenly thunder, he could no longer float in the sky. Yang Ming had not learned the ability to fly, so he still couldn't fly. After a minute, Yang Ming landed on a rooftop and said to the people below, "Stop kneeling. Everyone stand up. I've said many times that kneeling is a bad habit, and it should be abolished from now on. Besides, a man's knees are worth gold. So from now on, no one is allowed to kneel." Chapter 103 Upgraded Attribute Panel. Lily finally breathed a sigh of relief. She was already exhausted, and if she had to continue cooking, she estimated she would meet her great-grandmother tomorrow. "Sister, the Lord said he is full and can rest now," Lily shouted back to the kitchen. Lilith, who was still busy in the kitchen, quickly responded, "Okay, just let me finish this last pot." A moment later, Lilith brought out the final dish, a large bowl of fragrant chicken soup. The chicken soup is here. Lilith placed a big bowl of steaming red feather chicken soup in front of Yang Ming. The red feather chicken, as one of the first domesticated poultry in Huaxia City, had grown to over 1,000 under the careful care of the staff. The red feather chickens also laid a large number of eggs every day, with each egg weighing at least half a pound. Guluguli Yang Ming drank the entire bowl of chicken soup without hesitation. After eating so much food, he had almost replenished the stamina he consumed from withstanding the heavenly thunder. Having a professional cook is great. Not only is the food delicious, but it also boosts combat power. Chapter 104 End of the Novice Period. The battle zone is about to open. Time flew by, and 3 days passed in a hurry. Unknowingly, Yang Ming had been in the 10,000 Races Battlefield for a month. Today is the last day of the novice phase. Starting today, the novice area will merge into the battle zone. The battlefield that can truly determine the situation of the Blue Star International is about to begin. Ding! Just as Yang Ming woke up from his dream, he heard the system broadcasting an announcement to the entire server. "Hello, Lord of the Blue Star Domain 10086 Novice Area. The 1-month novice training phase has ended perfectly. In 8 hours, you will step onto the real battlefield." Now announcing the real battle record data for the past month. According to statistics, there have been a total of 569 new lords arriving at the 10,000 Races Battlefield in this blue star domain, and as of now 550,000 have died. The fallen lords will be imprisoned in dark cages, never to rise again, unless summoned by a fated person. Currently, 50,690,000 new lords are still alive. Congratulations on surviving the difficult novice phase. You can choose to enter the battle zone, continue fighting, build your own city, establish a nation, and unify the world. Or return to the real world and live as an ordinary person without achievements. Chapter 105. The real 10,000 Races Battlefield Afternoon, 2 p.m. Ding, attention. Lords of the Blue Star Domain 10086 Novice Area. Your novice period has ended, and you are about to enter the real 10,000 Races Battlefield. Now, the novice area is beginning to connect with the battle zone. After entering the battle zone, there's a high probability that your territory will be teleported near your country's main camp, but there's also a low probability of being teleported to desolate areas. Countdown begins. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, and to be honest, when the system started the countdown, Yang Ming didn't feel anything unusual, and the ground didn't shake at all. The novice area merged into the battle zone unnoticed. At the same time, the land around Huaxia City, including areas covered by resource fields, was all merged into the battle zone. In summary, Huaxia City and the area within 10 kilometers around Huaxia City were all elevated together. Dear Lord Yang Ming, hello, you have successfully arrived at the battle zone of the 10,000 Races Battlefield. Added feature map. By opening the map feature, you can view the range of hostile forces near your territory. Detected that you have just arrived in the battle zone. You have gained a 3-day protection period during which your territory will not be attacked. Chapter 106. There is no such thing as peaceful times. Yang Ming's talent is indeed very strong, even unique in the entire Blue Star. However, he had only developed for a month in the 10,000 Races Battlefield, and compared to those veteran lords who had fought for 7 or 8 years, his foundation was still too weak. Leaderboard. The rankings from high to low are as follows. First, Gaius Julius Sol, Lord of the United States, points 1,450,000. Second, Yu Zhengzhong, Lord of Huaxia, points 1,240,000. Third, Zhang Zi, Lord of Huaxia, points 1,190,000. Fourth, Wang Lin, Lord of Huaxia, points 1,100,000. Fifth, Mu Ging, Lord of Huaxia, points 1,000,000. Sixth, Adier, Lord of the Sun Never Sets Kingdom, points 9,990. Seventh, Miyakami Yuya, Lord of the Eastern Japan Kingdom, points 9,700. Eighth, Beidel, Lord of the United States, points 9,580. After looking at the top 10 rankings, Yang Ming felt relieved and smiled. It turns out that even in the face of a year-long pursuit and blockade by the United States and NATO, Huaxia could still hold on for so long, thanks to the perseverance of these 4 heroes. Yang Ming genuinely admired these 4 heroes from the bottom of his heart. Chapter 107. Family and national hatred, huh? A king-level territory? Suddenly, Yang Ming unexpectedly discovered that there was actually a king-level territory of the Eastern Japan Kingdom 25 kilometers to the south. Yang Ming was instantly overjoyed. Isn't this a pie falling from the sky? Yang Ming enlarged the map and carefully examined this king-level territory of the Eastern Japan Kingdom. Wait, why does this king-level territory look so familiar? After careful identification, Yang Ming realized that this king-level territory was actually the one that Little Japan had sneakily occupied from the Huaxia main camp a month ago using underhanded means. A month ago, the NATO coalition led by the United States suddenly launched the largest-scale attack on the Huaxia main camp in history. To achieve victory in the war, the United States even deployed 75 of its troops. The NATO forces were also almost desperately attacking. At that time, there were 5 great generals in Huaxia, each guarding 5 royal territories. However, in the unprecedentedly brutal war a month ago, in order to protect the homeland, General Tang Long, one of Huaxia's 5 great generals, was gloriously sacrificed. He was assassinated by the cunning and vicious methods of the Eastern Japanese. General Tang Long's royal territory also fell into the hands of the Eastern Japanese. Chapter 108. Attacking the royal territory of the Eastern Japanese Creek, the huge iron gate, 10 meters high and 6 meters wide, slowly opened, making a heavy sound. Not long after, a young and sunny face, Yang Ming, emerged from the city gate riding a black horse, looking like a perfect handsome protagonist straight out of a comic. Behind Yang Ming were Yang Jian, Zhang Lingfeng, and Yang Fifan. All the soldiers of the three major legions of Huaxia City, Qinglong, Baihu, and Zhuke, were also mobilized. In order to win the first battle in the 10,000 Races Battlefield, Yang Ming spared no expense. This battle must be won, no room for failure. The royal territory of General Tang, Long, must be reclaimed at all costs. Is this Yang Ming? He looks so young. How could his army be so massive, so powerful? From 2,000 meters away, Jiu Buchuannai was already stunned by Yang Ming's 3 legions. She had been in the 10,000 Races Battlefield for 2 years and had only developed an army of 2,000. Yet in just a month, Yang Ming had soldiers that were several times more than hers. Originally confident and believing she could easily defeat Yang Ming, Jiu Buchuannai began to feel timid. Chapter 109. The true blade of ghost extermination. At this moment, Yang Jian, who had been waiting outside for a long time, finally saw the signal released by Yang Ming. The huge city gate was also slowly pushed open from the inside. Yang Jian knew it was time to attack. Qinglong Legion, follow my lead and charge. Yang Jian shouted loudly, leading over 5,000 soldiers of the Qinglong Legion in a wild rush. Like a herd of untamed wild horses, the Qinglong Legion's attack was swift and fierce. In no time, Yang Jian led the soldiers of the Qinglong Legion into the city. Without a word, Yang Jian swung his large sword, starting to slaughter in all directions. With each swing of his sword, several, even dozens of enemy heads fell. This is the true blade of ghost extermination. However, this was still a royal territory of the Eastern Japanese, and the enemy's reaction speed was not slow. Less than a minute after the city gate was breached, the city alarm was sounded. Enemy attack. This is not a drill. Enemy attack. Everyone be alert. Enemies are attacking. Quickly fire signal flares to request support from nearby allies. I repeat, this is not a drill. All the Eastern Japanese mobilized and engaged in fierce combat with the Qinglong Legion. Chapter 110. The imprisoned Tang, Long suddenly. A flustered Eastern Japanese soldier rushed into the Lord's mansion, panting and reporting to Pei-Jin-Si in terror. Report, my lord, bad news. The enemy has released 2 rare level Isug, and they are charging towards the Lord's mansion. We can't stop them at all. Upon hearing this, Pei-Jin-Si could no longer sit still. What? 2 rare level Isug? I can't believe the enemy is so strong. Those are 2 rare level Isug. To stop 2 rare level Isug, at least 2 extraordinary beings must be deployed. But how rare are extraordinary beings? Even if the entire Eastern Japanese nation mobilizes, there are currently less than 10 extraordinary beings trained. And Pei-Jin-Si was anxious, although he was also an extraordinary being. He had no confidence in holding out until reinforcements arrived. This can't go on. We will lose everything. Bring Tang Long out for me. I don't believe that Huaxia person 1T care about Tang Long's life or death. Understood, my lord. Following Pei-Jin-Si's orders, 2 soldiers entered the dungeon and dragged the injured Tang Long out. The world believed that General Tang Long, one of Huaxia's 5 great generals, had gloriously sacrificed himself in the great battle a month ago. Chapter 111. Breaching the Royal Territory Codename, Divine Punishment. Goddess Sequence 003. Anything within Yang Ming's field of vision, whether it exists in the past, present, or future, or is idealistic, materialistic, divine, or a conceptual deity, Yang Ming can summon from the void with a divine lock to trap it. Therefore, just now, Yang Ming glanced at everyone present, and the sacred golden chains instantly bound them all, rendering them immobile. At this moment, Pei-Jin-Si felt an unprecedented fear. What the hell is this? My body 1T move. Not only can I not use my talents or skills, but even my extraordinary power is rendered useless. Pei-Jin-Si struggled desperately, but the golden chains sealed him tightly. Strangle, Yang Ming murmured, and at the same time, his right hand clawed as he gripped. Bang! A series of sounds of bodies bursting echoed. Aside from Pei-Jin-Si, the rest of the Eastern Japanese soldiers were instantly entangled and killed by the golden chains, turning into a puddle of meat paste. The once crowded Lord's mansion now only had Yang Ming and Pei-Jin-Si and Tang Long remaining. After eliminating the minions, Yang Ming came before Tang Long, crouched down, and untied all the bindings on him. Chapter 112. The broken defense of the Eastern Japanese, 3,000 meters away from Long City. A large number of Eastern Japanese troops suddenly appeared. Led by two extraordinary beings from the Eastern Japanese, along with over 100 lords, each commanding their elite armies, they all came to provide support. Everyone, the battle has already started in the city. Let us speed up our advance. Damn Huaxiao people, not knowing the heights of heaven and earth, actually dared to attack our royal territory. They are really tired of living. Charge, kill all the Huaxiao people. The Eastern Japanese lords charged toward Long City with great momentum. In no time, the 3,000 meters distance was covered in the blink of an eye. However, just as this group of Eastern Japanese was about to rush into Long City, Yang Ming's territory migration scroll had just completed its task. Whoosh! In an instant, Long City disappeared. The once aggressive Eastern Japanese lords fell flat on their backs, like turtles on their backs, landing in a chaotic heap. Looking at the empty land, the Eastern Japanese lords who had rushed over to provide support turned pale with anger. Bakamaru, damn Huaxia people, where are you? If we don't eradicate Huaxia, I'd be ashamed to be an Eastern Japanese. The Eastern Japanese lords collectively broke down, cursing in anger. Chapter 113. A loving family, Yang Ming repeated the message. I said, I just captured a king-level territory of small life. The very one that General Tang Long lost a month ago. To convince by Shui Ji, Yang Ming sent the information about Dragon City. Upon receiving the message, Bai Shui Ji fell silent. What Yang Ming had done was so shocking that it caused her brain to crash, and she needed time to process it. Yang Ming, how did you infiltrate the Eastern Japan base? Where exactly are you? Bai Shui Ji asked the key question. Yang Ming truthfully informed her. I am at the Eastern Japan base. I don't know why I was transported to this place. Could it be that because I've been thinking about killing the Japanese all day long, it triggered the lucky blessing of the goddess Aphrodite? This was the only explanation Yang Ming could think of. What? Bai Shui Ji was instantly stunned and quickly typed back. How could you be transported to such a cursed place? You have 3 days of protection left. Hurry and relocate your territory, or the Eastern Japanese will definitely mobilize all their forces to hunt you down in 3 days. Yang Ming smiled faintly and said, Chapter 114, Summoning 100. 000 warriors. After hearing about Yang Ming's experience, the generals felt a great sense of relief and comfort. Ha ha, this is great. That hateful little Japanese finally got a taste of suffering. Yang Ming, you did a great job. We must not show mercy to the little Japanese. Once Tang Long wakes up and hears this news, he will surely be moved to tears. With you around, there is hope for a turnaround in Huaxia. The generals praised and acknowledged Yang Ming's achievements. This battle was the biggest setback the little Japanese had faced in the past year. Yang Ming, what do you want to do next? After a moment, Yu Zhengzhong asked. Yang Ming thought for a moment and then typed a message. Generals, I have a plan that can ensure peace for the nation and take the opportunity to flatten Eastern Japan. I hope all of you can support me. This statement immediately piqued everyone's interest. For the past year, the Eastern Japanese had been invading Huaxia at all times. Who among those present did not want to annihilate the little Japanese in the face of national hatred? Oh, let's hear it. As long as we can strike hard at the little Japanese, I am willing to go through fire and water. Wang Lin was the first to express his support. Chapter 115. Pre-battle preparations. After summoning 100 warriors, Yang Ming continued with the next step of pre-battle preparations. The second step was logistics. Since ancient times, the success of a war has been inseparable from logistics. Moreover, with an additional 100 warriors, feeding them had become a major challenge. Fortunately, Yang Ming was smart enough to start agricultural and livestock development early on. From the first day he arrived on the Wan clan battlefield. The agricultural and livestock industries in Huaxia City were very advanced. Take agriculture, for example. The cultivated land area was as much as 5 square kilometers, which is 500 acres. 1 square kilometer equals 500 acres. Among them, high-quality crops accounted for 70, while excellent crops accounted for 30. The higher the quality of the crops, the greater the yield, and the fruits produced were more perfect. Yang Ming arrived at the farm and looked at the mature crops all over the mountains, feeling very pleased. After a month of hard work, the farmland was finally ready for harvest. Yang Ming gathered the laborers and announced, Dear fellow villagers, thank you for your hard work over the past month. I declare that the harvest time has come. Each of you only needs to hand in 70 of the crops. The remaining 30 is yours to distribute freely, whether to keep for yourselves or to sell in the commercial area at fair prices. Chapter 116. Opening the treasure chest. After much thought, Yang Ming decided that the best candidate for the Demon Slayer blade was Yang Jian. Yang Jian's preferred weapon type was a large blade. He thought to himself that this weapon should be entrusted to someone suitable. Yang Ming's usual weapon was a straight sword, and it would be too late for him to switch to a large blade now. Plus, he didn't want to waste time, since Yang Jian's loyalty was already maxed out. He could trust him completely, so it didn't matter. After storing the Demon Slayer blade in the warehouse, Yang Ming returned to the Lord's mansion. After a busy day, it was time to rest. As soon as he returned to the Lord's mansion, Yang Ming felt hungry, so he called for Lilith and Lilia. The two sisters quickly rolled up their sleeves and got to work in the kitchen. While waiting for the meal to be prepared, Yang Ming sent someone to the living area to bring Aphrodite and her mother over. The purpose of inviting Aphrodite to dinner was simple. Yang Ming planned to open the remaining treasure chest that night. Just like last time, having Aphrodite by his side would significantly increase his luck. When Aphrodite and her mother learned that the Lord had invited them to dinner, they were both stunned. Chapter 117. Perfect level weapon creak. The treasure chest opened with a slight sound, and the items inside finally came into Yang Ming's view. Upon seeing what was inside, Yang Ming was immediately stunned. There was a very beautiful fairy dress, a light yellow gown that looked perfect. It was hard to believe that any girl in the world could resist the temptation of this dress. Name: light feather dress. Quality: rare level. Attributes: defense 200, spell attack 100, casting speed 50, CD 20, flight speed 30. Description: a dress woven from the hair of 12 rare level exotic beasts, granting corresponding attributes. Passive skill: wings of flight, a level, grants the ability to fly, with a maximum speed reaching the first cosmic speed. Active skill: Phoenix Ascend, a level, summons a Phoenix Phantom, continuously boosting 1s mana. Yang Ming was shocked to discover that he had opened a rare level equipment. He had to admit that this equipment was indeed exceptional. Aphrodite looked apologetic and explained, Lord, I didn't know how it happened. When I opened the treasure chest just now, I was thinking whether there would be a dress inside, and it really came out. Chapter 118. Zanpakuto. Yang Ming never dreamed that he would open a perfect level weapon. What is a perfect level weapon? Looking across the entire Blue Star, there is currently only one perfect level weapon, which is the Lord's Staff of Huaxia. The perfect level weapon that Aphrodite just opened is the second perfect quality item in the history of Blue Star. Wow, this is amazing. Yang Ming was so shocked that he couldn't speak for a long time and could only give a thumbs up. Beep. Now, playing a server-wide announcement. Congratulations to the Lord of Huaxia, Yang Ming, for obtaining the second perfect level weapon in the Blue Star Domain Battle Zone, rewarded with 300 national fortune points. The system's voice echoed in everyone's ears. As expected, everyone exploded with excitement. The chat channels of various countries were flooded with messages like mushrooms after rain. Even the international situation in the real world changed drastically at this moment. Hearing this announcement, Yang Ming immediately felt a headache. Because more than a year ago, when Huaxia obtained the Lord's Scepter, the system also made a server-wide announcement. It was probably from that time that the allied forces of the United States and East Japan secretly formed alliances and devised a series of conspiracies against Huaxia. Chapter 119. The first shot to annihilate East Japan. Another day has passed. Today marks the 33rd day since Yang Ming arrived in the battlefield of 10,000 races. Moreover, today is also the last day of the 3-day protection period. Early in the morning, before dawn, Yang Ming arrived at the training ground and gathered his troops. All 50,000 warriors of Huaxia City, with a combat power value above 80, were present. Fully armed, Yang Ming wore a silver soft armor, personally crafted by Kokorite of excellent quality. Looking very handsome, there was no way around it. Without blueprints for forging excellent grade armor, even Kokorite couldn't create it out of thin air. Brothers, do you know what date is today? Yang Ming stood on the high platform of the training ground, looking at the more than 50,000 warriors below, and asked loudly. The warriors responded in unison. We know, today is the day we beat the East Japan Devils. Yang Ming nodded in satisfaction and said loudly, That's right. Today is the 3rd day since we arrived in the battle zone of 10,000 races. And we want the whole world to see that Huaxia is no longer a weak country that can be bullied. And East Japan is our sacrificial lamb to establish our authority. Over the past year, The despicable and shameless East Japan has repeatedly offended our country and has stolen our king-level territories time and again. Can we tolerate this? Chapter 120. The Great War. Just thinking about the inhumane tortures endured in the dungeon at the hands of the East Japanese over the past month ignited Tang Long's fury like a volcano. Heavenly fire scorches the earth. Tang Long was furious and unleashed his extraordinary power as soon as he entered the battlefield. The ground cracked open, and magma erupted from the depths of the earth, instantly engulfing a large group of East Japanese devils. The flames, like dancing heavenly fire, quickly covered the battlefield. With a combat power value of up to 120 points, Tang Long could cover a kilometer in a second at full speed. Some weaker East Japanese devils didn't even realize the war had started before being turned to charcoal. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! Wake up, get up! Those damned Waxians actually took advantage of the darkness to launch a surprise attack on us. Everyone, hurry up, prepare for battle. All were ordered to pick up their weapons and fight the Waxians. The commotion caused by Tang Long was like an earthquake, grand and powerful, quickly waking up all the East Japanese devils who were still sleeping. Before long, countless little devils rushed out of the East Japanese camp station near Huaxia City and Long City. At the same time, 100,000 warriors from Long City also followed Tang Long into the battlefield. Chapter 121. Yang Ming's decapitation operation. An hour had passed since the war began. If I remember correctly, the East Japanese have already deployed 6 extraordinary individuals. Yang Ming stood on the city wall of Huaxia City, gazing down at the battlefield. With the surge in combat power, Yang Ming could easily sense the extraordinary powers of others. Through his perception, Yang Ming sensed 6 unfamiliar extraordinary powers with different attributes. Clearly, these were the extraordinary individuals from East Japan. Now it's time for me to make my appearance. Yang Ming took a deep breath. However, before that, Yang Ming needed to obtain some important intelligence. In fact, yesterday, Yang Ming had asked Bai Xueji to help him gather some information. But until now, Bai Xueji had not contacted him. With no other choice, Yang Ming opened the chat page and messaged Bai Xueji. Bai Xueji, are you there? Yang Ming, are you there? Yang Ming inquired of Bai Xueji, but at the same time, he received a message from her. Because both of them sent messages to each other at the same time. You go first. No, you go first. After a second, Yang Ming and Bai Xueji sent messages to each other simultaneously again. Chapter 122. Summon Lu Bu at this moment. Inside the Lord's Mansion, as the Grand General of East Japan and concurrently serving as the commander, Higashi Ikeda was analyzing the battlefield situation and continuously relaying orders to various lords of East Japan through long-distance messages. Suddenly, a samurai rushed in a panic, reporting, "Report. My lord, a Huasian has charged into our territory." Upon hearing this, Higashi Ikeda didn't take it seriously. Just a Huasian? What storm could he stir up? However, just a moment later, other attendants rushed in to report. "Report, my lord. That Huasian is very strong, having already killed over 10,000 of our soldiers." "Report, my lord. That Huasian is charging towards the Lord's Mansion. We cannot stop him." "Report." One after another, bad news was relayed to Higashi Ikeda's ears. Originally, Higashi Ikeda was indifferent because, as the strongest lord of East Japan, he couldn't be thrown into chaos by a mere invader. Could it be Yang Ming? This thought suddenly flashed through Higashi Ikeda's mind. If it really is Yang Ming, then Higashi Ikeda would have to take it seriously. Because not long ago, Yang Ming had just obtained a perfect level weapon and made a server-wide announcement. Chapter 123. Occupying 4 king-level territories of East Japan 2 hours later. Bang! Boom! A violent energy storm erupted above the territory. Blades of light capable of destroying the world split the surrounding buildings into fragments, and even the earth cracked open, creating bottomless ravines. This little devil named Higashi has some strength. Yang Ming was somewhat surprised as he glanced at Higashi Ikeda, who was wielding a katana. Yang Ming did not expect that Higashi Ikeda had actually been entangled with him for 2 hours. It should be noted that the current Yang Ming not only had the perfect level weapon, but also utilized the SSS level talent of Divine Possession. Yang Ming, I didn't expect you to be so strong, but don't get too happy too soon. The final victory will definitely belong to our great East Japanese Empire. At this moment, Higashi Ikeda was covered in wounds, his clothes soaked in blood, yet he still refused to admit defeat, glaring fiercely at Yang Ming. "Oh, do you still have a trump card you haven't used?" Yang Ming asked calmly. Tion snorted coldly and said, I have said that this is my home turf. If you dare to provoke war on our territory, you are destined to fail. There's an old saying in Huaxia, a strong dragon cannot suppress a local snake. Haven't you heard of it? Chapter 124 Countdown to the Fall of the Eastern Country in the Real World. Eastern Country. Ever since a year ago, under the direction of the United States, the Eastern Country has used insidious and vicious means to plunder Huaxia's royal territories. The victories on the battlefield of the Myriad clans have also begun to feed back into the real world. The Eastern Country has become increasingly prosperous and powerful. Over the past year, the Eastern Country has repeatedly used various means to annex 3 royal territories from Huaxia. The royal territories of the Eastern Country have now reached as many as 9. A country with more royal territories on the battlefield of the Myriad clans receives more feedback in the real world. Because of this, the Eastern Country is now ranked among the top 5 powerful nations in the world. However, today the high-ranking officials of the Eastern Country received a terrible piece of news. In the capital of the Eastern Country, in a high-level conference room. What the hell? What's going on? General Donya has fallen? Our strongest lord has just died like this? In the conference room, the emperor of the Eastern Country let out an enraged roar. The emperor's face was distorted, hysterically shouting, looking as terrifying as a man-eating demon. But what the emperor never imagined was that the bad news was just beginning. Ding! Tion Donya has been killed. The Eastern Country has lost a royal territory. Currently remaining 8 royal territories. Chapter 125 Huaxia Sakura Province 4 hours later. Yang Ming successfully captured the last royal territory of the Eastern Country. With the continuous defeats on the battlefield of the Myriad clans, the Eastern Country seems to have fallen into an apocalyptic scenario. All television media in the Eastern Country are continuously broadcasting urgent news. Emergency information, our last royal territory has fallen. The defeats on the battlefield of the Myriad clans have led our country into a 24-hour countdown to national extinction. Please do not go out, residents. Our environmental pollution is at 100, the occurrence rate of various natural disasters is at 100, resource generation is at 100, and national health is at 80. Now interrupting with urgent news, a superflood has erupted in Chaozhong City, currently resulting in 1 million deaths. The capital is being hit by highly toxic acid rain, with corrosiveness comparable to royal water, and more than half of the buildings have been paralyzed. A super plague is on the rise. The central region has already fallen, and the number of casualties has exceeded 5 million. According to the latest statistics from the Intelligence Department, as of now, 29 million residents have perished. Please protect yourselves. Residents, do not panic. Our emperor is finding ways to save our country. Please trust our emperor. We will get through this crisis. Chapter 126, A Small Life. Yang Ming's words undoubtedly pronounced the death sentence for the Eastern Country. Because Yang Ming understood a truth. Those who are not of my race must have different hearts. If we let the Eastern Country go now, even if it becomes a province of Huaxia, years later, the wolfish ambitions of the Eastern people will likely bite back. Has history not always been like this? Since the Great Tang, the Eastern Country has always prided itself on learning Huaxia culture, submitting to Huaxia as a student. But then what? In modern times, the Eastern people grew wings and directly reached out their poisonous hands towards their teacher, invading Huaxia and committing all sorts of atrocities. Yang Ming, are you sure? Bai Shuiji shivered, as it was the first time she had seen such a murderous Yang Ming. I am sure, Yang Ming said firmly. Yang Ming did not want to be forced into another brutal anti-Japanese war hundreds of years in the future. Okay, I understand. I will report this truthfully to the commander. Bai Shuiji said. After that, the two ended their conversation. When the Huaxia commander learned of Yang Ming's intentions, he issued a bloody military order to sink the island nation. The Eastern Country suffered dual blows in both the battlefield of the Myriad clans and the real world, and the entire country became fragmented. Chapter 127 Rescued deep in a dungeon, dozens of ragged Huaxia people were chained, covered in wounds, barely alive. Among them were several pregnant women. These damned Eastern devils have actually imprisoned our people in a dungeon for human experiments? Seeing this scene, Yang Ming's anger burned within him. To test the water content of the human body, the brutal Easterners locked live people in a dry room, heating them at high temperatures until they lost all moisture and turned into mummies. In the end, they concluded that the human body is 78 water. Not only that, But the Easterners also used the method of eat what you supplement to treat brain diseases, consuming the brain marrow of infants raw. Furthermore, the maternal love experiment involved imprisoning a mother and her child together in a sealed room, then heating the floor of the room to high temperatures, causing the two women standing barefoot to suffer burns and unbearable pain. The purpose of the Eastern devils doing this was to observe whether the mother would pick up her child or treat the child as something underfoot. There were many such experiments: drying experiments, hunger experiments, pressure experiments, freezing experiments, human-animal hybrid experiments. All of these were conducted by the Eastern devils on Huaxia people imprisoned in the dungeon using live subjects. Chapter 128 Xiao Yao. Even though all the members of the Goddess of Light Church were striving to save lives, they were powerless in the face of so many injured. What to do? Yang Ming could not bear to watch so many warriors die before his eyes. He had to find a way. Suddenly, a light bulb went off in Yang Ming's head. Right? I can seek help from the Goddess of Nature. Yang Ming suddenly thought of how he had recently helped the Star Spirit Forest solve its pollution problem, thus establishing diplomatic relations between Huaxia City and the Star Spirit Forest. When the novice area merged into the combat zone, the Star Spirit Forest also ascended. Of course, the evil god Altar also merged up, so Yang Ming could completely seek help from the Goddess of Nature. The healing ability of the Goddess of Nature is far stronger than Anna's. After all, she is a deity. Without further ado, it's time to set off. Although it was now nighttime, the battlefield of the Myriad clans was much more dangerous at night than during the day, but for the safety of the warriors' lives, Yang Ming could not care less. Taking out the teleportation scroll, Yang Ming immediately used it. The teleportation location was set to the Star Spirit Forest, 30 kilometers away. Whoosh, a flash of light. Yang Ming disappeared. Accompanied by a sense of disorientation, Yang Ming saw the scenery before him changing rapidly. Chapter 129 Spirit of Nature Qiao Yao. That name sounds quite nice. However, if she is not the Goddess of Nature, how could she treat so many injured in Huaxia City? To be safe, Yang Ming specifically scanned her information. Name, Qiao Yao. Occupation, Deity, Spirit of Nature. Combat Power, 5. Guardian Power, 1, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, Seal. Potential, 12 stars, max level. Talent, Blessing of the Dear Spirit God level. Unable to view due to low mutual affection. Talent, Resurrection, SSS level. As long as there is one drop of blood, she can resurrect any living being, including gods. Skill, Divine Blessing, SSS level. Unable to view due to low mutual affection. Skill, Radiant Healing, SSS level. Unable to view due to low mutual affection. Just one glance, and Yang Ming became obedient. His previous doubts about Qiao Yao vanished instantly. With these attribute panels, she is no less than Aphrodite, definitely a deity. Although Qiao Yao's divine power is also sealed. After all, gods cannot interfere with the real world and the battlefield of the myriad races. Qiao Yao, my family is waiting for me to go back and save them. So, can we set off now? Yang Ming asked tentatively. Chapter 130, Placing the Radiant Statue. Qiao Yao wanted to go wherever she pleased, and Yang Ming could only pray in his heart that no one would provoke this great deity. Now that the injured had been healed, Yang Ming could also take care of other matters. After an unprecedented battle, the follow-up work was quite tedious. For instance, how to properly arrange 5 vassal territories. Huaxia City suddenly gained 5 additional king-level territories, significantly increasing its area. Managing so many territories undoubtedly required Yang Ming to expend a lot of brain cells. With an increase in territory area, more population was needed. So the immediate priority was how to recruit more natives. At this moment, Yang Ming finally realized why ancient emperors valued population so much. The more people, the stronger the nation. Without natives, no matter how large the territory, it would still be a pile of wasteland. Therefore, Yang Ming planned to place the Radiant Statue now. The Radiant Statue, a rare item, was obtained by Aphrodite from a diamond treasure chest a few days ago and could greatly enhance the probability of attracting natives. Yang Ming arrived at the commercial district of Huaxia City, took out the Radiant Statue in an open space and square. Chapter 131. A large number of refugees seek shelter. The Beast Girls, like Qiao Yao, had never left the Star Spirit Forest, so they were very curious about these strange, colorful items. Wow, what is this? It feels so good to touch. So beautiful. Such a cute doll. So many skirts, so pretty. I finally don't have to wear clothes made of grass. They were like little children, their faces beaming with happy smiles. Ding! Due to your friendly and kind behavior, the diplomatic level between Huaxia City and the Star Spirit Forest has been raised by 1 level, allowing you to establish a teleportation portal between Huaxia City and the Star Spirit Forest. The system prompt echoed in Yang Ming's mind. This was undoubtedly good news for Yang Ming, because the Star Spirit Forest is full of rare-level plants, including vegetables, fruits, and herbs. If there's a chance to transplant some back to Huaxia City, it could accelerate the agricultural development of Huaxia City. But that's a matter for later. The current diplomatic level is still insufficient for transplantation. With just a few minutes to midnight, Yang Ming bid farewell to Qiao Yao and returned to Huaxia City. Yang Ming took a deep breath and used the teleportation scroll to return to Huaxia City. Chapter 132. Lily Vivian. Lily Vivian is a princess of the Eldora Kingdom and one of the candidates for the next king. A month ago, Lily Vivian was assigned to a city 200 kilometers away from Huaxia City to undergo the king candidate trials. During the trials, Lily Vivian and other king candidates managed their territories separately, and after a period, whoever's territory developed well would become the next king of Eldora. Yang Ming looked at the woman in front of him, who was about 20 years old, with flowing golden hair, wearing a crown, and looking very beautiful, giving off a noble aura. Yang Ming asked Lily Vivian, "Are you Lily Vivian? One of the princesses of the Eldora Kingdom?" "Yes." Just like the girl Yang Ming saved from the goblins, she also had golden hair, indicating a shared bloodline. Lily Vivian nodded and replied gently, "Yes. I came to visit you to discuss some cooperation." In fact, a month ago, after Lily Vivian was assigned to this area, she had thoroughly investigated the nearby forces. And Yang Ming's Huaxia City had only emerged in the last 3 days. Chapter 133. The next stage of the king-level territory. Yang Ming played with the purple gold card in his hand, and after handling his affairs, he planned to check out the black market. The population in Huaxia City was truly lacking, especially high-level life profession residents, who were as rare as treasures. After seeing off Lily Vivian, Yang Ming went to the training ground. After Qiao Yao's treatment yesterday, the injured warriors had regained their vitality. Yang Ming called Zhang Lingfeng, Yang Jian, and Yang Fifan over. Although the Eastern Japanese invaders had been completely annihilated yesterday, the battlefield was not yet thoroughly cleared. Yang Ming issued new orders. You 3 will each lead the Qinglong Legion, Baihu Legion, and Zhuke Legion to continue exploring outside the city and thoroughly search the Little Devil's territory. Also, if you encounter any refugees outside, remember to bring them all back to Huaxia City. Yang Jian, Zhang Lingfeng, and Yang Fifan responded in unison. Yes, my lord. Soon, the 3 legions set out one after another to explore. If Huaxia City wants to develop and grow stronger, the exploration pace cannot stop. Yang Ming began to consider the next upgrade for the territory. Continuing to upgrade the territory, the next level would not be territory, but rather evolve into a city. Chapter 134. Heading to the black market. Yang Ming shot through the wilderness like a rocket at high speed. His destination was the black market to the north. After some time, Yang Ming had run 200 kilometers away. 200 kilometers was the farthest range of the system map's detection. In other words, once Yang Ming stepped 200 kilometers outside of Huaxia City, the system map could no longer display the path. In short, without a map, he needed to be cautious. Yang Ming reminded himself, although he was very strong, if he encountered a perfect level exotic beast, he felt he would still likely be unable to defeat it. Challenging levels above his own was indeed very difficult, especially the gap from rare to perfect level, which was like the difference between heaven and earth. Before long, Yang Ming had walked beyond 200 kilometers. Suddenly, Yang Ming felt something was different. The surrounding environment seemed to have become much more dangerous. A level 5 resource field? Not long after, Yang Ming saw a level 5 resource field not far away that was unoccupied. A level 5 resource field must be guarded by a perfect level alien beast. No wonder I haven't seen a single level 5 resource field while sweeping around Huaxia City these past few days. It turns out they only appear more than 200 kilometers away. Chapter 135. Entering the Tindo black market, the black bear was locked in place by a golden divine chain, unable to struggle, its body completely immobilized. However, this also completely ignited its ferocity. Roar! The black bear raised its head and let out a furious roar. Its original 15-meter body instantly swelled to 20 meters. The muscles throughout its body almost doubled in size. A terrifying black mist enveloped the surface of the black bear's body, as if it were about to transform into a hellish demon. Not good. The heavenly punishment is about to lose its hold on it. Seeing the scene, Yang Ming was startled. Yang Ming realized the drawbacks of the heavenly punishment. If the opponent's combat power far exceeds his own, then while the heavenly punishment can control the opponent, it can also be broken free from. Just like now, Yang Ming's combat power value is 788, while the enraged black bear's combat power has already broken through 5,000. The gap between the two sides cannot be compensated by talent alone. While the black bear hasn't completely broken free, I need to hurry and escape. Yang Ming didn't dare to linger any longer and turned to run. 2 minutes later, the black bear finally broke free from Yang Ming's heavenly punishment. Damn human, I've remembered your scent. I will eat you sooner or later. But when the black bear regained its freedom, Yang Ming had already fled, and the helpless black bear could only roar angrily before returning to its den. Chapter 136. 3. 55 million slaves, yes, I want them all. Yang Ming took out a bag of gold coins from the system warehouse. Looking at the bag full of gold coins in Yang Ming's hand, the werewolf's eyes immediately widened. The werewolf eagerly approached and asked, "Sir, you really are my benefactor?" Generally speaking, purchasing a human slave only costs 2 gold coins, but since you were so generous, how about I give you a 10 discount? A 10 discount? Sure. Yang Ming thought for a moment and then said, "However, I have one condition." The werewolf immediately became nervous and instinctively asked, "What condition? Just say it." "Too few," Yang Ming said leisurely. The werewolf immediately showed a puzzled expression and asked, "Too few? What do you mean?" Yang Ming cleared his throat and continued, "I want a large population, the more the better, preferably starting in units of 10,000. The number of slaves you have here doesn't meet my expectations. Can you understand?" "What? A slave count in units of 10,000? Upon hearing this, the werewolf was instantly stunned. It turned out that he had encountered a wealthy patron. The werewolf couldn't help but fantasize. If this deal could be made, he would become rich overnight and reach the pinnacle of life. Chapter 137. The Bet 3. 55 million slaves, both male and female, all under the age of 30, were currently gathered in an empty space in the Huaxia city square, waiting for arrangements. Amidst the anxious glances of the slaves, Yang Ming appeared. Standing on a high platform, he fully displayed the demeanor and charisma of a leader. He slowly raised his hand and spoke loudly. "New residents, hello. I am the Lord of Huaxia City, and I am very pleased that you could become part of Huaxia City." Upon learning Yang Ming's identity, all the slaves immediately knelt down, nervously shouting, "We pay our respects to the Lord. We are willing to become your most loyal servants." The slaves lowered their heads, not daring to breathe, fearing that they might upset Yang Ming and end up executed. Yang Ming continued, "No need to kneel. Get up. The first thing I want to announce is, from today onwards, you are all free." Free? Upon hearing this, everyone was taken aback. Could slaves like them, who could be killed at will, really be entitled to freedom? Yang Ming didn't care whether they could understand or not, and continued, "That's right, freedom. From today onwards, you will no longer go hungry, have new clothes to wear, warm beds to sleep in, and no one can harm you anymore. Additionally, you can seek suitable jobs, buy a house you like, and then marry and have children, enjoying family happiness." Chapter 138. The library. The reason Yang Ming bet with Lilivian was purely because he recognized her potential. Name: Lilivian. Quality: excellent. Potential value: 5 stars. Combat power value: 251. Talent: Empress's qualities. A level: Lilivian possesses the qualities of an empress. Talent: Daughter of Destiny. S level: the favored one of the Eldora Kingdom's fortune. Whatever she does, she'll go smoothly. From a moment he met her, Yang Ming scanned Lilivian's information, which is why he continued to communicate with her. An S-level talent, Daughter of Destiny, speaks for itself. Even the luck boost given to Yang Ming by Aphrodite can only be considered half an S-level talent. If he could make Lilivian submit to him in the future, he might even bring the entire Eldora Kingdom under Huaxia's banner. After all, Yang Ming's ultimate goal is revolution, to save the entire battlefield of the myriad races. However, such lofty goals must be approached step by step. Yang Ming's current small goal is to upgrade the territory to a city. The most challenging part is to occupy a level 5 resource field. A level 5 resource field must be guarded by a perfect level alien beast. Chapter 139. The 42nd day. In addition to passionate comics, there are novels, reading materials, astronomy and geography, textbooks, and discussions on ancient and modern topics. Of course, skill books are the most important. Although there are few, Yang Ming only managed to buy one. 561. In total, there are over 5 million books of various kinds. With so many books, opening a super large library would be more than enough. Yang Ming stored all the books in the warehouse, just as Lilith and Lilia finished preparing dinner. Lilia brought the aromatic rare-level alien beast meat to the dining table and said to Yang Ming, "Lord, it's time for dinner. Tonight's dinner only has one type of meat, which is the tender meat of the Kanglan tiger." Yang Ming was already very satisfied to be able to digest one type of alien beast meat's energy in a day. So many dishes? You two should join me for a meal. Yang Ming greeted the two sisters. Okay. Lilith and Lilia weren't polite, sitting down beside Yang Ming. It wasn't their first time eating with him, so they no longer felt the initial awkwardness. Yang Ming picked up a piece of braised Kanglan tiger meat and savored it. Delicious. Yang Ming praised it endlessly. Chapter 140. Withdrawal of American troops? The library is located in the residential area. Huaxia City has 5 major zones: the commercial area, industrial area, military base area, residential area, and agricultural area. The residential area is relatively the quietest, so the library was established here. Yang Ming has been busy improving his combat strength these past few days, so the library's matters have been delayed. Building a library is, of course, not just for reading books and entertainment. The important thing is education. Currently, the educational level in Huaxia City can be said to be 0. There are no schools, no private academies, and not even a single teacher. This is also one of the reasons Yang Ming wanted to build the library. There are quite a few children in Huaxia City, about 4,000, most of whom came to Huaxia City with their parents. Yang Ming does not expect the adults to study well, but it is best to take care of the children's education. A strong youth means a strong nation. Yang Ming and Kiki Lit enter the library. Greetings, Lord. Inside the library, there are more than 10 staff members who saluted Yang Ming. It seems that Zhou Mingrue is quite clever. After the library was built, he even arranged for the staff. Everyone, come over and place the books in their corresponding locations. Chapter 141. Establishing a teleportation array during this time, after Yang Ming flattened the Eastern Japan country. He has been busy improving his personal combat value and hasn't paid much attention to the Huaxia versus NATO front line. First of all, if the Americans really intend to withdraw their troops, it would undoubtedly be good news for Huaxia. However, the Americans have always been greedy. They are ambitious wolves. And they certainly won't withdraw so easily without taking a piece of meat first. Do you need me to do something? Yang Ming asked. Bai Xueji replied, no need. General Yu has specifically instructed that you should focus on developing your territory and strive to enter the top 10 on the leaderboard as soon as possible. You know the Americans' nature. If negotiations don't last 10 days to half a month, there won't be any results. If they can't reach an agreement, they will most likely fight. Yang Ming nodded and typed a message. Well, then I'll strive to develop the territory into a city within half a month. Bai Xueji's tone was filled with shock. A city? Yang Ming, you're not joking, are you? You can build a city in just half a month? The National Fortune Lord system has been bound to Blue Star for 10 years. In over a decade. Among the more than 200 countries and over 3 billion lords on Blue Star, no one has been able to achieve the feat of upgrading a territory to a city. Chapter 142. The third sacrifice inheritance can only be left by legendary life forms. Take Yang Fifan and the evil god Aminos as an example. Yang Fifan is immortal because he obtained a trace of inheritance power from the evil god Aminos. So, a new question arises. Where can one find such inheritances? Only legendary life forms can leave inheritances, and their value is unimaginable. Perhaps, seeing Yang Ming's difficulties, Xiao Yao volunteered. There is a stone tablet of inheritance in the Star Spirit Forest. Upon hearing this, Yang Ming's eyes lit up, and he immediately asked Xiao Yao, really? Can I get a try? If he could obtain the inheritance from the Star Spirit Forest, would Yang Ming still be far from becoming the world's strongest? However, Xiao Yao shook her head and refused. I don't recommend it because it's not suitable for you. The inheritance from the Star Spirit Forest is about healing, purification, protection, and blessings. Do you want that? Hearing this, Yang Ming was greatly disappointed. He indeed did not need such abilities. It seems he can only seek other methods. If all else fails, he could visit the evil god altar. At this moment, Yang Ming remembered that the task at the evil god altar had not been completed. He had been busy lately and almost forgot about it. Chapter 143. S-Class Inheritance Task. The evil sheep priest directly stated the content and details of the inheritance task. It's very simple. Save the evil god Aminos, and you will obtain his inheritance. This sentence left Yang Ming stunned. Save the evil god Aminos? Is this some kind of hellish joke? The evil sheep priest noticed Yang Ming's confusion and explained. Lord Yang Ming, actually, the evil god Aminos was once a human long ago and was the leader of the human warriors. And then? Yang Ming asked. He already knew about Aminos' identity as a human warrior, so he was not surprised. The evil sheep priest sighed with a somewhat sad tone and said, in fact, it's not just Lord Aminos, including me and Yang Fifan, whose control has already been transferred to you, and all the evil god guards. We are essentially also humans. All of us were once human warriors who followed Lord Aminos, but for some unknown reason, even I do not know why, we all ultimately fell into becoming evil god guards. Yang Ming was surprised and couldn't help but ask, what you said has what connection to the inheritance of the evil god? Chapter 144. Entering the instance world, another day has passed. Yang Ming has been in the Myriad-Races Battlefield for 44 days. Time flies. Yang Ming couldn't help but sigh. 2 months are about to pass unknowingly. At 6 in the morning, Yang Ming got up as usual, washed up briefly, and then had breakfast prepared by Lilia. Yang Ming planned to complete the inheritance task of the evil god Aminos today. If all goes well, completing the task perfectly might just fully resurrect Yang Fifan. Due to task limitations, he could only bring 3,000 followers, so Yang Ming planned to select 1,000 of the most outstanding warriors from the Azure Dragon Legion, White Tiger Legion, and Vermilion Bird Legion. Of course, Yang Jian, Zhang Lingfeng, and Yang Fifan would stay behind to protect Huaxia City. The selected warriors had combat values between 160 and 200, each equipped with a fine-level weapon and fine-level armor, and would have 1 or 2 B-level skills. Such a 3,000-man army would definitely be unstoppable. Before leaving, Yang Ming also went to the Star Spirit Forest and found Xiao Yao. Since a teleportation array has been built between Huaxia City and the Star Spirit Forest, it was very convenient to travel back and forth. Yang Ming, what brings you to the Star Spirit Forest? Seeing Yang Ming's arrival, Xiao Yao took the initiative to ask. Chapter 145. The first main quest. Upon hearing the report from the warriors, Yang Ming made a decisive decision and issued another order. Everyone, follow orders and head to the village 3,000 meters ahead as quickly as possible. The warriors replied in unison, yes, Lord. Yang Ming took the lead, running at the front of the team. As the distance shortened, the surrounding environment and scenes began to change. A burnt smell wafted through the air. The surrounding forest has seen numerous trees caught in flames, with a raging fire burning brightly. On the ground, over 100 human corpses lay scattered, along with the bodies of demons. It was evident that a war had taken place here not long ago, a battle between humans and demons. My lord, ahead is the village I just scouted, said a warrior. Hearing this, Yang Ming instinctively quickened his pace, and sure enough, after a minute or two, he spotted a village up ahead. Surrounding the village was a sturdy concrete wall, uniquely designed, with dense sharp spears embedded into it, greatly enhancing its defensive capabilities. In addition, the walls were lined with human soldiers standing guard, ready and focused on the approaching demon army. Chapter 146. Yang Fifan. In just 1 minute after Yang Ming's army joined the battlefield, they swept through the demon forces like autumn winds scattering leaves, eliminating all the demons. Ding, esteemed Lord Yang Ming, you have successfully defeated the demon army, protected Lioa village, and completed the first main quest. Quest reward. Qualification for the inheritance of the evil god Aminos has reached 10. This inheritance quest revolved around saving Aminos, and by protecting Lioa village. Yang Ming essentializa forwarded Amino spiritual refugie. Looking at the unfamiliar army, Yang Fifan was filled with confusion and approached to ask, thank you for your assistance. But may I ask who you are and which faction you belong to? The warriors from Huaxia City did not answer Yang Fifan's question. Just as he was about to ask again, there was a stir in the crowd, and 2 lines of people parted to make way. A handsome young man appeared, radiating sunlight and resembling a celestial being, exuding the vigor of a heroic youth. This young man was the 18-year-old Yang Ming. To make his sudden appearance less abrupt, Yang Ming casually said, Chapter 147. The second main quest. Yang Ming's primary task now was to find Aminos. Yang Fifan replied, "Friend, if you wait here for a moment, you will meet Lord Aminos. I informed Lord Aminos half an hour ago about the attack on Lioha village by the demons via carrier pigeon. And since Lioha village is Lord Aminos' hometown, he will surely rush here to provide support upon hearing this." Upon hearing this, Yang Ming nodded and said, "All right, then I'll wait here for a while." After all, there were still 30 days left until the quest ended, and Yang Ming was not in a hurry. Yang Fifan hesitated for a moment and couldn't help but ask Yang Ming, "Friend, may I know your name? I cannot forget the great favor you have done for the villagers of Lioha village." Yang Ming smiled and replied casually, "Just call me Yang Ming." Yang Ming, being from the Yang family, was noted down silently by Yang Fifan. At that moment, the old village chief brought a group of villagers over, who were holding fresh water and cooked food, warmly inviting Yang Ming. "My lord, thank you very much for saving our village. We are poor and have no valuable items to repay you, so please accept this food." Chapter 148, Yang Ming vs. Perfect level demon. Although the human soldiers were fighting desperately to resist the invasion of the demon army, they were still overwhelmed by the sheer number of demons. It was feared that in just a few minutes, the demon army would breach the gates of Yanhai City. Yang Ming definitely would not allow the demon army to run rampant, so he waved his hand and commanded everyone, "Listen up, attack immediately and slaughter all these demons." After saying this, Yang Ming charged into the battlefield first. Heavenly thunder flash. Upon entering the midst of the demons, Yang Ming wasted no time and unleashed a wide area of lightning damage. In an instant, a dazzling thunderbolt erupted from Yang Ming's center, instantly turning all demons within 100 meters into charred remains. Meanwhile, the warriors also joined the fray. In front of the soldiers from Huaxia City, the demons were no match, and soon several hundred demons had their heads severed, with Yang Ming leading the charge and tearing a hole through the demon army. He disrupted their siege formation. Originally, the demons were on the verge of breaking through the gates of Yanhai City, but due to Yang Ming's sudden offensive, the tide of battle had turned. The human soldiers on the walls of Yanhai City, who had been prepared for glorious sacrifice, were taken aback by the unexpected miracle. Chapter 149. Aminos appears though the soul-cutting blade pierced one of the demon leader's hands. The demon leader was tough and managed to grasp Yang Ming's blade. This effectively meant that the demon leader had turned the tables on Yang Ming. Yang Ming had to either abandon his sword and escape or endure the demon leader's next attack. It seemed he could only take the hit. Yang Ming took a deep breath. The soul-cutting blade was a perfect level weapon, and he could not give it up, so Yang Ming decided to play it tough. Losing a perfect level weapon would mean certain defeat for him. "Thunder Emperor's armor," Yang Ming murmured. As he saw the demon leader's other fist about to smash him into pulp, Yang Ming activated his second skill, Thunder Emperor's armor. Purple thunder rolled, forming an ancient and mysterious broken battle armor around Yang Ming's body. The surface of the armor was inscribed with various profound runes, maximizing its defensive power. Boom! The perfect level demon's fist struck Yang Ming, but could not break through his defensive skill. What? He actually blocked it. The demon leader's eyes widened in shock. Just now, he had used all his strength in that punch. Taking advantage of the demon leader's surprise, Yang Ming decisively launched a counterattack. Chapter 150. The reason Aminos fell to evil god, although Yang Ming could not kill the demon leader. The demon leader also could not do anything to Yang Ming in the short term, resulting in a stalemate. Essentially, Yang Ming had managed to stall the demon leader, successfully waiting for Aminos' support. Half an hour ago, after defeating the demon army in another city, Pingyang City, Aminos immediately led a large human army to support Yanhai City. "Brothers of Yanhai City, don't be afraid, we are here. Hold on, we will arrive shortly. You must hold on, brothers." Aminos, leading the human army, joined the battlefield. The demon leader, currently engaged in battle with Yang Ming, showed clear signs of panic upon learning that Aminos had arrived. Indeed, the demon leader was afraid. Even though it was a perfect level demon, it was still terrified upon hearing the name Aminos, because Aminos truly possessed the strength to slay perfect level demons. Aminos, the leader of the human heroes, the strongest man in the kingdom of Lulan, has slain perfect level demons more than once. Humble human. I'll let you off this time, but I'll settle the score next time. The demon leader began to contemplate retreat. Chapter 151. Urgent order from the imperial capital. Evening quickly approached. If Yang Ming hadn't stepped in to help today, Yanhai City would have mostly fallen. To thank Yang Ming, Aminos ordered a banquet to warmly host Yang Ming and the warriors from Huaxia City. Originally, Yang Ming had brought 3,000 warriors into the instance world. But now only about 500 remained, as 500 had died in today as city defense battle. Fortunately, this was an instance world. Dying did not mean true death, but merely being teleported out. To better understand Aminos, Yang Ming brought all the warriors to the banquet. At the banquet, Yang Ming and Aminos discussed many topics. Yang Ming wanted to learn more about Aminos' background to complete his mission, while Aminos was curious about why Yang Ming was so eager to help the kingdom of Lulan slay demons. Thus, they drank and chatted. In the end, Aminos asked Yang Ming an important question. Lord Yang Ming, is your ultimate goal really to destroy the Black Meteorite? The Black Meteorite, an extraterrestrial object that fell from the sky, could reproduce infinitely and create the demon race. If Yang Ming did not destroy the Black Meteorite, then the inheritance mission would likely be impossible to complete. Chapter 152. The third main quest. What? His Majesty the King wants me to return? Upon hearing this news, Aminos was initially incredulous. After all, this was the most critical moment for reclaiming cities occupied by demons. Sending Aminos back to the imperial capital now would only give the demons a chance to breathe and prolong their life. Why does His Majesty the King want me to return to the imperial capital? Aminos asked. The soldier who came to deliver the message knelt halfway to the ground and said to Aminos, I don't know. His Majesty only said that he has something very important to tell you in person. After thinking it over, Aminos ultimately refused. You go back and tell His Majesty the King that now is the most critical moment to eliminate the demons. I cannot leave the battlefield, and I hope His Majesty will understand. Aminos decided to deal with the demons first, and if necessary, he would apologize to His Majesty after victory. The news quickly returned to the imperial capital. What? Aminos actually ignored my imperial decree? Upon learning that Aminos had defied the order, the king was shocked. After the shock came anger, and along with the anger, there was a hint of fear. The previous official surnamed Qin was fanning the flames beside him, saying, Your Majesty. See, I told you so. That Aminos actually dared to defy the decree. He must have intentions of rebellion. Chapter 153. The final battle. The people's gaze is sharp. If you put the people first, the people will lift you high. Aminos carefully savored this phrase, and his originally dejected expression gradually brightened. It was like a shipwrecked person adrift at sea for days, facing despair, suddenly spotting a food-rich island ahead. Brother Yang Ming, you are right. Aminos suddenly realized and reignited his hope. Indeed, my task is to eliminate all demons and restore peace to the kingdom of Lulan. Even if I bear a great sin for defying the decree, the world will eventually clear my name. Aminos had completely figured it out and decided not to return to the imperial capital, even with the imperial decree and 12 golden medals summoning him. Aminos resolutely chose to stay on the front lines to continue fighting the demons. As long as the demon race is not eliminated, the kingdom of Lulan will never be at peace. That's the spirit. I support you. Yang Ming patted him on the shoulder. Thank you for your guidance, Brother Yang Ming. Aminos looked at Yang Ming with gratitude. After coming to an understanding, Aminos stood up, left the tent, and found the Imperial Guard. Chapter 154. The Demon King. The Dark Meteorite is a mysterious stone that is pitch black and emits evil black gas, immense in size, measuring 50 meters long, 20 meters wide, and 70 meters high. Anyone who sees the dark meteorite feels uncomfortable in their heart. Ding! Respected Lord Yang Ming, congratulations on triggering the final main quest. Assist Aminos in defeating the Demon King and prevent him from falling into a dark god. Quest description. The Demon King is sleeping within the dark meteorite. Please kill him completely. Quest requirements. Do your best. Even if you fail, it doesn't matter. The dark god Aminos will understand you. And regardless of success or failure, Aminos has already acknowledged you. Quest rewards. The inheritance of the dark god Aminos and the revival of Yang Fei's original heart. Yang Ming carefully browsed through the quest details. The final task? The Demon King is sleeping inside the dark meteorite. If I'm not mistaken, the Demon King must be the final boss, right? Yang Ming looked towards the enormous dark meteorite. The dark meteorite was entirely black, with various ancient and strange patterns carved into its surface, seemingly the language of the demon race. Chapter 155. Summoning Guan Yu. 5 rare-level dark god sentinels acted together. Their power was very strong. Boom! 5 attacks struck the dark meteorite, quickly awakening the sleeping Demon King. Roar. Accompanied by a deafening roar, the Demon King appeared. The surface of the dark meteorite cracked with countless lines, and immediately, a tunnel leading to the interior of the meteorite appeared. Subsequently, the Demon King slowly walked out of the tunnel. Who dares to disturb my sleep? Come out and die. The Demon King was a mix of red and black, with a pair of demon horns on his head and black wings on his back. He had a graceful figure, though he stood only about 3 meters tall. He exuded an aura of invincibility. So he really is the epic-level Demon King. When Yang Ming scanned the information of the Demon King, he gasped. Name, Demon King. Quality, epic level. Combat power value, 150,000. Identity, Demon Lord. Talent, Demon Dictator, S grade. He can command all demons in the world and act as he pleases towards other demons, but only if their combat power value is lower than his own. Chapter 156. Dark Eye Projection. Once Guan Yu's consciousness connected with Yang Ming, he immediately noticed a wave of evil consciousness surging within Yang Ming. Yes, General Guan, please lend me a helping hand. Yang Ming sincerely asked Guan Yu for assistance. Guan Yu did not put on any airs and immediately agreed, his voice deep. No problem. Let me talk to that mixed god. Meanwhile, the consciousness of the sword of the evil god had already invaded Yang Ming's body. Since Yang Ming did not resist at all, it was just one step away from merging with Yang Ming's mind. However, at that moment, a beam of divine light struck directly at the heart and enveloped the consciousness of the sword of the evil god. Before the sword of the evil god could react, it heard a booming voice filled with divine might. Where did this insignificant creature come from? Get lost. How dare you lay your hands on young Master Yang's body? This angry shout made the sword of the evil god feel as if it had fallen into an endless abyss, just one step away from death. The sword of the evil god could sense an overwhelming divine presence watching over it. If it dared to move even a step further, it would face annihilation of its soul and eternal damnation. The sword of the evil god hurriedly begged for mercy. Please, please don't kill me. I don't know who this great deity is. How have I offended you? Chapter 157. Perfect ending thing. Respected Lord Yang Ming, congratulations. You have successfully completed all main quests and saved Aminos, changing his life. You have received the reward, Aminos' inheritance. Please accept the inheritance at the evil god altar upon returning to the battlefield of 10,000 races. At the same time, you have received an additional reward, the original heart of Yang Fifan. After using this item, your General Yang Fifan will be perfectly resurrected, transforming from an evil god guardian back into a living human. At the moment Yang Ming defeated the Demon King, the system's notification sounded. Thus, the dungeon world was perfectly conquered by Yang Ming. Boom! With the death of the Demon King, the black meteor that fell from the sky also completely shattered at that moment, turning into countless fragments. We won. Brother Yang Ming won. Seeing the scene, Aminos was completely stunned. The victory came so suddenly that Aminos felt like he was dreaming. Yang Ming's strike, just now, was like a dream, perfect and flawless, without any defects, and it beheaded the Demon King in one blow. Haha, we really won. We won. Chapter 158. Beginning to receive the inheritance, the evil sheep priest recalled all his experiences from his past life. Back then, Aminos was summoned back to the imperial capital by 12 golden medallions. The king, fearing that Aminos would rebel after the war, imprisoned him in the dungeon. Without Aminos guarding the front lines, the human camp's defenses collapsed completely in just half a month. The demon clan pushed through, unstoppable, killing all of Aminos' followers and then besieging the imperial capital. Just as the demons were about to breach the royal capital, the king, who was slow to realize, finally remembered Aminos' merits. However, faced with the overwhelming demon army, even Aminos was powerless to turn the tide, as most of the soldiers had been slaughtered by the demons after he left the front lines. In the final moments to save the kingdom of Lulan, Aminos chose to sacrifice himself and merge with the sword of the evil god, falling into darkness. As the evil god, Aminos gained immense power and single-handedly killed all the demons. Those fallen soldiers, including the evil sheep priest, were eventually resurrected by Aminos and became guardians of the evil god altar. Thank you so much, Lord Yang Ming. The evil sheep priest bowed deeply to Yang Ming. Chapter 159. Returning to Huaxia City, the evil sheep priest expressed his blessings to Yang Ming. then took out 5 pitch-black beads from his bosom and presented them to Yang Ming. Lord Yang Ming, these 5 small gifts are my personal gifts to you. I hope that your Huaxia city can establish a long-term, friendly diplomatic relationship with the evil god Altar. Thank you. Yang Ming's rapid growth had amazed the evil sheep priest, prompting him to want to befriend him early on. What is this? Yang Ming unceremoniously accepted the black beads. When he scanned the information of the black beads, he was immediately stunned. These 5 black beads were all perfect grade items. Name: Evil Spirit Fire Bead. Quality: perfect grade. Attributes: one-time use item, possesses a powerful explosive effect. Description: a black bead made from the evil sheep priest's original power, containing immense power within. Throwing an evil spirit fire bead at a location can easily destroy a king-level territory. Wow, this is so powerful. It's like a miniature nuclear bomb. Yang Ming was overjoyed. In the future, if anyone dared to be arrogant in front of Yang Ming, he could just throw an evil spirit fire bead into their territory, turning their home into rubble. Chapter 160. The bill. When Lilia saw Yang Ming return, she was as happy as a sparrow, circling around him asking about his well-being. Chattering nonstop. Lord, how have you been outside? Have you eaten well? Did you get hurt while you were gone? Should I call Sister Anna to check on you? Oh, my lord, your clothes are dirty. Let me take them off and wash them for you. Lilia seemed to miss Yang Ming a lot, constantly smiling and chatting around him. Yang Ming had gotten to know Lilia's personality quite well, so he went along with her thoughts and said, Lilia, I haven't had much good food outside. I'm really hungry. How about you go to the kitchen and make me a few dishes to eat? Yang Ming was not lying. He was genuinely hungry. During these 5 days, he had only eaten a bit of dry food, and his stomach was clearly not holding up anymore, although he had brought plenty of dry rations. Every bite tasted like chewing wax, indicating that during this time, his stomach had been spoiled by Lilia. Hearing that Yang Ming wanted to eat her cooking, Lilia was so happy that her little tail almost wagged up to the sky. She immediately agreed. Okay, Lord, I'll go call my sister over to cook together. Chapter 161. Trading with the Star Spirit Forest. At first, Yang Ming thought that with Xiao Yao and over 1,000 beast girls, how much could they possibly spend? However, when he saw the items listed on the bill, he immediately became serious. Good heavens, was this shopping a robbery? Almost a third of the commercial district's goods were emptied by the beast girls. Originally, Yang Ming wanted to say it was on him, but he ultimately swallowed those words back down. There was no way. The beast girls were just too extravagant. Let me calculate. Yang Ming picked up the bill and did a rough calculation. Previously, Yang Ming had invited Xiao Yao to Huaxia City, where she treated 56 million warriors. And treating one warrior cost 10 gold coins, totaling 56 million gold coins. If we deduct the expenses on the bill, then there would still be. After a while, Yang Ming looked up at Xiao Yao and said, Xiao Yao, your payment for saving people is left with 30,000 gold coins. Huh, that's so little? Xiao Yao revealed a troubled expression. If that were the case, she wouldn't be able to buy whatever she wanted in Huaxia City in the future. She was also thinking about buying each of her friends in the Spirit Forest a pink bed and covering them with warm blankets. Chapter 162. Reviving Yang Fifan as usual. After getting up today, Yang Ming ate the breakfast carefully prepared by Lilith and left the Lord's mansion for the training ground. Having slept for more than 8 hours last night, Yang Ming was full of energy now. Yang Ming planned to try attacking a level 5 resource field today. To upgrade Huaxia City from territory to city, at least 10 level 5 resource fields are needed. This task is undoubtedly very daunting. For 10 years, no one in Blue Star has been able to create a real city, all because of the challenge posed by level 5 resource fields. I've seen the Lord. When Yang Ming entered the training ground, the soldiers all saluted him. Yang Ming nodded and then observed the training situation of the soldiers. Currently, there are only over 40,000 soldiers. In the past, over 40,000 soldiers would have been enough to protect Huaxia City. But now, with the addition of 5 king-level vassal territories, the number of soldiers was insufficient. It seems that I need to summon a new batch of soldiers. A king-level territory is best protected by 50,000 soldiers, and for 6 king-level territories, that would be 300,000 soldiers. Summon 250,000 soldiers, Yang Ming silently thought. Chapter 163. The Master Servant Contract, Huaxia City, the legendary City of Hope. It is said that as long as one finds Huaxia City, they will have everything in this life. Food and drink are guaranteed, and when they grow old, there will be someone to help take care of them. Yes. If only I could also become a part of Huaxia City. Such a perfect place. Where is it? Does it really exist in this world? It is said to be in the mysterious East. One must say that the effect of the radiant statue is indeed powerful, widely spreading the fame of Huaxia City. More and more refugees came to seek refuge in Huaxia City. Some refugees even crossed over 200 kilometers, even 300 kilometers to reach Huaxia City. Today, a group of unfortunate people from a certain town, whose homes were recently destroyed by a tide of alien beasts, were homeless and planned to set out for the legendary Huaxia City. Along the way, they overcame various difficulties and finally arrived at a place 50 kilometers away from Huaxia City. However, with just the last 50 kilometers to go, Utopia was right in front of them, but they encountered an incredibly large black bear blocking their way. Roar! The black bear opened its blood-red mouth and roared, ready to eat this group of refugees to satisfy its hunger. On the other side, Yang Ming, accompanied by 3,000 soldiers, had already entered the wilderness. Chapter 164. Level 5 Resource Field, Master Servant Contract? Yang Ming originally wanted to chop off the black bear's head, but when he heard this, he immediately lost his composure. If a Master Servant Contract is signed, then the subordinate must fully and unconditionally obey the master, and if Yang Ming dies, the black bear will die too. All right, Yang Ming agreed, as he happened to have a Master Servant Contract. Yang Ming took out the Master Servant Contract, wrote his name in the Master S section, and then threw the contract to the black bear, asking it to leave a paw print. The black bear, in order to save its life, could only resign itself to pressing its paw print in the subordinate section, and from then on, it would obediently serve Yang Ming. This way, Huaxia City gained a perfect battle pet. Seeing that the battle was over, the group of refugees immediately surrounded Yang Ming and knelt down to thank him. My lord, thank you for saving us. We are so grateful. Thank you for saving our lives. My lord, I have no way to repay you. I am willing to dedicate myself to you. Yang Ming waved his hand and gently said, Get up, there is no need to kneel. I am from Huaxia City. If you are homeless, come to Huaxia City, and I guarantee you will have plenty to eat and drink. Hearing that Yang Ming was from Huaxia City, everyone was astonished. Chapter 165. Negotiations between Huaxia and the United States. Yang Ming stood at the edge of the Level 5 resource field and began to scan its product information. Name, Thunderstone Crystal. Quality, perfect level. Attribute, Thunder. Description, a crystal containing enormous electric energy. Usually, a Thunderstone crystal can release 100 million degrees of electricity. Function, can be used to generate electricity and can also be used to temper physical strength. Collection method, only those with high affinity for thunder element can collect it. Voltage, 220V, 2200V, adjustable. After reading the information about the Thunderstone crystal, Yang Ming was immediately excited and exclaimed, Good stuff. No wonder it's a Level 5 resource field. The materials produced are much stronger than those from Level 4 resource fields. However, the collection method is a bit special. This means that ordinary people cannot collect Thunderstone crystals. Only residents who have awakened the corresponding talent can do so. Ordinary people may not be able to collect it, but I definitely can. After all, I have the extraordinary power of the purple cloud, Divine Thunder. After saying that, Yang Ming walked into the Thunderstone crystal cave. Regardless, Yang Ming decided to collect some Thunderstone crystals to study later. Chapter 166. The first city in Blue Star. This proposal was bluntly rejected by Yu Jingzhong. Thor, that is impossible. You should stop daydreaming. With Yang Ming's current influence in the world, if he were to join the United States, Yu Jingzhong could not imagine the serious consequences that would arise. All of Huaxia's previous efforts could very likely go to waste. Compared to losing Yang Ming, Yu Jingzhong felt that the Lord's scepter was not that important anymore. Thor sneered and mocked. General Yu, you can't be that insecure, can you? Are you so worried that Yang Ming will betray you? Whether Yang Ming joins the United States is entirely up to him. I want to force him. We're just extending a friendly invitation to Yang Ming. If he declines, we will give up. Besides, our country recognizes dual citizenship. Even if Yang Ming joins the United States, we allow him to retain his Huaxia citizenship. Thor's words were self-evident, aimed at forcing Yang Ming to declare his stance to all countries in the world. For issues of principle, Yu Jingzhong naturally would not back down and calmly said, Thor, no matter how sweetly you speak, I will not agree. Moreover, since you want to invite Yang Ming, why not speak to him privately? Could it be that you have been rejected many times but are unwilling to give up? Hence, bringing it up at the negotiation meeting? Chapter 167. Breaking the Galactic Record. Yang Ming. Are you a devil? At this moment, the only thought left in Thor's mind was this. This thought echoed in Thor's mind like a spell, preventing him from thinking about anything else. Thor couldn't understand how terrifying Yang Ming's talent was to be able to advance from territory to city in just 54 days. Such a prodigy. Why couldn't Yang Ming be a person of the United States? It's so infuriating. Thor felt like he was about to go crazy. On the other side, Yu Zhengzhong, seeing that the goal had been achieved, had the thought of ending the meeting. Leaving now was the best option. The main strategy was to create a terrifying suspense, making the Americans guess blindly, and if they did so, they would end up in chaos and self-destruction. Thus, Yu Zhengzhong stood up and said, "Today's negotiation meeting is over. Americans, I have made myself very clear. Do you agree with my proposal or not? You'd better give me a response within a day. We are leaving." After saying this, Yu Zhengzhong led everyone to leave, seemingly disregarding the United States and NATO. The current Huaxia had this confidence. Just as Yu Zhengzhong was about to walk out of the conference room, Thor suddenly spoke up. Chapter 168. Changes after the upgrade. Yang Ming broke the record that had been sealed for 1,000 years in the galaxy, causing quite a stir. Previously, the fastest record for building a city within the galaxy's battlefield, which was within the range of the galaxy, was set by the 60-level civilization of the Celestial race, taking 90 days, 17 hours, 08 minutes, and 42 seconds. For over 1,000 years, this record had never been shaken. However, today, Yang Ming not only broke this record, but also pulled nearly double the speed away from the previous record holder. Yang Ming's speed in upgrading his territory was terrifyingly extreme. It should be noted that, looking across the entire galaxy, even super planets of 60-level civilizations, with billions of years of historical experience, would typically require nearly 100 days for their carefully nurtured Lord seedlings to develop from a piece of primary territory to a small city. This means that Yang Ming alone could suppress tens of thousands of young prodigies in the galaxy. Even the seedlings nurtured by the 60-level civilizations would appear dim in the face of Yang Ming's absolute strength. On this day, Yang Ming used his strength to prove to the galaxy. Genius is merely the threshold to meet Yang Ming. Chapter 169. NATO infighting. Yang Ming opened the Blue Star chat channel after a long time. This chat channel is shared by 3.5 billion Blue Star Lords for messaging. Although it is divided into multiple lists, due to the large number of people, Yang Ming still saw a flurry of message pop-ups as soon as he entered. "I just hunted an excellent level alien beast, fire type. Who wants to buy it for 50 gold coins? I'm looking to buy a rare level forging material, colorful star, or please private message me if you have it. I triggered a dual-person A-level mission. Who is interested in cooperating with me? Must be European. Combat power, not lower than 600 points. Interested parties, please private message." Originally, everyone was posting trade information in the chat channel, but at this moment, an out-of-place message popped up. Major news, the sky has fallen. This time the Americans might have to bow down to Huaxia. According to reliable sources, the third round of negotiations between the United States and Huaxia has ended, and Huaxia has a high probability of winning the final game. This sentence instantly attracted everyone's attention, and many people asked, what's going on? Are the Americans withdrawing their troops? TSK. The Americans led so many NATO member countries to attack Huaxia, spending a year but still couldn't take it down. Huaxia's life is really tough. Chapter 170. Troop withdrawal. Ahem. Sorry everyone, I just received the order from the Chief Lord. Our Italy is withdrawing troops. Goodbye everyone. Just as the representatives of various member countries were racking their brains, trying to figure out how to withdraw their troops without offending the Americans, Italy took the lead. The representative of Italy didn't even bother to find an excuse and openly announced the troop withdrawal. Whether it was S1 season, S2 season, or the stormy S3, Italy's decision-making has always been if you can't beat them, join them. With this tactic, Italy was a victor in both world wars. Ding, Italy has left the group chat. Moreover, Italy even directly exited the NATO group chat without even saying goodbye to the Americans. Seeing Italy's boldness, the representatives of other countries also began to entertain the idea of troop withdrawal. After all, if they didn't withdraw their troops soon, they might have to face Yang Ming's evil spirit fire pearl. Sorry, we Australia also have to withdraw troops. See you all again. Ahem. Lord Thor, I apologize. We Canada also have to withdraw troops. Why are you all withdrawing troops? Not fighting anymore? In that case, let's withdraw troops too. Our empire on which the sun never sets. Chapter 171. Starting trade with Xiao Yao, although the Americans temporarily softened and withdrew their troops. It did not mean that Huaxia had completely defeated the Americans. It can only be said that at present, Huaxia occupied the upper hand in the game between the two sides, because no one knows who Lady Luck will favor in the future. What if the Americans suddenly find an epic-level weapon in a few days? Although this possibility is almost zero, it is not impossible. In the next month, I need to seriously build Huaxia City. Yang Ming stood on the roof of the Lord's mansion, looking at Huaxia City, which had expanded its territory by more than 8 times, filled with fighting spirit. He planned to strive to construct roads and railways within a radius of 200 kilometers in a month, connecting all resource fields with roads. The actual control of the land within a radius of 200 kilometers around Huaxia City needs to reach 100. This workload is undoubtedly enormous. Fortunately, the population of Huaxia City was increasing, with as many as 58 million indigenous people, providing enough labor. Additionally, the large-scale production of steam engines allowed Huaxia City to gradually touch the peak of the steam era, significantly increasing production efficiency. In short, I have 3 goals for the next month. Chapter 172. Military Merit List. Half an hour later, Yang Ming finally finished counting. He turned off the calculator and then turned to Xiao Yao and said, "All right, the supplies you brought are worth a total of 25 billion gold coins." Wow, so much? Xiao Yao felt a bit dizzy. Did Xiao Yao really earn so much money just by spending 2 days harvesting crops and gathering fruits with her companions? The over 1,000 beast girls from the Star Spirit Forest? It seems that making money isn't too difficult. 1 gold coin weighs 50 grams. 25 billion gold coins is approximately 10 tons of gold. Just as Xiao Yao was immersed in the thrill of making money, Yang Ming suddenly said, "However, I have some bad news to tell you." Xiao Yao looked up at him, puzzled, and asked, "What bad news?" Yang Ming shrugged, spreading his hands helplessly, and said, "I don't have that much gold in my inventory, so I can only give you a savings book." Xiao Yao blinked her big, watery eyes and asked again, "What's a savings book?" Yang Ming took a lot of effort to explain to her the definition, purpose, and usage of a savings book. Xiao Yao nodded, seemingly understanding. Chapter 173. Physics New Star. Yang Ming saw that after a few days, Cocolit's information had changed again. Name, Cocolit. Quality, rare. Occupation, blacksmith LV4. Potential value, 6 stars. Combat value, 32. Talent, artisan's heart, A level, brief introduction omitted. Talent, physics new star, C level. Her speed of learning physics is 25 times that of an ordinary person. In other words, 1 year of physics study for her is equivalent to 2.5 years for others. Yang Ming silently gave her a thumbs up. Amazing. My Cocolit. Although he didn't want to disturb Cocolit, he still walked into the blacksmith shop. "Hey, my lord, you came to see me?" Hearing footsteps, Cocolit raised her head and saw Yang Ming. I came to find you," Yang Ming said. But before he could finish, Cocolit interrupted him, seemingly anxious and unable to wait to ask. "My lord, you're just in time. I just have a few physics questions to ask you. Please teach me, what questions?" "Let me see." Helplessly, Yang Ming had to first address her confusion. Chapter 174. Blacksmith's God-level experience manual. The importance of blacksmiths is unquestionable, as vital as scientists in modern society. If Yang Ming could buy some items that enhance blacksmithing experience to cultivate blacksmiths in Huaxia City, that would be perfect. None? However, when Yang Ming opened the trading area and searched for the word blacksmith, he found it completely empty. Not willing to give up, he tried searching with different keywords, but only a few sparse items appeared. Name, blacksmith's manual. Quality, fine. Price, 50,000 gold coins. Description, a fine-level blacksmith's notes that can upgrade an ordinary person to a fine-level blacksmith with a 50 success rate. What the heck? So expensive? Yang Ming was shocked. This price could rival that of rare-level fruits. Still not convinced, he continued searching, nearly exhausting all vocabulary related to blacksmithing and forging. However, the last items he found were similar to the blacksmith's manual he had just seen. Most of the searched items were ordinary blacksmith-related products, with only a few being fine level, and none were excellent level. It seemed everyone had realized the power of weapons, and blacksmithing resources were almost monopolized. Yang Ming sighed. Chapter 175. Trade. Yang Ming curiously checked the information. Name: Blacksmith's God-level experience manual. Quality: mythical. Price: 10. 8 billion points. Effect: after use, it allows a king-level blacksmith to ascend to a divine position, advancing to a god-level blacksmith. Description: a mysterious ancient book left by a deity. After thorough reading and understanding, one can directly attain divinity. Impressive. Yang Ming couldn't help but give a thumbs up. No wonder this special store, attached to the SSS-level talent, could sell such items. Unfortunately, it was too expensive, outrageously so. A full 10. 8 billion points. Yang Ming had no idea how long he would have to stay in the Myriad-Races Battlefield to gather that many points. At this stage, it was impossible for Yang Ming to come up with so many points. Helplessly, he continued to search for other items. After browsing for about 10 minutes, suddenly a blacksmithing item caught Yang Ming's interest. Name: Blacksmith Steel. Quality: perfect. Price: 3. 28 million points. Effect: allows a blacksmith to touch the steel, gaining insights and experience, accelerating the leveling speed, and has a certain probability of awakening talents and skills related to forging. Chapter 176. Tutoring. Yang Ming would definitely not miss any opportunity to make a fortune. Starting tomorrow, he would immediately send someone to negotiate trade with Qingfeng City. Gold is never enough. Currently, Huaxia City's gold reserves are negative because Yang Ming still owes Xiao Yao 10 tons of gold. If he doesn't find a way to increase the gold supply, this gap will never be filled. In addition to Qingfeng City, Yang Ming also planned to engage in trade with other cities simultaneously. So he looked at other trade tasks. Trade task: help Xingling Forest build 539 small villas. Trade task: sell excellent level weapons. Overlord spear to the Eldora Kingdom. Trade task: sell population, organs, fresh blood to the Tiando black market. Yang Ming saw that there were currently a total of 15 trade tasks. Of course, there may be other trade tasks refreshed in the future. Although there were 15 tasks, the only ones Yang Ming could meet the requirements for were currently 5. This means that by tomorrow, Huaxia City could engage in trade with at most 5 forces. External trade only brings benefits to Huaxia City, so I need to establish a merchant association, Yang Ming thought. Chapter 177. Cold War in Central Rice. My lord, dinner is ready. Lilith placed a beautifully plated fried crispy meat on the dining table, instantly filling the air with a fragrant aroma. Wow, so fragrant. Kokolit stared intently at the plate of fried meat, almost drooling. Food made from perfect level beast meat, even without any seasoning, just boiled in water for half an hour. Can be tastier than all the national banquets on Blue Star, not to mention that it was personally cooked by Lilith. Of course, today's dinner couldn't just be a plate of fried crispy meat. Not long after, Lilith and Lilia brought out several more dishes until the entire table was filled with various delicacies. Of course, there was also fine wine. Considering they were both girls, Yang Ming specifically took out several bottles of grape wine, made from excellent level luminous grapes, more suitable for girls to drink. Lilith, Lilia, you two sit down and eat together, Yang Ming said to them. Okay, thank you, my lord. The two sisters bowed to Yang Ming and then sat at the 2 empty seats at the table. Compared to the reserved sisters, Xiao Yao seemed much more polite. She asked Yang Ming, do you mind if I join for a meal? Chapter 178. Internal combustion engine. After eating the breakfast meticulously prepared by Lilia, Yang Ming left the Lord's mansion and started working. Although Huaxia City had entered the peak of the steam age, with various steam technologies being used proficiently, this did not mean that the pace of development could be halted. Yang Ming arrived at an undeveloped area in the northern part of Huaxia City. At this moment, a large number of workers were busy working in this newly developed area. Greetings, my lord. When the workers saw Yang Ming, they all hurriedly bowed and greeted him. Zhou Mingrui was originally directing the workers to work when he heard that Yang Ming had arrived, and he immediately ran out to greet him. My lord, what brings you here today? Zhou Mingrui asked respectfully. Yang Ming surveyed the area before replying, of course, I'm here to supervise you. It's been almost 5 days. Why isn't the power station finished yet? Indeed, the newly developed area beneath their feet was intended for the construction of the power station. Upon hearing this, Zhou Mingrui showed a troubled expression and nervously explained, My lord, I can't help it. None of the workers, including myself, have ever heard of a power station, circuits, currents, or transformers, so the construction has been slow. Chapter 179. Recruiting people. Kekalite stepped out of the blacksmith shop, holding the completed internal combustion engine, and walked into a factory in the industrial area that specialized in producing steam engines. With the internal combustion engine, the steam engine could be phased out. As soon as she entered the factory, Kekalite called the workers over and stated, "Stop. Everyone, put down your work and gather around to listen to me." Kekalite was the highest authority in the industrial area, and no one dared to ignore her, so the workers gathered around. Kekalite continued, "Starting today, we will stop the production of steam engines. We will be using a more efficient tool. From now on, this factory will specialize in producing internal combustion engines. I will explain what an internal combustion engine is and how to make in detail." Placing the internal combustion engine on the table, Kekalite began to explain the production methods to the workers. In fact, the appearance of the internal combustion engine was quite similar to that of the steam engine, and the structures were not very different, so the workers could easily understand. With their prior experience and knowledge from making steam engines, they should be able to learn how to produce internal combustion engines quickly. An hour later, Kekalite finished her explanation. The workers understood the definition, uses, and production methods of the internal combustion engine, and thus, the factory began mass production of internal combustion engines. Chapter 180. Gift of Perfect Level Exotic Beast meets Snow White Princess once doubted whether Yang Ming had made a typo, so she asked again, "Yang Ming, are you really not joking? Are you sure you want to sell perfect level exotic beast meat? If perfect level exotic beast meat starts selling in the trading area of Blue Star, it is no exaggeration to say that the balance of power across Blue Star will soon be broken. Whichever country can buy perfect level exotic beast meat will see its military strength soar." "I'm sure," Yang Ming repeated. "Once this news is released, many countries will definitely seek to join the Huaxia Alliance. The temptation of perfect level exotic beast meat is something no country can refuse. I believe that before long, the overall strength of the Huaxia Alliance will rapidly increase, and surpassing NATO in a short time will not be a dream." Snow White Princess thought for a moment, hesitated, and finally couldn't help but type, "Yang Ming, I know you're doing this for the Huaxia Alliance, but our country's lord is also very much in need of perfect level exotic beast meat. Their essay saying, 'Don't let the fertile water flow into the fields of outsiders. Instead of selling it to other countries, it will be better for us to consume it internally. Of course, we will pay you.'" Yang Ming shook his head and said, "Sell it to our own people? No, forget it, I won't sell." Chapter 181. Multiple countries apply to join the Huaxia Alliance around 11 in the morning. Yu Zhengzhong opened the Blue Star chat channel after a long time and posted a message using his account. Yu Zhengzhong not only held a high position in Huaxia, but also had considerable prestige internationally, so he quickly attracted a group of people to watch. "Hello, friends of Blue Star. I am Yu Zhengzhong from Huaxia. Today, on behalf of the Huaxia Alliance, I announce that starting today, any country that joins the Huaxia Alliance can purchase at least 1,000 pounds of perfect-level exotic beast meat from Yang Ming every month, with no limit on the number of quotas. We welcome everyone to join the Huaxia Alliance." When Yu Zhengzhong announced this news in front of the entire world, the chat channel erupted in an uproar. Just like bamboo shoots after a rain, a large number of messages popped up continuously, nearly overwhelming the chat page. "What? Perfect-level exotic beast meat? No way. We can actually buy perfect-level exotic beast meat. Oh my god, has Huaxia become this strong? They can even hunt perfect-level exotic beasts? What does it mean to be able to purchase at least 1,000 pounds? Is there a way to buy even more meat? I can't resist this temptation anymore. I am the representative of Italy, and I have decided to fully withdraw from NATO and apply to join the Huaxia Alliance." Chapter 182. NATO meeting in the Myriad-Races Battlefield at the U.S. headquarters. In a conference room, the strongest lord of the U.S., Thor, represented the country as he sat in the main seat, while representatives from almost all NATO member countries were also present. This NATO meeting was urgently convened by the U.S. As the leader of NATO, when the U.S. speaks, do the other smaller countries dare to say otherwise? Therefore, most of them attended the meeting. There were still 8 member country representatives who had not arrived. Thor sat in the main seat and scanned the entire room. During this time, NATO had been expanding its military and frantically recruiting other countries to join the alliance. Consequently, the number of NATO member countries had increased from 32 to 48. However, today, when Huaxia's Yu Zhengzhong made that announcement, and Yang Ming also listed 10 million pounds of perfect-level exotic beast meat in the trading area, the situation suddenly tilted. Just moments ago, Thor received messages from several member countries announcing their withdrawal from NATO. Without thinking, Thor knew that these member countries that withdrew from NATO were definitely being poached by the Huaxia Alliance. After all, who could resist the temptation of perfect-level exotic beast meat? Just by consuming 5 types of perfect-level exotic beast meat, with a sufficient quantity and high personal quality, one could increase their combat power by 750 to 1250 points. Chapter 183. The first fuel vehicle on the same day that Yang Ming publicly announced the listing of perfect-level exotic beast meat in the Blue Star trading area. Available only for Huaxia Alliance member countries, it immediately sparked a global sensation. The Huaxia Alliance, this newly emerging international organization, became the focus of the world. However, as the leader of NATO, the U.S. could not sit idly by. Similarly, on the same day, shortly after Yang Ming's announcement, Thor from the U.S. also appeared in the chat channel and made the following statement. Ahem, dear international friends, hello. I am Thor, the Lord of the U.S. Today I want to announce something to the world. Just now, we triggered an S-level inheritance task, which is a team-type inheritance with 40 slots. On behalf of the U.S., I invite all international friends who are willing to join NATO to have the opportunity to obtain the qualification for the S-level inheritance task. After completing the task, it is expected that each person's combat power will increase to over 2,500. Additionally, the rewards for the S-level inheritance task include at least 1 perfect-level herb for each person, as well as other rewards. Finally, I reiterate that NATO welcomes everyone from around the world to join, including Huaxia. I hope all countries in the world can unite and join the great NATO. Chapter 184. Testing the vehicle again, 3 minutes later. Bang! The moving van suddenly shook at the front, making a huge noise, and then it stalled. Cocolet shrank her neck in embarrassment and said to Yang Ming, "My lord, there may be a problem with the car. I'll go fix it." Yang Ming didn't mind and nodded. Go ahead." Cocolet pushed open the car door, got out, and took a bunch of tools to start repairing the vehicle. A few minutes later, she found a malfunctioning part and quickly fixed it. Cocolet returned to the driver's seat and said to Yang Ming, "I'm sorry, my lord. This car has quite a few flaws, but I've repaired it, and it can continue to drive." "Then let's keep driving." Cocolet controlled the steering wheel, restarted the van, and continued on the road. On the way, many steam cars transporting goods brushed past Cocolet's van. Steam cars and internal combustion cars represent the products of the steam age and the electrical age, respectively. In the future, when Huaxia City fully enters the electrical age, all these steam cars will be eliminated. How can a car that boils water compare to one that burns gasoline? Chapter 185. Completion of the power station. Not bad. This car has improved a lot compared to 3 days ago. Sitting in the back seat, Yang Ming could also clearly feel the significant changes in the van. Firstly, the noise from the generator was almost gone. If you didn't listen carefully, you wouldn't hear it. Secondly, the smell of gasoline was also gone, and the air inside the car smelled good, with a hint of fragrance, likely from some spice Cocolet added. But the most noteworthy point was that the car was very stable, with no more bumps like before. In summary, this car had reached half the level of a real Wuling Hongguang. "Coco, you are indeed a genius," Yang Ming thought. 5 minutes later, the van safely arrived at the hospital gate and slowed to a stop. The journey from the Lord's mansion to the hospital was about 4 to 5 kilometers, and the van didn't encounter any unexpected malfunctions. "Thank you, Coco. Thank you for bringing me to the hospital." Lilia got out of the car and thanked Cocolet in the driver's seat. "Hee, you're welcome," Cocolet smiled. During this time, Cocolet had been going to the Lord's mansion every night to tutor Yang Ming and occasionally mooch a meal. So she had already gotten to know Lilith and Lilia and had become good friends with them. Chapter 186. The Second Industrial Revolution. Plop. Yang Ming leaped from the edge of the dam into the river. The goal was clear. Yang Ming aimed to retrieve the strange stone near the dam that was affecting the river's flow. As long as he brought the strange stone up, the power station could operate normally. After diving about 3 or 4 meters, Yang Ming saw a large, pitch-black stone lying at the bottom of the river. He instinctively scanned its information. Name: exclusive enchantment stone of the Great Desolate Knife. Quality: perfect level. Attribute: thunder. Description: exclusive enchantment stone of the epic weapon Great Desolate Knife. Note: collect all fragments of the Great Desolate Knife to synthesize the epic weapon Great Desolate Knife. Great Desolate Knife? Yang Ming suddenly remembered that when Aphrodite helped him open the treasure chest earlier, he had luckily obtained the handle of the Great Desolate Knife. With this, along with the exclusive enchantment stone before him. Yang Ming now possessed 2 fragments of the Great Desolate Knife. Not bad, with Aphrodite's luck. I might really be able to gather all the fragments of the Great Desolate Knife and then synthesize the epic weapon Great Desolate Knife. TSK, TSK, TSK. Yang Ming couldn't imagine how shocking it would be on the day he successfully synthesized the Great Desolate Knife. Chapter 187 Task Distribution. Yang Ming left the power station and got back into Cocolet's Wuling Hongwang van. Coco, let's go back, Yang Ming said, sitting in the passenger seat. Back to the Lord's mansion? Cocolet asked as she inserted the car key, ignited it, and started the vehicle. To the industrial area, Yang Ming replied. Okay, my lord. The car began to turn around, returning from the power station to the industrial area. Now, Cocolet had developed the internal combustion engine, and Zhoming Rui had built the power station. With these 2 powerful tools, Huaxia City could completely start the second industrial revolution. The electrical age would be far more glorious than the steam age. However, relatively speaking, the difficulty of starting the second industrial revolution would certainly be much greater than that of the first industrial revolution. However, I still don't know how to establish a complete electrical industrial system. It seems I'll have to ask Zhang Wei for help. So, Yang Ming opened the friend chat system and found Zhang Wei. Yang Ming sent him a message. Wei, are you there? Have you finished the drawings I asked you to do 3 days ago? About 4 or 5 minutes later, Zhang Wei replied. Chapter 188. Driving. Yang Ming didn't assign tasks to Cocolet because she had more important things to do, such as studying physics, trying to create rare-level weapons, and researching and improving the engine. After staying in the industrial area for over an hour, Yang Ming left. Before leaving, Yang Ming also drove away Cocolet's car because he wanted to experience the thrill of driving. In the real world, Yang Ming was just an 18-year-old college freshman who hadn't obtained a driver's license, so he had never driven a 4-wheeled car. Yang Ming never expected that the dream of driving that he couldn't achieve in the real world would actually come true in the battlefield of 10,000 races. Although the performance of this Wuling Hongwang was not very high, with a maximum speed of only 60 kilometers per hour, Yang Ming was already very satisfied. Because he believed that before long, Cocolet would be able to improve the car to a speed of 100 to 150 kilometers per hour. Ding, your friend Bai Shueji has sent you a message. While driving, Yang Ming suddenly received a system notification. Yang Ming was multitasking, driving while opening the friend page, finding Bai Shueji's avatar, and quickly popping up the message she sent. Chapter 189. The Kanglin Tiger recognizes its master in a month. Winter is about to arrive. In the battlefield of 10,000 races, once it starts to snow, the sun will no longer be seen, and a continuous 3 months of heavy snow will usher in the most dangerous season of the year. If sufficient preparations are not made, Huaxia City could lose 50,000 to 100,000 people. What's worse, in addition to the harsh cold and severe environment, a brutal alien beast, known as the snow monster, appears in the battlefield during winter. Snow monsters will attack any life form other than alien beasts, and will do so indiscriminately. Therefore, in addition to warming measures to safely get through the winter, Yang Ming also needed to further strengthen the city defense forces of Huaxia City. The reason Yang Ming came to find Aphrodite this time was to see if the Kanglin Tigers could go to the battlefield. Awoo at this moment. The 4 Kanglin Tigers ran out of the yard, circling around Yang Ming, wagging their tails, just like 4 dogs being affectionate. Yang Ming carefully checked the physical development of the 4 Kanglin Tigers and found that they were all very strong. So he said to Aphrodite, Fufu, I want to take them for a walk around the training ground. Okay, my lord, Aphrodite replied. Chapter 190. Dog egg. There's an old saying that a forced melon is not sweet. So Yang Ming felt it would be better to let the Kanglin Tiger cubs choose their desired masters themselves. So why didn't Yang Ming raise the Kanglin Tigers as his battle pets? The reason is simple. The upper limit of the Kanglin Tigers is too low, and they cannot keep up with Yang Ming's upgrade speed. If they went to the battlefield, the Kanglin Tigers would not only be unable to help Yang Ming, but would actually be a burden to him. The last Kanglin Tiger rushed into the crowd of warriors, sniffing here and rubbing there, seriously selecting its desired master. It seemed to have a choice phobia and took a long time to decide. Yang Ming was not in a hurry and patiently waited for it to find its preferred master. 10 minutes later, Roar accompanied by an excited tiger Roar. The last Kanglin Tiger cub rushed out of the crowd, with a youthful-looking boy riding on its back. This boy looked even younger than Yang Ming. He was the most satisfactory master chosen by the last Kanglin Tiger cub. The Kanglen tiger carried the young boy, running all the way to Yang Ming's side. The young boy, first inexplicably selected by the Kanglen tiger, then inexplicably brought to Yang Ming and others, felt a bit flustered. Chapter 191. Failure of the U.S. Mission half a month later. Time flowed like water, and soon another half a month passed. Unbeknownst to him, Yang Ming had been in the 10,000 Races Battlefield for 85 days. It was now mid-November. As winter approached, the temperature was getting lower and lower, and the temperature in Huaxia City had even begun to drop to single digits. In some extreme regions, it had even started to snow. To cope with the impending harsh winter, not only was Huaxia City preparing, but lords from other countries in Blue Star were also starting to purchase various warming items in large quantities. Thus, the trading area and chat channels were now filled with warming items, making them one of the hottest goods that everyone was scrambling to buy. Selling 10 pieces of excellent quality down jackets, top-notch warmth. Only 2 gold coins each. Anyone interested? Please private message me. What? 2 gold coins each? You might as well just rob someone. Have you lost your conscience? That's outrageous. I have an excellent quality oil lamp that can raise indoor temperature by 15 degrees Celsius when burning specified oil. Anyone want it? Private message me. Bro, I want it. Me too. Adding you, please approve. Selling large quantities of charcoal, 1,000 gold coins per ton. Contact me if needed. Chapter 192. Early arrival of winter, the S-level inheritance mission in the U.S. Strategy failed, and at the same time, Thor's name disappeared from the leaderboard. Yang Ming thought to himself, could Thor have died in the instance world? Yang Ming continued to check the leaderboard and found that besides Thor, several well-known lords from NATO member countries had also disappeared from the leaderboard. They actually died in the instance world? Yang Ming was very shocked. He had thought that failing the S-level inheritance mission would not result in death, but now it seemed he had misunderstood. It turned out that when I previously challenged the inheritance mission of the evil god Aminos, he had given me special treatment. Yang Ming then realized that only he was special, and only he could avoid death when challenging Aminos' inheritance mission. If others attempted to challenge the inheritance mission, they would die. Thor and the others died in the instance world because they failed the inheritance mission. So, does that mean I don't even need to lift a finger? And the U.S. and NATO people will collapse from within? Yang Ming couldn't help but find it amusing. Yang Ming said, I don't know, they suddenly shot themselves. After this incident, the U.S. and NATO countries lost many powerful lords. How could they compete with Huaxia now? Chapter 193. It snowed in the industrial area. Tall steel pillars, 5 to 6 meters high, were adorned with large incandescent bulbs, illuminating the night with bright light and dispelling the darkness. The entire industrial area was lit up with transparent light, as bright as day. Under the illumination, trucks and cars powered by gasoline were driving, transporting materials needed by different factories for processing. At the same time, workers were actively laboring, operating machines, continuously producing electric lights, electric blankets, heating stoves, water heaters. Everyone was working hard to prepare for the arrival of winter. The indigenous people of the 10,000 Races Battlefield have a fear of the cold winter ingrained in their DNA. In their eyes, winter is the most terrifying season. Coco. Yang Ming arrived at the blacksmith shop, saw the lights on inside, and called out Coco's name. Inside the blacksmith shop, Coco was sitting at a desk, deeply engrossed in her studies, unaware of what she was researching. Even when Yang Ming called her name, she didn't hear him due to her concentration. Yang Ming had no choice but to approach Coco and look down at what she was fiddling with on the desk. Chapter 194. The whole city is electrified. What does the falling snow resemble? It can only be compared to salt falling in the air. This ancient poem vividly describes the current situation in Huaxia City. Of course, it wasn't just Huaxia City that was snowing. Heavy snow was falling throughout the entire Blue Star combat zone. Yang Ming opened the chat channel to see how others were faring. At this moment, many people were speaking and exchanging messages in the chat channel. Can anyone tell me what's going on? Why is the snow falling so quickly this year? It's 7 days earlier than previous years. So cold, my temperature has already dropped to minus 25 degrees Celsius. I'm done for. I might not survive this winter. If I die, is there any brother from France who can bring my body back to my hometown? Don't say that. It's only the first day. You better be prepared. The snow will get heavier, and the temperature will drop to minus 90 degrees Celsius. Minus 90 degrees Celsius? Ordinary people can't survive at all, right? Unless combat power can exceed 100 points. Sigh, this low temperature has to last for 3 full months. If we encounter snow monsters, Even extraordinary people won't be able to withstand it. I wonder how many people will die this year. Damn it. It's all the fault of those damned Americans for challenging the S-level inheritance mission for no reason. Now it's here, the epic bosses have been released, and the whole world has to suffer with them. Chapter 195. Officially entering the electric era when the electric heater is powered on. The internal quartz tube emits a blazing light, and electrical energy is converted into thermal energy at that moment. The steaming warmth begins to dispel the cold in the house. Wow, what a treasure. It's so warm, even warmer than the fireplace. It's amazing. Who would have thought that a piece of iron could provide heating? This is great. With this thing, we won't freeze to death. If I remember correctly, this thing is called an electric heater, right? It looks like a birdcage. Let's hurry up and power on the underfloor heating too. That way the whole house will never be cold again. All right, let's get to work. A few days ago, Yang Ming ordered several promotional activities on the usage and precautions of electrical appliances, so most residents understand how to use these heating devices. Every household has installed electric lights for illumination. The electric heater has also been running at full power. Of course, the underfloor heating is the ultimate weapon for regulating indoor warmth. Once powered on, the entire house becomes cozy. In addition, the firewood in the fireplace hasn't gone out and continues to burn clean, pollution-free charcoal. Chapter 196. Selling charcoal. Stop chatting. Why not go out and chop down a few more trees for firewood instead? Are you stupid? Do you dare to go outside in this situation? If you encounter a snow monster, 10 lives wouldn't be enough for you. Yes, it's winter now, and the snow monsters have buff. Is there any big shot who can provide a strategy to help us get through this winter? What strategy could there be? Just hold on. As long as we last 3 months, once spring arrives, the danger will automatically be lifted, right? 3 months? I'll starve to death. Moreover, I have over 1,000 residents to take care of. Wow, you have over 1,000 residents? That's impressive. I only have a little over 700. What is that? I heard that the top 10 on the leaderboard have populations over 10,000. Over 10,000? More than 10,000 residents? That's amazing. Of course, those who can make it to the top 10 are all big shots. I'm envious. If my territory could develop that well, I wouldn't have to worry about surviving the winter. Don't be so pessimistic. Just keep fighting to survive. Yang Ming had been watching the chat channel for a long time, but didn't see any useful information. Most of the messages were just lords chatting and complaining. Chapter 197. 300 million deaths with the Qinglong Legion responsible for going out to chop trees. Huaxia City can continuously produce charcoal and then sell it. Unlike other territories that hide in fear of snow monsters, Huaxia City isn't afraid of them at all, no matter how strong they are. Yang Ming plans to upgrade Huaxia City again before winter ends, from a small city to a medium city. This means Yang Ming has to work even harder. 3 days later. 3 more days have passed. November has ended, and now it's December. Yang Ming has been in the 10,000 Races Battlefield for 93 days. One day, just after waking up from a dream, he heard a whooshing sound. It was the sound of the wind hitting the window against the wall. The noise was so loud that it woke Yang Ming up. What's going on? Has the temperature dropped again? After being awakened, Yang Ming lost the desire to sleep and simply got out of bed. He went to the window, reached out, and felt the outdoor temperature. Goodness, is it already over minus 80 degrees Celsius? It's almost approaching minus 90 degrees. Yang Ming sighed. The weather is getting colder and colder. Chapter 198. Zhou Ming Rue. Carl's work. This damn weather is really cold. At 7:30 in the morning, Zhou Ming Rue had breakfast and then went out wearing thick clothes to resist the severe cold. He was fully equipped, wearing a wool hat, thick thermal underwear, a down jacket, and a military coat, with shoes that were thick and insulated. Since the temperature has dropped to minus 85 degrees Celsius, Zhou Ming Rue's combat power is not high, only 66 points. If he didn't wear thicker clothes, he wouldn't even be able to get out the door. Lord Zhou, hello. Outside the villa, a red sedan was parked on the cement road. When the driver saw Zhou Ming Rue, he immediately got out of the car and opened the door for him. This car is Zhou Ming Rue's special vehicle, equipped with a driver. Lord Zhou, where to? After Zhou Ming Rue got in the car, the driver asked. To the power station. Zhou Ming Rue sat in the back seat, sipping tea as he answered. All right. The driver nodded, fastened his seatbelt, and started the car. Although the temperature was low and heavy snow was falling, the car could still start normally. This was because when Zhang Wei designed the internal combustion engine in the car's blueprint, he had considered the cold resistance issue. Chapter 199. The 4th Legion Commander, Hey Ha. In the training grounds competition, Dogdan wielded an iron rod and fought against Yang Jian. Dogdan was shirtless, swinging the iron rod with all his might, trying every possible way to break through Yang Jian's defense. "You're too slow, come on, faster." Facing Dogdan's attacks, Yang Jian easily resolved all his assaults and pushed him back. "Brother, be careful." Dogdan was pushed back several meters, but he had no intention of giving up and charged forward again. Bang, bang, bang. Unsurprisingly, Dogdan was pushed back again, but he still didn't give up and continued to rush forward. Attack, push back, attack again, push back again, once more attack, once more push back. Dogdan seemed to be inexhaustible, crazily challenging Yang Jian. Until half an hour later. Puff, 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 Dogdan was panting heavily. Yang Jian saw him working so hard and was afraid he would exhaust himself, so he kindly advised, "Dogdan, why not take a break and practice later?" "That's right." Yang Jian was accompanying Dogdan in training to improve his combat power. Although Dogdan was so exhausted he could barely speak, he still insisted, "No, I must break through 800 combat power today. I'm just 1 point away." Chapter 200. American Civil War, NATO dissolution. Besides Zhou Mingrue, Carl, Yang Jian, Yang Fifan, Anna, Cocolite, Zhang Lingfeng, and others, the talents from various fields in Huaxia City were also fully engaged in their work. It is precisely because of these people's efforts that Huaxia City can maintain its daily operations during the harsh winter. The establishment of a territory, the development of a city. The birth of a nation cannot rely on just one person. It requires various talents from all walks of life working together. Unity is strength. Many hands make light work. Workers of the world, unite. In the blink of an eye, 10 days have passed. Yang Ming has been at the Wan clan battlefield for 103 days. At 6 in the morning, Yang Ming woke up as usual, except today he wasn't awakened naturally, but by the message notification from his friend. "What is up with Bai Shiweji today? Why is she sending me messages so early? Is there another major international event happening?" Still a bit groggy from sleep, Yang Ming quickly opened the chat page upon seeing Bai Shiweji's message. In an instant, Bai Shiweji's profile picture popped up along with the content of her message. Chapter 201. The cause of the American Civil War. To Yang Ming's shock, he truly couldn't believe that Thor was actually one of their own. This guy has hidden himself too deeply, right? Moreover, Thor's acting skills were of veteran caliber. There were several times on the battlefield when Yang Ming wanted to kill him directly. If you were to ask which American lord the Chinese people despise the most, it would undoubtedly be Thor. I admit Thor is a good actor, but just by himself, he couldn't possibly cause the division of America. Yang Ming sent a message to Bai Shiweji expressing his doubts. As one of the world's superpowers, how could America possibly erupt in a civil war so easily? There must be more unknown factors behind the scenes. Bai Shiweji patiently explained the reasons to Yang Ming. "Well, I'm not very clear on specifics either. But in short, the reason for America's division and the outbreak of civil war is quite similar to the situation during the dissolution of the Soviet Union in 1991. Additionally, after the American high-level officials discovered evidence of Thor's betrayal, even the White House was alarmed, and the president immediately ordered a thorough investigation of everyone to find other traitors. Then, the president was horrified to find that at least half of the high-level officials in the country had been subverted." Chapter 202. Are you a songstress? After breakfast, Yang Ming walked out of the Lord's mansion. From here, the whole view of Huaxia City could be seen, blanketed in white. Today's temperature was minus 89 degrees Celsius. A bit warmer than yesterday. Yang Ming stretched out his hand to feel the temperature. I must say, this temperature is indeed low enough. If such severe low temperatures occurred in the real world, it would probably kill billions of people. Fortunately, this is the Wan clan battlefield, where those with high combat power can withstand the cold due to their strong physical constitution. Just as Yang Ming was about to head to the commercial district to discuss some matters with Carl, he saw Anna, dressed in a white priest's robe, walking towards the Lord's mansion. Anna approached Yang Ming, first bowing and greeting him. "Good morning, my lord." Yang Ming looked at Anna in confusion and asked, "What's wrong? Anna, did something happen?" Usually, Anna rarely came to find him. She generally stayed in the hospital or the Church of the Goddess of Light. If Anna came to find him, it meant she had important matters to discuss. Anna's voice was always gentle as she explained, "My lord, just now, our first newborn in Huaxia City has been born, so I thought it necessary to share this good news with you." Chapter 203. The broadcasting station Inafer took a deep breath, then stood still, closed her eyes, and began to sing in her familiar rhythm. She sang a cappella, without accompaniment. and whether it sounded good depended entirely on her singing skills. Tap, 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 the wind gently. I hear your voice. Yennefer was immersed in her song, as if forgetting everything, pouring her whole heart into singing. Her voice was like sweet dew, warm and gentle, easily nourishing people's wounded and parched souls. Wow, how beautiful! Yang Ming was shocked. Yennefer's singing was like a celestial sound, and even Yang Ming was deeply captivated by her voice. With Yennefer's singing skills, if she were to live stream in the real world, she would surely become a multi-million follower internet celebrity. If she became a singer, she would definitely become a national star, because her songs were simply too beautiful. Truly, she is a songstress. 2 minutes later, the song ended, and Yennefer's nervousness eased a lot. How is it, my lord? Are you satisfied? Yennefer bravely asked Yang Ming. She was so eager for this job. Chapter 204. Entertainment, Learning. Establishing schools in addition to establishing the broadcasting station, Yang Ming also put a lot of thought into designing various home entertainment devices and toys. For games, there were flying chess, Monopoly, card games, and mahjong. For intellectual entertainment, there were Go, Chinese chess, 5 in a row, puzzles, and Rubik's Cubes. Of course, the most important aspect was learning. Yang Ming planned to take advantage of this winter during the 3 months when everyone was staying indoors to carry out a city-wide literacy campaign. Especially for teenagers and children under 18, learning and knowledge were crucial. So how to promote literacy? Very simple, by investing money. Yang Ming first announced a new policy throughout the city. From now on, Huaxia City will establish 2 schools, 1 primary school and 1 secondary school, located near the library. The primary school will have 2 subjects, Chinese and mathematics. Anyone who passes the exam can work for a monthly salary of no less than 10,000 copper coins. The secondary school will add 3 more subjects, physics, Chinese history, and chemistry. Anyone who passes the exam can work for a monthly salary of no less than 15,000 copper coins. Chapter 205. The snow monster Assault. Carl explained to Yang Ming the reason for the rapid depletion of food supplies. My lord, the reason is this. Due to the extremely cold weather, the energy consumed by the human body has almost doubled to resist the cold. After listening to Carl's explanation, Yang Ming suddenly realized. The reason was simple. In a cold winter environment, a person consumes twice the amount of food daily compared to normal. Especially for those with high combat power, who work every day, their body's energy not only needs to resist the cold but also to provide the strength to work, leading to faster hunger and more food consumption. No wonder I've been feeling hungry easily during this time, Yang Ming thought. It seems I need to find a way to secure a new food source. But now it's winter, with the land frozen for miles and snow flying everywhere. What can I find? Food. Crops are definitely out of the question. The cold has long since killed them, and the farmland in Huaxia City is basically abandoned. As for the livestock farms, they have become money losers. To ensure the poultry don't freeze to death, Yang Ming ordered the slaughter of most of the poultry, keeping only the young ones, making it much easier to keep them warm. Chapter 206. Battle before the food problem was resolved. The sudden attack of the snow monsters left Yang Ming feeling very troubled. Sure enough, there's an old saying that when a person starts to have bad luck, misfortunes come one after another. There's no other way. Let's first find a way to deal with the snow monsters, and then think about how to obtain food. Yang Ming sighed. At this moment, on the city wall of the South Gate, many soldiers were already ready for battle, always prepared to fight. Look ahead, what is that? It seems like the snow monsters are coming. Suddenly, someone exclaimed. Yang Ming instinctively looked up in the direction the person was pointing. Not far from Huaxia City, several small white dots suddenly appeared, and one white shadow after another darted around in the wasteland. Those white shadows were the snow monsters. In the heavy snow, everything was covered in white, making it difficult to distinguish the white shadows, which effectively concealed the snow monsters' intent to attack. Everyone be on guard. Upon seeing the snow monsters appear, Yang Jian immediately stepped forward on the city wall and issued commands to the soldiers. The South Gate was under Yang Jian's protection, so he could mobilize all the soldiers here. Chapter 207. Sacrificing the snow monster corpses to the evil god altar after the battle. The city wall was littered with the shattered corpses of snow monsters. Since every member of the Azure Dragon Legion was powerful, and with Yang Jian commanding from the front, there were no casualties in this battle. The next thing to do was to clean up the battlefield, collect all the snow monster corpses, and pack them up. Yang Ming ordered. As you command, my lord. The soldiers replied in unison and began to work. Although snow monster meat was inedible, according to the system's introduction, it was one of the best offerings for the evil god altar. Therefore, Yang Ming planned to collect all these snow monster corpses and transport them to the evil god altar as sacrifices to the evil god Aminos. There were a total of 221 snow monsters, most of which were of excellent quality, with only 2 being of rare quality. The evil god's requirements for offerings were at least of excellent quality, so these snow monster corpses met the criteria. After some time, the battlefield was cleaned up. Due to the heavy weight of the snow monster corpses, it was difficult for trucks to transport them. So Yang Ming had to find dozens of strong men from the army to pull the snow monster corpses to the evil god altar. Chapter 208. Purchasing snow monster corpses. Not only did the evil sheep priest rise with a ghostly green flame, but all the evil god guards' bodies also emanated a faint flame. However, the color of the flames on the guards was much lighter than that of the evil sheep priest. Oh, this feels so good. The evil sheep priest shouted comfortably with flames engulfing his body, tilting his head back. After 2 minutes, the evil sheep priest finally stopped. The aura of the evil priest lingered at the epic quality. Who? The evil sheep roared and took a deep breath, coming to Yang Ming's side. Placing his right hand on his chest and bowing, Lord Yang Ming, thank you very much for offering so many excellent tributes. Lord Aminos is very satisfied, and his injuries have recovered a bit. So we have also become stronger. Recovered? So, the reason Aminos is sleeping is because he was injured? Yang Ming asked. The evil sheep priest thought for a moment and replied, 2 rare quality weapons. You can choose the type. Yang Ming nodded, feeling very satisfied with this outcome. After all, the snow monsters were inedible. If they weren't used for sacrifice, they would just be thrown away. Coincidentally, Huaxia City had added a 4th Legion leader, and Yang Ming wanted to take this opportunity to pick a rare quality weapon for Dog Egg. Chapter 209. The 3rd fragment of the Tai Wang Sword Brother. I have a snow monster corpse of rare quality. Do you want it? I have 50 excellent quality snow monster corpses. Can I trade for an excellent quality weapon? If not, 2 fine quality weapons will do. Damn, someone is even buying snow monsters? I've never heard of that, huh? Damn it. I just cremated 2 rare quality snow monsters yesterday. What a loss. Yang Ming's backend received many private messages. Snow monster corpses were despised by everyone and were considered garbage in others' eyes. Looking across the entire blue star, only Yang Ming was willing to buy snow monster corpses. So everyone was eager to sell them to him. In less than 10 minutes, Yang Ming bought 11 rare quality snow monster corpses and 351 excellent quality snow monster corpses. So cheap, I spent only about 200 gold, along with some weapons and food, to buy so many snow monster corpses. Yang Ming felt very pleased. After the transaction was successful, the snow monster corpses were teleported to Yang Ming's side, with a flash of white light. The mountain of snow monster corpses fell to the ground behind Yang Ming as if they were pies falling from the sky. Seeing this scene, the evil sheep priest was stunned, overjoyed and dancing, then fell into deep thought. Chapter 210. Jack and Vera after a busy day. Master Yang was now on his way back to Huaxia City. Today's harvest was quite good. He exchanged a pile of worthless snow monster corpses for a rare quality weapon and a perfect quality Tai Huang sword sheath with the evil sheep priest. Most importantly, the evil sheep priest offered the condition of exchanging rare quality weapon forging blueprints. That was a rare quality forging blueprint, incredibly precious. If he could get the forging blueprints and hand them over to Cocolite, he believed that soon the 4 major legions of Huaxia City would each be equipped with a rare quality weapon. In other countries, rare quality weapons were powerful weapons, but in Yang Ming's Huaxia City, they were commonplace. By then, which country in the entire Blue Star would dare to challenge Huaxia? Yang Ming would directly become the god of war in Huaxia, suppressing the world alone, right? Of course, the premise was that Yang Ming could get his hands on the rare quality forging blueprints. Otherwise, all of the above would be nonsense. When he was about 3 kilometers away from returning to Huaxia City, scouts suddenly rushed up to Yang Ming and reporting, my lord, a large group of Demon Clan has appeared 1,000 meters ahead. Chapter 211. Yang Futian, Yang Ling Feng. After settling Jack down, it was already quite late. So Yang Ming directly returned to Huaxia City. After entering the city, Yang Ming did not rush back to the Lord's mansion, but went to the training ground instead. Dog Egg, come here. Yang Ming's purpose for coming here was to find Dog Egg. Upon learning that Yang Ming had something to ask of him, Dog Egg, who was training the Xuanwu Legion, rushed over immediately. "My lord, what is your command? Please feel free to instruct me." Dog Egg came to Yang Ming and cupped his fists. Yang Ming took out the spirit shield and handed it to him, saying, "No orders. I just called you over to give you something. Take the spirit shield and see if it suits you. This is a rare quality weapon." Dog Egg was stunned and stood frozen in place, his body trembling with excitement. He never expected that the Lord would give him such a precious weapon. Yang Ming saw that he was not moving, so he urged, "Take it. With this weapon, you can become stronger. You need to hurry and train the Xuanwu Legion. They must not be weaker than the other 3 legions." "Thank you, Lord." Dogdan trembled as he took the evil spirit shield. The moment Dogdan received the evil spirit shield, he felt a surge of power throughout his body. Chapter 212. High School Physics Compulsory Course 1 in the living room of the Lord's Mansion. Coco Lit was sitting cross-legged on the floor with a small adjustable desk in front of her, deeply focused on her studies. As Yang Ming walked in, he saw Coco Lit seriously writing physics practice problems. Hearing the noise, Coco Lit looked up at Yang Ming, waved her pen, and greeted, "Lord, you're back." After just a glance, Coco Lit lowered her head and continued writing. Yang Ming sat across from Coco Lit, glanced at what she was writing, and asked, "Coco, are you working on High School Physics Compulsory Course 1 practice problems?" Without looking up, Coco Lit replied, "Yes, Lord. I have 10 questions I can't solve. I'll need your help later." "What topics?" Yang Ming inquired. Coco Lit answered while writing, "The relationship between speed and time in uniformly accelerated linear motion, as well as force composition and decomposition." I must say, Coco Lit is really quick at learning. It's only been 2 months, right? Not only has she mastered middle school physics, but she's also on the verge of clearing High School Physics Compulsory Course 1. It seems that before the 3rd Industrial Revolution begins in Huaxia City, Coco Lit will be able to graduate from high school in physics. Chapter 213. Going to the Star Spirit Forest, Yang Ming reviewed his trading records in the trading area. He sold 2 tons of charcoal today, making a lot of gold coins. It looks like he'll need to put more charcoal on the shelf tomorrow, just in time for Jack's demon army to help chop wood. Also, he automatically purchased 32 rare-level snow monster corpses, but my 200 pounds of food are gone, so I need to find a way to obtain food quickly. In the trading area, Yang Ming mainly did 2 things: selling charcoal to earn gold coins and using food to buy snow monster corpses. In the frigid winter at -90 degrees, keeping warm is important, but food is even more crucial, so both of Yang Ming's transactions are very hot. Relatively speaking, food is the most critical. Even in Huaxia City, there is currently a food shortage. The beasts are hibernating, making hunting more difficult. The super low temperatures have nearly eradicated crops. Therefore, obtaining food is as difficult as climbing to the sky. Should he go to the Star Spirit Forest to continue finding Xiao Yao to buy crops? Or should he open the special store attached to the Supreme Overlord and exchange points for food? Yang Ming found himself in a dilemma. Chapter 214. Second transaction with the Star Spirit Forest. This was a little deer that seemed to have walked out of a dream. With a graceful figure and a body that shone with silver, light blue, and white colors, and a pair of antlers that were as exquisite and beautiful as ancient stars. "Are you Xiao Yao?" Yang Ming instinctively said. "Yes, I can't maintain my human form for now, so I can only meet you in my deer spirit form." Xiao Yao said, "Is it because of the winter? That's why you can't maintain your human form?" No wonder Xiao Yao has been invisible during this time. Yang Ming shifted his gaze from the little deer and pointed to a group of beasts greedily munching on various excellent level vegetables by the creek and in the fields, asking, "Xiao Yao, why are you wasting so much food?" "Food? Huh?" Xiao Yao was taken aback, instinctively asking back, "What food? Where did the food come from? Aren't those just weeds?" "Weeds?" Yang Ming was momentarily speechless. "You call excellent level crops weeds?" Yang Ming's mouth twitched, unable to help but ask, "What else?" Xiao Yao countered. Yang Ming was instantly at a loss for words. It turns out that in the Star Spirit Forest, excellent level vegetables have been reduced to weeds. In other words, only rare level and above vegetables, fruits, and herbs can catch the eyes of Xiao Yao and the Beast Girls. Chapter 215. Mass sale of excellent level vegetables. I heard that 5 more countries perished a few days ago. Yes, the ones in Feizhou. Their royal territories were all invaded by snow monsters, and 5 countries perished overnight. That's too tragic. Sigh. Originally, there were 285 countries on Blue Star. Since the national fortune system bound to Blue Star, in just 10 years, there are now fewer than 210 left. So, everyone in the chat channel, please don't give up. Cheer up. Think of your family, your wife, your children. If you give up, your home in the real world will perish too. Yeah, my wife is waiting for me to come back. I can't die. She's already 7 months pregnant. I need to live to go back and see her. Congratulations, bro upstairs. You've been fighting in the Myriad-Races Battlefield for months? 9 months. Ahem, that brother just now. I wish you and your wife happiness. Sigh. The problem is, how do I keep going? The food in the granary is almost gone, and the charcoal can only last for 3 more days. Almost all my residents have frozen to death. My only outcome is slow death. Yeah, it would be great if a miracle happened. Chapter 2:16. Bountiful harvest. It seems I underestimated everyone's demand for food. Looking at the 2 tons of vegetables that were completely sold out, Yang Ming couldn't help but laugh. He thought it would take at least a day to sell these 2 tons of vegetables, but to his surprise, they were sold out in half an hour. I need to raise the price. Otherwise, it would be a bit of a loss. Thus, Yang Ming decided to reset the price of excellent level vegetables. For non-Huaxia Alliance member countries, it would be 30 gold coins per pound. For Huaxia Alliance member countries, it would only be 15 gold coins per pound. This way, the prices became much more reasonable. 2 hours later, as the migrant workers continuously transported the harvested vegetables from the Star Spirit Forest to the granary in Huaxia City, Yang Ming immediately put another 3 tons of excellent level vegetables on the shelf in the trading area. At this time, many people in the chat channel were still regretting missing out on the vegetables Yang Ming sold. No way. I just went to the restroom and missed such a great opportunity. I also really want to buy the food sold by Lord Yang Ming. It's so cheap. Does anyone know if Lord Yang Ming will continue selling? I'm online waiting. It's urgent. Who knows? A noble like Lord Yang Ming. How can we mere mortals have the right to even say a word to him? Chapter 2:17. Abnormalities of perfect level snow monsters after raising his favorability with aminos to 95 points. Yang Ming not only gained the support of all the armies from the evil god altar, but could also directly summon the evil sheep priest. The evil sheep priest is of epic quality. As long as he is summoned, Yang Ming can't think of how he could lose. Now, Yang Ming can stand at the peak of Blue Star and shout. Who else? Whenever Yang Ming sees someone he doesn't like, he directly summons the evil sheep priest to beat the opponent to death. In addition, Yang Ming now has a new identity as the world's richest person on Blue Star. By selling large quantities of charcoal and grain, Yang Ming has earned countless gold. In the warehouse of Huaxia City, there's already over 10,000 tons of gold stored. What does over 10,000 tons of gold mean? In real life, 1 gram of gold is 598 yuan, so converting that, over 10,000 tons of gold is an unimaginable amount of money. A simple calculation shows that Yang Ming almost monopolizes 79 of the gold reserve in the Blue Star domain of the 10,000 Races Battlefield. This achievement is incredibly shocking. Oh, I forgot to mention, 20 of it belongs to Xiao Yao, and Yang Ming only occupies 80 of it. When Xiao Yao learned that she had earned so much gold, she was, of course, overjoyed, feeling as if she was dreaming, reaping this money without doing anything. Chapter 2:18. Epic. Snow Woman. With Xiao Yao as a god-level ally, Yang Ming can finally feel at ease. However, I still can't maintain my human form. And if I want to go to your Huaxia City, I can only move in my dear spirit form, Xiao Yao reminded. It's fine. Yang Ming smiled and said, as long as you don't mind, shall we set off now? Okay. Thus, Xiao Yao followed Yang Ming to Huaxia City. Now that Xiao Yao is there to help protect Huaxia City, Yang Ming has no worries. The urgent task is to figure out why this group of perfect-level snow monsters is lurking near Huaxia City. Otherwise, if they're allowed to rampage unchecked, it could potentially trigger an unpredictable beast disaster. To understand the reason, Yang Ming left the North City Gate alone and slowly walked toward the gathering place of the perfect-level snow monsters. On the city wall, Yang Jian and others watched Yang Ming set off alone, feeling a mix of emotions and deep shame. Damn it. Why is it that every time at a critical moment, I can't help it all? Yang Jian clenched his fists, feeling a deep sense of helplessness. Ever since he was summoned to the 10,000 Races Battlefield by Yang Ming and was given a second chance at life, he vowed to do everything he could to repay Yang Ming's kindness. Chapter 2:19. Snow Woman vs. Evil Sheep Priest. This woman in a pure white dress is so beautiful it seems unreal. With fair skin, a sexy figure, and especially her stunningly beautiful face. She resembles a blooming peony. However, despite her beauty, Yang Ming felt a sense of fear. Yang Ming instinctively scanned her. Name, Snow Woman. Quality epic. Combat power 150,000. Extraordinary power ice. Talent winter controller S-class. Wherever she goes, she can turn the land within a 700 kilometers radius into winter, freely control the weather, natural disasters, and alter the terrain. Skill ice form S-class skill, perfect proficiency. By releasing cold ice, she can summon powerful summon beasts. As long as there is snow, her summoned beasts can continuously replenish energy. Skill enchantment A-class skill, proficient level. She will act as your wife, seducing you to her home and draining your yang energy. Wow, an epic alien beast? Yang Ming was shocked, and the next second, he dared not make any unnecessary moves and directly summoned the evil sheep priest. Chapter 220. The crazy snow woman standing on the city wall. Yang Ming watched the battle between the snow woman and the evil sheep priest, his eyes filled with shock. Just the summoned creatures they called forth, the snow mountain behemoth and the evil god projection, could unleash terrifying power with a mere gesture. Epic-level alien beasts are indeed too strong. Yang Ming couldn't help but sigh. No wonder 2 months ago, the United States and its NATO allies failed to complete the S-class task. Epic-level alien beasts are too powerful. Even now, Yang Ming has to quickly find a way around them. At this stage, no territory can withstand an epic-level alien beast, not even Yang Ming's Huaxia City. Even with all Yang Ming's trump cards, he cannot surpass the 10,000 combat power needed to defeat an epic-level alien beast. It seems I need to find a way to become stronger. Yang Ming felt a surge of crisis. Indeed, compared to all the Lords of Blue Star, Yang Ming's strength is already unique. With Yang Ming's current power, he can easily annihilate any country on Blue Star, including the United States or the British Empire. However, the territory of the 10,000 Races Battlefield is simply too vast. If Yang Ming wants to dominate the battlefield, he still has a long way to go. Chapter 221. The battle ends. Protect. Xiao Yao's voice rang out, clear and ethereal. A faint green light, a gentle natural light, radiated out and enveloped Yang Ming once again. Originally paralyzed by the snow woman, Yang Ming quickly regained his mobility under the protection of the natural light. How is this possible? The snow woman was astonished, her eyes wide. She couldn't understand why such a weak human could ignore her suppression. But that wasn't enough. The next second, Xiao Yao's staff appeared, raising a magical protective barrier. Centered on Huaxia City, the protective barrier enveloped the entire city, sending the snow woman flying. What? The snow woman was shocked. Her body was uncontrollably flying backward, driven away by Xiao Yao's staff. Although Xiao Yao's combat power is weak enough that she couldn't even kill a wild wolf. Her protective ability is nearly perfect. Meanwhile, the evil sheep priest finally regained his senses. You witch, how dare you shamelessly attack Lord Yang Ming? Today you are doomed. The evil sheep priest was genuinely angry. He had been summoned by Yang Ming, but had faltered at a crucial moment. Chapter 222. The End of Winter. Version update. The warm sunlight bathed Huaxia City, which had been covered in snow for 3 months. What's going on? Why did the sun suddenly come out? Could it be? Did winter end early? In Huaxia City, every household gradually opened their windows, and the residents poked their heads out to check the situation outside. When the residents saw the warm sun hanging high in the sky, the thick clouds had been dispersed, and the snow on the ground had begun to melt. Their faces were filled with happy smiles. Soon, a wave of cheers and applause like the ocean echoed through every corner of the city. The residents unanimously walked out of their homes, bathing in the sunlight after a long absence. They had been trapped inside for 3 months, and now they were finally liberated. Awesome, huh? Winter is over. I survived. My God. This is the first time I felt that the winter in the 10,000 Races Battlefield isn't so terrifying after all. Woo-woo. If only my mom and I could have moved to Huaxia City earlier, then my mom wouldn't have frozen to death last winter. Thank you for the protection of Huaxia City. Thank you, my lord. We won. We have overcome the cold winter. Chapter 223. Preparing for the unification of Blue Star after arranging tasks for Zhou Mingrui, Carl, and others, Yang Ming turned his gaze to Xiao Yao, who was nearby. At this moment, with the end of the cold winter, Xiao Yao had transformed back from her dear spirit form into her beautiful and pure girl appearance. Why are you looking at me? Sensing Yang Ming's gaze, Xiao Yao looked back at him. Yang Ming cleared his throat and said, Xiao Yao, thank you for saving me twice just now. Xiao Yao waved her hand nonchalantly and replied, "You're welcome. It was just a small effort. Since you asked me for help, I couldn't just stand by and watch you fall into danger. What if you died? What happened to my share of the gold? You promised me 20% of the profits." Yang Ming was initially touched, but hearing her last comment made him chuckle. It turned out she was still a little money grubber. "Do you want to take your 20% now?" Yang Ming asked her. Speaking of this topic, Xiao Yao's small face immediately lit up with excitement as she asked, "How much can I get?" Yang Ming didn't hide it and truthfully told her the answer. "Well, I think it's about over 2,000 tons of gold." Upon hearing this, Xiao Yao exclaimed in surprise, instinctively asking, "So much?" Chapter 224, Huaxia Alliance Announcement. In fact, there are only a few final hurdles left before Huaxia can unify Blue Star and become the rightful overlord of Blue Star, namely the United States, the British Empire, Canada, South Korea, and others. Because any country that joins the Huaxia Alliance has essentially agreed to voluntarily become a subordinate of Huaxia. There are many mandatory treaties for joining the Huaxia Alliance, including, but not limited to, transferring war command to Huaxia, not launching wars against the allied forces without permission, allowing Huaxia to station troops, and under certain conditions, Huaxia has the right to directly interfere in the internal affairs of all member countries. Although it is not explicitly stated, in reality, as long as these countries join the Huaxia Alliance, they have already implicitly agreed to become half vassal states of Huaxia. Otherwise, why would Yang Ming go to such lengths to persuade so many countries to join the Huaxia Alliance? Does he really think of himself as a philanthropist, giving out so many benefits for free? From the beginning, the purpose of Yang Ming proposing the creation of the Huaxia Alliance was to unify Blue Star and plant the Huaxia flag in every corner of the world. The undertaking that none of the emperors of Huaxia have been able to accomplish for 5,000 years will be realized by me, Yang Ming. Under heaven, there is no land that is not ruled by the king. At this moment, on the other side, the highly efficient Bai Shuiji had already organized the current international information and sent it over. Chapter 225, Materials needed for upgrading the city. The announcement issued by the Huaxia Alliance has made the atmosphere of the entire Blue Star domain tense. Everyone around the world feels a sense of impending storm. 3 days later, humans will have their first contact with aliens. Will a war break out? Or will they coexist peacefully with the aliens? No one knows the answer. Therefore, all the lords of Blue Star are using the last 3 days before the version update to quickly develop their territories, produce troops, and stockpile weapons. Yang Ming included. Yang Ming's goal is very clear. He plans to upgrade Huaxia City from small city to a medium-sized city within 3 days. As long as the upgrade is successful, the territory area of Huaxia City can expand 2 to 3 times, and the city defense will become more solid. Only then will Yang Ming feel more confident in facing alien civilizations. The next day, in the morning. Today marks the 151st day since Yang Ming arrived at the battlefield of all races. 2 days later, the battlefield of all races will welcome the largest version update, and the Blue Star domain will be adjacent to the alien civilization area. Yang Ming knows that time is precious, so he got up early to prepare for work. "My lord, good morning." As usual, Lilith had already prepared a steaming breakfast and set it on the table. Chapter 226, Information on the location of the red crystal core. So, the question arises, how to find the red crystal core? As we all know, the crystal core is one of the most precious resources in the battlefield of all races, worth more than forging blueprints of the same quality, so it cannot be found just by casually wandering outside the city. Yang Ming first opened the trading area and, under his name, offered a high reward for help. Whoever can provide information on the red crystal core, I will give them 10 rare grade weapons or 1 perfect grade weapon. The bounty released by Yang Ming was very tempting, attracting countless onlookers in less than a minute. But unfortunately, no one could provide relevant information. Forget it, let us look for the evil sheep priest. After failing to get help from the trading area, Yang Ming had to place his hopes on the evil sheep priest. Last time, the evil sheep priest had also provided Yang Ming with information about a crystal core. So, it made sense to ask the evil sheep priest for help. After making some preparations, Yang Ming set off with 5,000 soldiers. Half an hour later, Yang Ming and his group arrived at the evil god altar. Yang Ming found the evil sheep priest and told him his needs. "Lord Yang Ming, do you want to investigate the location of the red crystal core?" the evil sheep priest asked in response. Chapter 227, Lilith's territory while the soldiers were resting. Yang Ming turned his attention to Lilith's territory. Not far away, A giant city stood in front of him. A 6-meter-high city wall protected Lilith's territory from all sides. Although this city seemed clearly inferior to Yang Ming's Huaxia city, it was already well managed compared to other towns. After all, Lilith was one of the candidates for the Eldora Kingdom. Yang Ming instinctively scanned the information. Name: vassal territory of the Eldora Kingdom. Level: small city. Owner: Lilith. Area: 350 square kilometers. Population: 150,000. National fortune value: 9,800. Buildings: diplomatic level 2 low to view. Resource fields: diplomatic level 2 low to view. What is this? That's strange, very strange. After just a glance at the information of Lilith's territory, Yang Ming noticed something unusual. The population is too small. A small city with an area of 350 square kilometers cannot possibly have so few people. Even a village wouldn't have so few. Therefore, Yang Ming speculated that there must be some issues with Lilith's territory. Chapter 228, a level mission in summary. There is definitely some potential danger in Lilith's territory. Although Yang Ming cannot see it for now, it can be inferred that it should be related to the red crystal core. At this moment, a thin man in simple clothing brushed past Yang Ming, who noticed that the man was in line, waiting to pay the city entrance fee before entering Lily Wan's territory. Yang Ming sensed something unusual and looked at the thin man. Yang Ming's pupils slightly contracted, and as if by reflex, he instinctively reached out and grabbed the thin man's arm. Caught by Yang Ming, the thin man was initially confused, showing that he didn't understand why Yang Ming was grabbing him, but he immediately started to struggle and shouted, "Sir, why are you grabbing me? I haven't done anything wrong. What's going on?" Lily Wen quickly approached and asked, "Lord Yang Ming, he is a resident of my territory. Did he offend you just now?" Yang Ming glanced at the thin man, then at Lily Wen, and retorted, "Can't you see it?" Lily Wen widened her beautiful eyes, stared closely at the thin man for a while, and then shook her head and said, Chapter 229, Purified Holy Water. Those two girls, arrest them. The owner of the clothing store, also arrest her. And all those soldiers patrolling the street, arrest them all. Soldiers too? But we are soldiers too. Don't talk back. Follow my orders, arrest them all. In no time, Yang Ming ordered the arrest of more than 1,000 residents. And it was done in front of all the pedestrians in broad daylight. Initially, Lily Wen trusted Yang Ming, but when she saw him continue to arrest more people, she quickly stepped forward to stop him, saying, "Lord Yang Ming, how many more people do you intend to arrest? Do they really have problems?" Lily Wen's doubts were not without reason, as she genuinely could not see any issues with these people. At the same time, a priest standing beside Lily Wen also could not see anything unusual. "Of course, there's a problem. Otherwise, why would I arrest them?" Yang Ming said. "How'd you find out?" Lily Wen asked back. "I can see with my own eyes. They're all cursed. And some parts of their bodies are infested with terrifying parasites," Yang Ming replied. To be honest, Yang Ming was getting impatient. If it weren't for Lily Wen's constant disregard for his words, the investigation would not be progressing so slowly. Chapter 230, Arresting People. Having inexplicably received a good person card again, Yang Ming felt helpless, but did not take it to heart. The urgent matter was to find out the mastermind behind it, complete the task, and obtain the 10 red crystal cores. Yang Ming began to think of a solution, and after a while, he said, "Lily Wen, thoroughly interrogate that group of arrested people. First find out if they have similar experiences or any other common points." Okay, Lily Wen immediately agreed, and this time, she no longer had any doubts. However, before going to interrogate, Lily Wen could not help but ask, "Yang Ming, can you tell me how many residents in my territory are affected by the curse?" At this point, Yang Ming no longer concealed it from her and truthfully informed her. "If I'm not mistaken, only 15,000 people in your territory are normal." Upon hearing this, Lily Wen's body shook violently. Only 15,000 are normal? So, over 100,000 people are infested with cursed things? They will all die. Lily Wen clearly could not accept this fact. She was a caring lord, and her voice choked as she said, "Lord Yang Ming, you must save them. As long as you can save them, I am willing to do anything." Chapter 231, The Source of the Curse. A man in gray linen was captured by soldiers and brought before Yang Ming. The reason Yang Ming wanted to capture him was simply that the extent of his mutation due to the curse was too severe. Almost 90 of his skin was altered, covered in sores, and most bizarrely, a snake-headed monster was parasitizing his shoulder. The snake-headed monster seemed to have self-awareness. It twisted its serpent body and was flicking its tongue at Yang Ming. It thought Yang Ming could not see it, so its snake-like eyes greedily surveyed Yang Ming, seemingly wanting to transfer from the man in linen to Yang Ming. Yang Ming did not spare the snake-headed monster and directly raised his right hand to grab it. Others could not see these parasitic mutated monsters. Only I can see them. Why is that? What would happen if I touched them with my hand? With his curiosity, Yang Ming's hand got closer to the snake-headed monster, and then he grabbed it. At the moment of contact, Yang Ming's pupils contracted. Because Yang Ming's right hand passed right through the snake-headed monster, even he could not touch the monster. It was like a ghost, visible but intangible. Chapter 232, The Daughter of Nightmares. Are they alive or dead? Lily Wayan looked up at the two servants, feeling an ominous premonition. She had never seen such strange people. Like walking corpses, the two servants seemed to be possessed by ghosts, making Lily Wayan feel scared. But Yang Ming did not spare them. Regardless of what kind of monsters they were, Yang Ming planned to capture them anyway. Follow me. Yang Ming took long strides toward the door and then reached out to grab the two servants. They were beyond saving. When Yang Ming touched their bodies, he felt not a trace of life. They were completely dead. Therefore, Yang Ming did not hold back and directly twisted their necks. But then something strange happened. After Yang Ming killed the servants, their bodies did not fall, but twisted at a very awkward angle. Monsters, they are monsters in disguise. Seeing this, the other soldiers screamed. The two twisted servants had a long centipede growing from their abdomens, and their heads split open, revealing a hideous monster's skull. Chapter 233, The Truth. Upon hearing this, Yang Ming began to understand the sequence of events. The complete truth was roughly as follows. A month ago, during the cold winter, due to a lack of food at home, George bought a batch of slaves from the slums, treating the slaves as donkeys to slaughter and eat donkey meat. The daughter of Nightmares, who was lying on George's back, was likely one of the slaves killed by George. After her death, her powerful resentment brought her back to life, transforming her into the terrifying daughter of Nightmares. To take revenge on George, the daughter of Nightmares clung to him like a ghost until his death. As for when the curse began to spread to Lily Wayan's entire territory, it was likely when the daughter of Nightmare's flesh was sold as donkey meat to 30 nearby people. After eating the donkey meat, they became infected with the curse, causing it to gradually spread throughout the city. Now, a month later, the curse of the daughter of Nightmares had infested 90 of the residents' bodies. If it weren't for Yang Ming's arrival, Lily Vivian's territory would probably have turned into a ghost town in a few days. Yang Ming tightened his grip on the Zanpakuto, not looking back as he said to Lily Vivian, "Lily Vivian, take the others and leave, seal off this area, and get as far away as possible. Don't cause me any trouble." Chapter 234. Subduing Lily Vivian, Yang Ming initially thought there would be a great battle between him and the daughter of Nightmares. However, to his surprise, she walked up to him, not only obediently taking out the red crystal core from her heart and handing it to Yang Ming, but also saying a thank you. Yang Ming looked down at her, and his right hand, which had been tightly gripping the Zanpakuto, slowly relaxed. He extended his right hand and took the red crystal core. The moment Yang Ming touched her palm, he saw a memory, Lily Vivian's memories before she became the daughter of Nightmares. A blurry memory unfolded in Yang Ming's mind. In mid-December, Lily Vivian's territory was covered in heavy snow, and due to the extreme cold, the temperature dropped to minus 88 degrees Celsius. On the streets, frozen corpses could often be seen, like ice sculptures. In a thatched cottage, there was a family of three, a couple in their 30s and a 14 or 15-year-old girl. Due to years of hunger and insufficient food, the girl was skin and bones, weighing only over 60 pounds and not even reaching 5 meters in height. At this moment, the woman was talking to the man. "What should we do, husband? We've run out of food at home, and it's so cold outside. How are we going to survive this winter? I don't want to freeze to death or starve." The woman tightened her heavy cotton coat and asked anxiously. Chapter 235. Returning to Huaxia City, the moment Lily Vivian knelt down, a system prompt immediately sounded in Yang Ming's ear. "Ding, respected Lord Yang Ming. The owner of Maple City, Lily Vivian, voluntarily submits to you. Your Huaxia City has acquired a new vassal territory, a small city, Maple City. Currently, you have a total of 6 vassal territories, with 4 slots remaining. The moment the contract took effect, Lily Vivian's Maple City officially merged into the territory of Huaxia City. Lily Vivian also became a part of Huaxia City, although she was not very willing. Ding! At this moment, a cold mechanical voice rang in Lily Vivian's mind. What does that sound? Lily Vivian looked around in confusion, but couldn't find the source of the strange, cold voice. Lily Vivian, your territory Maple City has been incorporated into Huaxia City's territory and can enjoy the following benefits. The citywide blessing buff from the goddess of love, Aphrodite. Buff introduction. Favor of the goddess of love. All crops and poultry in Maple City grow 20 faster and yield 100. The happiness, health, and work efficiency of Maple City residents are increased by 20. Chapter 236. The last 2 conditions, only 2 conditions remain. Resource fields and population, before Huaxia City can upgrade again. After reviewing all the upgrade conditions, Yang Ming felt confident. It seems that Zhou Mingrue, Carl, Yang Jian, and Cocolite are quite capable. They completed such a large workload in just one day. Especially Zhou Mingrue, whose outstanding abilities have propelled Huaxia City's infrastructure. He truly deserves to be a rare level LV4 architect. There are no major issues. As long as I lead an attack on the resource fields tomorrow, Huaxia City can be upgraded to a medium-sized city. Yang Ming felt very satisfied with this. Looking globally, while everyone else was still striving to build a small city, Yang Ming had already developed a medium-sized city. It could only be described as being far ahead. As the sun rose and set, night soon fell. As usual, after a day's work, Cocolite drove her small car to the Lord's mansion, holding a pile of physics books and practice problems. She had maintained this lifestyle throughout the winter. Her daily life revolved around studying, crafting weapons, and researching and modifying electrical appliances. Chapter 237. Upgrading Huaxia City again during the 3-month cold winter. Many new resource fields appeared in the wild. Similarly, with the arrival of spring, the beasts began to be active in the wild again. This time was perfect for hunting and attacking resource fields. To ensure the task was completed, not only did Yang Ming personally participate, but all 4 major legions also mobilized, and an additional 200,000 soldiers were dispatched. A grand winter-end purge operation was conducted within a range of 300 kilometers around Huaxia City. Yang Ming aimed to turn the 300-kilometer radius into controllable territory of Huaxia City. Within this range, any hostile forces along the way would be eliminated, and neutral small villages, tribes, and towns would be forcibly incorporated into Huaxia City's territory. At the same time, for every 10 kilometers cleared, Yang Ming ordered a military garrison to be stationed, establishing military bases, defense towers, watchtowers, and beacon towers, from morning until noon, with Yang Ming personally in command and the 4 legion leaders assisting him. Various reports came pouring in. Reporting. Lord, 41 kilometers ahead, Legion leader Yang Jian has captured a new level 5 resource field. Chapter 238. New Year's Eve at 8 p.m. Yang Ming returned to the Lord's mansion. After being busy for so long, he could finally relax for a bit. In just 4 hours at midnight, Huaxia City would upgrade to a medium-sized city. At this time, in the Lord's mansion, Cocolite was in the living room writing practice problems, while Lilith and Lilia were cooking in the kitchen. Yang Ming was already accustomed to this scene, as he saw all 3 of them every day when he returned. Welcome home, Lord, Cocolite said without looking up. Coco, what have you learned? Yang Ming sat beside her on the sofa and asked. I'm writing practice problems related to centripetal force and centripetal acceleration. I'll need your help later, Lord. There are 5 problems I can't solve. Cocolite glanced at Yang Ming and then lowered her head to continue writing. Okay, you keep writing, and I'll teach you after dinner. Thank you, Lord. Seeing Cocolite so focused on her practice problems, Yang Ming didn't disturb her any further. Just as he turned to take a shower, he suddenly heard a system prompt indicating someone had sent him a message. Your friend Bai Xueji has sent you a message. Chapter 239. Fireworks clang. Lilia's delicate body trembled in shock, causing her eyes to widen. The chopsticks in her hand slipped and fell to the ground, making a crisp sound. What strange things is the Lord saying? However, they're already 18 years old. In Lilia's mind, a pixelated image suddenly appeared. On the contrary, Cocolite showed no reaction at all. While nibbling on chicken feet, she asked Yang Ming, My lord, what do you want us to stay for? To set off fireworks. Yang Ming replied, What fireworks? The 3 girls looked at each other. Everyone was filled with confusion. Coming from poor backgrounds, They had never heard of such a thing as fireworks. Yang Ming slowly explained, "Fireworks are beautiful things. You can think of them as glowing flowers that bloom in the starry sky. Today is New Year's Eve, and tomorrow is the Spring Festival. So I want to invite you to set off fireworks together." "Great, great. I'll stay. I'll sleep on the second floor tonight." Upon hearing this, Coco immediately showed interest and raised her hand in agreement. Chapter 240. Fireworks Festival. Bang, bang, bang. The sounds of fireworks, firecrackers, and rockets mixed with the laughter of the girls echoed under the starry sky. In the open space in front of the Lord's mansion, Lilith, Coco, and Lilia ignited various fireworks, playfully chasing each other with smiles blooming like flowers. On this slightly warm New Year's Eve, their smiles and laughter were as bright as the sun, allowing Yang Ming to feel a sense of the festive atmosphere he had long missed. "My lord, come play with us." Coco bounced over to Yang Ming's side, regardless of whether he agreed or not, and stuffed a bundle of firefly fireworks into his arms. "I'm not a child. Why would I play with this? I could just watch you all." Yang Ming instinctively refused. Come on, it's really fun, however." Coco didn't care about that and directly grabbed Yang Ming's hand, pulling him over to set off fireworks together. "My lord, come play with this. And this spinning firework tube. I think this one is the best." Lilia also joined in. Yang Ming couldn't resist them, so he joined in, using a match to ignite a bundle of kaleidoscope fuses, which made a hissing sound. Chapter 241. The first medium-sized city of Blue Star. The fireworks festival lasted for 15 minutes until all the fireworks were lit and the sky gradually returned to calm. However, most residents still felt a lingering sense of excitement. Such a grand spectacle. When had they ever had the chance to enjoy it? After the fireworks festival, it wasn't too long before Inafur, who had been ready at the broadcasting station, immediately turned on the switch, connecting all the speakers in Huaxia City. Inafur not only had a sweet voice and excellent workability, but she was also very serious during live broadcasts. So she had already become the head of the broadcasting station due to her outstanding performance. Once the broadcast started, Inafur's voice appeared in every corner of Huaxia City. "Good evening, family of Huaxia City. Today is the Spring Festival, and I want to wish everyone a happy new year. Do you all know what the Spring Festival is? Actually, I just learned about it from my lord. So let me take you to understand one of Huaxia's outstanding traditional festivals, the Spring Festival. The Spring Festival is one of Huaxia's 4 major traditional festivals. The Lunar New Year, traditionally celebrated on the first day of the first lunar month. Chapter 242. The last day before the version update. After reading the information about Huaxia City, Yang Ming couldn't wait to check the changes of his SSS level talent, Supreme Overlord. The system had previously hinted that Yang Ming's first SSS level talent was closely related to the level of his territory. The higher the level of Huaxia City, the stronger the effect of the Supreme Overlord. Name: Supreme Overlord. Quality: SSS level talent. Description: within your territory, you can gain 5 points of contribution every second. 1 point of contribution can summon a warrior. The average combat power of newly summoned warriors is increased to 75 points, and their quality is all fine grade. Current contribution: 45861W, automatically increasing. Note: the special shop has been opened, and you can buy anything you can imagine in the shop. Not bad, not bad. I didn't expect to have accumulated so many contribution points. Yang Ming nodded in satisfaction. Following this trend, one day, Yang Ming would definitely be able to accumulate enough contribution points to exchange for a divine beast or myth-level weapon. Wow, it's hard to imagine what it would be like when Yang Ming gets a myth-level weapon. Myth level is God level. Chapter 243. Changes in Territory 2. 25 million square kilometers. The next day morning. Unknowingly, Yang Ming had been in the all-races battlefield for 153 days. Today, Yang Ming did not wake up early, but, quite unusually, slept in until 8 in the morning. Yang Ming let out a big yawn and stretched. After getting up, he opened the door and walked out, only to see Lilith, Lilia, and Coco chatting in the living room. The dining table was already set with a rich and steaming breakfast. "Good morning, my lord." The moment they saw Yang Ming, the 3 girls immediately greeted their lord. They had stayed overnight at the lord's mansion, so they hadn't left until now. "Good morning." Yang Ming scratched his somewhat messy hair in response. Lilith stood up from the sofa and said to Yang Ming, "My lord, you woke up a bit late today. It's already 8 o'clock. Hurry and wash up to have breakfast, or you'll get a stomach illness." With Yang Ming's current strength, not to mention a stomach illness, Even cancer couldn't affect him. But he still ate on time. Okay, I got it. Yang Ming felt a bit hungry. So he went to the bathroom to simply brush his teeth and wash his face. Chapter 244, Spring Festival 1, at 9 in the morning. The warm sunlight shone down, and the entire Huaxia city was enveloped in a festive atmosphere, filled with the flavor of the new year. The cold winter had ended 3 days ago, and the snow on the streets had all been cleared away. What stood out the most was that every household had hung up bright red lanterns in front of their doors, and the streets were lined with rows of vibrant red flags. Some wealthy families had even put up couplets. One must say that Carl's execution ability was truly strong. The reason Huaxia City had become so full of New Year flavor was all thanks to Carl. Last night, Yang Ming had assigned a task to Carl to simply decorate Huaxia City's New Year's scene, and he didn't expect him to arrange everything overnight. Moreover, various activities on the streets and the spring festival celebrations held in the business district were all organized by Carl, who replicated them one by one according to Yang Ming's orders. Today, 90 of the residents were on holiday. They came out from their homes, running to share the news, gathered on the streets to participate in activities, and celebrate Huaxia City's first spring festival together. I heard that the business district has opened. Is it true? Of course it's true. It opened a long time ago, and it's very lively with a lot of people. I just had 2 king crabs for free at the food street, each weighing 8 pounds. It was so satisfying. Chapter 245, Spring Festival 2. Yang Ming took a deep breath and replied to Bai Xueji's message. Come on, take me back. I'm ready. Today is the Spring Festival. So Yang Ming wants to go home and let his parents see him, so they won't worry too much about him. Also, he wants to pat his little sister's head to prevent her from crying if she doesn't see him during the new year. Bai Xueji sent another message. Okay, once you're ready, I will open the portal back to the real world for you. It might take 3 to 5 minutes. While waiting for the portal to appear, Yang Ming typed a curious question. Bai Xueji, what method are you using to help me return to the real world? Bai Xueji's avatar lit up, and a message popped up. It's very simple, using the Lord's staff. Yang Ming's curiosity was piqued because he still didn't know the function of a Lord's staff. So he asked, can you tell me what the function of a Lord's staff is? Bai Xueji no longer hid it and explained, let me put it this way. The core of the Lord's staff is the word power, which represents authority. So, the Lord's staff can grant the user additional powers, such as the power to return to the real world ahead of time. Chapter 246, Spring Festival 3, after 153 days. Suddenly returning from the battlefield of all races to the real world, Yang Ming felt a bit out of place. Beep beep. Beep, the sound of a car horn behind him pulled Yang Ming back to reality. He then realized he was standing next to the crosswalk, blocking some vehicles, so he hurried back to the roadside. Fortunately, this was near the high-speed rail station, and the vehicles were moving slowly. Otherwise, Yang Ming might have been hit right after returning. Am I at the exit of the Jiangshuan City high-speed rail station? Yang Ming looked up and saw he was at the station exit, with many pedestrians walking by. He checked his pocket and found no phone. Without a phone, he could only take a bus home. Luckily, Yang Ming is a local from Jiangshuan City, so he was very familiar with the way home. At that moment, a charming ant responsible for attracting passengers near the high-speed rail exit came up to Yang Ming, holding a small card, and quietly asked, Hey, handsome, did you just come out of the high-speed rail station? It's so late. Do you have a place to stay? Would you like me to recommend a hotel for you? They offer a special car service and a 20% discount. Chapter 247, Spring Festival 4. After closing the car door, Yang Ming turned and walked into the familiar community gate. Huh, Xiao Ming, is that you? The security guard at the entrance immediately recognized Yang Ming and hurried out of the security booth to ask, Uncle Zhang, it's me. Yang Ming greeted him with a smile. You kid, how long has it been since you came home? Your dad was just telling me yesterday, saying you didn't come home for the Mid-Autumn Festival, and now you're not coming home for the New Year either. The security guard sighed. I can't help it. I've been busy with my studies, lately doing academic research with a professor. So, I really haven't had the time. Yang Ming casually made an excuse. For now, Yang Ming's identity is a complete secret. No one knows what he is doing. I'm old and don't understand the work of you young people, but I'm very happy to see you come home today. Here, take this lucky money. Uncle Zhang stuffed 5 red bills into Yang Ming's hand. Okay, thank you, Uncle Zhang. Happy New Year. Yang Ming knew he couldn't refuse, so he just accepted it. All right, it's getting late. Hurry home. Don't make your parents wait too long. Uncle Zhang patted Yang Ming's shoulder. Uncle Zhang. Remember to go home quickly after your shift too. Chapter 248, Spring Festival 5. Hearing this, Bai Shuyan's expression became serious, and she asked, "You want to find my grandfather? Is there something very important?" "Yes, I have something very important to give to him," Yang Ming replied. "How important? Is it something related to the fate of Huaxia?" Bai Shuyan lowered her voice and asked quietly, "How about controllable nuclear fusion technology?" Yang Ming countered her question. Controllable nuclear fusion technology? Bai Shuyan instinctively widened her eyes. ISNT, that's supposed to take at least another 50 years to research? Yes, besides controllable nuclear fusion technology, there are other technological achievements. In short, it's very important, Yang Ming reiterated. Realizing that Yang Ming was not joking, Bai Shuyan understood the importance of the matter, sat up straight, and said seriously, "Yang Ming, please wait a moment." Then, Bai Shuyan pressed a button in the car. The interior of the car transformed dramatically, like something out of a sci-fi movie, with holographic projections and confidential communications. Through the holographic projection technology, Bai Shuyan contacted someone, and of course, Yang Ming didn't plan to ask her who. 5 minutes later, Bai Shuyan turned off the holographic projection in the car and turned to Yang Ming and said, Chapter 249, Major changes on the battlefield of all races at 11:58 p.m. Yang Ming returned to the battlefield of all races on time. He took a deep breath and reopened his eyes, finding himself in the living room of the Lord's mansion. Just after returning, Yang Ming had no time to observe his surroundings when he heard an exclamation beside him. "My lord, you're back." The voice was very familiar. It was Coco-Light's scream. Yang Ming looked down and saw Coco-Light, who was only 150 centimeters tall and wearing a light red dress, running over and grabbing his hand. Looking very excited. "Coco, what are you doing here? Should you be playing outside at this time?" Yang Ming instinctively asked. Coco-Light tightly hugged Yang Ming's arm, acting like a spoiled child, and said, "Of course, I'm waiting for you to come back to watch the fireworks together. Sister Qiao Yao said you would be back before midnight, so I've been waiting here for you." Upon hearing this, Yang Ming felt a bit touched. He shifted his gaze and looked around, noticing that besides Coco-Light, there were others in the living room, including Lilith, Lilia, Qiao Yao, and even Anna. They were all waiting for Yang Ming to return to enjoy the fireworks display at midnight together. Chapter 250, Epic Battle Pet. The announcement issued by the system attracted everyone's attention. Almost everyone perked up their ears and listened carefully to the content of the announcement, afraid of missing a word, because starting now, the lords of the 8 planetary civilizations would merge together to compete for limited resources. In the chat channel of Blue Star, many people were enthusiastically discussing, with messages refreshing continuously. "Wow, is a big update about to happen? I'm so nervous, what should I do? I'm nervous too. My territory is only special class, it can't develop at all. How can I compete with aliens for resources? Yes, we are only a level 07 civilization on Blue Star. Can we really compete with aliens? I suddenly have a bad feeling. If a war breaks out in the star domain, will Blue Star be the first to be wiped out? What nonsense are you talking? With the great Yang Ming here, we can't lose. Right, everyone stay calm. Almost all countries in the world have joined the Huaxia Alliance. We are all in the same boat, a community of shared interests. As long as we unite, Blue Star will stand strong. Yes, workers of the world unite. Blue Star will thrive forever. Let's go." Just when everyone was chatting enthusiastically in the chat channel, the system quietly completed the version update. Chapter 251, Star Domain Chat Channel. Yang Ming never expected to get such a powerful battle pet. I struck it rich. Yang Ming was so excited that he was trembling all over. Then, he couldn't wait to scan the information of the Epic Battle Pet Summoning Scroll. Name: Permanent Summoning Scroll for Battle Pet. Quality: Epic. Effect: after use, it can summon a 5-clawed golden dragon with a combat power value between 170,000 and 250,000. Loyalty: 100 points, fully loyal, automatically signed a master-servant contract. Note: after summoning the 5-clawed golden dragon, it must be fed a perfect-level exotic beast every 3 days. Otherwise, it will start to slack off due to hunger. Perfect. That's amazing. Yang Ming couldn't help but exclaim. With the 5-clawed golden dragon protecting Huaxia City, plus the defensive barrier, Yang Ming wanted to see who would dare to act recklessly in Huaxia City in the future. The reason Yang Ming chose an epic battle pet instead of an epic weapon is simple. He is almost done collecting all the fragments of the Taiwan knife. He only needs the last piece, the blade of the Taiwan knife, to synthesize an epic weapon. That is why Yang Ming chose the battle pad. Chapter 252. Million Lions. After spying on the Star Domain chat channel for about 10 minutes, Yang Ming gathered a lot of information. First, the alien civilizations bordering the Blue Star Domain are not far from the solar system in the real world. For example, the quadruped aliens. Their home planet is located at Proxima Centauri in the Alpha Centauri system, only 42 light-years away from the solar system. A light-year is a unit of length, equal to the distance light travels in a vacuum in 1 year, approximately 9.46 trillion kilometers. Second, the cosmic civilization levels of the 8 star domains are not very high. Among them, Blue Star Domain is a level 07 civilization, Fox Star Domain is level 08, Mower Star Domain is level 15, and Quadruped Star Domain is level 20. Third, in terms of the number of lords, Blue Star has the least, with only 1.8 billion lords. The most numerous is the quadruped aliens, with as many as 8.3 billion lords, more than the total population of Blue Star. Based on the current information, Yang Ming summarized. From the panel data, the quadrupeds are undoubtedly the strongest, with an overall strength about 4 times that of Blue Star. Yang Ming felt fortunate that he had early suggested the creation of the Huaxia Alliance and brought in all 186 countries in the world. Chapter 253. The first global meeting of the Huaxia Alliance. Ding. Your friend by Xiueji has sent you a message. As soon as Yang Ming walked out of the training ground, he heard the system's prompt. In the past 2 days, due to the major version update, Bai Xiueji has been contacting him more frequently. Bai Xiueji, what is the matter? Yang Ming opened the friend chat page and asked proactively. Bai Xiueji's message popped up. Tomorrow morning, the Huaxia Alliance will hold its first global meeting, and all 186 member countries will send their core figures to attend. Do you want to come? Those countries that joined the Huaxia Alliance, under the constraints of various treaties, are practically no different from vassal states. Therefore, Huaxia must hold a meeting, and all countries must attend. No country dares to be absent. Yang Ming thought for a moment and said, I'll attend too. Please arrange a seat for me. Okay, Bai Xiueji replied. The reason Yang Ming decided to attend the meeting was mainly to help stabilize the situation. Until now, the sun never sets. Empire, Canada, Australia, South Korea, and other 12 countries still hesitated to join the Huaxia Alliance, as they were unwilling to become vassal states of Huaxia. So they still needed to be watched. Chapter 254. Headquarters of the Huaxia Alliance. The headquarters building of the Huaxia Alliance. Second floor conference hall. In the hall, most core figures from member countries had already arrived, sitting in their corresponding positions, waiting for the meeting to begin. Representatives from Ulung country have taken their seats. Representatives from France have taken their seats. Representatives from Pakistan have taken their seats. Every time a representative from a country takes their seat, Huaxia gives them a certain courtesy by announcing their names. When Yang Ming walked into the conference room with Bai Xiueji, he found that the hall was already filled with people, looking quite spectacular. The layout on site was as follows. The seat for Huaxia was at the highest position, giving a sense of overlooking the entire hall. The first row below consisted of powerful countries, such as North Bear Country, France, and Germany. The further back the seats were, the weaker the comprehensive national strength. Whether in the real world or the battlefield of 10,000 races, strength is respected. Only a strong fist matters. If weak, the position must be at the back. Yang Ming scanned around and found his seat was in the highest position, right in the center next to Yu Zhengzhong. At this moment, a 198 centimeters tall middle-aged man, looking stern, walked through the crowd and approached Yang Ming. Chapter 255. This is not a notification, but an order. 1 minute later, the meeting began. In the conference hall, the space was incredibly spacious, enough to seat more than 10,000 people at the same time. At the highest position, Yang Ming, Yu Zhengzhong, Tang Long, Wang Lin, Mubing, Zhang Ziyi, and Zhang Wei sat upright, their expressions serious and imposing. Below, representatives from all 186 member countries were seated. The entire hall was filled, and no one dared to be absent. This is the current influence of Huaxia. As a unique global superpower, as long as Huaxia gives an order, no one dares to miss the meeting. This scene resembled an ancient emperor holding court, with Huaxia sitting on the throne while the other countries bowed their heads in submission. Ahem, Yu Zhengzhong took the microphone, cleared his throat, and when his voice echoed, the previously somewhat noisy hall immediately fell silent. All the representatives immediately looked up, directing their gazes at Yu Zhengzhong above. Yu Xingzhong's spine was as straight as steel, and he spoke with a voice full of authority. Ladies and gentlemen, the purpose of inviting you all here today is to discuss a decision related to the survival of Blue Star. Not long ago, the easternmost region of our Blue Star domain has already bordered the Fox Star domain, while the westernmost region has bordered the Moore Star domain. According to the intelligence currently available, within 5 days, there will inevitably be local friction due to competition for resources. Chapter 256. The controlled nuclear fusion small reactor debuts at the same time in the real world in Huaxia, the capital, and at the headquarters of the Huaxia Alliance. The first global conference of the Huaxia Alliance was held not only in the Wanzhou battlefield, but also in a themed conference that mirrored it in the real world. To achieve the great unification, Huaxia not only aims to lead all nations on the Wanzhou battlefield, but also seeks to dominate the world in the real world. Today's Huaxia absolutely possesses this strength. In the conference hall of the headquarters building, the commander of Huaxia, Old Bai, attended the meeting. He stood at the highest podium and announced to the entire world, "Ladies and gentlemen, if there are no objections, starting today, Huaxia will take over the leadership of all countries in the world, and all resources, land, currency, and trade in the Blue Star will be uniformly allocated by Huaxia." How about it? This statement from the Huaxia commander undoubtedly dropped a heavy bombshell on the world. Wow, countless cameras focused on the stern-faced elder, broadcasting this scene live globally. As the global media covered this conference, most people around the world heard this statement, sparking heated discussions. Chapter 257. Countries' responses faced with the terrifying foundation displayed by Huaxia. The whole world fell silent. Who would dare to speak against such a powerful Huaxia now? Some countries even began to feel that becoming a colony of Huaxia might be a very happy thing. Let's turn our attention back to the Wanzhou battlefield, Blue Star domain. In the territory of Yu Xingzhong, at the headquarters of the Huaxia Alliance, in the conference hall, Yu Xingzhong sat the highest position and once again asked, "How is it? How have you all considered?" The room fell silent again, and even the representative of the North Bear country did not dare to speak. Because just now, the representatives of various countries had already received messages sent from the real world. In the real world, the Huaxia commander had presented the controlled nuclear fusion reactor and the technology tree of a level 20 cosmic civilization before the eyes of the world. And this news had reached the Wanzhou battlefield. The fact that Huaxia possesses a level 20 cosmic civilization technology tree indicates that it has established an invincible position. This is a smooth sailing ship to the level 20 cosmic civilization. As long as they agree with Huaxia's decisions and become colonies of Huaxia, they can board this ship and enjoy Huaxia's protection. Chapter 258. Great Unification. 18-year-old Yang Ming stood at the podium, with over 10,000 core representatives from 186 countries seated below. Those attending this conference were all well-known figures. The kind of political big shots that one could only see on television in the real world. However, now these big shots could only look up to Yang Ming. Ahem. Yang Ming glanced at the manuscript in his hand, cleared his throat, and began to read. "Hello, representatives of various countries. I am Yang Ming from Huaxia. Next, I will explain the arrangements for future wars. First, all member states of the Huaxia Alliance can receive at least 20 rare-grade weapons for free. Second, the military will be globalized, strengthening the defensive military forces in the eastern, western, and border areas with a Fox Star domain and Moore Star domain. Third, in the real world, all countries will work together to develop, centralizing global resources, striving to reach level 10 cosmic civilization within a year and level 20 cosmic civilization within 5 years." Every word spoken by Yang Ming was deeply engraved in the minds of the audience. Chapter 259. The intentions of the Moore Star people. Wanzhou battlefield, Moore Star domain. Today's sun is nice, the sunshine is bright. It's a good day for an expedition. Kabiya stepped out of the camp, gazing at the clear blue sky, and couldn't help but stretch. Kalia, the lord of the Moore Star domain, with a combat power of 4,580 points, is the lord of a small city, commanding an army of 100,000. He is responsible for guarding the area bordering the Blue Star, so he can be understood as a border general. Once a border conflict erupts between the Moore Star domain and the Blue Star domain in the future, Kabiya will be the first to charge to the front lines to fight. After stepping out of the camp, Kabiya stood on a high ground, took out a telescope, and gazed into the distance at the Blue Star domain. That's good. The resource fields over there in the Blue Star domain are very rich. If we can attack and occupy them, Our Morse Star will become even stronger. Kabiya was in a very good mood because he had already figured out the foundation of the Blue Star domain. A mere level 7 cosmic civilization planet. What kind of climate can it create? Once a full-scale war breaks out, the Morse Star will undoubtedly be able to swiftly push through the Blue Star and trample all the Blue Star people underfoot. Hee hee, little friends of the Blue Star domain. Don't waste your efforts, just obediently submit to our Morse Star, Kabiya thought. Chapter 260. Salary increase when Yang Ming finished the meeting and returned to Huaxia City. It was already almost evening, while a faint light lit up, and Yang Ming appeared on the rooftop of the Lord's mansion in Huaxia City. Standing on the rooftop, one could see the brightly lit night view of the entire city. Under the leadership of the infrastructure maniac Zhou Mingrui, the construction facilities of Huaxia City seemed to have sprung up as if on cheat mode. The extensive concrete roads connected all the streets in the city, allowing for unobstructed travel to any location in the city by car. Every road is equipped with streetlights, so lighting is not an issue whether it's day or night. Electric wires and water pipes have been extended to every household, ensuring that the residents of Huaxia City can use water and electricity at any time. Of course, water and electricity fees are not free. Just like in the real world, electricity costs 0.6 copper coins per kilowatt hour, and water costs 25 copper coins per ton. This is because maintaining and developing power stations consumes a lot of manpower and material resources, and the sewage treatment plants are the same. Daily maintenance incurs costs, so it cannot be free. Currently, Huaxia City has built 2 hydropower stations, and the 3rd power station is under construction by Zhou Mingrui, which is expected to take another half-month. Chapter 261. Yang Ming's advancement. Perfect level at 8 o'clock in the evening. After taking a shower, Yang Ming dressed and walked out of the bathroom. To avoid any awkward situations, Yang Ming always dresses neatly after a shower, as Lilith and Kokori are both girls. Lord, good evening. I'm glad you invited me to dinner, came the voice of Aphrodite. In the living room, Aphrodite was originally sitting on the sofa, but upon seeing Yang Ming, she immediately stood up and saluted him. Fufu, you're here? Yang Ming glanced at her. It seems that Lilia's driving speed is quite fast. She picked Aphrodite up from the residential area in less than 20 minutes. If Yang Ming guessed correctly, this girl must have been speeding. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been so quick. I just arrived. Aphrodite seemed a bit shy, her small hands intertwined, tugging at her clothes, exhibiting a flustered feeling of being at a loss. It appeared that Aphrodite had put on some light makeup and dressed up a bit, with rosy cheeks, a delicate nose, and a beautiful oval face. Relax, just treat it like your own home, Yang Ming said, patting her head. Thank you, my lord. Aphrodite's little face turned red. But after Yang Ming's pat, she relaxed a lot. Chapter 262. Opening the emerald treasure chests after successfully leveling up, Yang Ming's combat power had already surpassed 5,000 points, qualifying him to open emerald treasure chests. Emerald treasure chests, of perfect quality, require at least 5,000 combat power to open and will definitely yield perfect quality items. Unable to contain his excitement, Yang Ming went to the empty floor of the living room and took out all the emerald treasure chests he had accumulated over time. Bang! Bang bang! A series of emerald treasure chests, about 30 in total, were all placed on the floor by Yang Ming. Compared to golden treasure chests, emerald treasure chests were undoubtedly much heavier, making a louder noise when they hit the ground. Fortunately, the Lord's mansion was the core building of the territory. Even an epic-level beast couldn't destroy it, so the emerald treasure chests landed safely. Fufu, come help me open the treasure chests, Yang Ming called out to Aphrodite. As long as he could open all these emerald treasure chests, Yang Ming could further distance himself from other lords. I'm Ikurumi. The treasure chest helper Aphrodite is on duty. In fact, Aphrodite was not the goddess of luck. Her divine power had nothing to do with luck. Chapter 263. 11 perfect quality equipments. Next, Aphrodite spent about 20 minutes opening 15 emerald treasure chests. Even the love goddess Aphrodite couldn't guarantee that every chest would yield what she wanted. So from the 15 chests, only 11 perfect quality equipments were obtained. These 11 pieces of equipment included weapons, armor, and clothing, which Yang Ming planned to distribute among Yang Jian, Zhou Mingrui, Yang Lingfeng, Anna, Yang Futian, Cocolite, Yang Fief and Carl, and others. These individuals were all core figures in the development of Huaxia City. If they could obtain a piece of perfect quality equipment, it would undoubtedly be like adding wings to a tiger. After continuously opening 15 chests, Aphrodite was quite exhausted, drenched in fragrant sweat. Yang Ming stored the items obtained in the system warehouse, and then said to Aphrodite, "Fufu, are you tired? Take a break." Aphrodite wiped the sweat from her forehead, shook her head, and said, "It's fine, my lord. I can continue opening chests." "Listen, take a 5-minute break first." Yang Ming stopped her from continuing to open chests, and then turned to Lilith, saying, "Lilith, bring a box of desserts for Fufu to replenish her energy." Chapter 264. Distributing perfect quality equipments holding the incredibly valuable master blacksmith robe with both hands, Zhou Mingrue trembled all over, unable to control his emotions, and tears streamed down his cheeks. Zhou Mingrue had never thought that someone would treat him so well. This was a piece of perfect quality equipment. As an LV4 rare-level blacksmith, no one understood better than him how priceless this robe was for a blacksmith. To put it another way, any piece of perfect quality equipment is extremely valuable. Before Yang Ming rose to power, there was only one perfect quality equipment in the entire Blue Star, the Staff of the Lord. "My lord, you've given me such a precious item. I, Zhou Mingrue, really don't know how to repay you," he cried. Zhou Mingrue, a man over 30 years old and 182 centimeters tall, couldn't help but burst into tears. Yang Ming patted his shoulder again and couldn't help but laugh. "Stop crying. People are watching." "Huh? People?" Zhou Mingrue was stunned. He slowly raised his head and found that, at some point, Carl, Yang Lingfeng, Cocolite, and others had already arrived. Chapter 265. Planting the Fifth Order Enlightenment Tree. Everyone present had received their own perfect quality equipment, so everyone was very happy. Yang Ming glanced at the time and noticed it was already past 9 in the morning, so he urged them to return, saying, "All right, you all go back to your posts." They were all core figures of Huaxia City, so there were many important tasks that required their supervision. "Oh, by the way, Carl, stay," Yang Ming suddenly said. "Yes, my lord." Everyone responded, and 2 minutes later, they all dispersed, leaving only Carl behind. After the others left, Yang Ming asked Carl, "Have you completed the improvement work in the academic district?" In winter, Yang Ming had ordered the construction of the academic district. To smoothly initiate the third industrial revolution in the future, Huaxia City needed a large number of intellectuals, so the academic district was still very important. Carl quickly reported the progress to Yang Ming. "Reporting, my lord, a small part of the academic district has already opened, and 3 elementary schools have registered full students. The registration work for students in other schools is also underway." The academic district covers a large area, with a total of 5 elementary schools, 3 middle schools, 2 extraordinary academies, and other technical institutes currently constructed. Chapter 266. The storm is coming after planting the Fifth Order Enlightenment Tree in the academic district. Yang Ming rushed to other areas to place other perfect quality items. Last night, Aphrodite helped open many invaluable perfect quality items, each of which greatly contributed to the development of Huaxia City. For example, the brilliant statue, tavern, and spiritual spring veins. With so many perfect quality items, Huaxia City became even stronger. By the way, last night, Fufu also opened 3 large teleportation arrays. I should find an opportunity to hand them over to Bai Shueji. Yang Ming suddenly remembered the large teleportation array. The large teleportation array, a perfect quality item, can establish bidirectional teleportation over long distances, accommodating thousands of people to teleport simultaneously. If the large teleportation arrays are established at 2 borders of the Blue Star Domain, then, in the event of a future Star Domain war, the speed of support for the Blue Star Domain's army would be dozens of times faster. Since the 8 major star domains bordered each other, there was a sense of impending crisis worldwide. Not only was Yang Ming developing Huaxia City at full speed, but other lords were also seriously upgrading their territories. At the same time, in the real world, Huaxia was also leading countries around the world in vigorously developing technology and accelerating its march into a level 1 cosmic civilization. Chapter 267. Border Conflict. Yang Ming, the record holder for the fastest establishment of a king-level territory in the Orion arm of the Milky Way. At the same time, he broke the record that had been sealed for 1,000 years in the galaxy, becoming the record holder for the fastest construction of a small city in the galaxy. These 2 feats made countless civilizations in the galaxy vaguely remember the name Yang Ming. "Oh, I just remembered. Yang Ming, a person from the Blue Star Domain. It's actually him. There are so many planets named Blue Star in the galaxy, and so many people named Yang Ming. Who would have thought we actually bumped into the real one? The lords of Mower Star were all astonished and felt greatly shocked. They had initially approached the battle with a relaxed mindset, but upon learning that Yang Ming was the super genius who had broken records twice, they felt immense pressure. Because they all knew how difficult it was to build a king-level territory in 18 days and a small city in 54 days. I am very curious about how Yang Ming accomplished this. Even with 2 A-level talents awakened, it took me 4 years and 4 months to build a small city. No wonder that Lord requested us to attack the Blue Star domain quickly. Otherwise, once Yang Ming grows up, not to mention our Mower Star domain, even the 4-body star domain might not be a match for Yang Ming. Chapter 268. A large gathering of lords. The Mower Star domain was ostentatiously gathering troops at the border, but they were not in a hurry to attack the Blue Star. Their purposes were undoubtedly twofold. One was to test our strength, and the other was to force us to cede land without bloodshed. Yang Ming was very clever and immediately understood the Mower people's intentions. The Mower Star domain is a level 15 civilization in the universe, and, on paper, they are at least twice as strong as the Blue Star. Because there's an unwritten rule on the battlefield of myriad races. The higher the cosmic civilization level of the mother planet, the stronger the talents its citizens can draw. The Blue Star is a level 7 civilization in the universe, so there are very few lords who can draw A-level talents at the start. In contrast, the Mower Star is a level 15 civilization, so there are over 1,000 lords who can draw A-level talents at the start. At this moment, Bai Shui sent a message. Yang Ming, although the Mower people haven't crossed the border to provoke us yet, we cannot just sit and do nothing. So I came to find you, hoping you can send 2 armies to the border to establish a presence. Yang Ming's territory is only 400 kilometers from the border, which is quite close. Yang Ming agreed and replied, "Okay, I will arrange it." The warriors of Huaxia City have not fought for a long time, and it's a good opportunity for the 4 major legions to go out and practice. Chapter 269. Arena Battle Hunter, the strongest lord of the Germanic nation. With a combat power of 3,980 points, awakened 1 A-level talent and 1 B-level talent. Alan, the strongest lord of the French nation, with a combat power of 3,780 points. Awakened 1 A-level talent. Julia, the strongest lord of Greece, with a combat power of 3,555 points, awakened 1 A-level talent. Amir, the strongest lord of the Indian nation, with a combat power of 3,400 points, awakened 3 B-level talents. Under the orders of the Huaxia Alliance, a total of 31 strongest lords from various nations arrived at the border using teleportation scrolls, including Generals Zhang Ji and Wang Lin from Huaxia. Are those the Mower people? Why do they look so incredibly ugly? But I can feel their strong aura. More and more lords from the Blue Star arrived at the border using teleportation scrolls, and when they landed, they all had the same thoughts upon seeing the Mower people. The appearance of the Mower people could be described as misshapen and unappealing, with a look that could only be described as impressive in a grotesque way. For example, if the average appearance of Blue Star people is 5, then the average appearance of Mower people is 25. Although the Mower people are ugly, they are indeed very formidable. Chapter 270. The appearance of the White Tiger and Vermilion Bird Legions. Seeing the sudden appearance of Thor, not only Zhang Ji was surprised, but everyone else was also left dumbfounded. Wasn't Thor supposed to be dead in the S-level inheritance dungeon? How could he suddenly come back to life? Is it daytime, or did I see a ghost? The sudden appearance of Thor immediately sparked discussions among the Blue Star people. What is going on? Did I see wrong? ISNT that the strongest lord of the United States. Thor? No way. Thor from the United States is actually still alive? So, Thor didn't he die? What has he been doing all this time? I can feel that Thor has become very strong. His combat power should be at least 4,300 points now, right? This guy, Thor, must have been hiding in some mysterious place to train hard during this time. The murmurs of the crowd reached Thor's ears, but he paid no attention, just smiling slightly. Next, Thor did something that caught everyone off guard. He took out a party application form from his pocket. In front of everyone, Thor proudly, with great ambition, and loudly declared, "Friends of the Blue Star, please no longer call me Thor from the United States. My nationality has now changed to Huaxia, and my party application has been approved. So please call me Thor of Huaxia." Chapter 271. Yang Fei Fan versus Kabia. Kabia felt an overwhelming anger, a fire raging in his chest about to explode. It was the first time in his life that he had been so underestimated. Yang Fei Fan's indifferent and unconcerned gaze, as well as his nonchalant expression, seemed to suggest that he didn't regard Kabia as a real opponent. Good, good, good. Kabia took a deep breath, repeating the word good 3 times, then angrily said, "Since that's the case, you Blue Star agree to the arena battle. Then let me be the first to fight you." Kabia glared fiercely at Yang Fei Fan, his fierce gaze resembling a hungry wolf that hadn't eaten for half a month. Yang Fei Fan, unfazed, asked, "All right, then I'll spend about 10 minutes to play with you. But what are the rules? Don't act shamelessly if you lose." Hearing this, Kabia became even angrier and said, Kabia, will never go back on my word. The rules of the arena battle are very simple. It's a one-on-one duel. Send your strongest warrior to fight us, and whichever side can stand until the end will win." Yang Fei Fan raised his perfect level weapon, the Fong Tian Chong Ji, pointing at Kabia and said, "All right, then hurry up and take out your weapon. Let us have a match." Chapter 272, Messenger from the Fox Star Domain. Fox Geo, as the light gradually faded, a tall woman in a purple long dress appeared in front of Yang Ming. The woman was about 175 centimeters tall, with a face as cold as an ice mountain goddess, long white legs, and a figure that was incredibly hot, with a pair of snow peaks seemingly about to burst out of her clothing. She is a messenger from the Fox Star Domain, Fox Geo. Is this Yang Ming's territory? When Fox Geo teleported over and opened her eyes, the first sight she saw was the magnificent Lord's mansion in front of her, and there was Yang Ming standing at the door. Upon seeing Yang Ming for the first time, Fox Geo was stunned because she had never seen such a handsome and perfect man before. "Are you Fox Geo?" Seeing the girl lost in thought, Yang Ming took the initiative to ask. However, Hu Jiu was still immersed in Yang Ming's handsome appearance and had not come back to her senses. So handsome, Hu Jiu looked at Yang Ming with a lovesick expression, muttering to herself. A handsome face with sharp features, a high nose, a perfect height of 187 centimeters, strong and muscular, and a cool face that was even more charming. "Hey!" Yang Ming raised his voice and shouted at her. "Aren't you the envoy of the Fox Star Domain, Hu Jiu?" Chapter 273, The First Arena Battle, Victory. "You Blue Star Domain is stronger than the More Star Domain." When Yang Ming said this, Hu Jiu doubted whether she had misheard. In the real world, Blue Star was only a level 7 civilization in the universe, while the civilization level of More Star reached level 15. The difference was twice as much. How could Yang Ming dare to say that Blue Star was stronger than More Star? It should be known that the 10,000 Races Battlefield is linked to the real world, the higher the cosmic civilization level in the real world, the stronger the talents drawn when entering the 10,000 Races Battlefield. "Lord Yang Ming, I know we need to negotiate before forming an alliance, but you shouldn't speak so exaggeratedly, right?" Hu Jiu felt she was being quite polite. She almost outright said Yang Ming was bragging. "You don't believe me?" Yang Ming retorted. Hu Jiu hesitated for a moment and politely responded, "Of course I believe you. But before we fight, who can guarantee the authenticity of their strength? Don't you think so?" Yang Ming smiled helplessly and said, "It seems your intelligence department in the Fox Star Domain is really lacking. You don't even know we have already started fighting with More Star?" Started fighting? Hu Jiu was stunned, because she really didn't know. She had arrived in the Blue Star Domain 2 days ago. Chapter 274. Yang Lingfeng joins the battle after Yang Fifan won the first battle. He did not withdraw, but continued to stay on the battlefield. "Next, who will come up?" "Don't worry, although I have a perfect level weapon and a perfect level armor. I won't take advantage of you. I will use equipment of the same quality as yours." Yang Fifan said this in front of everyone. Before supporting the border, Yang Ming had instructed Yang Fifan and Yang Lingfeng, "Since the more people want to show off, we will countershow. The goal is not to kill, but to deter. After all, the Blue Star Domain and the More Star Domain are not enemies at the moment." But after a minute, the More Star Domain had not decided who would go up next, because Yang Fifan was truly too strong. Even Kabia could not hold out for 15 minutes against him. Kabia was not the strongest lord of the More Star Domain, but his strength was not weak. "Does no one dare to come up and fight me? Then, I will announce that this arena battle is won by our Blue Star." Yang Fifan smiled faintly, displaying unparalleled confidence, ever since he got his original heart back. The fully revived Yang Fifan was no longer expressionless. His facial expressions had become much richer. Chapter 275. Overall score 27-36 at this moment. 2 battlefields had formed in the buffer zone. The 2 battlefields were Yang Fifan versus the nameless female general, and Yang Lingfeng versus Shabil. and the More-Star Lord with a combat power value of 4,300, who had neither been chosen by Yang Fifan nor Yang Lingfeng, could no longer control himself. He charged into the battlefield of the buffer zone like a mad beast. Damn Blue Star people, my name is Karen. Hurry and send someone to fight me. Don't worry. I will go easy on you. He roared in anger. Karen was not some cabbage in market, to be picked and chosen. How could he not be furious? After a long time, the Blue Star camp also responded. I am the Lord of the Germanic nation, a member of the Huaxia Alliance, and I am here to fight you. Hunter, the strongest Lord of the Germanic nation, stepped into the battlefield. Thus, the third arena battlefield was established. Seeing the few people on the field fighting fiercely, more and more people could no longer hold back and actively volunteer to fight. I am Wang Lin, one of the generals of Huaxia. Who wants to be my opponent? I am the strongest lord of the French nation. I also want to give a try. Please advise. Chapter 276, Blue Star's first epic level weapon. Blue Star Domain is actually fighting evenly with More Star Domain. If it were before, Hu Jio would absolutely not believe it. But now, many people have started discussing it in the Star Domain chat channel. Extra. I heard Blue Star Domain and More Star Domain have started fighting. Both sides are already clashing at the border. Is that true? The 8 major star domains have only been neighboring for less than 10 days, and they are fighting already? Of course it's true. The arena battle has been going on for almost 7 hours, and both sides are trading blows fiercely. If you don't believe it, check the pictures, image JPG, and the videos. Video MP4, some scattered images and videos started to upload to the Star Domain chat channel. Thus, more and more people learned that Blue Star Domain and More Star Domain were engaged in an arena battle. In no time, the number of online users in the Star Domain chat channel nearly reached its peak, with billions of people logging on to watch the spectacle. After all, this was the first military conflict erupting between star domains, including Hu Jio. She was also browsing the Star Domain chat channel. The latest news came. The score of the arena battle between Blue Star Domain and More Star Domain had now reached 44-49. Chapter 277, The Great Abyssal Python Blue Star Domain, Eastern Border. At the same time, this was also the western border of More Star Domain. A large number of lords were gathered on both sides, engaged in an arena battle at the border. Suddenly, from the direction of Blue Star Domain, about 400 kilometers back from the border, a marvelous golden light column suddenly rose. What is that? Seeing this marvelous scene, everyone instinctively stopped, looking up at the towering light column. From a distance, it seemed like a beam of light connecting heaven and earth, exceptionally spectacular. What a wonderful sight. Has some treasure been born in Blue Star Domain? I recalled that this scene seemed familiar. Could it be the moment when an epic level weapon is born? What? An epic level weapon? Blue Star Domain actually has an epic level weapon? And looking at this quality, it's among the mid to upper tier of epic level weapons. Damn it. Why is Blue Star Domain so tough? If Blue Star Domain also has epic level weapons, it would be even harder to fight. Seeing this scene, the lords of More Star Domain felt an inexplicable pressure. After all, the mainstream weapons now were all rare level, and only a few powerful lords could obtain a perfect level weapon. Chapter 278, The Abyssal Giant Python 10,000 Races Battlefield. Blue Star Domain, Eastern Border. At this moment, the arena battle between the Blue Star Domain and the More Star Domain has already taken place a total of 156 matches. With a total score of 65-91. The Blue Star Domain won 65 matches, while the More Star won 91 matches. Just 3 hours ago, Yang Jin also came to support the border, but no matter what, it was still very difficult to catch up with the score. There was no way around it. The overall strength of the More Star Lord was indeed stronger than that of the Blue Star Lord. If it weren't for the impressive records of Yang Fifan, Yang Lingfeng, and Yang Jian, who had never been defeated, the Blue Star Domain would have likely been crushed in the arena battles. As the arena battle continued for 15 hours, suddenly, a loud voice came from the More Star Domain. The combatants gradually stopped, creating distance from their opponents. Moments later, a muscular man with a tiger's back and a bear's waist, but extremely ugly looks, stepped forward from the More Star camp and loudly said, "Blue Star people, I admit that you are quite skilled in arena battles. Although your overall strength is not as good as ours, it is not weak. Therefore, to quickly determine the winner, I decide to raise the stakes of the arena battle. Let's each send out a battle pet to fight. Shall we? Are you brave enough to accept?" Chapter 279, The birth of the Chinese divine dragon we from the Blue Star have actually tamed an epic-level battle pet? Everyone turned their heads, directing their gaze towards Yang Ming, who was standing at the forefront. Yang Ming thus became the focus of the entire crowd. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Yang Ming reached into his bosom and took out a golden summoning scroll. The scroll shimmered and faintly exuded an ancient, powerful, and sacred aura. What is this? Even from a distance, when the abyss giant python saw the golden summoning scroll in Yang Ming's hand, its huge snake eyes couldn't help but suddenly shrink. The abyss giant python felt a bloodline pressure from the depths of its soul emanating from the golden summoning scroll. Could it be that the summoning scroll could call forth a serpent clan even stronger than the abyss python? Or perhaps a higher-level anaconda clan, or even the dragon eel clan? There's an old saying, great snakes become pythons, great pythons become anacondas, great anacondas become eels, and great eels become dragons. The abyss giant python is currently in the second stage of evolving into a true dragon. Therefore, only an anaconda or an eel can make the abyss giant python feel such a terrifying bloodline pressure. But why has the abyss giant python ruled out the dragon clan? Chapter 280, Abyss Giant Python vs. Five-clawed golden dragon. The five-clawed golden dragon coldly surveyed the Moorstar camp below, its eyes revealing a hint of murderous intent. The divine dragon is one of the guardians of China, especially since the five-clawed golden dragon is the king among dragons, born supreme. How could it tolerate foreign invaders touching China's territory? Now, with the entire land of the Blue Star domain flying the red flag of China, it is not an exaggeration to say that the Blue Star domain is Chinese territory. The deep and resonant voice of the five-clawed golden dragon echoed across the land. Filthy foreign insects, since you have the audacity to covet the land of China, then go meet the king of hell underground. At this moment, the murderous intent of the five-clawed golden dragon reached its peak. As an epic-level divine beast, it cannot concern itself with too much. If it wants to fight, it fights. If it wants to kill, it kills. I am a divine dragon. How can I be bound by worldly constraints? At this moment, the previously established rules of stopping the arena battles were broken by the five-clawed golden dragon. It opened its mouth wide and suddenly inhaled, absorbing all the extraordinary energy within a radius of 300 kilometers. Roar. A dragon's roar sounded like a volcanic eruption. Immediately afterward, the five-clawed golden dragon exhaled a mass of raging flames, overwhelming and directly smashing towards the Moorstar domain's direction. Chapter 281. The third epic-level battle pet appears. Is this the battle between epic-level beings? It's too spectacular. Looking up at the distant battle between the five-clawed golden dragon and the abyss giant python, everyone felt a deep shock. The scene could be described as earth-shattering, too brutal. Mountains collapsed, the earth shattered, the sky thundered and lightning flashed, and terrifying extraordinary energy rampaged everywhere, making it seem like the end of the world. Seeing that the five-clawed golden dragon had gained absolute advantage in the battle, Yang Ming naturally could not miss this rare opportunity. He immediately walked into the buffer zone, stood tall, and faced the Moorstar people, loudly shouting, "Hey, over there, do you still want to continue the arena battle?" Upon hearing these words, those Moorstar people who had managed to survive the dragon flames were so enraged that their faces turned black. Oh, I forgot. The Moorstar people had just been burned by the dragon flames, so their faces were already black, with even their hair singed. The muscular man who had previously held the horn angrily stepped forward and scolded, "Despicable and shameless Blue Star people. You were the ones who proposed the rule of stopping the match. So why did that wave of attacks kill so many of us? Do you still have any shame?" Chapter 282. Moorstar Domain Lord. Kasha, the third epic-level battle pet, soared in the airspace of the Moorstar domain, quickly flying towards the border. Its wings spread wide, seemingly blocking out the sun, enormous beyond measure. Since the distance was still not very close, everyone could only vaguely see that it appeared to be a bird of prey. Wow, great. The Lord of the Domain is coming to save us. Ha, Blue Star people. Wait for your death. At this moment, a wave of overwhelming cheers erupted from the Moorstar camp. All the Moorstar people waved their hands, looking up at the bird of prey soaring in the sky with admiration. Ha! Once the Lord of the Domain makes a move, the Blue Star people are bound to lose. The Lord of the Domain is invincible. Long live the Lord of the Domain. Victory can only belong to us. The Moorstar domain. In the sky, as the bird of prey flew closer. People finally saw that there was also a woman standing on the back of the bird of prey. That woman is the lord of the domain, as referred to by the Moor Star people. With a loud cry, the bird of prey quickly dove down from the sky, landing in the buffer zone between the Blue Star domain and the Moor Star domain. After landing, a powerful storm shook out, forcing both sides to retreat several meters. Chapter 283. Kasha versus Yang Jian. Kasha revealed a hint of amusement in her eyes as she looked down at Yang Fifan and Yang Lingfeng, casually saying, "Oh, are you two going to represent the Blue Star domain in battle? But I should warn you, I won't hold back, which means you will die. Do you understand?" "Not afraid of you at all," Yang Lingfeng replied without fear. "A real man dies on the battlefield. What is there to fear? I only remember one thing. Those who offend China shall be punished, no matter how far." Yang Fifan was equally unafraid. Kasha scanned them with her eyes, then resumed her cold and indifferent expression, as if she didn't take them seriously, casually saying, "All right then, you can both come at me together, don't waste time." Faced with such contempt, how could Yang Fifan and Yang Lingfeng endure it? They immediately drew their swords and rushed to fight Kasha. But at this moment, the silent Yang Jian suddenly spoke up. "You two, don't be reckless. Let me handle it. My talent is the most suitable for battle. I should be able to hold on until the Lord's support arrives." Yang Jian waved his hand to block Yang Lingfeng and Yang Fifan. "Brother, you can't go up alone. That's not possible," Yang Lingfeng said anxiously. "It's fine, trust me." Yang Jian patted their shoulders. Chapter 284. Yang Ming takes action. Indestructible slash. Yang Jian shouted loudly, gripping the Shin scale great blade with both hands, unleashing his strongest attack. Indestructible slash, an A-level skill, is one of Yang Jian's signature killing moves. With a mastery level of proficient, a blade light, 2,000 meters long, cut the ground, creating a bottomless abyss. The blade light struck down, targeting Kasha directly. "Is this your strongest attack?" "It's nothing special," Kasha said nonchalantly. Kasha clasped her hands together, forming a seal. In an instant, a light curtain appeared in front of her, forming a barrier-like circle. Boom! Yang Jian's full-power indestructible slash struck Kasha's light curtain, as ineffective as hitting an egg against a rock. Damn it! Yang Jian gritted his teeth. There was no way. The power levels of both sides were too different. Even with his S-level talent, one breath charge, boosting him, he couldn't contend with Kasha. "Give it up. My power level has already surpassed 8,000 points, approaching 9,000. You can't possibly be my opponent." Kasha walked through the air, step by step, her tone cold and unchanged. "Tell me Yang Ming's information obediently, and I might spare your life." Chapter 285. Yang Ming versus Kasha 1. In the sky above, thunder rumbled. With the explosive power of extreme thunder, the entire border seemed to turn into the home ground of the thunder god. Yang Ming held the Tai Huang blade in his right hand, like a meteor streaking across the sky, falling from the air to stand in front of Yang Jian. Thunder Tyrant slash. Yang Ming raised his hand and with one slash, neutralized all of Kasha's attacks, even forcing her back several kilometers. As soon as he appeared, Yang Ming became the brightest star in the night sky, drawing everyone's attention. "Lord! It's the Lord!" On the ground, when Yang Lingfeng and Yang Fifan saw Yang Ming, they immediately became excited. Yang Jian, who was already on the verge of collapse from exhaustion, forced himself to stand up again, struggling to remain upright, and said, "Lord, I'm sorry. I'm too useless. I couldn't defeat the opponent." Yang Jian's words drained the last of his strength, and just as he finished speaking, he swayed and was about to fall. Fortunately, Yang Ming reached out in time to support him. "It's okay. You've done very well. Go rest now," Yang Ming said. At this moment, Yang Fifan and Yang Lingfeng hurried over, understanding and helping Yang Jian. Chapter 286. Yang Ming versus Kasha 2. Speaking of which, this was the first time Yang Ming summoned a true orthodox deity from Huaxia. Before this, he had only summoned generals and heroic spirits. This time, because Yang Ming summoned an orthodox deity from Huaxia, the increase in power level was significantly higher. Yang Ming felt the divine power transmitted from divine possession, which became even purer. It seems that with the increase in basic power level, the Huaxia deities I can summon in the future will also become stronger. Perhaps in the future, Yang Ming could summon Sun Wukong, Yang Jian, Neza, Zhenwu the Great, the Emperor of Longevity of the South Pole, the Emperor of the North Pole, the Heavenly Emperor, Niwa, the Primordial Heavenly Venerable, and Pangu. Of course, that is a matter for the future. Currently, Yang Ming is still far from achieving that. Meanwhile, Kasha on the opposite side looked at Yang Ming in shock. What's going on? How did he become this strong all of a sudden? Kasha couldn't understand how Yang Ming managed to increase his power level by 3999 points in one go. Even though Kasha was a domain lord of the Moorstar domain and had awakened dual S-level talents, she couldn't achieve this step. Come on, Kasha. I'm gonna make my move, Yang Ming said, filled with fighting spirit, pointing the Taiwan blade directly at Kasha. Chapter 287. Yang Ming vs. Kasha 3. After the battle began, aside from illusions and thunder flashes, neither of them used any other skills. They were both tacitly engaged in a pure contest of swordsmanship and blade techniques. Even so, every slash and every sword strike from Yang Ming and Kasha could easily kill any rare-level beast. Boom! After the two had exchanged a total of 19,999 blows, they both tacitly retreated 5 kilometers to create distance. Kasha hovered in the air, gazing at Yang Ming, her desire for conquest growing even stronger, and said, Yang Ming, your swordsmanship is quite good. Since I was born, you're the first man who can match me in weapon techniques. Half a pound refers to Yang Ming. 8 taels refers to Kasha. Yang Ming also gazed at Kasha and slowly replied, I admit your swordsmanship is above mine, but it won't matter. You are destined to lose today. Oh really? Kasha smiled slightly, her eternally indifferent expression seeming ineffective against Yang Ming. She moved her red lips and said, Since I picked up a sword at the age of 6, I have never tasted defeat. If you can truly defeat me, that would be a beautiful thing. Chapter 288. Yang Ming vs. Kasha 4. Kasha activated her S-level talent, Sword Soul, forcibly summoning all sword-type weapons within 1,000 miles into the air, using them as a medium to unleash a stunning sword strike. Sword River. 10,000 swords launched simultaneously, converging into a sword river spanning the sky. But Yang Ming had no intention of avoiding the onslaught. He directly activated the Purple Sky Divine Thunder, executing the Thunder Tyrant Slash in retaliation. However, to Yang Ming's shock, the Thunder Tyrant Slash actually failed. This woman actually fused a Divine Talisman into her technique, absorbing my Thunder Tyrant Slash. Yang Ming focused and quickly noticed the clue. Within Kasha's Sword River, a Divine Talisman was floating. Divine Talismans, epic-level weapons, possess incredible abilities like absorption, duplication, and rebounding. Previously, Kasha had absorbed Yang Jian's a-level skill Indestructible Slash with a Divine Talisman. Now, Kasha had once again used a Divine Talisman to absorb Yang Ming's a-level skill Thunder Tyrant Slash. One must admit, epic-level weapons are indeed powerful. There's no choice. I don't have time to strike again. I can only defend, Yang Ming said helplessly, because the sword river formed by 100,000 long swords had already swept towards Yang Ming. Chapter 289. Yang Ming vs. Kasha 5. Thunder God Domain, SS-level skill, is currently the most powerful skill Yang Ming has mastered. Yang Ming stood in the void, hands clasped, eyes closed. SS-level skill, Thunder God Domain. Yang Ming's low murmur, though quiet, had a penetrating power that seemed to cut through space. In an instant, this area transformed into his personal stage. Crack! The sword river, Kasha's strongest sword, inexplicably cracked at that moment. It was as if an invisible and untouchable mysterious force had eroded it. The sword river, which had already breached the remnants of the Thunder Emperor's armor, suddenly collapsed. The sword river shattered into countless fragments, layer upon layer. What happened? Seeing the scene, Kasha revealed an expression of disbelief for the first time. Clearly, she was just one step away from winning this battle. Kasha, it's useless. Now I have control over this area. You are bound to lose. Suddenly, Yang Ming opened his eyes. From this moment on, the battlefield is mine to dominate. Thousands of thunderbolts surged in Yang Ming's eyes. Accompanied by intense flashes of lightning and thunder, 9 stone pillars suddenly appeared in the sky, enormous and resembling the stabilizing needle of the sea god. Chapter 290. The war comes to an end after a day and a night. Hoo-hoo-hoo, Yang Ming gasped for breath, his clothes soaked in sweat. Kasha on the opposite side was not in a much better state. Her body bore numerous wounds, and blood stained her skirt. Indeed, the battle between the two had lasted a full day and night. Nonetheless, no clear victor had emerged. Apart from the card of divine punishment, Yang Ming had used everything at his disposal without reservation. It must be said that Kasha, as the domain master of the Moorstar domain, was indeed quite strong. Her swordsmanship was superb, bolstered by dual S-grade talents, high skill proficiency, and most critically, she wielded 5 epic weapons, an invincible presence. However, against such an opponent, Yang Ming was not afraid. Instead, he was even more excited. I crave worthy opponents. Stop. However, just as Yang Ming was about to continue his attack, Kasha suddenly called for a halt. Before Yang Ming could ask, Kasha explained, if we don't use our true trump cards, continuing this fight would be meaningless, and we won't be able to determine a winner. So, I suggest we stop here. This statement implied that Kasha seemed to have realized that Yang Ming still had cards left to play. Chapter 291. Epic Beast meet. Not long after Yang Ming finished his battle, the 5-clawed golden dragon returned victorious. Ha! Tonight this king can have a feast. The 5-clawed golden dragon flipped and twisted in the air, laughing heartily, holding a golden eagle wing and a black python tail in each hand as it flew back. Epic Beast meat? Yang Ming looked up at the ingredients in the 5-clawed golden dragon's grasp, feeling his mouth watering. If he handed the golden eagle wing and black python tail over to Lilith, Liliana would surely prepare an incredibly delicious meal. However, it must be said that the 5-clawed golden dragon's combat power was indeed formidable. It faced 2 epic beasts alone, not only defeating them but also skinning them both. The 5-clawed golden dragon slowly lowered its massive head and said to Yang Ming, "Hey, Yang Ming, does your territory have a chef? Let your chef help me process and cook this. I just woke up and I'm very hungry." Although Yang Ming was the master of the 5-clawed golden dragon, its rebellious nature prevented it from calling him master. Yes, Yang Ming nodded. Haha, then let us hurry back. The 5-clawed golden dragon lowered its head even further, signaling Yang Ming to jump on. Chapter 292. Cooking epic beast meat. How should the 5-clawed golden dragon be accommodated? Just after returning to Huaxia City, Yang Ming had to contemplate this issue. After all, the size of the 5-clawed golden dragon was truly enormous, larger than the entire main city of Huaxia. Little Gold, can you make your body a bit smaller? Yang Ming asked. Sure. Although the 5-clawed golden dragon did not fully accept Yang Ming's term of address, it agreed nonetheless. There was no choice. A dragon under the eaves had to lower its head. Because of the master-servant contract, as long as Yang Ming had a thought, he could kill the 5-clawed golden dragon. Then, the 5-clawed golden dragon dove down, its body slowly shrinking. By the time it landed in the open space near the Lord's mansion, its body had shrunk to just over 10 meters long. From over 200,000 meters to just over 10 meters, the entire process took less than a minute. Of course, the golden eagle wing and black python meat, being beast materials, could not shrink, so they fell to the ground with a bang, creating a large pit. Hearing the loud noise, Liliana was drawn over, curiously sticking her head out of the window to look outside. When Liliana saw Yang Ming, she immediately ran out of the Lord's mansion, waving her hand and calling out. Chapter 293. The gluttonous 5-clawed golden dragon. The 5-clawed golden dragon seemed to have its will crushed. It helplessly and sadly said, "This king doesn't know how to cook. What else can I do besides eating it raw?" The 5-clawed golden dragon felt it had wasted its past life, recalling the hard days it had endured. Eating raw meat that was both fishy and smelly every day. Sigh. If only it had met Yang Ming sooner. Yang Ming felt some sympathy for it and comforted. It's okay. Since you follow me, I promise you'll eat delicious food in the future. Delicious? Spicy? And not raw meat flavor? Upon hearing this, the 5-clawed golden dragon could no longer control itself. It couldn't resist tasting the pan-fried thunder eagle wing meat. So fragrant, the 5-clawed golden dragon cautiously extended a dragon claw, pinching a piece of wing meat, taking a deep sniff. In an instant, it felt as if it had entered paradise. My goodness, this looks so delicious. I'm drooling. If I smell it again, this flavor is intoxicating crack. The 5-clawed golden dragon, unable to resist the temptation, finally snapped. It opened its mouth and devoured the wing meat in one bite, even crunching the bones. After tasting the first bite, the 5-clawed golden dragon's eyes widened in astonishment. Chapter 294. 7 parts extraordinary, 3 parts technology. After chatting briefly with Fox Geo, Yang Ming quickly realized the shortcomings in the development of his territory. Fighting with Kasha had also confirmed that these shortcomings existed. That is, in terms of power, the extraordinary far surpassed technology. In the past, Yang Ming had envisioned how to research super-technological weapons like two-dimensional foil, Death Stars, and annihilation battleships on the battlefield of 10,000 races. But this idea was clearly misguided. The resources consumed to develop two-dimensional foil far exceeded those needed to cultivate a powerful, extraordinary being. For example, if you want to research two-dimensional foil, you would need to consume 1 million tons of resources. However, if you want to cultivate an equally powerful, extraordinary being, it would require less than 100,000 tons of resources. Most critically, the upper limit of extraordinary power is far higher than that of technological power. By making such a comparison, the importance of extraordinary beings becomes clear. Therefore, it can be said that the extraordinary is the foundation of military power development. Yes, Hu Jio is right. I should slightly change the direction of future development. The ratio of extraordinary beings to technology should be 7:3, meaning 7 parts extraordinary and 3 parts technology. Yang Ming decided that from now on, he would cultivate a large number of extraordinary beings in Huaxia City, establish more extraordinary academies, martial arts schools, and research institutes for martial arts, and hold more extraordinary competitions. Chapter 295, Banking, Trade, and Agricultural Development. Upon learning that Yang Ming was looking for him, Carl didn't dare to hesitate for a minute and immediately called the driver to take him to the Lord's mansion. In just 6 minutes, Carl arrived at the Lord's mansion. "Good morning, my lord," Carl said as he formally bowed before Yang Ming. Yang Ming gestured for him to sit on the sofa and said, "Please sit. There are no outsiders here, so there's no need to be so formal." "Thank you, my lord," Carl said, flattered, as he sat down on the sofa and asked, "Is there something important you want to discuss this early?" Yang Ming took a sip of tea and said, "No, I just want to understand the construction progress of Huaxia City." "Sure, my lord, feel free to ask," Carl replied. Yang Ming thought for a moment and then inquired about the issue he was most concerned about. "A month ago, I entrusted you and Zhou Mingrui with the task of building a bank. How is that coming along? You know, the circulation of currency is crucial for economic development." Upon hearing this, Carl immediately became energized. "My lord, I must say, I greatly admire your wisdom. You actually thought of creating a bank as such a perfect department for managing currency and funds." Chapter 296, Extraordinary Core Buildings. 25 hours later, Yang Ming and Carl discussed a lot about the future development direction of Huaxia City. After assigning all the tasks, Yang Ming sent Carl on his way. Carl's work ability was impressive, and Yang Ming believed he could complete his tasks. Just as Carl left, Zhou Mingrui arrived, dressed in an incredibly expensive master builder's robe. Zhou Mingrui's demeanor had noticeably improved, and he looked very spirited. As he entered the Lord's mansion, Zhou Mingrui asked Yang Ming, "My lord, is there something you need from me?" Yang Ming didn't rush to give tasks, but instead pointed to an empty seat on the opposite sofa and said, "Please sit. You've had a long journey. Have some tea first." "Thank you, my lord," Zhou Mingrui said, flattered. Gaining the recognition of a lord was something Zhou Mingrui had pursued his whole life. Zhou Mingrui took a sip of the tea and immediately praised it. "This is good tea. It has a rich aroma." Yang Ming smiled and casually remarked, "This is tea guanyin brewed from perfect-grade tea leaves, collected from the Star Spirit Forest. It tastes good. If you like it, I can give you a bag." Chapter 297, the first 5-year plan. In addition to the tasks assigned to Carl and Zhou Mingrui, Yang Ming had many other responsibilities. After all, managing a city is not as simple as writing a novel. Many factors need to be considered, such as residents' clothing, food, shelter, military expenses, legal improvements, social conflict mediation, human rights protection, economic recovery, educational system improvements, and alleviating the wealth gap. Under Yang Ming's vigorous reforms, Huaxia City was becoming increasingly prosperous. At the same time, the prototype of a nation was gradually emerging. Now, the conflicts at the eastern and western borders of the Blue Star domain had been perfectly resolved, giving Yang Ming more time to continue developing Huaxia City. His plan was to create a large city within 6 months, a super-large international metropolis within 2.5 years, and establish the Huaxia nation within 5 years, achieving the great rejuvenation of the Chinese nation. This was the first 5-year plan for Huaxia City. Of course, this required time to settle and a large number of talents from various fields. However, As long as Yang Ming was around, the dream would eventually be realized. 3 days later, unknowingly, Yang Ming had been in the 10,000 Races Battlefield for 164 days. Chapter 298. Further Cooperation Xiao Yao. The reason I came to see you today is to discuss strengthening our cooperation. Yang Ming stated his purpose for the visit. The Star Spirit Forest was filled with high-quality vegetables, fruits, herbs, and grains, and strengthening cooperation with Xiao Yao would be perfect. Xiao Yao showed great interest and quickly asked, "Cooperation? How do we cooperate? Will you send construction workers to help us build houses like before?" "That is possible, but that's just one aspect," Yang Ming nodded, expressing his sincerity by adding, "It's better to teach a person to fish than to just give them fish. I can also help you train talents." "Train talents?" Xiao Yao showed a puzzled expression. "Yes," Yang Ming continued. "Recently, I ordered the establishment of many schools in Huaxia City, including general knowledge schools, extraordinary academies, and schools specifically for technical skills. If the Beast Girls of the Star Spirit Forest want to attend school, they are very welcome, and there will be no charge." Yang Ming had noticed this issue long ago. Due to the isolation of the Star Spirit Forest, the Beast Girls were almost all illiterate. If it weren't for their awakened talents and generally strong combat abilities, survival would likely be a problem. Chapter 299. Another trip to the evil god altar 5 hours later. Yang Ming left the Star Spirit Forest. The details of the trade cooperation had been fully negotiated with Xiao Yao, and there were almost no discrepancies between them. From now on, Huaxia City could collect a large number of high-quality seeds, fruit trees, and herbs from the Star Spirit Forest. Of course, in return, Yang Ming had to help with the Star Spirit Forest infrastructure, fertilize the plants, and impart various knowledge to the Beast Girls, teaching them how to be human. This way, Huaxia City's agriculture could develop rapidly, and within a year, it could leap to become a super agricultural power. With a whoosh, Yang Ming returned to Huaxia City through the teleportation array. Looking up, he saw the sun hanging high in the sky, indicating it was noon. There was still plenty of time, enough for him to make another trip to the evil god altar. After glancing at the sky, Yang Ming decided to visit the evil god altar before dark. The importance of the evil god altar was not less than that of the Star Spirit Forest. In other words, cooperation with the evil god altar must be strengthened. So far, most of the high-quality weapons and forging blueprints in Huaxia City had come from the evil god altar. Without the evil god altar, Huaxia City would not be able to forge so many high-level weapons. Chapter 300. More money needed. 40 rare-level snow monsters and 9 perfect-level snow monsters had all been sacrificed. Next, it was time for Yang Ming to receive his rewards. The evil sheep priest smiled and said, "Lord Yang Ming, based on the items you have sacrificed, you can exchange for a rare-level forging blueprint and 2 perfect-level weapons. What would you like specifically?" Let me think about what weapon to choose." Yang Ming did not respond immediately. Currently, Huaxia City does not lack perfect-level weapons, or rather, 1 or 2 perfect-level weapons cannot bring about a qualitative change in Huaxia City's strength, unless he could exchange for a perfect-level forging blueprint. As long as he provides Coco-Light with a perfect-level weapon forging blueprint, she would be able to lead all the blacksmiths to continuously forge perfect-level weapons. According to the current information, none of the lords in the 8-star domains possess a perfect-level forging blueprint. After all, they are extremely, extremely rare. A perfect-level forging blueprint is enough to change the situation in the 8-star domains. Therefore, Yang Ming asked the evil sheep priest, "Brother Sheep, how can I exchange for a perfect-level forging blueprint?" Chapter 301. Half a year later during these days, Yang Ming has been very busy, almost every moment thinking about how to plan the future development of Huaxia City. The battle with Kasha made Yang Ming realize that he is still far from strong enough. In the future, Yang Ming will encounter even stronger opponents: the angel race, dragon race, demigods, sea spirits, hell messengers, lords of universe level 30 civilizations, lords of universe level 66 civilizations, and even lords of universe level 99 civilizations. Only by defeating all enemies can Yang Ming ascend to the supreme throne of divine power and become the first emperor of all races on the battlefield. Under heaven, there is no land that is not royal. This saying is equally applicable on the battlefield of all races. Aside from Yang Ming, the other 30 billion lords in the 8-star domains are also actively developing their territories. In this cruel world, being left behind means annihilation. To survive, Every lord is striving to become stronger, gathering wood, polishing stones, plundering resources, attacking resource fields, hunting exotic beasts, waging wars, seizing money. Becoming stronger is the only way to survive. This is the best of times and, at the same time, the worst of times. The victor becomes king. The loser becomes a bandit. Chapter 3:02 Awakening Hall. Yang Ming's sister, who was sitting nearby, suddenly chimed in. Brother, it would be great if you could awaken a B-level talent. I heard that anyone who awakens a B-level talent can receive a big house for free. Then we could move to a new home. In Huaxia City, great importance is placed on cultivating talent. No matter who they are, as long as they awaken a B-level talent, they can move into a large house for free and enjoy numerous benefits. If one awakens an A-level talent, they can directly stand out and live in a villa area, alongside Coco Light, Yang Jian, Bill Gates, and others. Wang Dashi sighed with a bitter smile. Feeling somewhat helpless, awakening a B-level talent is not that simple. Besides, whether I can successfully awaken is still a question. Wang Dashi, his father, sitting across the dining table, comforted him. It's okay, son. If this awakening doesn't succeed, there'll be 2 more chances in the future. To put it another way, even if you really can awaken your talent, you can still go to a technical academy for further study. Learning a skill where earning over 10,000 a month is not a dream. I understand, Dad. Wang Dashi nodded. After finishing breakfast, under the gaze of his family, Wang Dashi left home and headed to the Awakening Hall, which was 10 kilometers away. Chapter 3:03 Wang Dashi. Encore on the battlefield of all races, Huaxia City, Lord's Mansion. At around 8 in the morning, Yang Ming trained for 2 hours in the martial arts field as usual. Cultivation is something Yang Ming insists on doing every day. Since arriving at the battlefield of all races, no matter how busy he is, Yang Ming has never neglected his practice. He has maintained this good habit of training and martial arts for 365 days. That's right, unknowingly. Yang Ming has been on the battlefield of all races for a whole year. He is no longer the handsome 18-year-old boy, but has transformed into a handsome 19-year-old young man pro. After finishing his morning training, Yang Ming returned to the Lord's Mansion. My lord, here, a towel to wipe off your sweat. Lilith thoughtfully handed him a soft towel. Compared to when she first arrived in Huaxia City, Lilith has become even more beautiful, with fair skin, comparable to a campus beauty in the real world. Thank you. Yang Ming took the towel and wiped the sweat off his body. He sat on the sofa in the living room to rest and, taking advantage of the break, he opened his attribute panel, which he hadn't done in a long time. Over the past 6 months, Yang Ming's strength has made tremendous progress, and his battle power value has skyrocketed. Name: Yang Ming. Battle power value 9420. Chapter 3:04 Flower Moon. Bookmark. The development of Huaxia City is getting better and better, and Yang Ming feels it is time to try upgrading to a large city. A large city is basically like a small country. System: what are the requirements for upgrading Huaxia City to a large city? Yang Ming asked. A sci-fi-like screen appeared in front of Yang Ming, and the system quickly provided the answer. Wood: 191236W, met. Stone: 129169W, met. Ore: 52896W, met. Population: 700W, not met. Current population: 50006W. National fortune value: 1501W, not met. Orange crystal core: 10 pieces, none. Buildings: already have 6 level 6 buildings, 351 level 5 buildings, 2,359 level 4 buildings, and 10,589 level 3 buildings, all met. Resource fields: at least 5 level 6 resource fields, at least 45 level 5 resource fields, at least 1175 level 4 resource fields, at least 28,619 level 3 resource fields, not met. Please continue to work hard. Vassal territories: at least 10 small cities, currently only 9, not met. Further efforts are needed. Chapter 3:05 Perfect level forging blueprints. Of course, not everyone has such thoughts. However, those who are extremely eager for power often behave this way. For example, Flower Moon Bookmark, as a domain lord, has a desire for power that is beyond ordinary understanding. However, she also understands her own abilities. She cannot lead the Moor Star to advance to a level 20 universe civilization. Therefore, she yearns to bear a strong offspring to replace her in fulfilling her dreams and lead the Moor Star domain to advance to a higher level universe civilization. Forget it. I still refuse. Yang Ming still did not agree. Smelly man. Flower Moon bookmark gritted her teeth. However, the more this was the case, the more Flower Moon bookmark desired Yang Ming. After all, there's a lyric that sings well. What you cannot obtain is always in turmoil. Human nature is like this. People often have stronger desires for things they cannot have, but once they obtain them, they often do not cherish them. Seeing that Yang Ming was unwilling to agree, Huai Waqin had no choice but to temporarily give up. With a sigh, she helplessly sent a message. All right, come to my territory in 3 days. That task is triggered on my side, so you have to come over. Yang Ming replied in the same manner. Chapter 306. The Changes of Cocolite. The industrial zone can be said to be one of the core areas of Huaxia City. Weapons, food processing, furniture, appliances, clothing, and material synthesis. All production routes come from here. Due to the peak of the electrical era, the productivity of Huaxia City can be described as terrifying. With a large amount of products being shipped out of the industrial zone every day, there is even a subtle trend of overproduction. So, what social problems will arise if there is a large surplus of products? The answer is simple. Overproduction will lead to a drop in item prices, causing businesses to incur losses, go bankrupt, and employees to lose their jobs, resulting in a further decline in social demand, triggering an economic depression and trapping the economy in a vicious cycle. Overproduction leads to price drops, reduced production, layoffs, and decreased demand. So, how can we solve the problem of overproduction? It's simple. Sell the products to others. But what if others are unwilling to buy? Also simple. Put a knife to their necks and see if they dare not to buy. Back then, the Sun Never Set's empire used this method to forcibly open the gates of the Qing dynasty with cannons and force them to trade. With the goods sold smoothly and money earned back, the crisis of social productivity surplus was resolved. Chapter 307. Journey to Maple City. To be honest, Yang Ming really didn't know how to plan for the Third Industrial Revolution. After all, he wasn't a professional in this field. However, Yang Ming had a special shop, and no matter what technology was needed or what problems were encountered, they could all be solved using points. As long as there are enough points, there are no problems that the special shop can't solve. Over the past 6 months, Yang Ming's points had accumulated to 840 for 163,000, nearly 100 million. To be honest, the most difficult part of carrying out the Third Industrial Revolution is not obtaining blueprints, but training technical personnel. Having blueprints alone is not enough. A large number of technical personnel are needed to operate them. Fortunately, Yang Ming had foresight and ordered the construction of many schools 6 months ago, using high salaries as an incentive to encourage residents to learn and vigorously cultivate academic talent. Not only that, but he also planted 5-turn enlightenment trees in the Academy District. 2 months ago, the 5-turn enlightenment tree successfully completed an upgrade, advancing from 5 turns to 6 turns. The efficacy of the 6-turn enlightenment tree is almost double that of the 5-turn tree, so students' learning speed has accelerated even more. Yang Ming rubbed Cocolite's little head and smiled as he said, Chapter 308. Lily Vivian's Loyalty. Hearing that Yang Ming was willing to help her solve her problems, Lily Vivian was very happy and quickly told Yang Ming about the difficulties she encountered. After listening attentively to her statement, Yang Ming began to prescribe the right remedy, providing her with solutions to her problems. Oh, I see. After hearing Yang Ming's answers, Lily Vivian suddenly realized. At the same time, her admiration for Yang Ming grew even stronger. In fact, when Maple City had just become a vassal city of Huaxia City, Lily Vivian was very resistant because she didn't want to live under someone else's roof or let her city become someone else's colony. However, less than a month later, Lily Vivian completely dispelled this resistance. Why? The reason is simple. When Lily Vivian saw the completely transformed Huaxia City, the towering skyscrapers piercing the sky, the speeding internal combustion vehicles, the incredibly powerful army, and the spectacular scene of the entire city being powered, every frame was impacting Lily Vivian's worldview. She had never imagined that a city could develop to such a powerful extent. Lily Vivian, I want to establish an eternal land of peace in this dilapidated world. Are you willing to join my team? This was something Yang Ming once said to Lily Vivian. Chapter 309. Epic Seed. My lord, actually when I was very young, I saw beggars dying of hunger on the street, and I felt very sad. Seeing poor families unable to afford clothes made me want to cry. Especially in winter. Many people lost their lives due to hunger and cold, which made my heart ache. Lily Vivian seemed to be sharing her innermost feelings as she slowly recounted. So, for me, I really hope the Eldora Kingdom can join Huaxia City. When I become the next empress of the Eldora Kingdom, I will let the flag of Huaxia City fly over the imperial capital. This is my sincere wish. Lily Vivian's dream is simple. She wants to establish a country where the people can live and work in peace. This is almost in line with Yang Ming's ideals and ambitions. As long as she joins Huaxia City, Lily Vivian's dream will be half realized. So what is there to hesitate about? Huaxia City is like a giant ship sailing towards the land of bliss, and Lily Vivian wants to board this ship. Speaking of which, the territory of the Eldora Kingdom is 4.05 million square kilometers. If the Eldora Kingdom is willing to join Huaxia City, then the territory of Huaxia City will immediately expand by more than double. Chapter 3:10. Conversation with Xiao Yao. Here for you. Xiao Yao handed the grass bag in her hand to Yang Ming. Don't be fooled by the fact that this grass bag is only the size of 2 palms. It is a legendary quality space item with a large interior space capable of holding a mountain. Yang Ming, filled with excitement, took the grass bag, but during the exchange, he accidentally touched Xiao Yao's hand, causing her to tremble and immediately retract her hand. What kind of seeds are inside? Can you elaborate? Yang Ming didn't pay attention and hurriedly opened the grass bag to take a look. I really can't identify the plants through the seeds. So I have to ask you directly, Yang Ming said. There are probably potatoes, gourd claws, sugar sticks, egg flower buds. Xiao Yao counted carefully on her fingers. She mentioned a bunch of seed names, but Yang Ming only understood potato. The others were completely unheard of. Perhaps they were dialects from the Star Spirit Forest? Yang Ming couldn't understand and had to ask again. Xiao Yao, do you have wheat seeds and rice seeds? Rice and wheat, these 2 staple grains account for nearly 90% of Huaxia City's population's food supply. Wheat can be dried, ground into flour, and then made into noodles, steamed buns, bread, etc. It can also be used to make flour snacks. Chapter 3:11. Bringing Xiao Yao back to the real world. In fact, Yang Ming had been impulsive more than once. He used that one opportunity to meet the creator of Universe 14. After meeting, the creator would answer any 3 questions that Yang Ming casually asked. As for which 3 questions to ask, Yang Ming had actually thought it through. The first question Yang Ming wanted to ask was, are we living in a virtual world? Regarding this question, many scientists have indeed proposed hypotheses, such as the brain in a vat, brain-machine interfaces, the metaverse, and quantum entanglement. Are we really living in the real world? Or are we living in a virtual game, a novel, a movie, or perhaps in a dream of some powerful, mysterious existence? Interestingly, almost all of the world's top physicists in their later years believed in theology. The fact also proves that theology does indeed exist, because at this moment, Xiao Yao, who is beside Yang Ming, is a living deity, although she has lost part of her memory. As for the second and third questions, Yang Ming has not yet made up his mind. This is also the reason why he is reluctant to take the opportunity to meet the creator. If he hasn't thought of specific questions to ask, it would be a waste to meet the creator impulsively. Chapter 3:12. The territory of Huayu Qian 3 days later. Unknowingly, Yang Ming has been in the battlefield of 10,000 races for 368 days. As usual, at 6 in the morning, his biological clock woke him up on time. After spending 5 minutes to wash up, Yang Ming went to the living room to prepare for breakfast. Lilith was already sitting at the dining table, biting on Youqiao, waving at Yang Ming and saying, "My lord, good morning. I've already prepared breakfast. Come eat with me." Yang Ming sat down at the dining table opposite Lilith. Lilith immediately explained, "My lord, I'm sorry. I only ate a little bit last night, so I'm really hungry now. I couldn't help but eat early. You won't punish me for this, right? It's fine. Just treat this place as your own home," Yang Ming said with a slight smile, then began to eat breakfast. What he just said was from the heart. Lilith, Lilia, and he were of the same age, so Yang Ming hoped that they could get along as friends. "My lord, what are you going to do today?" Lilith chatted with Yang Ming while eating breakfast. After a year of interaction, Lilith gradually let go of her previous reserve, and the awareness of the master-servant relationship between her and Yang Ming became fainter. Chapter 3:13. Misty Forest in the battlefield of 10,000 races in the Moor Star Domain. At the Lord's mansion of Huayu City, 2 people sat on the ground in front of tea table. One was the strongest lord of the Blue Star Domain, Yang Ming. The other was the lord of a domain in Moor Star, Kasha, whose real name is Huayu Qian. "What would you like to drink?" Hua Yuqian poured herself a cup of tea and then asked Yang Ming. Just plain water is fine, Yang Ming said nonchalantly. Hua Yuqian shot him a frustrated glance, but still picked up another teapot and poured him a cup of warm plain water. Regarding Yang Ming's indifferent attitude, a hint of anger appeared on Hua Yuqian's cold face as she said, "Do you know how many men in the entire Moorstar domain can't even dream of drinking a cup of the tea I brew?" Although the people of Moorstar generally looked ugly, Hua Yuqian was exceptionally beautiful, with fair skin, long legs, and an outstanding figure, perfectly embodying the tall and elegant goddess type. Others are others. I am I. Yang Ming shrugged, still looking indifferent. After taking a sip of plain water, Yang Ming brought the topic back to the main point and asked straightforwardly, "So, what is the S-level task you triggered?" Chapter 314. The land of fallen deities. The territory near Huayu City has already been completely conquered, and many soldiers are stationed in the resource fields. So the journey was quite safe. The two encountered almost no danger and soon arrived at the Misty Forest. Is this the Misty Forest ahead? Yang Ming looked up and saw the forest shrouded in mist about 2,000 meters ahead. The forest was vast with lush trees, but it was extremely dangerous due to being covered in mist for years. Yang Ming tried to scan the information about the Misty Forest. Name, Misty Forest. Quality, Epic Level, Level 6 Resource Field. Resource Output. Misty Trees, a magical wood that can be used to forge legendary weapons. Soul Confusing Fruits, Epic Level Quality Fruit. Confusing Herbs, Epic Level Quality Crops. Storage Amount, Unlimited. Description, a mysterious forest shrouded in mist for years. Once stepped into, various restrictions will be imposed. Current status, Occupied. It's actually a Level 6 resource field? Yang Ming gasped. No wonder it's so dangerous. Furthermore, the fact that the Misty Forest is in an occupied state indicates that at least one epic-level alien beast lives inside, and it's highly likely that there are one or two or more. Chapter 315. Strange Mark. The Misty Forest was gray and hazy. Indeed, as Hua Yuqian said, visibility was very low. Upon entering the Misty Forest, Yang Ming immediately felt that the surrounding mist significantly reduced visibility. However, Hua Yuqian was slightly mistaken. Yang Ming could see a distance of about 20 meters. If he went any further, even he would be powerless, as once the distance exceeded 20 meters, his vision would immediately fail, and he would see nothing. After entering the Misty Forest, Yang Ming did not rush around, but first asked Hua Yuqian, in which direction is the refresh point for the orange crystal core? Hua Yuqian was vigilantly observing the surroundings and casually answered Yang Ming's question. I'm not sure. The task only indicated that there is an orange crystal core in the Misty Forest, but the system did not provide specific location coordinates. Indeed, when Yang Ming triggered tasks in the past, the system also did not give the exact coordinates of the crystal core. It seems that they can only search slowly. Speaking of which, the Misty Forest is quite large. If they were to conduct a carpet search, it would probably take 3 to 5 days. But unfortunately, this is the only method available at the moment. Chapter 316. Mysterious Valley. Why does the forehead of the Silver Moon Wolf have the emblem of the Goddess of Light? Yang Ming couldn't figure it out, so he continued to search for clues, pushing aside the fur on the foreheads of each Silver Moon Wolf to inspect closely. Did every Silver Moon Wolf have the emblem of the Goddess of Light on its forehead? After searching, Yang Ming only found this clue. Seeing Yang Ming's serious expression, Hua Yuqian curiously asked, "Is there something strange about this mark?" Yang Ming looked at Hua Yuqian and countered, "Do you know about the Goddess of Light?" The Goddess of Light? Hua Yuqian was taken aback for a second, then nodded and said, "I've heard of her. The Goddess of Light is one of the most revered deities in the battlefield of 10,000 races, and there are countless churches dedicated to her in the world." Yang Ming lifted one of the Silver Moon Wolves and pointed at the emblem of the Goddess of Light on its head, saying, "Look, this mark is the emblem of the Goddess of Light." Hua Yuqian took a careful glance and was immediately struck with disbelief. Could the reason the Misty Forest has become like this be related to the Goddess of Light? The Goddess of Light, after all, is a deity. Hua Yuqian has lived for over 100 years and has never seen a living god before. Chapter 317. Divine Monkey. When Hua Yuqian and Yang Ming stepped into the 1-kilometer range of the valley, a miraculous scene occurred. The thick fog, which made it impossible to see anything, instantly dissipated, and visibility was restored. It seemed that the mist could not affect this valley. That being said, since the orange crystal core was inside the valley, Yang Ming had to go in and investigate. If he didn't go in, wouldn't this trip be in vain? However, the divine monkey blocking the entrance to the valley suddenly roared again. Humans, do you wish to disturb the sleep of Lord God? Such bold and disrespectful behavior has already earned you an unforgivable death sentence. It was clear that it was the guardian of the valley. Any invader attempting to enter would be annihilated by the divine monkey on the spot. Before Yang Ming could make a decision, Hua Yueqin had already spoken first. Yang Ming, let S team up to kill it. The ultimate goal of the S-rank mission triggered by Hua Yueqin was indeed inside the valley. Hua Yueqin's goal was to enter the valley and complete the S-rank mission. Yang Ming's goal was also to enter the valley and collect the crystal core. Their objectives were almost identical. All right, let us work together to take it down. Yang Ming slowly drew the Taiwan knife from his waist. Chapter 318, Heavenly Punishment Boom. Boom. Accompanied by deafening explosions, the battle between Hua Yueqin and the three-eyed divine monkey entered a white-hot stage. The surrounding terrain and mountains were turned into wasteland by the aftershocks of the battle. Is this Hua Yueqin's true strength? Yang Ming was surprised. It turned out that Hua Yueqin in her prime state was this strong. Oh wait, Hua Yueqin can't use her skills right now. So this isn't even her peak condition. But even so, Hua Yueqin could already hold her own against the three-eyed divine monkey with a combat power of 31 million, even gaining the upper hand at times. Even if I use my trump card, Heavenly Punishment, I can only match Hua Yueqin at best. Yang Ming estimated his strength in comparison to Hua Yueqin's, because Hua Yueqin was truly very strong, with 13 epic weapons. Who in the 8-star regions could compare to her wealth? Yang Ming, help me. Why are you still dazed? Suddenly, Hua Yueqin shouted Yang Ming's name. Oh, I'm coming. Yang Ming came to his senses and joined the battlefield. Hua Yueqin was the main attacker, while Yang Ming assisted from the side. With Yang Ming's support, Hua Yueqin, who was already in the lead, became even more unrestrained. Chapter 319, Altar. Crystal Coffin. Although Heavenly Punishment successfully trapped the three-eyed divine monkey, its physical defense was truly astonishing. Yang Ming currently could not break through its defenses. Now, it was up to Hua Yueqin to perform. In terms of destructive power, Hua Yueqin might actually surpass Yang Ming. After all, she had 12 divine talismans enhancing her. Hua Yueqin turned to Yang Ming and said, Yang Ming, return the divine talismans I lent you earlier. I have great use for them. But before Yang Ming could speak, Hua Yueqin forcibly summoned the divine talismans surrounding Yang Ming back to her. As the owner of the divine talismans, Hua Yueqin could control them at will, summoning and dismissing them as she pleased. Yang Ming was a bit speechless. Since he took them back directly, why ask me? The divine talismans flew back to Hua Yueqin. Just like that, 12 divine talismans surrounded Hua Yueqin. What would she do? Yang Ming curiously observed Hua Yueqin. He had never seen Hua Yueqin harness the power of all 12 divine talismans, so he was very curious. Merge. In the sky, Hua Yueqin murmured. Under Hua Yueqin's command, each divine talisman emitted light simultaneously and began to slowly merge together. Chapter 320, Goddess of Light, a Woman. When Yang Ming jumped onto the altar and saw the scene inside the crystal coffin, he couldn't help but exclaim. Hua Yueqin followed Yang Ming onto the altar and also saw the appearance inside the crystal coffin. What a beautiful woman. Hua Yueqin was also stunned by the beauty of the woman lying inside the crystal coffin at first glance. A woman as beautiful as a celestial being. Hua Yueqin was already extremely beautiful, but in front of this woman, her beauty seemed to pale slightly, because the woman inside the crystal coffin was truly stunning. In Yang Ming's understanding, only Qiao Yao and Aphrodite could match her beauty. Who is she? Could she be a sealed deity? Why is she calling for help? Yang Ming felt puzzled. To unravel his doubts, Yang Ming attempted to scan the mysterious woman's information. The system quickly provided a prompt. Name, Goddess of Light. Potential value, 12 stars. Quality, mythical. Faction, lawful good. Combat power, 180,000, sealed state. Divine power sequence, light. Divine rank, 7th level. Chapter 321. Attempt. How should Yang Ming handle the crystal coffin of the Goddess of Light? He wanted to carry the crystal coffin back to Huaxia City, but Hua Yueqin did not allow it. After some thought, Yang Ming proposed, how about this, Hua Yueqin? Practice is the only standard to test truth. Let us take turns and see who can carry away the coffin of the Goddess of Light. How does that sound? All right. After careful consideration, Hua Yueqin agreed. After all, they had known each other for half a year, and Hua Yueqin knew that Yang Ming was not someone who would lie. You go first? Yang Ming took a step back, giving Hua Yueqin enough space. However, at that moment, Hua Yueqin began to hesitate. She stood on the altar, facing the crystal coffin of the goddess of light, and was reluctant to make a move. After a long time, Hua Yueqin slowly extended her hand, gradually approaching the crystal coffin of the goddess of light. But just as she was about to touch it, she pulled her hand back. Hua Yueqin, feeling uneasy, turned to Yang Ming and asked, Yang Ming, will recklessly touching a deity's coffin be considered a great disrespect, potentially leading to some terrible consequences? Yang Ming shrugged and said nonchalantly, if it were me, I'm sure I'd be fine. But for you, I can't say. Chapter 322, Church of the Goddess of Light in the 10,000 Races Battlefield, Huaxia City, the Church of the Goddess of Light. It was now around 2 or 3 in the afternoon. As one of the few level 6 buildings in Huaxia City, the Church of the Goddess of Light is extravagantly decorated, not only embedded with a large number of gems, but also adorned with numerous unique murals on its walls. The church covers an area of 40,000 square meters, within a 200 meter by 200 meter range, all managed by Anna. Before the construction of the Church of the Goddess of Light, Yang Ming had promised Anna that he would not interfere with the internal affairs of the church, leaving everything to her discretion. In fact, Yang Ming has kept his promise. Over the past year, regardless of Anna's decisions, as long as they do not touch upon the core interests of Huaxia City, Yang Ming has allowed her, even when Anna recruited some of the local population. The Church of the Goddess of Light started with only a few dozen members, but now has grown to over 1,000. The additional members are naturally the original inhabitants of Huaxia City. The reputation of the Goddess of Light has spread widely in Huaxia City, with many people coming to the church to worship her almost every day. Today is no exception. Chapter 323. The collapsing Hua Yueqin. Is this really the true form of the Goddess of Light? When Anna saw the face of the woman lying in the crystal coffin, she was stunned. Even her brain stopped thinking. The woman in the crystal coffin was enveloped in a holy glow, radiating pure divine power of light. This was enough to prove that she was indeed the true Goddess of Light. My lord, what is going on? Why is the Goddess of Light sleeping in her coffin? Anna asked Yang Ming incredulously. The Lord actually brought back the true form of the Goddess of Light. Yang Ming shrugged and replied, I can't answer why the Goddess of Light is sleeping. If you want to know the reason, just wake her up. Then all your doubts will be resolved. Wake the Goddess of Light? Anna showed an extremely troubled expression. You can't wake her up? Yang Ming asked. Anna sighed, looking troubled. I'm not very sure about that either. After all, I'm just a small fry. In the battlefield of 10,000 races, the Goddess of Light is one of the most revered deities, with her church branches almost everywhere in the world. Among her many followers, there are certainly legendary and king-level powerhouses. Chapter 324. Awakening the Goddess of Light. Hua Yueqin has fought on the battlefield of 10,000 races for 70 years. In such a long time, she has not seen a single deity, nor has she received any accurate news about them. Deities are inherently great beings that cannot be directly gazed upon. Not only Hua Yueqin, but also the more than 300 billion lords from the 8-star domains feel the same way. Even the most powerful 4-body star domain, with a home planet, is a level 20 civilization in the universe. No one has been able to establish a connection with a deity. However, with Yang Ming, these common understandings seem to no longer apply. Yang Ming can not only establish relationships with multiple deities, but also has friendly conversations with them. My lord, why did you call me here? Aphrodite walked straight to Yang Ming after entering the church, bowing before asking. When Hua Yueqin saw Aphrodite addressing Yang Ming as my lord, she couldn't help but take 2 steps back, almost fainting from the shock. That was an immensely respected deity. With a snap of her fingers, she could easily destroy a planet. Yet, this great being actually respectfully referred to Yang Ming as my lord. For the first time, Hua Yueqin felt how unfair this world was. Chapter 325. Wendy in the battlefield of the gods, Sacred Mountain. Is it finally coming? Is this divine war ultimately unstoppable? The Goddess of Light, Wendy, seems to have heard the sounds of battle and shouts echoing through the 9 heavens. Dressed in a pure white robe, Wendy's delicate figure is enveloped in a holy aura of light. She was born as the daughter of light, possessing incredibly powerful abilities. However, this so-called powerful strength is only relative to mortals. In the godly battlefield, which resembles a scene of carnage, Wendy's presence is not very significant, as she has only achieved a 7th-tier divine position. The gods are ordered, and the divine war is about to be forced open. At this moment, a vast and ancient voice resounded throughout the entire battlefield of the gods, and all the deities heard it. Wendy looked up in a panic towards the direction of Sacred Mountain, her pupils suddenly widening, because Wendy saw an incredible and terrifying existence, towering above, wielding a giant axe, attempting to unveil a corner of the sacred domain. Just standing there, it collapsed space and time, obliterating all energy in the extraordinary. In addition, when he saw an old Taoist with white hair sitting on the back of a green bull, the god of 10,000 monsters with a human head and serpent body, the divine monkey holding a golden staff standing on a cloud, the ultimate archangel with 16 large wings, the sea god holding a trident, and Zeus, the god of gods. Chapter 326, Awakening Runaway. At this moment, Wendy's only thought was this: if she is captured by the Black Tower, she would suffer a fate worse than death. Divine number Z4567. Don't even think about escaping. Surrender immediately. Soon after, a mysterious figure in a black robe finally caught up, launching a fierce attack on the crystal coffin. A violent storm of battle erupted in the vast starry sky. Due to the terrifying power, several celestial bodies with diameters of 10 trillion kilometers were destroyed. With a single thought, a planet could be destroyed. This is the power of deities. The people of the Black Tower are also known as Godslayers, and they possess a natural strong restraining ability against deities. Am I going to die? Faced with the attacks of the Black Tower's staff, Wendy was filled with despair. But no one expected that the crystal coffin would block all the attacks, safely protecting Wendy. This crystal coffin has such strong defensive power? The once despairing Wendy suddenly regained hope. Even the people of the Black Tower could not break through the defense of the crystal coffin. Whoosh! At that moment, the crystal coffin accelerated again, shaking off the people of the Black Tower and escaping at an even faster speed. Chapter 327. Conversation with Wendy. Was it you who saved me? Did you also open the crystal coffin? Upon hearing this, Wendy was finally moved and looked up at Yang Ming. Wendy examined Yang Ming from head to toe, feeling unsatisfied, then looked him over again from toe to head, still feeling unsatisfied, so she examined him once more from head to toe. Yes, it was me. Yang Ming felt uncomfortable under her fiery gaze, but maintained a calm demeanor. Upon learning that Yang Ming brought back the crystal coffin, Wendy's attitude underwent a 180-degree change as she said, "So it was you. By the way, what question were you going to ask me just now? Go ahead and ask." Yang Ming pondered for a moment and then asked, "Why were you sleeping in the misty forest? Are you back from the battlefield of the gods?" Wendy nodded and sighed, saying yes. "I escaped from the battlefield of the gods." From her tone, it seemed that something significant had happened there. So Yang Ming asked again, "Why did you escape from the battlefield of the gods? What happened there?" Wendy rubbed her somewhat sore temples and recalled the past. An unprecedented divine war broke out on the battlefield of the gods, but in the end, the gods failed, and the divine realm began to collapse. So I started to flee, but it was useless. The gods couldn't escape from the divine realm, and neither could I. I could only watch helplessly as the light of destruction devoured the divine realm, and I fell into a coma. Chapter 328. Leaving the church, Yang Ming wanted to continue asking questions, but Wendy raised her hand to interrupt him. She said, "Forget it. Let's end the questions here. It's useless for you to ask too much. You are still too weak now. Knowing some things may even be harmful to you. When you become stronger in the future, you will naturally understand. Moreover, I am a failure. My answers may not be correct." Yang Ming hesitated, wanted to say something, but eventually gave up on asking. Indeed, when Wendy mentioned that the real world might also be false, Yang Ming's resolve nearly wavered. Why think so much? Regardless of whether it is false, Yang Ming's goal has always been to achieve unification in the battlefield of all races. "I want to rest for a while," Wendy suddenly said. Yang Ming wanted to say a few more words to her, but seeing her tired and pale face, he had to swallow the words back. Yang Ming gently nodded and said, "Okay. You should rest well. If you find lying in the crystal coffin uncomfortable, you can change positions and sleep on a warm, soft bed." A warm, comfortable, soft bed? Upon hearing this, Wendy felt a bit tempted. Chapter 329. Useless in the face of sexiness after Wendy rested. Yang Ming no longer disturbed her and walked out of the Church of the Goddess of Light. Currently, it seems that Wendy intends to stay in Huaxia City, which is undoubtedly great news for Yang Ming. as one of the most prestigious deities in the battlefield of all races. The goddess of light possesses a 7th-tier divine position and is powerful. If she is willing to join Huaxia City, Yang Ming can't imagine how he could lose. So, before leaving the church, Yang Ming called Lilith over. Lilith, from today on, you will stay in the church to take care of Wendy. Whatever she wants to eat, you can get from the granary and cook it for her. As you command. Lilith nodded, but she seemed a bit reluctant and asked, my lord. But I still want to go to the Lord's mansion to cook for you in the evening. Compared to taking care of Wendy, Lilith prefers to cook for Yang Ming. Even though Wendy is the true goddess of light, Lilith has always been the most devoted follower of the goddess of light. But when did her feelings change? She couldn't remember. In any case, in her heart, her admiration for Yang Ming has unknowingly replaced that for the goddess of light. Let Lilia come. You two can take turns coming to the Lord's mansion to cook, Yang Ming said. Chapter 330. Epic Wine. Due to the large number of people, the atmosphere in the Lord's mansion became much more lively tonight. It was Flower Moon's first time visiting someone else's home, and she experienced social anxiety for the first time. After all, she was shy and couldn't bring herself to go to someone else's house empty-handed for dinner. Yang Ming, are you going to drink tonight? The somewhat socially anxious Flower Moon asked proactively. Yang Ming glanced at her and shook his head, saying, I usually don't drink. Yang Ming rarely drinks alcohol and has no habit of smoking. After all, smoking is harmful to health. Many young people think smoking is cool and want to try it. But in reality, it's an incorrect behavior. Therefore, the author advises everyone to avoid smoking if possible and to quit as soon as they can. I can't eat your dinner for free, so I brought 2 jars of wine. Flower Moon took out 2 jars of 3-pound fine wine from the system warehouse. In an instant, a rich and fragrant aroma of wine filled the air. What kind of wine is this? Aphrodite, who had never drunk before, was instantly attracted by the scent. The aroma of the wine spread quickly, and even Lilia in the kitchen couldn't help but peek out. Chapter 331. Attacking the level 6 resource field at 8:30 in the morning, Yang Ming, fully prepared, walked out of the Lord's mansion. Today, he aimed to attack the coastal area 150 kilometers to the west, occupy the level 6 resource field there, and have Zhou Mingrue establish a port to start maritime trade for Huaxia City. This was Yang Ming's plan for the day. Since the orange crystal core was already in hand, as long as he could occupy enough resource fields, Huaxia City could be upgraded to a large city. However, the level 6 resource fields were guarded by epic beasts, so Yang Ming had to be well prepared to attack them. First, let's call that little 5-clawed golden dragon back. Yang Ming thought. Although the 5-clawed golden dragon was Yang Ming's battle pet, he had given it a lot of freedom since it was still young. He didn't interfere with where it wanted play, so he didn't know where the 5-clawed golden dragon had gone. Thus, Yang Ming had to use the mental link of the master-servant contract to summon the 5-clawed golden dragon back. Boom, boom, boom. Soon, the sky was filled with thunder and lightning, and golden light shone as the 5-clawed golden dragon returned from its adventure. Haha, big brother, what do you need me for? The 5-clawed golden dragon, stretching over 10,000 meters, soared through the clouds and dove down from the sky. Chapter 332. Wendy, who loves reading novels, Wendy closed the book in her hand and looked up at Yang Ming. Compared to yesterday, she no longer held such heavy suspicion towards him. This was because she had slept so comfortably last night that she even had a rare, beautiful dream. Wendy's bed was made from the fur of a perfect level beast, without any technological or harsh materials, just pure natural fur, which felt extremely comfortable, allowing Wendy to sleep soundly. Good morning, Lord Yang Ming. What brings you here so early? Wendy asked Yang Ming, her voice softer than before. Nothing much. I just happened to pass by the church. So I came to see you, Yang Ming said, scratching his nose, then asked, are you getting used to living in Huaxia City? Wendy nodded and smiled, saying yes. I am very comfortable. I can't remember the last time I enjoyed such comfortable sleep. I feel my divine power is gradually recovering. Yang Ming once again asked the question he had asked yesterday. So, have you decided whether to stay in Huaxia City? Wendy pondered for a moment, and then raised her head to ask if I am willing to stay in Huaxia City. Can you really cede the jurisdiction of the church to me? Will I be fully responsible? Chapter 333. Dragon Maiden Clan. Yang Ming scanned the people present and said coldly, starting today, we will begin attacking the level 6 resource fields. We need to upgrade Huaxia City to a large city as quickly as possible. Are we finally going to attack the level 6 resource fields? Upon hearing this, Yang Jian not only did not feel it was a tough task, but instead was eager to give it a try. Yang Lingfeng, Yang Fifan, and Yang Futian also rolled up their sleeves, excited for the upcoming battle. Yang Ming waved his hand and said, "All right, you all go gather your troops. Today, the 4 major legions will act together. Let me see how much you have improved in the past 6 months." "Yes, my lord," the 4 legion leaders replied in unison. They then left to assemble their armies. Yang Ming's goal today was to conquer the entire coastal area to the west of Huaxia City. Therefore, a large number of troops were needed. To ensure nothing went wrong, Yang Ming ordered all 4 major legions to gather, including Yang Jian, Yang Lingfeng, Yang Fifan, and Yang Futian. Over the past 6 months, the combat power of the 4 of them had rapidly increased, all surpassing 6,000 points. Although the 4 legion leaders' upgrading speed could not compare to Yang Ming's, it was still quite impressive. Chapter 334. War begins. Yang Futian, Yang Lingfeng, come over here. After reviewing the map, Yang Ming did not immediately issue the attack order, but called Yang Jian and the others over first. "My lord, what are your orders?" The 4 of them immediately came before Yang Ming and asked in a low voice. "This is the map of the coastal area, drawn by the scouts. Take a look." Yang Ming handed the map to them. "Understood." Yang Jian and the others took the map and began to study it carefully. The map detailed the positions of 6 level 6 resource fields in the coastal area. After they finished looking, Yang Ming then asked, "What do you think? Have you thought of strategy? How can we take down these 6 level 6 resource fields with the fastest speed and least cost?" To put it simply, the biggest challenge in occupying the coastal area was attacking the level 6 resource fields. As long as all the level 6 resource fields were taken down, the coastal area would basically fall into Huaxia City's hands. At that time, Huaxia City's territory would be further expanded. In just a moment, Yang Jian replied, "My lord, I can lead my Qinglong Legion to take down 1 level 6 resource field." Chapter 335. Intense battle. The war had begun, and the deafening shouts echoed throughout the coastal area. The 4 major legions launched simultaneous attacks, creating an incredibly shocking scene. As the strongest army of Huaxia City, their power was undeniable. Boom, boom, boom. Waves of energy storms, packed with immense destructive power, reverberated across the coastal area. Yang Jian led the charge, commanding the Qinglong Legion as they advanced boldly, directly storming into one of the level 6 resource fields. Seeing Yang Jian's reckless actions, Yang Ming was initially quite worried, as level 6 resource fields typically had 1 or 2 epic beasts guarding them. But in the next moment, Yang Ming was stunned. He saw that even when facing epic beasts, the Qinglong Legion, led by Yang Jian, was handling it with ease, showing no signs of falling behind. Yang Jian seemed to possess a kind of magic, bringing the entire Qinglong Legion together to form a sword. This is a formation? A battle formation? Yang Ming quickly realized what was happening. No wonder Yang Jian was so confident. It turned out he had learned this technique. The battle formation is a way to gather the strength of many through formation. With the support of the battle formation, combined with his S-level talent, Yang Jian might really be able to take down a level 6 resource field. Seeing this, Yang Ming revealed a satisfied smile. Chapter 336. The Horn of the True Dragon. The Dragon Maidens were like a group of desperate individuals about to fall into an abyss, clutching at a lifeline before their impending doom, gazing up at Long Ling with eager eyes. Under the watchful gaze of countless eyes, Long Ling slowly spoke. "At the time of our tribe's survival, as the chief, I must reveal a shocking secret of the Dragon Maiden tribe. A secret that can bless our entire clan to defeat the enemy. A secret that can defeat the army of Huaxia City? Chief, regardless of what the secret is or what price we must pay, please tell us how to repel the enemy. To protect our homeland, I can give my life. Yes, Chief, even if there is a glimmer of hope, we will fight to the last moment." Hearing there was hope, everyone eagerly volunteered. Seeing the morale, which had been low, reignited, Long Ling finally breathed a sigh of relief, as morale is a crucial factor in winning a war. Long Ling no longer beat around the bush and directly said, "I believe some of our tribesmen already know that we, the Dragon Maiden tribe, are descendants of a true dragon. Long ago, a beautiful human woman fell in love with a powerful true dragon of the dragon clan, and they married and had children, ultimately giving birth to the ancestor of our Dragon Maiden tribe." Chapter 337. Handling slaves facing the 5-clawed golden dragon, Long Ling did not dare to show the slightest disrespect. She responded respectfully, "Great dragon, We will certainly obey your arrangements, and please give us any orders to lead us in defeating the evil army of Huaxia City. The five-clawed golden dragon hesitated, feeling confused by her words. Defeat the evil army of Huaxia City? How can I find my brother? Did you not know that Yang Ming is my biological brother? My beloved, close friend, and brother. The five-clawed golden dragon realized that these dragon maidens must have lost their minds. Yes, great dragon, please lead us to rise up and resist. The dragon maidens stood up one after another, pleading with the five-clawed golden dragon. With you here, those evil Huaxia people definitely cannot defeat us. Great dragon, you are invincible. The emotions of the dragon maidens became increasingly fervent, and they even began to fantasize about counterattacking into Huaxia City. The five-clawed golden dragon was driven to distraction by their chatter and couldn't help but roar. Shut up. The roar of the five-clawed golden dragon silenced the world. I lead you. The five-clawed golden dragon shouted angrily. Chapter 338. The first coastal city of Huaxia City, all 6 level 6 resource fields have been occupied. What Yang Ming needed to do next was to take control of the entire coastal area and then carry out major infrastructure projects. After that, he would send Zhou Mingrui here to build a maritime trade port. In this way, Huaxia City not only gained 6 level 6 resource fields, but also an additional seaport, achieving 2 goals with 1 effort. Report, my lord. At this moment, the scout came to report to Yang Ming again. What good news do you have this time? Yang Ming asked proactively. Reporting to my lord, just now I've already counted the number of slave populations captured in this war, the scout said. Oh, so soon. Tell me about it. Yang Ming immediately became interested. A victory in war does not only yield land, money, and resources. More importantly, through war, a large population can be plundered. In a war of all races, population is an irreplaceable and precious resource. The larger the population of a city, the greater its development potential, and the higher the probability of nurturing outstanding talents with awakened L-level talents or even S-level talents. Just like Wang Dashi and Nku from Huaxia City, they stood out from the many people and awakened S-level talents. Chapter 339. Super Merchant, how can one start from scratch to build and manage a coastal city well? The answer to this question could perhaps take 200,000 words to explain. Among a million people, there might not even be one who understands how to answer this question. But for Zhou Mingrui and Bill Gates, this question is undoubtedly a piece of cake. After pondering for a moment, Zhou Mingrui decided to express his thoughts, and so he said to Yang Ming, My lord, I have a bold idea. Yang Ming looked at him approvingly and nodded. Oh, what bold idea do you have? Please share. To be honest, Yang Ming liked talents who dared to propose their suggestions. And here, talent is meant in a positive sense. Zhou Mingrui thought for a moment, reorganized his language, and then said, My lord, just now on my way here, I found that the scenery in this coastal area is very beautiful, with birds singing and flowers fragrant, and there are various magnificent natural wonders. Plus, being close to the sea, the beach is also a very attractive tourist spot. Therefore, I suggest turning this area into a tourist city sanctuary. Oh, Yang Ming said with a very interested expression upon hearing this. He was attracted by Zhou Mingrui's idea, and he had to admit that this idea was indeed feasible. Chapter 340. Long Ling meets Yang Ming in the coastal area, the Dragon Maiden tribe. Inside the largest house in the tribe, Long Ling was talking with the five-clawed golden dragon. Long Ling sat in front of a simple table. Her eyes dazed as she stared at a city design blueprint placed on the table, feeling shocked and speechless. Lord Divine Dragon, what is this? After a long time, Long Ling finally spoke, raising her head to question the miniature five-clawed golden dragon. This city design blueprint was handed to the five-clawed golden dragon by Zhou Mingrui not long ago, and then the five-clawed golden dragon showed it to Long Ling. The five-clawed golden dragon shrugged and explained, Didn't I tell you? This is the future appearance of your Dragon Maiden tribe. Since you all decided to join Huaxia City, you certainly can't live in such simple houses. Otherwise, where would we put the face of Huaxia City? Is the housing design of the Dragon Maiden tribe really so backward and simple? At first, Long Ling wanted to refute this. After all, she did not want to see anyone slandering the Dragon Maiden tribe. However, this city design blueprint was truly too perfect. Perfect to the point where Long Ling found nothing to criticize. Long Ling now realized that a house could actually be designed so exquisitely, with a bathroom, a kitchen, a living room, and even furniture and appliances. Oh, by the way, what are appliances? Long Ling didn't understand, but it looked exquisite. It must be a good thing. Looking in a larger direction, Long Ling found it even more unbelievable that this city design blueprint could perfectly integrate the drainage system, transportation, and city defense structures. Perfect. The only adjective Long Ling could think of. If they could live in such a good city, it would surely be very happy, right? Long Ling was silent for a moment before saying, but Lord Yang Ming is definitely not going to help us build houses for free. So I want to know what price we, the Dragon Maiden tribe, need to pay for this? No need. The five-clawed golden dragon shook its head. Huh? No need? Long Ling was taken aback again. She had already prepared for sacrifice, yet the five-clawed golden dragon told her this was free. Of course it's true. My big brother is a good person. The five-clawed golden dragon nodded. The five-clawed golden dragon added, however, from now on, your Dragon Maiden tribe will have to work for him. You will be responsible for mining dragon crystals, but of course, you won't be working for free. You will receive corresponding wages. Indeed, although Long Ling had already guessed it, she still felt heartache. That lord named Yang Ming was indeed eyeing the specialty dragon crystals of Dragon Crystal Mountain. Dragon crystals, an epic-level material, are very expensive and rare items with many uses. The reason the Dragon Maiden tribe could become one of the strongest forces in the coastal area relied on dragon crystals. Long Ling gathered her courage and asked, I would like to meet Lord Yang Ming. Is that okay? For the future of the Dragon Maiden tribe and to safeguard its basic interests. Long Ling decided to meet Yang Ming. The five-clawed golden dragon nodded and said, sure, my big brother said that if you want to see him, you can find him anytime, anywhere. Long Ling quickened her speech and said, then, Lord Divine Dragon, please take me to find Lord Yang Ming right now. Okay, come with me, the five-clawed golden dragon agreed. The five-clawed golden dragon now just wanted to settle the Dragon Maiden tribe quickly, because after completing this task, it could continue to go out and hunt. Thank you, Lord Divine Dragon, for leading the way. Long Ling hurriedly expressed her gratitude, and then she followed the five-clawed golden dragon away. The five-clawed golden dragon took Long Ling out of the tribe to find Yang Ming. Chapter 341. Conversation in a relatively spacious flat area of the coastal region. The warriors of Huaxia City set up a military tent camp. Yang Ming had been living here for the past 2 days. In order to fully bring the coastal area under the jurisdiction of Huaxia City, Yang Ming had been handling affairs here for the past 2 days. Long Ling followed the five-clawed golden dragon and arrived here to meet Yang Ming. It was noon, and the sun was high in the sky. Due to the hot weather in July, the sunlight was scorching. Do you see that? My big brother Yang Ming is living in the largest tent right in front, the five-clawed golden dragon said. Long Ling looked up and saw many warriors patrolling near the tent. These warriors were from the 4 major legions. No way. These people actually have a rare-level weapon and a piece of rare-level armor? Long Ling was shocked. She glanced around and saw that everyone from the 4 major legions was equipped with such luxurious gear, which left Long Ling astonished once again. Is Huaxia City really that wealthy? They actually distribute such expensive equipment to soldiers? It's simply too extravagant. But there was one thing Long Ling didn't know, which was that Huaxia City was about to usher in a wave of equipment updates. Because not long ago, Yang Ming obtained 2 perfect-level forging blueprints from the evil sheep priest. Chapter 342. Working 8 hours a day, really? As long as the Dragon Maiden tribe is willing to join Huaxia City, are you really willing to give each of us a perfect-level weapon and armor? Long Ling couldn't help but ask again, as she found it very hard to believe. Joining Huaxia City, the benefits are actually this great? Yang Ming took out 2 forging blueprints, which were of perfect quality, and said with a smile, of course, I have 2 perfect forging blueprints. Will we still lack perfect equipment in the future? Dragon crystals can speed up forging by 50, and with it, Huaxia City will really never lack equipment. This was also the reason why Yang Ming was determined to acquire dragon crystals. Under Yang Ming's assurance, Long Ling no longer struggled. She decided to go all out, mustered her courage, and nodded, saying, in that case, on behalf of the Dragon Lady tribe, I am willing to serve Huaxia City. From now on, you are my master. As long as you treat all my Dragon Lady tribe members well, I am willing to do anything for you, including offering my body. After saying this, Long Ling's face turned red, as it was the first time she had said such bold words, and she had never had any intimate contact with a man before. Yang Ming rolled his eyes and said irritably, Chapter 343. Yang Ming returns to Huaxia City 2 hours later. Long Ling walked out of the tent, her mind blank. And even her walking became unsteady. After talking with Yang Ming, Long Ling's worldview had begun to collapse. I always thought that Yang Ming attacked Dragon Crystal Mountain to enslave our Dragon Lady tribe. But now I realize that I am the one who has been enslaving my own people. At this moment, Long Ling's heart was completely shattered. Why? Because previously, under Long Ling's management, the members of the Dragon Lady tribe had to dig for dragon crystals for 14 hours a day, while Yang Ming only required them to work 8 hours a day. Originally, the Dragon Lady tribe had only 20 pieces of perfect equipment, but Yang Ming gave them over 3,500 pieces in one go. The members of the Dragon Lady tribe could only live in wooden or thatched houses, but Yang Ming sent people to build modern concrete buildings for them. All of this, in Long Ling's understanding. Waking up at 7 in the morning to work and returning home to rest at 9 in the evening was the norm. Because if they didn't do this, they wouldn't be able to gather enough dragon crystal materials, which would hinder the tribe's daily operations and prevent them from purchasing enough weapons to defend against enemies. Chapter 344, Upgrade, Large City. After 7 days, Yang Ming finally returned to his lord's mansion. So comfortable. Yang Ming plopped down on the sofa in the living room, comfortably leaning his back against the soft plush cushion, and began to relax his body. After living in a tent in the coastal area for 7 days, Yang Ming was exhausted, so he decided to take a day off for himself to rest. Long Ling followed Yang Ming in, but being new to the place, she felt a bit socially anxious and stood at the entrance of the living room looking a bit lost. Yang Ming pointed to the 2 empty sofas beside him and said to Long Ling, "Long Ling, feel free to sit anywhere, here or there." "Okay, my lord." Long Ling, looking very socially anxious, sat upright on the sofa, her hands fidgeting with her clothes. Long Ling raised her head, surveying the interior decoration of the lord's mansion. The white walls, the luxurious crystal chandeliers hanging from the ceiling, the exquisite carved bookshelves, the spotless tiled floor, and the ornate beams and pillars. What is this?" Suddenly, Long Ling felt something touch her foot. Looking down, she saw a round plate. Chapter 345. Long Ling tours Huaxia City. Just as Yang Ming upgraded Huaxia City, he suddenly heard Lilia's voice. "Ding ding ding ding, my lord. The food is ready. Come eat quickly." Lilia brought out the carefully prepared dishes from the kitchen and placed them on the dining table, then called out to Yang Ming. Smelling the delicious aroma wafting over, Yang Ming felt his stomach growling, as he hadn't tasted Lilith and Lilia's cooking for 7 consecutive days. "Long Ling, come over and have lunch together." Yang Ming sat down at the dining table and invited Long Ling. Okay. Long Ling was no longer as restrained as before. She stood up from the sofa and naturally walked toward the dining table. When Long Ling saw the various gourmet dishes made from high-end ingredients on the table, her sense of disparity grew larger. In the Dragon Lady tribe, they probably could only eat such a lavish meal once a year, but in Huaxia City, this was just an ordinary lunch. After sitting down, Long Ling did not immediately pick up her chopsticks, but asked Yang Ming, "My lord, since our Dragon Lady tribe has joined Huaxia City, will we be able to eat such delicious food at every meal from now on?" Chapter 346. The first large city of blue star the next morning. Today marks the 378th day since Yang Ming arrived at the 10,000 Races Battlefield. Since it was July, the weather was hot, and it got bright quickly, so Yang Ming woke up at 5:59 a.m. As soon as he opened his eyes and sat up in bed, he stretched and heard the system's notification. "Dear Lord Yang Ming, your Huaxia City has completed its upgrade and has become a large city. Please check the details." Yang Ming, who was originally sleepy from waking up too early, instantly became energized upon hearing this, as if he had been injected with adrenaline. He quickly got dressed and rushed out of the Lord's mansion, leaping onto the roof. Standing on the roof of the Lord's mansion, Yang Ming could see the scenery of the entire city. It seems like there hasn't been much change. Yang Ming thought that after the upgrade, Huaxia City would be renewed. But the reality was harsh at a glance. Yang Ming was astonished to find that upgraded Huaxia City seemed unchanged. It doesn't make sense. It is already upgraded successfully. Why hasn't Huaxia City changed at all? Yang Ming was puzzled, wondering if there was a bug. So, he had to ask the system. "System, what's going on?" The system immediately replied, "Dear Lord Yang Ming, when a territory upgrades to a medium city, further developments will not expand the territory area with each upgrade. The only way to expand the territory is through war and conquering other lands. Yang Ming nodded thoughtfully, but the next second he asked irritably, "So, does that mean I upgraded Huaxia City to a large city for nothing?" The system replied again. After upgrading a territory to a large city, you can unlock the following privileges. Privilege 1. Unlock Climate Energy Shield. From now on, your territory will no longer be affected by climate temperatures. Even in winter, Huaxia City can maintain a warm, spring-like climate, isolating heavy snow and cold from the territory of Huaxia City. Hearing this, Yang Ming was overjoyed. So, does that mean Huaxia City won't have to stop developing for 3 months due to the harsh winter like last year? What else? What are the other privileges? Yang Ming asked excitedly. Privilege 2. You have the right to autonomously create resource fields. You can customize and create 1 level 7 resource field and 5 level 6 resource fields, choosing to produce the materials you want. Wow, that's amazing. Hearing this, Yang Ming became even more excited. This means that in the future, if Huaxia City lacks any material, it can be produced through the customized level 6 resource fields. For example, if there's a lack of dragon crystals, one of the customized level 6 resource fields can be transformed into a dragon crystal mountain. If there's a lack of herbs, another customized level 6 resource field can be transformed into a spiritual herb garden. What about the other privileges? Yang Ming asked again. Privilege 3. National Awakening. All residents of Huaxia City will receive an additional opportunity to draw talents, and the awakened talents will not be lower than grade C. Privilege 4. Privilege 5. Omitted. After listening to the 8 privileges introduced by the system, Yang Ming felt very satisfied. As expected of a large city, the privileges are impressive. At the same time, Huaxia City is also the first large city in the Blue Star domain. Chapter 347. Breaking the record for the 3rd time. Ding. After the system introduced the privileges of large cities, the notification sound rang again. Dear Lord Yang Ming, your Huaxia City has been upgraded to a large city. It has been detected that you completed the achievement of developing from scratch to a large city in just 378 days, breaking the fastest upgrade record into this star system group. The system is currently estimating your achievement and score to award rewards, with an estimated time of 5 to 25 minutes. After the reward estimation is completed, it will be announced to all lords in this star system group. Hearing this, Yang Ming was stunned. I actually broke the upgrade record of this star system group? Yang Ming felt a bit incredulous. So my upgrade speed is this fast? Does that mean I, Yang Ming, the war god of Huaxia, have trampled all the geniuses within this star system group? The diameter of the Milky Way is only about 100,000 light years. If you travel in a spaceship at the speed of light, it would take only 100,000 years to traverse the Milky Way. The diameter of this star system group is about 10 million light years. A light year is a unit of length that refers to the distance light travels in a vacuum in 1 year. Chapter 348. The banquet. In 3 days, the sun rises in the east and sets in the west. Before one knows it, night falls. After a day of work, Cocolite drove her pink sports car to the Lord's mansion. Cocolite has now taken the Lord's mansion as her second home. She returns here every evening for dinner because Lilith and Lilia's cooking is simply too good. Once she has tasted the delicacies made by Lilith or Lilia, any other food feels bland. Lord, I'm back. Cocolite got out of the car, holding a large stack of books, pushed open the door, and walked in, habitually greeting Yang Ming. Welcome home. At this moment, Yang Ming was sitting on the sofa, fiddling with something, seemingly busy, so he casually replied without looking up. Seeing Yang Ming so serious, Cocolite curiously walked over to him. She saw him writing something with a pen and paper, so she asked, Lord, what are you busy writing? Yang Ming still didn't look up but slowed his speech and said, Our Huaxia City has been upgraded to a large city, so we must celebrate it properly. I've decided to plan a large banquet for national celebration, inviting not only all the residents of Huaxia City, but also lords from other star domains. Chapter 349. The invitation how to hold a large national celebration banquet? To answer this question, Yang Ming felt that he couldn't do it alone. After all, there's an old saying, 3 cobblers with their wits combined can rival Zhuge Liang. So, Yang Ming called Carl and Anna over to discuss this issue with them. For this banquet, Yang Ming planned to invite many people, including but not limited to the unoccupied forces around Huaxia City, such as the Eldora Kingdom and the Black Market. Representatives from the 8 star domains, such as Huaiweqian, Hujiu, and Aochuang. And finally, the Star Spirit Forest and the Evil God Altar. Why invite them? The reason is simple. The Banquet of Hongmen. It It depends on whether those invited dare to come. Yang Ming wanted to accelerate the pace of unification. It has been over half a year since the merger of the 8 star domains, and he felt it was time to take action. Now, Huaxia City is under the protection of 3 deities and is essentially in an invincible state. Just the ability to summon the evil god altar guards makes Yang Ming nearly unmatched. Currently, no star domain can withstand the army of indestructible evil god guards. Moreover, the power of the evil sheep priest and the evil god guards is continuously strengthening. Why? Because the shorter the awakening time of the evil god aminos, the stronger they become. Chapter 350. The Excited Residents Huaxia City Broadcasting Station. You are the beginning of faith, the content of poetry. The ending of fairy tales in Nafur hummed a cheerful song, dancing on her toes as she entered her exclusive broadcasting room. Early this morning, she received a task personally assigned by the Lord, which was to inform all the residents of the city that a large banquet would be held in Huaxia City tomorrow. Nafur is the station master of the broadcasting station. With her sweet voice, beautiful appearance, and outstanding workability, she has become one of the most popular idols in Huaxia City. Almost all important events happening in Huaxia City are announced by Nafur. Her voice always attracts people and gives them a sense of reassurance. Accompanied by a pleasant opening song, the broadcast switch button was turned on, and Nafur's work officially began today. Good morning, everyone. I am your good friend Nafur. It is now 9 o'clock in the morning. Have you all gotten up? If anyone is still in bed, hurry up, because just now the Lord sent me a very important notice, and now I will share it with you. Starting from this afternoon, all employees in the city can take a vacation, and there will be no salary deduction. Chapter 351. Lilia's bad deed exposed. Cocolite did not expect that after finishing work early today and returning to the Lord's mansion, she would unexpectedly catch Lilia doing such a bad thing in the bathroom. Lilia, what are you doing with the Lord's socks from last night? Cocolite trembled, raised her hand, and pointed at Lilia as she asked. She never imagined that someone could be perverted to this extent, and Cocolite's face uncontrollably turned red, from her earlobes all the way to her cheeks. No, it's not what you think, Coco. The sudden appearance of Cocolite startled Lilia, who was doing something bad. She quickly stood up to explain. Coco, you misunderstood. I was helping the Lord clean last night's old clothes. I'm a maid. This is my job. I'm not the kind of perverted maid who would secretly smell the Lord's socks. Lilia felt as if the sky was falling. She couldn't understand why Cocolite would come back so early today. Clearly before this, she had confirmed that there were no other people in the house before daring to do so. Afraid of her strange hobby being exposed, Lilia quickly argued again. Coco, you have to believe me. I'm really just helping the Lord wash old clothes. Chapter 352. Azure Dragon Armor in the Lord's Mansion, on the 2nd floor, Lilia's room. Lilia, you actually collected so many pairs of the Lord's socks? Cocolite was shocked, as if struck by lightning. She stared blankly at the floor, where pairs of socks were neatly arranged, all in transparent bags. What shocked her even more was that the transparent bags had careful labels with the collection dates and how long they had been worn. 1, 2, 3, 4, 78, 79, 80. Coco counted and found that Lilia had actually stolen so many socks, 80 pairs in total. Lilia averted her gaze, feeling guilty, and looked elsewhere. Anyway, since Coco had promised not to tell anyone, Lilia felt no more worries. Not long ago, Coco had insisted that Lilia must confess everything in the bathroom, and helpless Lilia had to take out all her collections to show Coco. Coco put on a serious face and said to Lilia, Lilia, this behavior of yours is wrong. Even if I don't tell anyone, what if the Lord finds out in the future? Chapter 353. Golden Medallion of Immunity. At the moment Coco saw the Azure Dragon Armor, Yang Ming's eyes lit up because he recognized it as an epic quality Azure Dragon Armor. Coco, did your talent activate? Did you trigger an advancement ability while crafting the Azure Dragon Armor? Yang Ming's eyes were filled with excitement. Coco, you really are the most outstanding blacksmith in Huaxia City. Your importance is immense. Yang Ming recalled the great effort he had put into collecting all the shards of the Taiwan blade to merge them into a complete blade. Now, Coco had casually crafted and advanced an epic quality armor. Yeah, I triggered the advancement when I was crafting weapons at noon today. How about that? I'm impressive, right? Coco said this a bit proudly. Impressive, you're amazing, Coco. Yang Ming rubbed Coco's little head vigorously. Yang Ming grew increasingly fond of Coco. In his eyes, she was irreplaceable. He being praised by Yang Ming felt as sweet as honey to Coco, and she instinctively rubbed her head against his hand. Yang Ming didn't mind and began to scan the information of the Azure Dragon armor. Chapter 354. The messenger group of the Moor Star domain the next day. In the morning, unknowingly, Yang Ming had been in the Wan clan battlefield for 381 days. Although the sun had just risen, the streets of Huaxia City were already bustling with people, with many dressed in festive clothing, playing drums, and dancing with dragons and lions. Today, Huaxia City would hold a grand banquet to celebrate its upgrade to a large city. The streets were crowded, and it was hard to move. Under Carl's arrangement, the banquet process was proceeding in an orderly manner, so Yang Ming didn't have to worry at all. Meanwhile, inside the Lord's mansion, "My lord, it's time to get up." Yang Ming, who was fast asleep, was awakened by a gentle voice. Yang Ming slowly opened his eyes and saw Lilith, dressed in a maid outfit, standing at his bedside. "My lord, it's almost 7 o'clock. You need to get up quickly. Don't forget there's a banquet today," Lilith reminded him with a smile. Today, Lilith was wearing her usual cute black and white maid outfit, with black stockings wrapped around her legs, looking very beautiful. "Oh, sorry, I accidentally overslept." Yang Ming stretched and sat up from the bed. Chapter 355. Gathering followers. Time flew by, and the sun was already high in the sky. It was almost noon. Those representatives who had received invitations from Huaxia City were gradually arriving nearby. Of course, these people did not come empty-handed. They were all considerate enough to bring significant gifts for Huaxia City. From the Fox Star Domain, Lord Fox Geo sent a set of epic quality materials, 5 feathers of the Qingwan. Every time someone teleported to Huaxia City to register their gifts, they could hear Yennefer's voice over the broadcast. From the Eldora Kingdom, Princess Lily Vivian and the King sent a perfect-level exotic beast battle pet. From the 4-body Star Domain, Lord Aochuang sent a piece of perfect-level dark armor. From the Blue Star Domain, Lord Bai Shueji sent. As time went by, more and more people arrived, and the number had reached 70. All those who qualified to receive invitations from Huaxia City were prominent figures from the 8 major star domains, usually elusive but now easily gathered by Yang Ming. At this moment, Huai Wuqian came to Yang Ming's side and couldn't help but ask, "Hey, Yang Ming, you called so many people over. You don't intend to capture them all, do you?" Chapter 356. The meeting begins in Huaxia City, in the Awakening Hall. Today, Yang Ming would hold a meeting in the Awakening Hall that would determine the future trajectory of the 8 major star domains. Around noon, about 90 of the invited participants had arrived. From the Fox Star Domain, Lord Fox Jiu had taken a seat. From the Eldora Kingdom, Princess Lily Vivian had taken her seat. From the Moor Star Domain, Lord Kasha had taken a seat. From the 4-body Star Domain, Lord Aochuang had taken a seat. From the Liue Star Domain, Lord Shinkai Lina had taken her seat. From the Mercury Star Domain, Lord Xingyuan had taken a seat. More and more people entered the Awakening Hall, and with the staff's reception, they sat in their designated positions. Yang Ming, as usual, sat at the highest position in the hall, while others sat below him. This seating arrangement caused dissatisfaction among many because it clearly indicated Yang Ming's status was the highest, and everyone else could only look up to him. Nowadays, no one in the 8 major star domains wanted to be subordinate to anyone. Although Yang Ming was famous and had broken the 5,000-year record of the local star cluster, who would be willing to be looked down upon? As the lower seats began to fill up, with only a few scattered spots left empty, Yang Ming simply decided to ignore it and directly spoke. Chapter 357. The 4 gods appear. What? Yang Ming's trump card is actually more than this? At this moment, everyone could not describe their feelings. Besides endless shock, they felt no other emotions. "Evil sheep priest, come forth." Yang Ming murmured and began to summon the evil sheep priest. Since the evil god Aminos was still sleeping, Yang Ming could only call upon the evil sheep priest for assistance. With the appearance of a portal shrouded in black mist, the evil sheep priest arrived. To support Yang Ming, the evil sheep priest also brought the sword of the evil god. Yes, it is the very sword that caused Aminos to fall from a human hero to an evil god. Why can the evil sheep priest wield the sword of the evil god? Yang Ming was curious and asked. But the evil sheep priest said it was a secret and could not be revealed for now. Originally, Wendy's appearance was shocking enough, but now, the evil sheep priest, holding the sword of the evil god, has descended. Is that a mythical weapon? Everyone stared intently at the sword of the evil god in the evil sheep priest's hand. Shock. They were shocked beyond belief. No one expected Yang Ming's foundation to be so terrifying. So, How powerful is a mythical weapon? Chapter 358. Alliance of the 8-star regions at this moment. At the highest position of the Awakening Hall, Yang Ming stood in the spotlight, with the 4 gods standing behind him. 4 gods protecting one person. Such a shocking scene instantly dispelled all doubts and ridicule. Yang Ming scanned the crowd with a dignified gaze and said in an extremely calm tone, "Ladies and gentlemen, is there anyone among you who still has doubts? If not, then please take up your pens, listen carefully, and record what I have to say." Under Yang Ming's pressure, no one dared to speak another word. They had to obediently comply. Even top figures like Xingyan, Shinzaki Lina, Aochuang, Hu Jiao, and Huai Wuqian did not dare to disobey Yang Ming's words. With the help of the 4 gods, Yang Ming was invincible. Sweeping through the 8-star regions was something Yang Ming could easily accomplish. In front of the gods, mortals were like ants. Without becoming divine, they could not be compared to the gods. Seeing that no one dared to refute him, Yang Ming leisurely spoke. "All right, since everyone agrees with me, then let us get started. Now let me talk to everyone about the future development direction of the 8-star regions." Chapter 359. Who agrees? Who disagrees? The entire hall was silent. Everyone fell into silence, unable to voice their anger. "All right, I have finished talking about the alliance. Who agrees? Who disagrees?" Seeing no one respond, Yang Ming had no choice but to slowly stand up and scan the crowd again. In his calm gaze, there was a hint of killing intent. This time he was serious. Since the meeting began, there had always been opposing voices, which made him very unhappy. "Young people, why do you always like fighting and killing? Why can't you just join the Huaxiao Alliance and enjoy a good life? You should know that the benefits of a Huaxiao Alliance are very high." However, after 3 or 4 minutes, there was still no one daring to express their stance. Suddenly, Hu Jiao raised her hand and asked, "Yang Ming, I want to confirm something officially. If we join the Huaxiao Alliance, does that mean we become a vassal region of the Blue Star region?" Yang Ming did not intend to beat around the bush, but directly admitted, "Yes, that is about the meaning. Does anyone have any objections?" Upon hearing this answer, everyone's expressions changed. They did not expect Yang Ming to admit it so openly. Doesn't this mean that Yang Ming wants to unify the 8-star regions without shedding blood? Chapter 360. We will become gods, with Huai Wuqian and Hu Jiao both expressing their willingness to join the Huaxiao Alliance. Others also realized it was time to take sides. Should they join the Huaxiao Alliance and become a vassal region of the Blue Star region? Or should they resolutely resist and oppose the Blue Star region? Everyone was pondering this question. While everyone was hesitating, Shinzaki Lina suddenly spoke. Lord Yang Ming, I represent the Liu Star region and would like to join the Huaxiao Alliance." Shinzaki Lina sighed. She was a smart person and knew that she couldn't resist anyway. So it was better to recognize reality early. "All right, welcome, Domain Master Shinzaki Lina," Yang Ming said with approval and then applauded. With this, the Blue Star region, Moer Star region, Fox Star region, and Liu Star region openly announced they were on the same boat. At least Yang Ming had successfully won over half of them now. Those who had not stated their position couldn't help but look towards Aochuang from the 4-body star region, because at this moment, only the once strongest 4-body star region was qualified to stand up to the Blue Star region. If the 4-body star region led the resistance, then there was still a glimmer of hope for maintaining independence. But if even the 4-body star region gave up the struggle, then from that point on, the 8-star regions would belong to Yang Ming. Chapter 361. The meeting concludes successfully. Today's meeting has concluded successfully. All 8-star regions agreed to join the Huaxiao Alliance, which also meant that the star regions they belonged to became vassal forces of the Blue Star region. This was Yang Ming's first step in conquering the Starry Seas. Yang Ming's plan was, first conquer the 8-star regions, make them his underlings, then begin exploring outward, launching wars, and continuously expanding until he swept through the entire battlefield of 10,000 races. Everyone present signed the alliance application. After that, they began to leave the Awakening Hall one after another. Of course, they did not leave Huaxia City, as the banquet was still ongoing, and they would return after the banquet ended. Next was the starting time of today's banquet. Since everyone had signed the alliance application, they were now one family. As the host, Yang Ming had to treat them well. "Ladies and gentlemen, today is a good day for our Huaxia City to celebrate upgrading to a large city. So feel free to eat and drink. Today's expenses will be covered by me, Yang Ming, as the Lord of Huaxia City and the host of this banquet." Yang Ming generously made this statement. Chapter 362. The banquet by 9 p.m. In the backyard of the Huaxia City Lord's mansion, the lights were bright, and the air was filled with a mouth-watering aroma of meat. Yang Ming was hosting a private banquet in his backyard tonight. Before long, Kikolit arrived, Carl came, when he came. Yang Jin arrived, Zhou Mingrui came, Anna came, Yang Fifan arrived, Lily Wan came, Bill Gayer arrived, Long Ling came, Yang Lingfeng arrived, and came, Wang Dashi arrived, and Yang Fuqian came. In short, all the core members of Huaxia City had the opportunity to attend this banquet. The long dining table was filled with various delicacies, all cooked with high-quality ingredients by Lilith and Lilia, and the taste was exceptional. A group of maids in beautiful dresses moved back and forth in the backyard. Some were responsible for singing songs, some for serving tea and water, and some for opening champagne. As always, Yang Ming sat at the main seat of the dining table, with Xiao Yao and Aphrodite sitting beside him. When the banquet began, Yang Ming slowly raised his wine glass and said to everyone, "Ladies and gentlemen, today is a day to celebrate the upgrade of Huaxia City to a large city. The rapid development of Huaxia City is inseparable from everyone's contributions. So let's all drink this toast together." Chapter 363. Discussing with Kiki Lit the next day, in the morning. Yang Ming had been at the Wanzhou battlefield for 382 days. Due to a heavy workload today, he did not sleep in and got up at 6 o'clock sharp. After enjoying the breakfast prepared by Lilith, Yang Ming habitually went to his exclusive training ground. After practicing for 2 hours, he finally set out for work. Since Huaxia City had just been upgraded to a large city, there were quite a few matters to handle. For example, the territory of Huaxia City had expanded significantly, and new residents needed to be arranged to move to the new land for construction as soon as possible. At the same time, it was time to expand the military, as a larger territory required more troops. Also, it was time to initiate the Third Industrial Revolution. In addition, after upgrading to a large city, the system gifted Yang Ming a custom Level 7 resource field and 4 custom Level 6 resources. The custom Level 7 resource field was undoubtedly the most valuable asset. But Yang Ming had not yet decided what to plant. "Well, let's go find Kiki Lit in the industrial area." Making up his mind, Yang Ming hurried to the industrial area. Over the past year, Huaxia City had completed the First and Second Industrial Revolutions, greatly accelerating the city's development. It is no exaggeration to say that without the tremendous social productivity brought by the industrial revolutions, Huaxia City would need at least another year to upgrade to a large city. To realize the dream of nation building as soon as possible, Yang Ming decided to initiate the Third Industrial Revolution in the next few days. Yang Ming came to the industrial area to discuss this matter with Kiki Lit. It was around 9 o'clock in the morning, and the industrial area was bustling with activity, while Kiki Lit had also started her work in her blacksmith shop. "Kiki." Walking into the blacksmith shop, Yang Ming habitually called out Kiki Lit's name. "Lord, why are you here so early today?" Kiki Lit looked at Yang Ming with confusion. In her impression, Yang Ming rarely came to the blacksmith shop in the morning. "I have a task for you, so I came to find you," Yang Ming said. Kiki Lit tilted her head and thought for a moment before asking, "What task?" "Let me guess, is it about the Third Industrial Revolution?" "Yes, you guessed it right." "Very smart, Kiki." Yang Ming praised Kiki Lit with a glance. She truly was the smartest person in Huaxia City. Due to her talent, Kiki Lit's IQ was 199, which was 39 points higher than Einstein's. Flattered by Yang Ming's compliment, Kiki Lit smiled shyly and explained, "Actually, during last night's banquet, when you mentioned wanting to establish a nation, I felt you were going to accelerate the development of the Industrial Revolution." Kiki Lit's guess was well-founded because the technology of Huaxia City's Second Industrial Revolution had already approached its peak, and it was indeed time to start a new round of Industrial Revolution. Moreover, with the help of the Sixth Transformation Enlightenment Tree, many students in Huaxia City had already graduated from middle school. They had learned a lot of knowledge, including middle school physics, middle school chemistry, middle school biology, and middle school mathematics. Of course, the teaching style of Huaxia City schools was slightly different from that of the real world. Teachers did not require students to master all subjects. Students only needed to study the subjects they excelled in. For example, those who were good at math would focus on math, those who excelled in physics would specialize in physics, and those who were good at biology would concentrate on biology. As long as a student's score in their main subject reached excellent, they could graduate smoothly. As the saying goes, each profession has its own specialization. which is the principle behind this. Chapter 364. How to initiate the Third Industrial Revolution. How to initiate the Third Industrial Revolution. Yang Ming had done some homework on this question. The Third Industrial Revolution, also known as the Information Age, is marked by the widespread application of atomic energy, biotechnology, electronic computers, and space technology. The knowledge points involved include mathematics, physics, biology, and chemistry. Kiki, take a look at these blueprints. Yang Ming took several blueprints out of the system warehouse and handed them to Kiki Lit, which included the designs for a signal tower, a mobile phone, an electronic computer, a satellite, and a photolithography machine. In summary, these blueprints can construct a complete set of information transmission tools. Yang Ming believed that soon he would be able to use QQ to chat, scroll through Douyin, play Honor of Kings, start Genshin Impact, watch Bilibili live broadcasts, and read tomato novels in the Wanzhou battlefield. Lord, were these blueprints drawn by your friend with the surname Zhang? Kiki Lit carefully took the blueprints and held them as if they were treasures, fearing that she might damage them. For Kiki Lit, forging blueprints was the most beautiful scroll in the world, especially with high-precision blueprints like electronic computers, base stations, and photolithography machines. Kiki Lit was even more enamored. Chapter 365. Conquering the Eldora Kingdom. After leaving the industrial area, Yang Ming couldn't wait to call Zhou Mingrui, Carl, and Lily Vivian over. Upon receiving Yang Ming's order, the three immediately rushed to see him. Lord, good afternoon. The three stood before Yang Ming, saluting and greeting. Yang Ming nodded and then turned his gaze to Lily Vivian, asking, Lily Vivian, you and your father should have seen the whole process during yesterday's meeting, right? Lily Vivian chuckled softly. To be honest, Lord, when my father saw the moment the deity descended, he was so excited that he fainted. Yang Ming did not care about this, but directly asked, and then, did your father agree to submit to Huaxia City? During yesterday's banquet, Yang Ming sent invitations to the major forces surrounding Huaxia City, inviting them to the banquet with the purpose of persuading them to surrender. Take a good look, everyone. I have 4 deities protecting me. Killing you is as easy as squashing an ant, so don't struggle. Those who know the times are heroes. Obediently become part of my Huaxia City. This was Yang Ming's true intention. Chapter 366. Level 7 Resource Field. The weather was great this afternoon, with bright sunshine. Perhaps because of the banquet held yesterday, the residents of Huaxia City were particularly energetic while working today. Busy workers could be seen everywhere in the streets and factories. Extra. A new batch of recruitment information has been posted on the bulletin board, and I heard the pay is particularly high. Everyone come and take a look. What? There are new positions available? Is the pay really high? How high? Can a monthly salary be 8,000 copper coins? My current monthly salary is only 5,500 copper coins. Although I have weekends off and 5 insurances and 1 fund, I'm still not satisfied. I wish I could get a new job. Stop talking. Let's go check the bulletin board together. Okay, let's go. In Huaxia City, bulletin boards have been set up in various areas, usually used to post job vacancies or major news and measures. At this moment, the bulletin board was surrounded by people, all eager to check the newly posted job information. Job vacancy 1, signal tower construction worker. Requirements, junior high school graduate, majoring in physics. Working hours, 9 a.m. to 5 p.m., with weekends off, but adjustments may be needed. Chapter 367 Internal Meeting. Another day has passed. Today marks the 383rd day since Yang Ming arrived at the 10,000 Races Battlefield. Early in the morning, Yang Ming summoned all the core figures of Huaxia City to hold a secret internal meeting. Since Huaxia City had recently upgraded to a large city, work has been busy, and there were quite a few meetings to be held. As this was a direct order from Yang Ming, no one dared to disobey. So, at 9 a.m., Anna, Yang Fifan, Kikolite, Carl, Zhou Mingrui, Yang Jian, Ank, Wang Dashi, and others were all present. Everyone gathered at the Lord's mansion and entered a top-secret underground meeting room, then took their seats. As usual, Yang Ming sat at the head of the conference table, while others took their corresponding seats. Is everyone here? Yang Ming asked. Scanning the room, Carl, who had the highest emotional intelligence, quickly stood up to answer, reporting to Lord, everyone is here. Yang Ming withdrew his gaze and nodded, saying, since everyone is here, let's start today's meeting. Today, we will discuss how to establish a country. Hearing this, everyone was taken aback. Since Yang Ming called them to this meeting, it meant that everyone present would be the founding fathers of the future nation. The most excited was Zhou Mingrui, whose heart was nearly racing out of his chest. His long-cherished wish was finally about to be realized. If we are to establish a country, does anyone have any ideas? Yang Ming proactively asked. Upon hearing this, everyone appeared awkward because they had not studied or heard about such knowledge before. Finally, it was Carl, who was most knowledgeable in this area, who answered first. Lord, I have read extensively about the histories of various countries in the library. I feel we can implement a federal system because the territory of Huaxia City will grow larger in the future, making it easier to manage more lands. Yang Ming shook his head and immediately denied his proposal. No, a federal system won't work. We must implement a unitary centralized system. Nonsense. The city Yang Ming, have worked hard to develop will, of course, be decided by me alone. After being rebutted by Yang Ming, Carl obediently fell silent. Seeing that they could not provide any useful suggestions, Yang Ming, as the Lord, had to speak. Everyone, starting today, I plan to establish multiple departments in Huaxia City, such as the Ministry of Defense, Ministry of Foreign Affairs, Congress, Ministry of Agriculture, and the Minister of Education positions will be held by all of you present. Upon hearing this, everyone perked up, as these departments sounded powerful. Undoubtedly, the departments Yang Ming mentioned earlier would form the foundational framework of the future Huaxia nation. Yang Ming cleared his throat and continued. First, I will serve as the first commander. No one has any objections, right? Of course, you all can still call me Lord. It sounds better. Everyone immediately responded. Lord, this position is yours alone. Yang Ming smiled, waved his hand to signal them to quiet down, and then continued. Next, Kikalite. You are the smartest person in Huaxia City, so the position of Minister of Education will be given to you. But I don't know how, Kikalite said with a distressed expression. Although Kikalite had a high IQ, she preferred crafting weapons and studying. Honestly, she felt unqualified for such an important ministerial position. It's okay. Take your time to learn. You will definitely succeed, Yang Ming comforted her. Chapter 368 Foundation. Although Yang Ming continued to comfort Kikalite, her eyes still showed hesitation. In the end, Kikalite refused Yang Ming, insisting, Lord, I'm sorry. Please allow me to decline. I don't have that capability, and what I enjoy most is crafting weapons and studying. I don't want to waste time on other things. I'm really sorry, Lord. This was Kikalite's first time refusing Yang Ming. Previously, she always followed his orders. Yang Ming looked at Kikalite in surprise, but he was not angry. Instead, he smiled with relief and said, All right, if you don't want to, I won't force you, but there will definitely be a place for you in a ministerial position. You could just be a nominal figurehead and not do anything. In the future, your work will still be the same as before. Learning to say no is a good thing. It seems Kikalite has truly grown up, in both body and mind. She is no longer that naive and fragile girl from before. Kikalite finally smiled and softly said, Thank you, Lord. Chapter 369. A large number of newborns. After the meeting, the basic plan for the future establishment of Huaxia City was roughly finalized. Next, Huaxia City would enter a phase of steady development. This phase might take a year or even 3 to 5 years to slowly accomplish the goal. After all, nation building is not something that can be achieved overnight. When Yang Ming stepped out of the meeting room and into the sunlight, a warm yet slightly hot sun immediately shone on his face. Today's sunlight is still nice. Yang Ming lazily tilted his head to bask in the sun and stretched his back. Lord, at that moment, Anna's voice came. Yang Ming opened his eyes and turned to look at Anna, who was slowly walking towards him, and couldn't help but tease. What's the matter? Need something from me? My dear Minister of Health? Anna knew very well that Yang Ming was teasing her, but hearing that title still brought an uncontrollable smile to her face. Lord, I want to tell you some good news, Anna said. Yang Ming showed a puzzled expression and asked, What good news? You could have just said it directly in the meeting. Anna explained, I originally wanted to mention it in the meeting, but I thought it would be more appropriate to discuss it privately with you. Lord, do you remember that before last winter, I suggested that you build more maternal and child hospitals? Chapter 370 Maternal and Child Hospitals in Huaxia City's main city. A large number of hospitals have been built in various areas. Basically, if you walk 4 or 5 kilometers, you can encounter a hospital. In order to care for patients from poor families, expenses can be reimbursed for both outpatient and inpatient care, and the reimbursement rate is quite high, ranging from 60 to 80. Of course, the prerequisite for reimbursement is having a formal job. Around 11:30 a.m., Yang Ming and Anna arrived at the largest maternal and child hospital in the main city. Compared to other hospitals, there was no atmosphere of sadness or depression here. Instead, there was a joyful vibe. How many newborns are there today? Yang Ming couldn't wait to ask as soon as he entered the maternal and child hospital. About 10 to 13,000 newborns, which is more than the past few days, Anna thought for a moment before answering. After passing through the hospital gates, Yang Ming arrived at the resting area near the inpatient building, which resembled a park with flowers, grass, and many recreational facilities. In the resting area, many mothers and their families were engaging in activities, relaxing, and soaking up the sun. Some were taking their newborns out to bask in the sun, some were doing postpartum recovery, and others were chatting with their husbands. After strolling around the hospital for a long time and visiting many newborns and their families, Yang Ming finally concluded his day's itinerary at around 4 p.m. My lord, after visiting so many newborns today, do you have any thoughts or suggestions? Anna suddenly asked as she walked alongside Yang Ming. As the hospital director, this was the question she cared about most. Yang Ming shook his head and smiled, saying, suggestions? None. You've done very well. I can't find any faults. The large number of newborns will make Huaxia City increasingly united. Because once people have children, they will treat this place as a real home, a home they must protect with their lives. To protect their wives and children, to protect their homeland, they will unhesitatingly kill all invaders and build walls with their own flesh and blood. This is the true meaning of having a country and a home. I'm glad to have your recognition, my lord. Anna sighed in relief. It was Anna who proposed building many maternal and child hospitals, so she was very concerned about it. After all, a lot of money and a significant amount of manpower and resources were invested in building so many hospitals in Huaxia City. The two chatted for a while longer, and seeing that the sun was gradually setting, Yang Ming decided to head home. At 8 p.m., after a day of work, Yang Ming returned to the Lord's Manor. The manor seemed particularly quiet today. As soon as Yang Ming returned, he saw only Lilia sitting alone on the living room sofa. Lilia seemed to be reading. She was lying on the sofa, engrossed in the book in her hands, her long, slender legs clad in pure white stockings swaying gently. Lilia, why are you here all alone? Yang Ming walked into the living room and called out to her. My lord, you're back. Hearing Yang Ming's voice, Lilia immediately sat up from the sofa. She straightened her posture and sat properly on the sofa, explaining, Sister won't be back tonight because Lady Winnie needs her help with something important. Kiki came back once at 7, but she just took a box of takeout and left again, saying she has to work overtime tonight, so Kiki won't be back for dinner either. Oh, so it's just you and me tonight? Yang Ming felt a bit disappointed. He preferred a livelier atmosphere. Yes, my lord. What do you want to eat tonight? I'll cook it for you right away, Lilia said with a shy smile. Make whatever you want. I'm fine with anything tonight. In fact, Yang Ming wasn't really hungry. He could go without eating, but he thought he should stick to his habit of 3 meals a day. There's no way around it. Health is important. For the sake of health, you must eat on time every day, dear readers in front of screen. Huh? Just make what I like to eat? At this, Lilia immediately showed a startled expression. Could it be that my lord has special feelings for me? Lilia's face turned slightly red. I'll go take a shower first. Yang Ming stretched. Okay, my lord. I prepared a change of clothes for you and placed them on the hanger at the bathroom door, Lilia said thoughtfully. Yang Ming walked into the bathroom. Lilia, feeling cheerful, headed to the kitchen and opened the fridge to check the ingredients. Tonight, she decided to make her specialty, creamy mushroom soup and pan-seared steak. Humming a little tune, Lilia skillfully chopped the mushrooms, her thoughts drifting toward the bathroom. My lord actually asked me to make what I want to eat. Does he have special feelings for me? Lilia's face flushed slightly. Due to Lilith and Kiki not returning tonight, the large lord's manor felt a bit empty, with only Yang Ming and Lilia. Wow, it's just me and my lord tonight. During dinner, Lilia couldn't contain her inner joy and kept secretly glancing at Yang Ming. His handsome face, chiseled features, tall figure, and noble aura made Lilia more and more captivated. Hee, I must seize this rare opportunity tonight. No matter what, I must make my lord understand my feelings. I want my lord know that I am the irreplaceable best little chef. I want to cook for him for a lifetime. Lost in thought, Lilia couldn't help but smile foolishly. This silly smile lasted for about 10 minutes. 10 minutes later, Yang Ming, having finished his meal, set down his chopsticks. Lilia, I'm a bit tired tonight. I'm going back to my room to rest. You can take your time eating. After saying this, Yang Ming got up and left. returning to his bedroom. Huh? Oh, Lilia, still lost in her fantasies, momentarily spaced out. In the following period, Huaxia City entered a relatively stable time. The 8 star domains had already formed an alliance, so the probability of a star domain war breaking out was almost zero. Furthermore, the forces and tribes around Huaxia City also agreed to join Huaxia City. As a result, war was becoming increasingly distant from Huaxia City, with the probability of war breaking out in the short term being nearly zero. For Yang Ming, this period was a golden opportunity to develop his territory. Yang Ming smartly seized this opportunity, vigorously promoting the Third Industrial Revolution throughout the city, leading to rapid economic and infrastructure development in Huaxia City. As the timeline reached the 391st day since Yang Ming arrived at the 10,000 Races Battlefield, Huaxia City's first 3G mobile phone was launched, developed by Kiki. On the 405th day, Huaxia City's first electronic computer was unveiled. Although it had very few functions and couldn't connect to the internet, it could play the simplest Minesweeper game. On the 410th day, Huaxia City's first signal tower was completed, and, at the same time, a large number of base stations began to be constructed across the territory of 540 million square kilometers, popping up like mushrooms after rain. Due to the heavy workload, it may take quite a bit of time to complete. On the 428th day, Huaxia City began extensive deployment of optical fibers and cables, connecting one base station after another. However, the workload was also significant and would require considerable time. Chapter 374. The Portal to Universe number 14. Around 7 in the morning, Yang Ming finally finished his breakfast. He let out a contented burp and instinctively patted his significantly expanded belly. Yang Ming, when are you returning to your original world? After finishing his meal and just putting down the spoon he used to eat his porridge, Xiao Yao eagerly asked. Yang Ming looked at Xiao Yao with some confusion and asked, Xiao Yao, you seem anxious? Yes, there's something I want to verify, but I must go to another world. Xiao Yao replied honestly. Then wait a moment. Give me 20 minutes, Yang Ming said. In 20 minutes, Yang Ming would return to the blue star of the 14th parallel universe. Today was not only the Mid-Autumn Festival, but also Yang Lily's birthday. Every lord who had survived in the Myriad-Races Battlefield for more than a year could gain the opportunity to return to the real world. But they could only go back once a year. 20 minutes? Okay, I'll wait for you, Xiao Yao nodded. Yang Ming valued his time, so without hesitation, he gave orders for someone to invite Kiki, Yang Jian, Anna, Wendy, Yang Lingfeng, Aphrodite, Carl, and others over. Why bring them here? Because Yang Ming wanted to try and see if he could take them back to the 14th parallel universe. Chapter 375. Returning to the real world to cover all bases. Yang Ming eventually let everyone try the portal once. But as expected, aside from Wendy, Aphrodite, and Xiao Yao, who had yet to try, everyone else failed. They were all rejected by the portal and could not enter, thus unable to reach the 14th parallel universe. Everyone present had attempted it once, except for Xiao Yao, Wendy, and Aphrodite. It is currently known that the indigenous people of the Myriad-Races Battlefield cannot go to the 14th parallel universe, nor can the warriors summoned by Yang Ming. But what about the gods? Yang Ming was uncertain, so he encouraged Wendy, saying, Wendy, do you want to try too? See if you can return to the 14th parallel universe? No. Upon hearing this, Wendy immediately shook her head vigorously. If she returned to the real world, she would likely face capture by the Black Tower. Right now, Wendy did not want to go anywhere. She just wanted to stay in the Myriad-Races Battlefield and hide in Huaxia City. Lord, let me try. At this moment, Aphrodite stepped forward voluntarily. Okay, Fufu. You go ahead. Yang Ming immediately made space for her. Chapter 376. Blue Star enters level 10 civilization, perhaps because he frequently used teleportation scrolls. Yang Ming had become accustomed to it. Even with cross-border ultra-long distance teleportation, he no longer felt dizzy. He took a deep breath and fully immersed himself in the portal. After an unknown amount of time, when Yang Ming opened his eyes again, he found himself back on Blue Star in the solar system of the 14th parallel universe. Yang Ming and Xiao Yao were teleported to an alley in Jianshuan City. Ding! Dear Lord Yang Ming, it has been detected that you have left the range of the Myriad-Races Battlefield, and most of your Lord powers will be temporarily sealed. Your combat power has been reduced to 942 points. Remember, you only have 3 days of free activity time. Please return to the Myriad-Races Battlefield in time. Otherwise, the system will determine that you have been defeated. Just as he returned, Yang Ming heard the system's notification. However, before he could think much, suddenly, his face turned red. Cough, cough. Yang Ming felt a tightness in his chest and instinctively covered his mouth, coughing a few times. After a long time breathing in air of Blue Star, he felt a very uncomfortable sense of nausea. Cough, cough, cough. Next to Yang Ming, Xiao Yao was also coughing, but her cough was much worse, and her face turned very pale, as if she had accidentally inhaled toxic gas. Chapter 377, The Future City Whoosh. Just as Yang Ming marveled at how quickly Blue Star's technology had developed, suddenly, a fast-flying bright red magnetic levitation supercar elegantly spun a few circles in the sky and drifted down in front of Yang Ming. Hello, brother Yang Ming. After the sports car stopped, the window rolled down, and a woman who looked almost identical to Snow White waved at Yang Ming. Bai Shuyan, you came to pick me up again? Yang Ming recognized her face. She was Bai Shueji's twin sister, Bai Shuyan, although Bai Shuyan's face resembled Bai Shueji's. Yang Ming still recognized her at a glance, because Bai Shuyan had long hair while Bai Shueji had a neat short haircut. Bai Shuyan nodded and said, yes. My task during this time is to be your driver and your personal secretary, responsible for handling all your affairs. How did you know I was here? Yang Ming asked curiously. There's surveillance. When you just returned, the Sky Eye system detected it, Bai Shuyan answered honestly. Now that Blue Star had entered level 10 civilization, the Sky Eye system could monitor the entire country at any time, making it easy to find someone even from the vast ocean. Chapter 378. Home at 9:20 a.m. At Yang Ming's home. In the name of the moon, I will punish you. The TV in the living room was playing one of Yang Lily's favorite cartoons, Sailor Moon. Yang Lily was sitting on the sofa, holding a plush cat, eating chips while engrossed in the cartoon, occasionally feeding the little cat a bite. In the kitchen, Dad was making roast duck. Mom was fiddling with yarn, seemingly knitting a sweater. Her movements were very focused and serious. Mom, will brother come back today? When the cartoon interrupted for an advertisement, Yang Lily suddenly looked up and asked, he should be back, just wait a bit longer. Although Mom hadn't received news of Yang Ming's return, she still comforted Yang Lily. Brother is such a big bad guy. He's been lying to me for so long. He clearly went to the Myriad-Races Battlefield, but hid it from me, saying he was doing academic research with a mentor at university. Oof, liar. Yang Lily was angry, and her little cherry lips couldn't help but pout. Yang Lily already knew the whole truth about Yang Ming, because his identity was no longer a secret as it used to be. Ding dong at this moment. The doorbell suddenly rang. Hearing the doorbell, Yang Lily's eyes lit up immediately. Chapter 379. Eating reunion dinner when Xiao Yao admitted she was Yang Ming's girlfriend, Dad Mom. And Yang Lily were all so excited they could hardly speak. After 19 years, Yang Ming, who had been single for 19 years, suddenly started dating and brought his partner home. How could they not be excited? Girl, come eat here tonight. Just say what you want to eat. Sister-in-law, you're really beautiful. I like you so much. Daughter, come here. Let Mom take a good look at you. You're really handsome. I don't know where Xiao Ming got his luck to find such a beautiful girlfriend. The three of them surrounded Xiao Yao, asking her how she was, and their warm attitude made Xiao Yao shy. Anything's fine to eat. Thank you, sister. You're also very cute, and thank you, Annie, for the compliment. Xiao Yao politely responded one by one. Facing the warmth of Yang Ming's family, Xiao Yao didn't expect that she actually didn't reject this feeling. Instead, she felt a bit happy. Uncle, Annie, I will stay here for dinner. Anything is fine. I'm not picky. Xiao Yao was a bit overwhelmed by their enthusiasm, but still tried her best to respond to them. Silly girl, still calling me Uncle and Annie? Didn't I say you should call me Mom? Mom couldn't help but reach out to touch Xiao Yao's face. The more she looked at this daughter-in-law, the more she liked her. Chapter 380. Overnight, after dinner, it was already 9:40 p.m. Yao Yao, are you going to stay here tonight? Mom asked Xiao Yao after putting down her bowl and chopsticks. Xiao Yao was no longer as unfamiliar as before. She nodded and said to Yang's mom, I'll trouble you tonight, Andy. Silly child, why are you calling me Andy again? Didn't I say you should call me Mom? Although Yang's mom had lost count of how many times she corrected Xiao Yao's address, she still enjoyed it. All right, Mom. Looking at Yang's mom's expectant and doting gaze, Xiao Yao couldn't refuse. Based on the principle of helping others to the end, Xiao Yao decided to play the role of Yang Ming's girlfriend well for these 3 days. Oh, that's right. Yang's mom looked at the daughter-in-law in front of her and liked her more and more. As night fell, Mom turned to Yang Ming and ordered, Son, what are you still dawdling for? Go to the room and get a set of clean clothes for Yao Yao. It's late. She should take a shower. Got it, Mom. Yang Ming replied, and then went into the room to find clothes. After a moment, Yang Ming pulled out a brand new set of pajamas, a cute bear and strawberry design, and handed it to Xiao Yao. Chapter 381. Watching movies at 11:20 p.m. in Yang Ming's room. Are we sleeping here tonight? Xiao Yao sat on the edge of the bed, looking at the unfamiliar room, which was very tidy and clean. Yang Ming scratched his head, feeling a bit awkward, and said, "There's no choice. My house is small, and there's no extra room, so you'll have to bear with it tonight. But don't worry. I'll sleep on the floor. You can sleep on the bed. It's okay. Your room looks very comfortable because it's clean and it smells nice." Xiao Yao's voice was as soft as a mosquito's buzz, but she didn't refuse. Having grown up, Yang Ming had never had experience sharing a room with a girl, so he didn't know how to respond at that moment. To ease the atmosphere, Yang Ming thought for a moment and then asked, "Since it's still early, do you want to watch a movie?" Hearing this, Xiao Yao showed a curious expression and asked, "A movie? What is that? Where do we watch it? Besides, it's so late to go out. Won't your parents worry?" No, we're not going out. We can watch it at home." Seeing her dazed look, Yang Ming couldn't help but laugh. "A movie is, I don't know how to explain it. Let me show you on the computer." Yang Ming took out his laptop, which had been sitting for more than a year, plugged it in, and then turned it on. While the computer was booting up, Yang Ming explained the definition and function of a computer to Xiao Yao. "Oh, I see." Xiao Yao seemed to understand a bit. With curiosity, she sat beside Yang Ming, watching him click the mouse, opening the computer screen. There are people inside, and they can even move?" Xiao Yao was very shocked to see the images of people appear on the computer screen. If the people inside were motionless, Xiao Yao wouldn't have found it strange, as paintings are like that. Is this a legendary painting? Has some illusion been injected into it? Xiao Yao curiously asked Yang Ming. "No, it's hard to explain. Just understand it as a projection," Yang Ming said. Oh, Xiao Yao nodded, seeming to understand. To help Xiao Yao quickly understand modern life, Yang Ming successively opened short video websites, movie websites, and anime websites to explain them to Xiao Yao. After listening, Xiao Yao finally had a certain understanding of the concept of computers and sighed, "I didn't expect that although humans in this world are so weak, their intelligence is so high. They can create such exquisite things." Yang Ming smiled and changed the subject back to the point. "What type of movie do you want to watch? Comedy? Horror? Mystery? War? Or romance?" "Romance." Xiao Yao thought for a moment before answering. "Romantic movies, huh?" Yang Ming recalled the romantic-themed movies he had seen, like Titanic, Butterfly Lovers, White Snake, and Your Name, considering that it was the Mid-Autumn Festival tonight. It wasn't suitable to watch sad movies, so Yang Ming suggested, "Then let us watch Your Name." Xiao Yao was a bit angry and couldn't help but flick his forehead, annoyed. "My name is Xiao Yao, have you forgotten?" Hearing this, Yang Ming couldn't help but laugh and quickly explained, "I mean, the movie is called Your Name." Ah. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yao was stunned for a moment and instinctively asked, "Is it that coincidental? Is there a movie called Xiao Yao?" Yang Ming didn't know what to say for a moment. Chapter 382. Yao Yao, you smell good after Yang Ming explained it twice. Xiao Yao finally understood that Your Name was a movie, not referring to her own name. "Okay, let us watch Your Name." Xiao Yao also wanted to know what type of movies Yang Ming liked, so she agreed. "Wait a moment." Yang Ming opened the Penguin video software, preparing to play the movie. "Wait, let me do it. I also want to play with the computer." At this moment, Xiao Yao actively grabbed the mouse. "All right, let us switch places." Yang Ming handed her the mouse and then vacated a spot, sitting a bit behind her. Xiao Yao, who was operating the computer for the first time, seemed a bit clumsy. She awkwardly moved the mouse and clicked several times before hitting the search bar. Seeing her flustered expression, Yang Ming couldn't help but laugh. Xiao Yao could only blush and shyly argue, "It's not that I'm clumsy. It's this thing that's not easy to operate." Yang Ming smiled and comforted her. "Yeah, it really is hard to operate. Next, you'll need to input pinyin to type." "Want me to do it?" "No, I want to do it myself. I want to adapt to this world's life." Xiao Yao insisted on operating it herself. Yang Ming had no choice but to start teaching her how to type using the 26-key pinyin. Chapter 383. Kiss Yang Ming's sudden statement left Xiao Yao a bit stunned. Before she could react, half of her body was already in Yang Ming's arms. What do you suddenly want to do?" Xiao Yao held her breath for a moment, her face slightly flushed. She struggled a little, but Yang Ming hugged her even tighter. And with a thick-skinned expression, he said, "I didn't do anything. I just simply want to hug my girlfriend and watch a movie. No. Xiao Yao was taken aback for a moment, then shook her head and explained, I was just pretending to be your girlfriend. Not really. Then why not turn the fake into the real? Upon hearing this, the blush on Xiao Yao's face became even more pronounced, the redness spreading from her earlobes to the tip of her nose, and she gently said, Who speaks like you? Suddenly saying such things. Do you dislike me? Yang Ming countered. No. Xiao Yao shook her head. Then you don't like me? Yang Ming asked again. I don't know about that either. Xiao Yao hesitated to answer, but her shyness made her even more alluring, like a ripe red apple that made one unable to resist taking a bite. Admit it, Xiao Yao, you like me. Yang Ming released her, turned her body around, and then pinched her chin. Chapter 384. Time off? No. Early in the morning, Bai Shuiyun received a call from Yang Ming. Thinking it was something important, but upon hearing those two words, she instinctively froze. Yang Ming said irritably, The holiday is 3 days, which cannot include the weekend. If you count the weekend, it should be 5 days off. Do you understand? The weekend is originally a time for the working people to rest. Can it be counted as a holiday? Of course not. If you take time off, then take it. If not, then don't. What does time off mean? Will taking a few extra days off kill you? Why bother with unnecessary time off? Holidays must genuinely give the working people a break. Yang Ming was originally in a good mood today, having returned from the Wanzhou battlefield to have a reunion dinner with his family, but unexpectedly, the next day his sister had to voluntarily go to school for extra classes. Come on, Yang Lily is only in the 3rd year junior high. The age for having fun. How can they waste such a good youth on extra classes? Bai Shuiyun didn't know how to respond at that moment, because those who understand. What? Is it difficult for you? Yang Ming asked with a frown. No, it's not difficult at all. Bai Shuiyun thought for a moment and finally nodded affirmatively. Chapter 385. Day today is the 2nd day since Yang Ming returned to the real world. With nothing to do, Yang Ming decided to relax and go on a date with Xiao Yao. Bai Shuiyun, can I borrow a car? Since he had no means of transportation, Yang Ming called Bai Shuiyun for help. Okay, wait a moment. As Yang Ming's personal secretary, Bai Shuiyun promptly arranged for a Rolls-Royce Ghost in Nightfall Rose for Yang Ming. By the way, Brother Yang, there's a black card in the car with an unlimited spending limit. Feel free to spend it however you like. If you have any other requests, just call me again. No matter how outrageous the request is, I can handle it. If I can't, I'll call my grandfather. Bai Shuiyun said. Goodbye. Yang Ming hung up the phone. Not long after, a luxury car worth $2 billion suddenly appeared at Yang Ming's doorstep. Since AI driverless technology is now widespread globally, Yang Ming didn't have to worry about not being able to drive this high-tech luxury car. Master, where'd you like to go? As soon as Yang Ming got in the car, a holographic projection appeared, and an artificial intelligence in the form of a black-haired girl asked Yang Ming. Yang Ming glanced at Xiao Yao, who was still wearing her previous clothes. And since the outfit from the Wanzhou battlefield was out of place in the real world, he suggested. Chapter 386. Heading to the capital before midnight, Yang Ming returned home. Of course, together with Xiao Yao. As soon as Yang Ming opened the door with his key, his sister ran over upon hearing the noise. Brother, Sister Yao Yao, why did you take so long to come back? Where did you go? Don't tell me you went on a date. What did you do together? Did you give flowers? Did you watch a movie? Did you kiss? Yang Lily kept circling around the two, asking nonstop like a chattering cuckoo. I'll go take a shower first. Xiao Yao's face turned rosy, and she quickly found an excuse to leave. Just thinking about the romantic scenes on the Ferris wheel made her cheeks flush and her heart race. As soon as Xiao Yao entered the bathroom, Yang Lily grabbed Yang Ming's shoulder and kept asking, Brother, you have to tell me, did you two do that? Yang Lily chuckled. How could that be? Yang Ming shot her a glance, reached out and gave her head a hard knock, scolding. What are you thinking about, young lady? Hurry back to your room and go to sleep, or I'll spank you. Ouch, that hurts. Yang Lily hugged her head, surprised that her brother actually hit her. Really not? But Yang Lily was still unconvinced and asked again. Chapter 387. Shakyu Zhengzhong about an hour and 20 minutes later. Bai Shuiyun's sports car entered the airspace of the capital. From a distance, Yang Ming saw a blazing sun suspended in the sky above the capital. What is that? Yang Ming looked at the blazing sun in surprise. Bai Shuiyun turned her gaze and explained to Yang Ming. That is an artificial sun with a diameter of 137 kilometers, functioning similarly to controllable nuclear fusion, but with some essential differences. Simply put, It provides the core energy that powers a city. So, does that mean power plants have been eliminated? Yang Ming asked. Correct. Bai Shuiyan nodded and continued to explain. As early as 3 months ago, 95 of power plants worldwide had already been shut down, and all regions' energy is basically provided by the artificial sun. It can perfectly replace electric power, oil, and new energy sources. Yang Ming was astonished. Looking out the window, every corner of the capital exuded a high-tech feel. Smart cities, artificial suns, sky cities, space elevators, AI super robots, anti-gravity flying shoes, plasma generators. How spectacular! Yang Ming felt like an old lady entering a grand estate, dazzled. In just 8 months, Blue Star had undergone earth-shattering changes. Yang Ming, we are about to arrive at the place where you will meet my grandfather. At this moment, Bai Shuiyan suddenly said. As soon as she finished speaking, Bai Shuiyan's maglev sports car suddenly accelerated and entered stealth mode, entering the most mysterious area of the capital. After passing through 49 verifications, a magical energy shield opened, and then Yang Ming saw a beautiful garden filled with fragrant flowers, like a fairyland. The security here is so tight. Although most of Yang Ming's power had been sealed, he still retained over 900 points of battle power, so he immediately sensed the hidden presence. Every corner felt like it was wrapped in a web. We've arrived, Bai Shuiyan said softly, then landed the sports car in an empty spot in the garden courtyard. Since we've come, we should settle down. Yang Ming didn't think much of it. With his strength, no one in Blue Star could do anything to him. Let alone the 3 immunity buffs from Xiao Yao were still in effect. So he opened the car door and got out. Yang Ming, we meet again. How have you been these past few days? Just as Yang Ming got out of the car, he heard a familiar voice and saw a tall, robust man walking towards him. General Yu? You've returned to the real world too? Yang Ming turned to see it was General Yu Zhengzhong. It's the Mid-Autumn Festival, so I wanted to come back and reunite with my family, Yu Zhengzhong said with a hearty smile, patting Yang Ming on the shoulder. Suddenly, Yu Zhengzhong lowered his voice, speaking in a tone only they could hear. Yang Ming, if you return to the real world in the future, remember to let me or Tang Long know. We must ensure your safety. Yang Ming was a bit surprised. Does this mean that Yu Zhengzhong returned to the real world to protect him because he was worried about his safety? You don't have to worry about me, right? I still retain 942 points of combat power. Ordinary people can't do anything to me. Yang Ming smiled. What? You can still retain your combat power? Yu Zhengzhong was taken aback. Can't you? Yang Ming was also surprised. Of course I can't. My combat power has dropped to 99 points. Not only can I not, but I've never heard of anyone who didn't have all their lord powers sealed. Yu Zhengzhong exclaimed in shock, unable to believe it. Up until now, all lords, once they returned from the 10,000 Races Battlefield to Blue Star, would have their power sealed to 100, except for Yang Ming. Chapter 388 Visitors from the Black Tower. Yu Zhengzhong thought for a long time, but couldn't figure out why Yang Ming could ignore the rules of leaving the 10,000 Races Battlefield. Ever since half a year ago, the day Yang Ming broke the record of the local galaxy group, Blue Star's reputation had spread far and wide due to Yang Ming's influence. Gradually, Blue Star began to receive messages from many alien civilizations, including level 50 cosmic civilizations, level 59 cosmic civilizations, and even level 60 cosmic civilizations that started to court Blue Star. Through contact and communication with alien civilizations, humanity gained a lot of valuable knowledge, which is one of the reasons Blue Star could rapidly advance to cosmic level 11. According to the information revealed by the aliens, any lord who leaves the 10,000 Races Battlefield will have their combat power completely sealed and revert to being an ordinary person, unless they're a deity or someone from the Black Tower. And Yang Ming was neither of those. Why could he retain his strength? Yu Zhengzhong couldn't understand this and shook his head helplessly, changing the subject to talk with Yang Ming. Never mind, let's not discuss this. Bai Lao is already waiting for us inside. Let's go in. The reason Yu Zhengzhong returned to Blue Star was to protect Yang Ming, as the political dangers could sometimes be overwhelming even for him. All right, Yang Ming, along with Yu Zhengzhong and Bai Shuiyan, walked towards a secret meeting room in the courtyard. As they walked, Yu Zhengzhong said, besides Bai Lao, there's also a mysterious guest who wants to meet you. She comes from a powerful alien civilization and holds many unknown secrets about the 10,000 Races Battlefield. An alien friend? Sure, it wouldn't hurt to meet her. Yang Ming hesitated for a moment, but didn't take it to heart. For Yang Ming, who had conquered the 8 major star domains, Aliens were no longer a rare species, as he had more contact with aliens. Yang Ming gradually understood that 80 of alien life forms were quite similar in size and appearance to humans. The higher the civilization level of the alien life forms, the more they resembled humans. 3 minutes later, after passing through multiple security checks, Yang Ming finally arrived at a secret room and met the elderly man, commander of Huaxia, Bai Lao. Before him was an antique study filled with famous artifacts from Huaxia's history, with a genuine along the river during the Qingming festival hanging on the wall. On the sofa in the study, an energetic old man was conversing with a woman. The old man was calm and composed, and just with his simple gestures, he exuded an aura of strategic planning and unshakable steadiness. Yang Ming's gaze swept over by Lao, then landed on the woman, and he couldn't help but be taken aback. An extraordinary being? Yang Ming sensed a terrifying pressure from her, as unfathomable as an abyss. She was undoubtedly an extraordinary being. A deity? Or someone from the Black Tower? Yang Ming's heart tightened. Just as Yang Ming was momentarily dazed, Bai Lao and the woman also noticed the arrival of Yu Zhengzhong, Yang Ming, and Bai Xun. The old man slowly raised his head to look at the spirited young man before him, his eyes showing a look of appreciation. You've arrived? Bai Lao said with a faint smile. I'm at the first seat. Yang Ming bowed respectfully. No need for formality. Sit down. Today I just wanted to have a simple chat with you, Bai Lao said with a smile, waving his hand before glancing at Bai Xuyun and saying, Xuyun, go make some tea. Okay, Grandpa. Bai Xuyun obediently went to prepare. Meanwhile, Yang Ming and Yu Zhengzhong took their seats on the empty sofa. The scene looked just like an ordinary family chatting. As soon as he sat down, Yang Ming couldn't help but glance at the woman sitting opposite him again, and coincidentally, the woman was also observing Yang Ming. The woman looked very young, around 25 years old, and she had a black tower tattoo on her arm. So you were Yang Ming? I didn't expect you to be so young and handsome. When their eyes met, the woman spoke first. Who are you? Yang Ming asked in return. Although he had already guessed the other person's identity, Yang Ming still pretended to ask. My name is Luo. I come from the Black Tower, and I specifically came to meet you this time, the woman said with a faint smile. Chapter 389 Luo Yi. This woman is from the Black Tower? After confirming Luo Yi's identity, Yang Ming was greatly shocked. Was the most mysterious organization in the universe. The Black Tower finally coming to light? Luo Yi revealed an interested smile as she looked at Yang Ming and asked, It seems that you've heard of the Black Tower before? It looks like I found a right person, Yang Ming. You know me? Yang Ming asked in response. Luo Yi nodded slightly and candidly said, Of course. The Black Tower has the right to monitor, browse, and investigate any Lord's information from the 10,000 Races Battlefield. Upon hearing this, Yang Ming's expression hardened, and his vigilance peaked. Does this mean his trump cards were all exposed before Luo Yi? Luo Yi chuckled lightly and explained, Yang Ming, relax, I'm not your enemy. On the contrary, we have a great chance of becoming partners, and perhaps in the future, even colleagues. Speaking of which, Luo Yi was quite impressed by Yang Ming's courage, as even the domain lords of level 90 cosmic civilizations would treat her with politeness, yet Yang Ming dared to treat her as an enemy. Colleagues? So you're here to recruit me? Yang Ming asked in response. Recruit? Luo Yi found this amusing. In this vast world, among countless parallel universes, how many people are trying desperately to join the Black Tower? But unfortunately, they are all unqualified. Chapter 390 Cooperation with Luo Yi's explanation. Yang Ming finally understood the purpose behind opening the 10,000 Races Battlefield and the Divine Battlefield. The 10,000 Races Battlefield is meant for creating gods. The Battlefield of the Gods is a place where, through the nurturing of gu, a traditional Chinese method of cultivating poisonous insects, a supreme god is created after the competition of countless deities. Yang Ming, do you have any more questions? Luo Yi raised the long Jing tea placed in front of him, took a sip, and asked slowly. Yang Ming's confusion, of course, did not end there. So he asked again, who is the one who opened the battlefield of the myriad races? Who is the one who opened the battlefield of the gods? Are they the same person? Also, why does the system forcibly bind all living beings in the universe, compelling everyone to participate in the battle at the battlefield of the myriad races? Luo Yi looked at Yang Ming in surprise, not expecting him to hit the core secret of the Black Tower with one question. I also know a bit about these questions, so it wouldn't hurt to tell you. First of all, The creators of the battlefield of the myriad races and the battlefield of the gods are the same person, but he does not belong to life. He is the world will. World will? Yang Ming fell into deep thought. That's right, you can also understand it as the heavenly Tao, or the consciousness of all beings. Luo, he nodded. Chapter 391. Returning to the battlefield of the myriad races, Yang Ming spent an hour discussing the details of the task with Luo Yi. Afterwards, he also talked with Old Bai and Yu Zhengzhong about the future development of Blue Star and the trends of the Huaxia Alliance. It wasn't until 6 o'clock in the afternoon that Yang Ming finished his work for the day, and Bai Shuiyun sent him back to Jiangchuan City. By the time Yang Ming got home, it was already 7 o'clock in the evening. The 3-day journey was nearing its end. Tomorrow morning, Yang Ming would have to return to the battlefield of the myriad races. Brother, you're back? Seeing Yang Ming return home, Yang Lily immediately rushed over and threw herself into his arms. Yang Ming patted her head and pulled her to sit on the sofa. You're back. Just in time. Your dad is about to finish cooking, and we can eat soon. Mom looked up at Yang Ming, her face showing a look of relief. In the kitchen, the sound of Dad cooking could be faintly heard. Where's Xiao Yao? Yang Ming, holding the restless Yang Lily in his arms, couldn't help but ask. Hearing this, Yang Lily became unhappy. She pouted and said, Humph, stinky brother, thinking about Xiao Yao while eating from the bowl. I'm your most beautiful, kind, and cutest little sister in the world. Why don't you ask me where I want to play today? You only care about your sister Yao Yao as soon as you come back. Chapter 392. I want to stay by everyone's side in the battlefield of the myriad races. Huaxia City, the Lord's mansion. Look, the teleportation portal has appeared. Yay, the Lord is back. When the glowing portal appeared at the Lord's mansion, a wave of enthusiastic calls erupted. Yang Ming opened his eyes again and found himself back in the living room of the Lord's mansion, surrounded by familiar faces. Yang Ming instinctively froze for a moment, then looked at them and asked in confusion, Lilia, Kiki, Carl, Zhou Rui, Anna, why are you all here? Anna stepped forward to explain. Lord, we missed you a lot during your time away, so when we heard you're coming back today, we couldn't help but come to the Lord's mansion to welcome you. Just as Yang Ming was about to say something, when he popped her head out from the crowd and chuckled, you really know how to time it, coming back in the last few seconds. I thought you were going to run away. How could that be? Yang Ming rolled his eyes at her and said irritably, in my dictionary, there are no words for running away. Lilith suddenly burst into laughter and joked, Lord, you don't know. In the 3 days you were gone, Kiki and Lilia kept mentioning your name. Even in their sleep, they were talking about when you would come back. They were worried they wouldn't see you. Chapter 393. 1 year later, after resting at home for 3 days, Yang Ming was now full of energy and threw himself into work as soon as he returned to the battlefield of the myriad races. Besides work, he couldn't neglect his daily practice to become stronger. After all, in the battlefield of the myriad races, strength is the foundation of everything. Only with a strong fist can one have a right to speak. I have been in the battlefield of the myriad races for 449 days. I aim to establish a nation within 10 years. Yang Ming had already devised a plan. With the time hourglass, a bug item, Yang Ming felt much more relaxed since time increased by 10 times. Here, 10 years means only 1 year has passed in the outside world. To establish a nation, population, resources, technology, and wealth are all indispensable. Therefore, Yang Ming decided to intensify efforts for the Third Industrial Revolution to develop Huaxia City at the fastest pace. On the 452nd day, due to the significant expansion of the territory, Yang Ming decided to construct highways within Huaxia City, assigning this task to Zhou Rui. On the 464th day, the population of Huaxia City surpassed 15 million, not including the warriors summoned by Yang Ming through the supreme Overlord. Huaxia City officially entered a phase of rapid population growth. For a territory area of nearly 6 million square kilometers, a population of 15 million was still too small. At least 1.5 billion was needed. Chapter 394. The invitation, the news that Huaxia City was to establish a nation quickly spread throughout the land. Red invitations were sent from Huaxia City to all 8 star domains. One of the invitations was sent to the Flower Moon City in the Mole Star domain. What? In just a year, Huaxia City is going to establish a nation. When Hua Yueqian received the invitation sent by Yang Ming, she was in a state of extreme shock and disbelief. It's impossible, absolutely impossible. How did Yang Ming manage to upgrade a large city to a nation in just 1 year? Hua Yueqian's first reaction was to think she was dreaming. As a lord of a large city herself, Huayuetian knew well how difficult it was to establish a nation in the battlefield of the myriad races. Even if she awakened a double S-level talent and was the most outstanding genius in Molstar, it would still take at least 100 years to develop her city into a nation. Yang Ming, oh Yang Ming, who on earth are you? Coming back to her senses, Huayuetian opened the invitation and read its contents, reluctantly accepting this fact. Just a year ago, Yang Ming had to ask Huayuetian for help to obtain the orange crystal core needed for upgrading a large city. At that time, Huayuetian's strength was still slightly above Yang Ming's. But now, just a year later, Yang Ming had overwhelmingly crushed over 30 billion lords from the 8-star domains. Huayuetian suddenly realized that Yang Ming had only been in the battlefield of the myriad races for 2 years, right? In just 2 years. He accomplished such an astonishing feat at this moment, she finally understood that she and Yang Ming were never on the same level. If I had known this earlier, I should have forcibly coerced Yang Ming to help me have a child a year ago. Holding the invitation in her hand, Huayuetian's emotions were quite complex. If only she had been a bit more assertive back then, things might have turned out differently. However, there is no remedy for regret in this world. Blue Star Domain. White City. Incredible. Did Yang Ming really do it? When Bai Shiueji received Yang Ming's invitation, she felt as if she was dreaming. As Yang Ming's personal secretary, Bai Shiueji had long heard about his plan to establish a country, but she initially thought it would take a long time. Who knew that Yang Ming only took 1 year? It is important to know that in the hellish battlefield of the 10,000 races, just surviving is already a luxury. As a territory upgrades, the probability of encountering super alien beasts increases. Therefore, even if some territories meet the upgrading conditions, they hesitate to upgrade. Some powerful alien beasts particularly like to invade large cities or countries to capture extraordinary beings for food. Extraordinary beings enjoy hunting alien beasts to enhance their own abilities. But similarly, alien beasts often attack extraordinary beings to consume their essence. Between extraordinary beings and alien beasts, there can be prey or hunters. But Yang Ming is different. Huaxia City is protected by 4 deities, so not only has there been no alien beast invasion, but even natural disasters have not occurred. Therefore, Yang Ming can develop his territory without any worries. I have to send this good news back to the real world. If Grandpa knows, he will definitely be so happy he won't be able to sleep. After reading the invitation, Bai Shiueji immediately contacted people in the real world. Similarly, besides Huayuetian and Bai Shiueji, others also received invitations from Huaxia City, including Hu Jiao, Aochuang, Yu Zhongzhong, and the evil sheep priest. A year ago, Yang Ming, with his strong personal power, had convinced the lords of the 8-star domains to join the Huaxia Alliance, so he invited everyone. In less than a day, almost everyone knew that Huaxia City would establish the first country of the 8-star domains in a month. Chapter 395. Announcement of Nation Building. October is the season of bountiful harvests, with a clear autumn sky, and Huaxia City is filled with a peaceful atmosphere. Almost every resident of Huaxia City wears a happy smile, because just recently, all media outlets in Huaxia City released an announcement that Huaxia City is about to transform into a country. Unexpectedly, the Lord really led us to establish a new country. Great, we can feast again in a month. From now on, we will be part of the Huaxia Nation. Having a country means having a home, and I am willing to stay here for a lifetime. The Lord is truly amazing. I am willing to follow the Lord forever. On social media platforms, on phones and computers, many residents are discussing fervently. Since Huaxia City has fully implemented 3G networks, almost everyone has a mobile phone. The hottest electronic products in Huaxia City are phones and computers. The widespread availability and development of the internet have also driven the growth of short videos, express delivery, takeout, TV dramas, anime, and novels. Many people have also become freelancers. Although some traditional job positions are slowly being replaced, this is a progress of the times. In the future, Huaxia City will become even more prosperous. Chapter 396. Starting a family since the announcement of nation building was released and spread. Huaxia City's reputation has reached an unprecedented height. Within a radius of 3,000 kilometers, almost every force and individual knows that a powerful empire is about to be born. Therefore, over the past month, more and more people have come to seek refuge in Huaxia City. Within Huaxia City, everyone is free and equal. The people live and work in peace and contentment, with bustling streets and vibrant nightlife. While outside Huaxia City, the world is plagued by alien beasts, oppression from the powerful, and people suffering from hunger and cold, with frozen corpses on the roads and lives treated as worthless. In comparison, no one is unwilling to seek refuge in Huaxia City. Just right, the development of Huaxia City requires an ever-growing population, so Yang Ming ordered Carl to issue another announcement. Anyone willing to join Huaxia City will receive generous benefits. First, starting today, anyone who steps into the territory of Huaxia City, which is 886,000 square kilometers, will be protected by the Huaxia City Army. Second, any outsider who passes the inspection and meets the standards to become a citizen of Huaxia City, including loyalty, talent, morality, etc., can become a citizen of Huaxia City. Chapter 397. The Gifts from Lilith and Malia 1 month later. Unknowingly, Yang Ming has been in the battlefield of 10,000 races for 820 days, nearly 3 years. Time flows according to the outside world, and the time hourglass can be regarded as a bug item. Today is the day Huaxia City officially announces the establishment of the country. So early in the morning, the city is filled with a festive atmosphere. Ding-ling-ling at 6 o'clock in the morning, the alarm clock rang, and Yang Ming opened his eyes right on time. Today is very important, and to avoid oversleeping, Yang Ming set an alarm for the first time. The weather is nice today, with bright sunshine. After getting out of bed, Yang Ming opened the curtains, and the warm morning sun shone in, making him feel cozy. For the founding ceremony today, Yang Ming took out a brand new administrative jacket from the wardrobe. This jacket was personally sewn by Cocolite with epic quality, and her craftsmanship as a level 7 legendary blacksmith made this administrative jacket nearly perfect. After putting it on, Yang Ming looked in the mirror and saw a nearly perfect handsome face. Yang Ming is now 20 years old, with distinct facial features, tall and upright. His eyes as vast and deep as the stars, giving a cold yet reliable sense of security whenever he appears. Chapter 398. Hua Yueqin's Request Legendary Item. Hua Yueqin looked at Yang Ming with extreme skepticism, clearly not believing his words. Hua Yueqin already possesses a legendary piece of equipment, so she's quite familiar with legendary items and does not believe that the hourglass of time Yang Ming mentioned can have such a significant effect. Yes, Yang Ming continued to explain, the hourglass of time is an item I obtained by chance that can control time with a legendary quality. Within its range, time passes at 1/10 the speed of the outside world, meaning that 1 day outside equals 10 days inside. Even more remarkably, the effect of the hourglass of time varies for different age groups. For example, a newborn baby, even within the range of the hourglass, grows at the same speed as the outside world, with a time flow of 1. But once their age exceeds 14 years, the time flow changes to 10. The most amazing part is that although the time flow has changed to 10, the increase in combat power remains unaffected. This means I can use 10 times the time and 10 times the lifespan to enhance my combat power, just like before. Chapter 399. The ceremony begins as the sun rose higher. The guests who received invitations gradually arrived at Huaxia City. Anyone qualified to attend the ceremony is a prominent figure. As the host, Yang Ming naturally has to entertain them. The evil sheep priest also arrived, wearing his timeless black formal attire, and approached Yang Ming with a smile to greet him. Lord Yang Ming, how have you been? It's been a while, and I didn't expect your progress to be so significant. Yang Ming stepped forward a few paces to welcome the evil sheep priest, but as soon as he got close, he felt a faint sense of pressure. Brother Sheep, what's your combat power? Have you leveled up too? No, don't call me Brother Sheep. For some reason, the evil sheep priest seemed a bit flustered and pleaded as he leaned closer. All right. Although Yang Ming didn't know what had happened, he agreed. The evil sheep priest let out a sigh of relief and answered the earlier question. Yes, I leveled up to the king level not long ago, and my combat power has surpassed 100,000 points. A combat power of 100,000 points is the threshold for the king level. The next realm above the king level is the mythic level, commonly referred to as the divine level. How could you level up so quickly? Yang Ming was a bit shocked. Chapter 400. The Founding of Huaxia Nation. In Huaxia City, the administrative district at Chang'an Square. The moment Yang Ming stood on the high platform, under the gaze of thousands, and announced the beginning of the ceremony, the entire square erupted in excitement. Long live the Lord! Hooray! We finally have our own country. I've been waiting for this day. I love Huaxia. I love this country. Lord, we will always follow you." In the square, a sea of people cheered and celebrated the start of the ceremony, all in honor of their great lord. Countless gazes focused on that man. Admiration, love, respect, joy, happiness, affection, worship, madness. Yang Ming, a man like a god, led everyone to create a free and equal country that everyone yearned for. In everyone's hearts, Yang Ming was the great spokesperson. After 5 or 6 minutes, as the applause began to fade, Yang Ming waved his hand and continued. "Fellow citizens of Huaxia, starting today, Huaxia City will become history, and a country that belongs solely to our proletarian people will emerge." Chapter 401. The Legion's debut. Wow. The military parade has begun. Look, those are our heroic warriors of Huaxia. So strong. With their protection, Huaxia will definitely be the safest country in the world. Long live Huaxia, long live the Lord. As the Qilin Legion, led by Commander Wang Dashi, marched proudly across the square, their formidable strength left everyone in shock. The cheers of the crowd echoed in the air. Among the invited guests, Hua Yueqian observed the Qilin Legion with extreme astonishment. How could they be so strong? Hua Yueqian's eyes widened in disbelief. The Qilin Legion had a total of 5,000 soldiers, each equipped with an epic-grade weapon and epic-grade armor, an incredibly luxurious setup. Even more terrifying was that Commander Wang Dashi wielded a legendary-grade weapon. What does a legendary-grade weapon mean? Until today, Hua Yueqian thought she was the only one in the 8-star domains to possess a legendary-grade weapon. Yes, prior to this, legendary-grade weapons had always been unique and powerful. In the 4-body star domain, the Fox star domain, the Moore star domain, and other star domains, out of over 30 billion lords, only Hua Yueqian had the fortune to obtain a legendary-grade weapon. Chapter 402. The dinner party in a lively atmosphere filled with laughter and celebration. The festivities continued for a long time until night fell, and the founding ceremony gradually came to a close. At the main city of Huaxia, in the Lord's residence, backyard. Tonight, Yang Ming hosted a dinner in the backyard, with chefs Lilith and Lilia in charge. Invited to the banquet were the core figures of Huaxia Nation, as well as the domain lord from other star domains, such as Aochuang, Hua Yueqian, and Hu Jiao. To entertain them, Yang Ming brought out many precious ingredients, including the epic-grade meat of the Azure Lark, the legendary-grade Xianbing Snow Lotus, and, isn't this a bit too extravagant? Hua Yueqian sat before a table filled with delicacies, unable to suppress a gulp. Her gaze fell upon a dish in the center of the table that radiated golden light. Is that a legendary-grade dish? It seems to be called Buddha Jumps Over the Wall. It's hard to imagine how precious this ingredient is. Hua Yueqian had never tasted it before. Not just Hua Yueqian, none of the over 30 billion lords from the 8-star domains had ever tasted it. I can feel that if I could enjoy Buddha Jumps Over the Wall alone, my combat power would increase by at least 3,000 points, even 4,000 points. Hua Yueqian's eyes were fixed on that dish. Chapter 403. Selling Time War? Upon hearing these 2 words, everyone couldn't help but be stunned. No one expected Yang Ming's ambition to be so great. Just after upgrading the territory to a nation, he couldn't help but want to expand his territory externally. Yes. Yang Ming nodded, took a sip of fine wine, and continued, "It's been a year since the alliance of the 8-star domains. The adjustment period is over, and everyone is quite familiar with each other. It's time to explore externally. Isn't that too fast, too risky?" Aochuang from a 4-body star domain frowned and asked. Exploring areas beyond the 8-star domains is fraught with danger. Just like the Dark Forest rule, the battlefield of 10,000 races has many star domains as their bases. And all star domains are armed hunters, needing to hide themselves from detection. Once exposed, it could lead to annihilation. After all, war is an everyday occurrence in the battlefield of 10,000 races. During the exploration process, if one encounters an overwhelmingly powerful star domain, they could easily be wiped out in a single encounter. Too fast. Hearing this, Yang Ming smiled lightly. The battlefield of 10,000 races is extremely unfair. Many high-level civilizations descended onto the battlefield hundreds or even thousands of years ago. We are already behind in time, and if we don't strive to catch up, the gap will only widen. Chapter 404. Universe Announcement. Aochuang looked nervously at Yang Ming, as these quotas were very important to him. Hua Yueqian received 100 quotas, and to be honest, Aochuang was quite envious. Yang Ming didn't intend to keep him in suspense and directly said to Aochuang, you're actually quite a decent person. Among so many domain lords present, you are the second one to support me. So, I will give you 80 quotas. You can use these 80 quotas freely, whether to sell them to others or keep them for your trusted subordinates. I want to interfere. But unfortunately, if you had agreed earlier, these 100 quotas would have been yours. In the end, Yang Ming added meaningfully. Hearing this, Aochuang internally regretted it. He wondered what he was pretending to be earlier. If he had agreed to Yang Ming's decision sooner, wouldn't he have had those 100 quotas? Seeing that Ultron and Huai Qian both received a considerable number of slots, the other 5 domain lords became anxious and quickly asked, Lord Yang Ming, what about us? Yang Ming shrugged and said, I'll give each of you 20 slots. If you're not willing, I'll 1T force you. Upon hearing this, the expressions of the others visibly showed their heartache. Huai Qian received 100 slots and Ultron got 80, while they only had a measly 20 slots. Chapter 405. The plan of the 3-flame star domain not bad. The rewards are very generous. Yang Ming was extremely excited at this moment. He didn't expect that Huaxia City would upgrade to a nation, and the system would actually provide such rich rewards. Just the 8th tier divine position alone was enough to cause a massive bloodbath on the battlefield of 10,000 races. That is the 8th tier divine position, a treasure that cannot be measured by money. It's likely that no one in the entire Universe 14 can produce it. Before today, if someone were to ask what the most precious item on the battlefield of 10,000 races was, Yang Ming wouldn't have been able to answer. However, after today, the 8th tier divine position in Yang Ming's hands is undoubtedly one of the top treasures. Apart from a 9th tier divine position, the 8th tier divine position is the treasure that can drive all extraordinary beings crazy. Battlefield of 10,000 races, 3-flame, star domain. Because the system's announcement was directed at the entire battlefield of 10,000 races, all regional lords learned about Yang Ming having an 8th tier divine position. 5,000 kilometers north of the blue star domain, in the 3-flame star domain, a civilization of level 30 in the universe. Early this morning, the 3-flame people began developing their territory, exploring, and attacking resource fields as usual. However, the sudden announcement from the system shocked them greatly. Chapter 406. Attacking the God-given land battlefield of 10,000 races, Huaxia Nation. Today is the first day after Huaxia City announced its establishment as a nation. And it is also the 821st day since Yang Ming arrived at the battlefield of 10,000 races. Ding. Your friend Bai Shuiji has sent you an urgent encrypted message. At 7 o'clock in the morning, Yang Ming had just finished breakfast and was about to go out when he heard the system's prompt. Yang Ming opened the friend chat page, and Bai Shuiji's avatar popped up immediately. The message read as follows. Not good, Yang Ming. The reconnaissance team on the front line sent back an urgent order. Detecting an incredibly powerful, mysterious army quickly advancing towards the blue star domain. It has also been detected that there are many extraordinary beings in that army with battle power values of 30,000 and even over 50,000. 50,000 battle power extraordinary beings? Hearing this, Yang Ming frowned, realizing that the situation was serious. The opponent possessing such powerful extraordinary beings indicates that they are likely from a level 30 civilization in the universe. Yang Ming reacted quickly and immediately replied to the message. Bai Shuiji, relay my order down. Tell Ultron, Kasha, Fox Geo, and other domain lords to assemble immediately. At the same time, all lords with battle power values in the top 200 of the Huaxia Alliance must gather at the front line. Lastly, leave the rest to me. Chapter 407. Zilwei, the news that Yang Ming would single-handedly attack the God-given land spread quickly. Not only was it buzzing in the blue star domain, but even the lords from other star domains were attracted. What? The Alliance leader Yang Ming is going to take action against the God-given land? It is said that the Alliance leader Yang Ming is the strongest among the 8 major star domains. It will be amazing to see him in action. Quickly, hurry to the border and take a look before the fighting starts. Just 5 minutes later, many people came flocking, gathering at the borders of their respective star domains, looking towards the direction of the God-given land. At a glance, there were at least hundreds of thousands of onlookers from different star domains. And the person they were gazing up to was Yang Ming, who was handsome, articulate, stood at 187 meters tall, and had explosive battle power. Although countless pairs of eyes were watching him from outside, Yang Ming did not feel uncomfortable, as he had long since gotten used to it. Yang Ming left the blue star domain and walked towards the God-given land. Yang Ming lifted his left foot, took a step forward, and the next second appeared several thousand meters away. Heavens! Wow, such speed? No way. Is this teleportation? Or just simple walking? Has Alliance leader Yang Ming's strength reached this level? Chapter 408. The army of the Three Flame Star Domain approaches, perhaps due to anger. Zilwei unleashed her full power from the start, with a powerful sword aura instantly covering the entire area of the God-given land. Yang Ming, you will pay the price for your arrogance. Zilwei's eyes were icy, and from a distance, she swung her great sword down towards Yang Ming. In an instant, an overwhelming sword aura erupted. Boundless divine might swept across all directions, even at a distance of tens of thousands of meters. The onlookers could still clearly feel how terrifying Zilwei's combat power was at this moment. Surrounding Zilwei was only an extremely sharp sword aura. Even the air seemed to be sucked empty. So terrifying. Is this the true strength of the guardian of the God-given land? Although my battle power has already broken through to 580 points, that gray silver-haired woman could definitely pierce my heart from a distance of 70 or 80,000 meters. I guarantee it. No wonder Lord Ultron and Lord Kasha would lose to her. It turns out she is this powerful. The onlookers were all moved. Like mayflies looking up at the sky, they were shocked, horrified, and desperate. Yang Ming, watch the sword. At this moment, after a brief moment of charging, Zilwei adjusted her state to the best, and the next moment she shone with golden light like a deity descending. Chapter 409. The meeting of both parties at this time. On a vast plain more than 500 kilometers from the western border of the Blue Star Domain, a massive army was slowly advancing, each of them tattooed with a pattern of 3 clusters of flames on their foreheads. They were the 3 flame people from a level 35 civilization in the universe. And this time their target was the Blue Star Domain where Yang Ming was located. To ensure a high probability of conquering the Blue Star Domain, this time, not only did the Domain Lord of the Three Flame Star Domain, Brands, personally take the field, but all the notable strong beings also came out in full force. At the forefront of the army were Domain Lord Brands and 3 great generals of the Three Flame Star Domain. At this moment, a scout came before the Domain Lord and reported, "Domain Lord, we have detected the Blue Star Domain's army not far ahead, only about 20 kilometers away, estimated to be around 70,000 in number." "Oh, the Blue Star people actually dare to come out and confront us?" Brands was slightly surprised upon hearing this news. He didn't expect the Blue Star people to be so bold. As the Domain Lord of the Three Flame Star Domain, Brands was well aware of the vast gap between a level 35 civilization and a level 20 civilization. How to describe it? If a level 20 civilization in the universe is a swarm of venomous bees, then a level 35 civilization is a fire-breathing drone. Chapter 410. The evil god Aminos makes a move. A black vortex filled with evil aura appeared in front of Yang Ming, causing great astonishment among the onlookers. What is this? An evil aura? Could it be that Lord Yang Ming has summoned a great demon? Everyone looked up, shocked at the black vortex. The malevolent energy sending chills of horror and fear through all. Under countless gazes, a tall man clad in black armor slowly stepped out of the black vortex. "Brother Yang Ming, long time no see." The tall man walked through the air, approaching Yang Ming. "Aminos, what brings you here?" Yang Ming asked in surprise. He had clearly summoned the evil sheep priest, but unexpectedly the true evil god had been called forth. Aminos cleared his throat and said solemnly, "I was resting in the evil god palace at the altar when I suddenly sensed a dozen unfamiliar armies approaching the Blue Star Domain. Then you suddenly summoned the evil sheep priest, and I suspected something bad had happened to you. So I came personally to help." "What? A dozen armies? Are they as strong as the forces from the Three Flame Star Domain?" Yang Ming asked, somewhat shocked. "No, they're much stronger," Aminos explained. Chapter 411. Compensation. They were really wiped out? Hua Yueqian gazed ahead. The plains 5 kilometers away had turned into ruins, with scattered, severed limbs and severely injured flame people wailing continuously. This was Hua Yueqian as first time witnessing the power of a deity, and she was deeply shocked by its overwhelming strength. The Three Flame Star Domain, after all, was a level 35 civilization in the universe. Normally, It would take tens of thousands of years for a planetary civilization to evolve to level 35. Yet, such a powerful star domain was destroyed by the evil god Aminos in the blink of an eye. It must be said, deities are truly formidable. Aminos, you did a great job. Even Yang Ming couldn't help but praise, giving Aminos a thumbs up. Yang Ming had expected a fierce battle, but once it started, the situation turned out to be overwhelmingly one-sided. One could only say they were too strong. Just a small matter, mainly because the opponent was too weak. Aminos waved his hand modestly. With Aminos' impressive combat power of 266 million, defeating the three flame star domain was indeed as easy as scratching an itch. Suddenly, Aminos frowned and turned to Yang Ming to ask. Chapter 412. Cosmic Law 1 hour later. After the battlefield was basically cleaned up, a very excited Yang Fifan walked up to Yang Ming, cupping his hands and report. My lord, the battlefield has been cleared. We found a total of 375 million corpses and captured 455 million enemy troops, among which there are 40,000 injured and only 500 enemy troops are uninjured. In addition, we also seized 369 legendary weapons, 980 legendary armors, 580 perfect grade weapons and battle armors, 856 S-grade skill books, and various other spoils, such as herbs and rare enchanting materials. After hearing Yang Fifan's report, Yang Ming was also extremely excited and asked in return, so many good things? Were they all looted from the Flame People? Yang Fifan nodded, his tone growing increasingly excited and agitated as he replied, yes, these Flame People are really wealthy. They have plenty of good stuff on them. I suspect their main base must have even more treasures, and now that their high-end combat powers have been captured by us, their main base's defenses must be very weak, right? As he spoke, Yang Fifan revealed a meaningful smile. Chapter 413. Three major dominant civilizations for someone like Yang Ming, who had never traveled beyond the solar system. The outside world was very intriguing. What is at the end of the universe? Can we travel to the future or the past? Who is the creator of the parallel universe number 14? Yang Ming had many similar questions that no one had been able to answer before, but now, a lord from a level 35 civilization had descended before him. So Yang Ming planned to question him thoroughly. After pondering for a moment, Yang Ming asked Brands, you come from the three flame star of the level 35 civilization. What are the cosmic coordinates of the three flame star in the real world? Brands did not take long to think, providing the answer in less than 10 seconds. My home planet is located in the Orion arm of the Milky Way in the Gould Belt, in the three flame star system on the Three Flames planet. Why was Brands not worried that the cosmic coordinates of his home planet would be exposed? There were two reasons. First, the three major dominant civilizations had jointly established cosmic laws, which stipulated that civilizations above level 30 could not casually initiate star domain wars. Any war must be approved by the Cosmic Military Court. Chapter 414. Dual gods. The three major dominant civilizations had long divided all the resources of the parallel universe number 14. If Yang Ming's territory wanted to continue developing and share in the spoils, it would inevitably ignite the fuse for war one day. Historically, wars have always been about territory. Just take the world history of Blue Star. Why did World War I and World War II break out? The reasons are simple. It's nicely termed world wars, but frankly, it's just a bunch of thugs fighting over money, resources, and territory. In short, what Yang Ming currently needed most was intelligence and information. He needed to understand more about the universe, particularly information regarding the Eternal Star Domain, the Star Eater, and the three major dominant civilizations. Thus, Yang Ming turned his gaze towards the lords captured by Aminos and asked again, how powerful are the dominant civilizations you speak of? What is the general combat power of their generals? Tell me everything you know. A bound lord replied with a bitter smile. Lord Yang Ming, you overestimate us. We are just small characters and have no qualifications to access such information sources. Chapter 415. Signing the alliance agreement when the goddess of light, Wendy, bathed in sacred light, descended from the heavens. Brands' worldview completely collapsed. Like a puppet on a string, Brand stood dumbfounded in place. Gods are inherently supreme. In the vast parallel universe, number 14, with 857 billion life forms, so many beings have fought on the battlefield of myriad races for over 5 billion years. Yet only 5 extraordinary beings have become gods until now. This shows how difficult it is to become a god. However, now Yang Ming, with a mere combat power of 569 million, was able to easily summon two deities to assist him. How could this not shatter Brands' worldview? Just as Brands was too shocked to speak, a 3.5-meter tall black-haired lord suddenly raised his hand and requested, Me, Lord Yang Ming. I am willing to join the Huaxia Alliance. I am willing to be your dog. At the moment when the dual gods descended, some had already been completely conquered by Yang Ming and bowed to him, under the leadership of the 3.5-meter-tall Domain Master. Others quickly regained their composure from their shock and immediately expressed their loyalty to Yang Ming. They eagerly requested Yang Ming's favor. Chapter 416 Yang Jian vs. Brands. When Brand signed his name on the alliance agreement and prepared to return it to Yang Ming, he was rejected by Yang Ming raising his hand. Wait. Yang Ming pushed Brand's alliance agreement back. Huh? Leader Yang Ming, what do you mean? Seeing this, Brands turned pale. What does this mean? Is my application for alliance being rejected? Yang Ming cleared his throat and said to everyone with a serious face. First of all, I can clearly tell everyone that the Huaxia Alliance welcomes everyone to join. However, you must first pass an interview, because the Huaxia Alliance only recruits elites and will absolutely not take in garbage. What do you mean? A domain master with brown hair and an extremely thin build stood up and asked, Leader Yang Ming, are you saying we are garbage? This statement caused strong dissatisfaction among the group of domain masters. It's important to note that they are all domain masters of a level 30 civilization in the universe. Having stood out from billions of people, each is a man among men, the strongest of males. Is it garbage? Just saying it doesn't count. Prove it to me with your actions. Yang Ming glanced at him lightly. In the next second, Yang Ming raised his hand and sternly said, Chapter 417 Yang Lingfeng vs. Wardgo. Brands thought that with his combat power increased to 767W, he could suppress Yang Jian head-on. But unexpectedly, in the next second, Yang Jian's combat power also erupted again, instantly rising to 789W. What? Brand's pupils constricted, filled with shock. He couldn't believe that Yang Jian could erupt again. But there was no time for Brands to think, as Yang Jian's large knife was already less than 10 centimeters from Brand's head. Boom! Although Brands tried his best to block it, the immense destructive power still sent his body flying over 30 kilometers. The terrain along the way was even smashed out by Brand's body, creating a massive chasm 37 kilometers long, 5 kilometers wide, and 28 kilometers deep. I see. His talent is getting stronger when facing strong opponents. He is a pure power burst warrior. Damn it. Why can the people of Blue Star awaken such a perverse talent? It took Brands a long time to barely stabilize his footing. This strike made Brands no longer dare to be careless, and made him realize that the upcoming battle would be a fierce one. Outside the arena, the spectators initially did not take it seriously, thinking that with Yang Jian's 20,000 combat power, he would definitely lose in an instant. However, Yang Jian's stunning strike just now left everyone dumbfounded. Chapter 418 Yang Fifan vs. Audrey. At the same time, the third arena had also opened, with Yang Fifan battling a short-haired woman. This woman, named Audrey, was also a domain master from the 39th level civilization in the Danxia Star domain, with a basic combat power of around 696W. Undoubtedly, Audrey's strength was a step above that of Brands and Wardgo. General Yang Fifan, can we start? Audrey, with her neat black hair, had an exquisite appearance, possessing a unique beauty and charm of an Eastern face. Yang Fifan nodded, then raised his right hand to grasp his signature weapon, the Fong Tian Changji of legendary quality. Knowing the power of his opponent, Yang Fifan activated all his extraordinary powers before the battle even began. Name: Yang Fifan. Identity: Commander of the Zhuke Legion of Huaxia. Combat power: 189W. Quality: Epic. Occupation: Extraordinary. Guardian of the Evil God. Talent: Heart of a Hero, SS grade. A true warrior always possesses a hero's heart. As long as faith remains, heroes will never fall. Regardless of the severity of their injuries, they will not die. Talent: Body of the Evil God, S grade. Enhances the body into the flesh of the evil god. Theoretically able to regenerate infinitely, undying and unyielding, while also being able to use the attack power of the evil god. Extraordinary power: Yin Yang, sequence 5. Can use two completely different powers simultaneously and merge them into one, a single thought of gods and demons. After activating the evil god's power within him, Yang Fifan's entire aura changed, resembling a demon crawling out of hell. He exuded a cold, eerie, evil, and manic presence. The black mist, related to aminos, enveloped Yang Fifin's body, ultimately forming a black battle armor. Drink. Yang Fifin did not hold back just because his opponent was a woman. The moment the battle began, he charged toward her with a thunderous momentum. In the battlefield of 10,000 races, no one would underestimate you because you were a woman, nor would anyone show mercy because you were a woman. In this world, strength is the only truth. S-grade skill, Evil God's Hand. Yang Fifin opened his 5 fingers, and the black mist transformed into one terrifying evil giant hand after another. At least over 1,000 black mist hands covered the sky and pounced toward Audrey. Each black mist hand was powerful enough to turn a beast weighing tens of thousands of pounds into mush. When an evil aura, it seems like a tough opponent. Watching the countless black mist giant hands flying toward her, Audrey did not dare to be careless. Even with her combat power of 696W, being struck by the black mist hands would still cause injury. Sea-Tide, he my command. Audrey did not dare to hold back her strength and immediately activated her talent. The S-grade daughter of the ocean. In an instant, countless splashes erupted from the ground, and great waters surged, turning the area within 200 kilometers into an ocean. Audrey, barefoot with fair skin tinged with a hint of red, stood on the ocean. Go! In the name of the sea, stop those evil giant hands. With just a wave of her hand, the waters rose high, transforming into a super tsunami over 200 meters tall, crashing toward Yang Fifin. Just in time. Seeing how strong the opponent was, able to change the terrain and use the power of nature, Yang Fifin became even more excited. The stronger the opponent, the more valuable the battle. Yang Fifin held the Fong Tian Changji in his right hand and controlled countless black mist giant hands with his left, charging toward the towering tsunami. Boom! The two forces collided, causing the sky to shatter and the earth to quake. The ground cracked in layers, and within a range of 3,000 kilometers, all the mountains collapsed. The battle between Yang Fifin and Audrey had officially begun. Chapter 419, the blonde, beast-eared little girl seeing the 3 other Legion commanders fighting fiercely, Yang Futian's hands became uncontrollably hot. Although Yang Futian was the youngest among the 4 and joined the army last, his strength was not weaker than that of the other 3. Name: Yang Futian. Identity: Commander of the Xuanwu Legion of Huaxia. Combat power: 166W. Occupation: Transcendent. Talent: Xuanwu Law Phase, S rank, condenses the law phase of heaven and earth. Increases defense by 25 times, simultaneously gains 70 damage immunity, and additionally gains the Berserker effect, ignoring all control. Talent: Invincible Golden Body, a rank. Enters an invincible state for 1 second, cooldown of 24 hours. Talent: Reflective Thorn Armor, SS rank, within 10 seconds of activation. Returns 120 damage received as true damage to the opponent. This retaliatory damage ignores all shields, blessings, and buffs. Transcendent Power, breaking 10,000 laws, sequence 7. Possesses powerful physical strength, can convert defensive attributes against enemies. Physical, true damage, fire, ice, annihilation, diffraction. Is anyone willing to challenge me? Yang Futian looked at the remaining people and asked actively. Chapter 420. Changes in the Huaxia Alliance suddenly. With so many members joining the Huaxia Alliance, the Alliance's influence, overall strength, and jurisdiction expanded dozens or even hundreds of times. System: I want to check the Huaxia Alliance's panel information. Yang Ming called out to the system in his mind. Dear Lord Yang Ming, the information has been updated. Please take a look. Soon, a sci-fi screen appeared in his view, visible only to Yang Ming. Name: Huaxia Alliance. Headquarters location: 10,000 Races Battlefield, Parallel Universe Area Number 14, Server 404. 996 Blue Star Domain, 10086 Combat Zone. Alliance Leader: Yang Ming. Vice Leaders: Yu Zhengzhong, Tang Long, Wang Lin, Zhangzi, Mu Feng. Total members: 96 trillion. Jurisdiction area: 5 trillion square kilometers. Alliance ranking: 100 trillion. Such a huge increase? Yang Ming was taken aback, feeling like he was dreaming upon seeing the staggering number of 96 trillion members. But this was not surprising, as the intelligent life of a planet typically starts at 1 billion, and the higher the civilization level, the larger the population. For example, in the Sanyin star domain, the number of lords alone exceeds 200 billion, not to mention the ordinary citizens. Chapter 421. Fishing Law after returning to the main city. Yang Ming did not immediately rest in the Lord's mansion, but called the 4 legion leaders over to issue new orders. My lord, do you have any instructions? Yang Jian, Yang Lingfeng, Yang Futian, and Yang Fifan asked in unison. Although they had each fought several battles on the battlefield just now, none of them looked tired. Instead, they were all in an excited state. Fighting makes me happy. Fighting is exhilarating. Yang Ming glanced at them and slowly said, although many people agreed to join the Huaxia Alliance today, the number is still far from enough. Our goal in Huaxia is the vast starry sky, the sea of stars. Therefore, we need to recruit more new members. Pass down my order. Starting today, we will implement fishing law. Fishing law? The 4 looked at each other, somewhat confused, and asked Yang Ming, my lord, what does fishing law mean? Yang Ming smiled and explained in detail. It's simple. Just like today, intentionally spreading the news that there are 4 divine positions in the blue star domain, the wider the spread, the better, to attract those alien beings with ulterior motives to come and seize it. Chapter 422. Dinner in the blink of an eye. It was 9:36 p.m. Dinner is ready. After busying in the kitchen for 2.5 hours, Lilith and Lilia finally finished preparing a sumptuous dinner. Now, both of their qualities had reached LV7 legendary level, and with the assistance of legendary kitchenware, every dish they cooked was not only delicious but also had magical effects. How magical? For example, cancer, a very terrifying disease, is almost untreatable once it develops to an advanced stage. But for Lilith and Lilia, this disease is trivial. They just need to select a few ordinary herbs and add some exotic beast meat to brew a medicinal soup to easily cure various cancers. Of course, if they encounter more difficult diseases, they can only call on Anna or Winnie for help. Wow, today's dishes are so rich. Hearing that it was time to eat, the most eager Cocolet immediately put down her physics book and rushed over, looking at the 10 dishes and 3 soups on the table, along with various desserts. Cocolet was drooling. Cocolet was very happy because dinner included her favorite Snow Lotus steamed phoenix egg. Name: Snow Lotus steamed phoenix egg. Chapter 423. Physics no longer exists after finishing breakfast. Yang Ming left the Lord's mansion to start his work for the day. Since the Lord's mansion was located in a high area of the main city, Yang Ming could see the panoramic view of the main city as soon as he stepped out. He looked down and saw tall buildings rising 400 to 500 meters high, standing in various places in the main city. Among them, the Awakening Hall is the tallest building in the main city, of LV7 legendary quality, standing at 890 meters, with many transcendent beings coming to test their talents every day. The second tallest building is the library, also of legendary quality, standing at 758 meters, with many people entering and exiting to borrow books daily. These buildings are all the masterpieces of Zhou Ming Rui. In addition, one could often see large passenger planes taking off and landing, shuttling back and forth between the main city and other vassal cities. The passenger planes have a fuselage length of 756 meters, a wingspan of 608 meters, and a height of 199 meters, which looks quite spectacular. After 10 years of development, the technological level of Yang Ming's territory has approached the peak of the Third Industrial Revolution. The internet has spread to every inch of Huaxia's lands, referring to Yang Ming's territory in the 10,000 Races Battlefield, not the Huaxia of Parallel Universe number 14. And residents can use mobile phones and computers for long-distance communication. Chapter 424. Physical laws are set by God. Physics doesn't exist? Yang Ming's confusion deepened, so he asked, Coco, why do you say that? Cocolet did not answer directly, but turned to her desk, took out a handwritten form to show Yang Ming, and asked, my lord, what do you think this is? Yang Ming glanced at the content of the form and instinctively replied, is this the design plan for a wormhole? Yes. Cocolet continued to explain, a wormhole, also known as an Einstein-Rosen bridge, is a kind of space-time tunnel that allows for long-distance transportation and can even connect 2 different parallel universes. Generally speaking, when a planet develops to a level 40 civilization, it can stably use wormholes for space travel. A level 40 civilization in the universe, also known as a galactic civilization, means that when Blue Star dominates the Milky Way and can fully develop and control the resources of the Milky Way, it has evolved to a level 40 civilization. Yang Ming shook his head and countered, of course I know what a wormhole is. After all, I've read a lot of sci-fi literature on free novel platforms. But what does this have to do with physics no longer existing?